Chapter 401 Who is so presumptuous? Seeing Zhang Ruili nodding, King Chaoyan also became nervous and looked at his daughter tentatively. Xian, what do you think she is going to do? Tell your father so that he can be mentally prepared. Ruxiang did not say anything, but smiled and said, You will know about this later. It's not that he doesn't want to trust his father, but that after so many years outside, he has a certain degree of preparedness for some things. What's more, Jiang Lian hasn't done it yet. It would be bad if her plans were ruined then. At this time, Zhou Tianshi had already received news about what happened to the Su Changjiang family. The Su Changjiang family was enveloped by a powerful calamity cloud overnight. After the thunder calamity, the barrier that had sealed the entire Jiang family for many years was opened. Everyone in the Jiang family was safe and sound, and even their cultivation levels were much stronger than before. Such news undoubtedly gave Zhou Tianshi a huge blow. Check for me. Find out who did it. And find out about Jiang Lian. And find out her specific whereabouts. Zhou Tianshi looked unusually gloomy, and countless crazy thoughts passed through his heart. In the end, the only thing left was that she wanted her to die. This time, I will definitely not let that woman have any chance of survival. No need to check. I'll come to your door in person right now. Isn't it a surprise? Do you want to kill me? Because she knew Gu Lian's past, Jiang Lian also knew the true identity of Zhou Tianshi. The expression on her face was very disappointing. I have failed to die so many times. Isn't senior sister Zhou very disappointed? Zhou Tianshi was shocked by the voice of senior sister, and hurriedly looked for fame. When he saw Jiang Lian, he went crazy, and his voice was sinister. You are here just in time. I will personally give you a ride. Really? With your appearance? I'm afraid you won't be able to kill me even if all your bones are broken. Jiang Lian's mean words once again angered Zhou Tianshi. They said openly and secretly that Zhou Tianshi was old, and she was still in her prime. This was undoubtedly the greatest harm to a woman. The two things that Tianshi Zhou cared about most in his life were power and appearance. Although after tens of thousands of years and countless dynasties, his appearance was no longer there, his power was still there. When Jiang Lian said this, he had completely broken through the boundaries of anger. He had forgotten the rule of not using force in the imperial capital and attacked Jiang Lian directly. The wrinkled face was extremely twisted. You die! Die! After Jiang Lian achieved his goal, he no longer hid it, and the Feiyu's sword slipped away like a charm. Although Zhou Tianshi's time is approaching, his spiritual power is not low. The battle between the two instantly attracted the attention of the Imperial Guard. But at this level of battle, they are no longer able to solve it. The old guys in the Imperial capital came out to investigate what was going on. Originally, King Chaoyan was still hesitant to ignore this matter. After all, it involved Zhou Tianshi, an old Tianshi who had been there since the founding of the country. In addition, the two of them were fighting in the Imperial capital, which completely violated the regulations of the Empire. Others won't take care of it, but those old guys in the royal family will definitely take care of it. Father! If someone else hurts her, I think the Empire will really end. I'm not being alarmist. As for Zhou Tianshi, we can let them solve it on their own. King Chaoyang still couldn't believe what Ruxiang said, because she didn't directly say who would be offended if it was really hurt. But Zhang Ruili's words directly made him make up his mind. Father-in-law, this person behind the scenes, the energy is indeed not small. The only ones I know about are General Su and the people from Yisha. Now plus the power on the battlefield of immortals and demons. What we don't know is what Xianger said. Out of none of them should be underestimated. Ruxiang curled her lips. The one she was talking about was the most direct. Right? With that aura, she was sure that person was nearby. At this time, the old guys in the Imperial dynasty have already been dispatched one after another. Who is acting so recklessly in the Imperial capital? Chaoyang King secretly screamed that it was bad, and hurriedly flew to his ancestor, bowed and saluted, and said something in his ear before following him back to the ground. Boy Chiang, are you telling the truth? The face of the ancestor of the royal family was full of seriousness. The destruction of the imperial capital was still vivid in his mind. Perhaps everyone who had experienced that catastrophe had some shadows in their hearts. Now when they think of destroying the imperial capital, the first thing they think of is the demon clan. Has that person broken the seal recently? The people on Tianquan Mountain are really incompetent. They strengthen the seal every year, but they still let the other party break the seal. They didn't know that Sun Yi was determined to sleep and wait for Jiang Lian to appear. Otherwise Tianquan Mountain's little strength would not be able to trap him. This time Sun Yi broke through the seal. Although those in Tianquan Mountain only served to consolidate the seal. But the backlash he received after breaking the seal was not small. It would not be an exaggeration to say that Tianquan Mountain is now in chaos. Ruxiang praised the ancestor for being worthy of being the ancestor. After saying this, he knew who it was. But even if Jiang Lian reveals that she is related to the demon clan, she probably won't care. After all, she's not the kind to be afraid. Jiang Lian and Zhou Tianshi were fighting hard here. But even though Zhou Tianshi used all his strength, he seemed to be beaten by Jiang Lian. Being teased like this, Zhou Tianshi became even more angry. You die? Die! At this time, the only thing Zhou Tianshi was thinking about was that his time was coming, and he was going to die anyway. This time, he would die with this bitch. Let's see who could resurrect her this time. Zhou Tianshi has lived for so many years, and is at the center of power. He doesn't know what vicious methods he can use. Now her only thought is to kill this bitch. Even if they both die together. Sensing the special fluctuations in the surrounding air, Jiang Lian sneered. Senior sister Zhou, who wants to self-destruct and involve her, assimilate her soul or something, is still a bit weak. You must know that he doesn't understand all the magic of the demons. But he is still so vague. These tricks might have worked on other people, but they were of absolutely no use to her. A Luofu pen appeared in his hand, and a huge protective formation protected the entire imperial capital. Jiang Lian's whole body was wrapped tightly with a layer of protection. Just when Jiang Lian completed the formation, Zhou Tianqi's whole body exploded. There is no problem for a super strong man to self-destruct and destroy the entire city. When the surrounding strong men were taking out their protective magic weapons, they did not expect that the protective formation in the sky would trap all the factors of the explosion inside, leaving nothing behind. Nothing. Everyone was shocked. They all knew Zhou Tianqi's strength, but they didn't expect that this person could block all the damage so easily. Who is this woman? Over there. Zhou Tianqi's soul was preparing to stick to Jiang Lian's soul after she was blown away. Unexpectedly, Jiang Lian's skin was not broken at all. At this time, Zhou Tianqi's soul had been completely distorted, and the black color of the soul was getting thicker and thicker. To that extent, the bad things he had done during his lifetime were absolutely incalculable. Everyone did not expect that Zhou Tianqi, who seemed to be so kind, turned out to be a person full of evil. Seeing that the situation was not good, Zhou Tianqi looked at Jiang Lian's young skin and suddenly had the idea of seizing him. Chapter 402 Rush Back. The black soul rushed towards Jiang Lian's face crazily. Unfortunately, Zhou Tianqi did not know himself and the enemy at all, and he could win 100 battles. Who is Jiang Lian? She is the Taoist companion recognized by Sun Yi. Sun Yi controls the Tontian River, which is somewhat protective in some aspects. Not to mention that her soul control skills have reached a certain level. Zhou Tianqi's soul was suddenly pinched directly in Jiang Lian's hand. The soul screamed in pain, and the ugly face became even more distorted. Want to seize the body? Jiang Lian sneered. You are really not qualified. After saying that, yin yang and nether fire appeared in his hand, and Zhou Tianqi's still struggling soul instantly turned into nothingness. If it had been burned by ordinary flames, there might have been a possibility of replaying the game or escaping. But with Jiang Lian's strange fire, it was completely wiped out. Not even a trace of residue was left. I originally thought that Zhou Tianqi was such a powerful being, but in the end, he solved the gap in his heart in such a relaxed way. He breathed a sigh of relief and felt a little disappointed at the same time. In the past, the goal was to find the enemies of the Jiang family, but now that the enemies were dead, I felt a little confused. After removing the protective shield, Zui Yui had already led people to arrest all Zhou Tianqi's minions and announced all their crimes. Only then did Jiang Lian realize that Zui Yui was not only very powerful on the battlefield of immortals and demons, but also that the government had great power in the empire. Perhaps it was because of King Chaoyang and Zhang Ruili that the emperor turned a blind eye to Zhou Tianqi's death, and because Yin Shao was too powerful. The crimes committed by Zhou Tianqi and others were so many and serious that other people in the empire, who were somewhat involved with her, shrank back, worried about being implicated. The emperor of the empire was extremely capable of doing this. He suddenly discovered that there were many people in this world who were much more powerful than him, but they were still beyond his control, and he even had to respect them. Just as Jiang Lian was about to rush back to Kunlun, he encountered two powerful auras fighting together on the road. There was something in that breath that she was very familiar with. Master? Is it Master? Originally Jiang Lian was going to step forward to take a look, let alone if she needed help. But the system told her, "It's your master and Qing Xuanzi of Xianling sect. Don't worry. Your master's current strength is absolutely fine. You are now the most important thing is to rush back. Something happened to Su Yeshuan." Jiang Lian panicked instantly after hearing the news. What's wrong with him? Not caring about anything else at this time, Jiang Lian hurriedly flew in the direction of Kunlun. Sun Yi, who had been following him, now truly sensed the existence of the system and raised his eyebrows. He didn't expect that the little girl would have such an opportunity. This is a good thing. No wonder. If you were able to travel back to the past using formations and yin-yang spins, it must have been because of this person's handiwork. His recent spiritual power riot, coupled with the absorption of things from the outside world. His current body cannot bear it at all. Listening to the system's serious explanation, Jiang Lian flew towards Kunlun's location as fast as he could. In fact, Sun Yi also sensed it. Seeing the little girl's panic, he sighed, flew over and hugged her, and took her towards Kunlun through the void. Originally Jiang Lian wanted to struggle, but Sun Ye's speed made her completely give in. When they arrived at Wanyet Feng, the aura on Wanyet Feng was very chaotic. When they walked to the square, Jiang Lian saw a huge black dragon protecting a figure. The figure was curled up, and the aura flickered on and off. It looks very sinister. Seeing Sun Yi returning with Jiang Lian, Bai Qi looked at them with his big eyes, as big as copper bells. "Is there any way you can save him?" Bai Qi's voice was filled with helplessness. Even helplessness. As if this was his last hope. Jiang Lian hurriedly walked towards Su Yeshuan. Because they had a Taoist couple contract. She walked over without being affected at all. When he came to Su Yeshuan, looking at his face twisted in pain, his aura was so chaotic that he felt like he was about to explode. "System, what should I do? Save him! Save him! No matter what the cost. No matter what the cost." Jiang Lian found that there was nothing he could do about all the inheritance he had learned in his life, and even in his mind. Tears fell unconsciously, and she was very at a loss at this time. Sun Yi walked closer to them. If you look carefully, you would definitely find that his and Su Yisun's auras at this time were very similar. "I can save him!" Jiang Lian has realized something. "It's fusion. Right." The voice of the system also rang at this time. "It is indeed necessary to fuse. The heart of origin accidentally entered his body. Now there are only two possibilities. That is to be exploded by the energy of the heart of origin. And the other is to the two merged and recovered as before." After he recovered, he looked like the sky outside the sky. But Jiang Lian couldn't care about so much now. Knowing that Jiang Lian wanted to ask how to fuse, the system did not wait for her to ask anymore and said directly, "The fusion can only be done by themselves. You give Su Yeshuan the awakening pill that was refined some time ago, and then be responsible for helping they can protect the law. With the host here, the fusion of the two will be easier." "Is it a protective formation or a strengthening formation?" Jiang Lian, who is usually decisive, didn't dare to act haphazardly when it came to matters involving Su Yeshuan. He even asked the system to confirm what he was sure of. "Yes." The system that understood her mood at this time didn't have that much nonsense. Without any hesitation, Jiang Lian took out an awakening pill from the space and fed it to Su Yeshuan. After a while, Su Yeshuan became slightly conscious. "Madam, Miss Sir, listen carefully. I will support you no matter what choice you make next." She was born. So after the fusion, she also accepted it and was willing to never leave him. If he died, she would be willing to follow him. Su Yeshuan looked at her seriously. "Madam, don't worry. I still want to stay by your side." Even though he knew that his little girl couldn't cope with him having her soul split into two, he was reluctant to die and leave his little girl. No one in the world would allow him to die like this. The thousands of sealed creatures in the outer world are still waiting for them. "Okay." Jiang Lian knew their decision at this time, stood up alone, and walked to the side. The Luofu pen and the Black Demon Talisman pen appeared in his hands. "Then I will help you protect the law." Sun Yi is a demon, and although Su Yisun has signs of demonization now, he is still a monk. So the auxiliary formation can only be combined with both sides. Looking around, Bai Qi consciously stood up and flew into the air. "I'm watching and won't let anyone disturb them." Bai Qi calculated that he was a remnant of the Yuyin Dragon clan back then. At that time, the wife of the Yuyin Dragon clan wanted to protect her daughter from reincarnating safely in the next life, but was afraid that her lifespan would not be able to support Gu Lian's reincarnation. She couldn't. but the Dragon Clan could. Therefore, Bai Qi was asked to be responsible for guarding. He could not guard the Jiang family, but could only guard Kunlun. This was Sun Ye's only request back then. The most important thing is that he is afraid that the Dragon Clan will bring trouble to the Jiang family. The Jiang family does not need to wait for the little girl to be born before the disaster comes directly. After all, there are many greedy people in the world. Chapter 403 Go to get medicine. The entire Wanyanfeng was enveloped by the concentrated spiritual energy. And Bai Qi's appearance shocked the entire Kunlun. Don't know what happened. In the end, all the old guys were even alarmed. They looked at Bai Qi inquiringly, trying to see what was going on inside through the protective array. But unfortunately, they couldn't see clearly. Nothing happens. You can all go back. Bai Qi's majestic voice made everyone have to step back. Although they were still worried, they all tended to Bai Qi's protection of the sect beast. He was so strong that he didn't dare to have any ambiguity. Jiang Lian controlled the protective formation and watched the fusion process of Sun Yi and Su Yeshuan. For some reason, some pictures that did not belong to her, but were extremely familiar, appeared in her mind. She was very sure that she had never experienced those scenes. But they were very familiar, as if they had happened before. Cold sweat fell from his forehead. Jiang Lian did not care about his current situation. He was always paying attention to all the movements in the center of the formation below, for fear of anything happening. I don't know how much time has passed, but during this period of time, spiritual energy has been continuously gathering in Kunlun, which has attracted the attention of outsiders, and some have even come to investigate the situation. Everyone in Kunlun has been very busy during this period of time, dealing with the outside world's explorations and practicing hard at the same time. There is no way. The intensity of Kunlun's spiritual energy during this period is completely unmatched in the past. One day of practice is comparable to 1 year in the outside world, or even more exaggerated. There was even a faint golden light appearing in the sky, which made some people outside begin to guess whether someone in Kunlun was about to advance to open the outer world. There are not just 1 or 2 people who have such an idea. So those old guys who can't go out in seclusion are like taking a shot of chicken blood, hoping that this thing is true, so that they all have hope. Instead of hiding in it every day, the cave is waiting for the end to come, and then disappears with the years. During this time, many memory revivers appeared on the mainland. When Su Yeshuan and Xuanye were completely integrated, Jiang Lian couldn't help but sat on the ground, maintaining such a large formation. And there seemed to be problems with her memory. All kinds of confusing pictures kept flying in her mind, and she had an unbearable headache, which made people feel like they were dying. If it weren't for the fear that the fusion would fail, and he would completely disappear from the world, she wouldn't be able to hold on at all. Host, now is not the time for you to rest. You must find the lotus seed so that it will not dissipate just because the sky has not yet opened. Jiang Lian, who was looking at Su Yeshuan, was worried about when she would wake up. When the system spoke again, her heart skipped a beat, and she asked in surprise, "Will he disappear because of this?" I was very flustered, and my heart that had dropped started to rise again. It is inevitable that Tian Weishan cannot be opened. He is too powerful now. If Tian Weishan has not been opened, the setting of this world cannot tolerate him at all. In the end, he can only disappear from the world like those people. Jiang Lian could no longer care about her physical discomfort and hurriedly asked the system how to activate Tian Weishan. No one has been able to successfully open Tian Weishan for so many years. But Jiang Lian doesn't want to give up at all. Seeing that the space around Su Yeshuan's body was a little distorted, and even his body was flickering, she knew that she didn't have much time left for her. Su Yeshuan has collected almost everything else. You just need to find the lotus seeds to help him maintain his shape. Don't worry. He can't wake up without the lotus seeds here. This world limits his existence. As long as the protective formation is set up, there is no need to worry about him encountering any danger. Obviously Jiang Lian was still a little worried. So the system smiled and said, "You are the only one who can get close to him in this situation. Others will be killed if they get close." Jiang Lian understood that the fluctuations in the spiritual energy around him were enough to injure people to death, without even needing to control them. Where can I find lotus seeds? It's not that she completely wants to rely on the system, but the messages given by the system can reduce her time consumption. Su Yeshuan didn't know how long he could hold on. In the illusion of the battlefield between immortals and demons. Is there an illusion on the battlefield of immortals and demons? Although she had not been on the battlefield of immortals and demons for a long time, she had been to most places. She had not discovered or even heard of illusions anywhere. If there was an illusion, it would not be so peaceful at all. This requires your magical spiritual power to open. And only you can enter. Jiang Lian was a little confused by this answer. My brother seems to be a god and demon in Tian Weishan. Can he not do it too? In those chaotic memories, Jiang Lian was able to know some information. Her brother's identity in Tian Weishan was that of the gods and demons. Her skills of the gods and demons this time were given to her by her brother. The skills of the gods and demons are not passed on to outsiders, except for the fact that their physical constitution does not allow it. He can't do it now. His current physique is not that of a god or demon. The world is closed. Only you and Su Yeshuan can enter that illusion. But Jiang Yan can help by opening that illusion. After determining where he needed to go to find the lotus seeds he needed, Jiang Lian stood up and consolidated the surrounding formations. After everything was arranged, Jiang Lian walked out. Bai Chi sensed her appearance and hurriedly flew down. Don't worry. I need to get some medicine now. So I'll leave you alone. With this protective formation here, I can ensure my safety. Bai Tian nodded. Be careful. Jiang Lian did not stop any longer, and flew directly towards the battlefield of immortals and demons in the spaceship. Her condition is not very good now, so she can rest if she takes the spaceship. Fortunately, the spacecraft can be controlled with spirit stones, and she can rest and recover. Confusing memories kept reappearing in my mind, and my head felt really uncomfortable. Although the spirit stone controls it, the speed is not slow. Jiang Lian had almost recovered when he arrived at the battlefield of immortals and demons. System, where is the illusion? What she was most worried about at this time was whether her points and lottery opportunities were enough to redeem the information. But obviously her worries were unnecessary. For the current critical moment, the system will not directly display the address of the illusion on Yu Qingyin like it did when Jiang Lian was trained before. It may be difficult for you to open the illusion by yourself. You will need help from others. Jiang Lian frowned and looked at the position displayed above. It was clearly the center of the battlefield between immortals and demons. If you want to open the illusion there, you will definitely attract the attention of both Xianling continent and Netherworld continent. The hatred between the two parties has accumulated over the years, and she can't completely guarantee that they can live in peace. The host doesn't need to worry about this at all. You only need to tell the people who are coming with Fu and tell them that this is related to the demon lord who saved them. So there is no need to worry about the demons at all. And in Xianling continent, you use the same method Su Yeshuan went to tell them that since Jiang Yan has now completely controlled the battlefield of immortals and demons, he wanted to ensure that there would be no problem entering the illusion. Chapter 404 Characteristics of Gods and Demons. Jiang Lian was a little skeptical, but she completely trusted the system. My brother had led troops to Xucheng before, and there was news that he had returned to the battlefield of immortals and demons. As soon as she arrived, Jiang Yan appeared. Brother, I need your help to open the illusion. Jiang Lian said the purpose without any tact, and time did not allow her to write. Jiang Yan nodded. Okay, don't worry. I'll help you. Because he has the memory of Tian Weishan and the recent changes in the aura in the air, he has already noticed it. The next step is to appease the armies on both sides of Netherworld continent and Xianling continent and not act rashly. Just then, Shang Honglai and a group of Yinsha people came over to help. Jiang Lian discovered that many of the Yinsha people were in the army, and most of them held important positions. The most surprising thing was that Master Yunchongzi also came, and his former subordinates still listened to his words. The elegant Yunchongzi looked high-spirited, but he still loved Jiang Lian like his own child. Lur, just go ahead and do it. Master will help you take care of it. Jiang Lian looked at everyone present, feeling deeply moved. With everyone in Xianling continent helping to restrain her, she had no worries, and the rest was left to the demons. Jiang Lian found a place to transform into a demon and returned to the demon camp. Everyone in the demon clan was extremely excited about her return. Fu Cheng hurried over to meet him. When she saw Fu Cheng, Jiang Lian didn't talk nonsense. She had seen how loyal this man was to Sun Yi when he was in the demon clan. Something has happened to your majesty, and you are in urgent need of some medicinal materials. I will open an illusion on the battlefield of immortals and demons to get the medicine. I just hope that the demons will not act rashly after the formation is activated. Fu Cheng was shocked when he heard that something happened to the demon lord, and asked nervously, How is the lord doing now? Where is he? Don't worry. He is in a safe place now. He just can't wake up temporarily. I have to find that medicine. As for what will happen when Sun Yi wakes up, she doesn't know yet. Fu Cheng firmly believed in Jiang Lian's words, because this was the demon queen. someone they had ordered to protect at all costs. Queen of Demons, please rest assured. I will definitely control the demons here. After finishing speaking, Fu Cheng said hesitantly, it's just that if I don't take the initiative to attack, Xianling Continent may not take the opportunity to add insult to injury. I've taken care of it on Xianling Continent. You don't have to worry. Regarding Jiang Lian's vow that Xianling Continent had been dealt with, although Fu Cheng was a little surprised how she did it, he firmly believed in the queen's words and saluted without any doubts at all. As soon as the demons took care of Jiang Lian, they went straight to the center of the battlefield between immortals and demons, because both parties have given instructions. Although they are both waiting and watching, they have not taken a step forward. This has to surprise both sides. How can the enemy be so obedient and not be a monster? Brother, I'm sorry to bother you. At this time, Jiang Lian and Jiang Yan were the only two people on the battlefield of immortals and demons. Jiang Yan nodded. Although this body does not have much blood of gods and demons, the magic power of gods and demons can still be used to some extent. It is enough to start the illusion. Special black spiritual power with golden light circulated. The golden spiritual power from the Xianling continent and the black demonic energy from the Netherworld continent actually turned into substance and poured towards their location continuously. This situation creates a huge spectacle. The soldiers on both sides of the camp looked at this scene, and the resentment they felt for obeying orders but not being so happy instantly disappeared, and they didn't even dare to fart. Such a powerful boss could probably kill them with just scraps of spiritual energy. So what was he doing? Looking for death? Just huddle in the camp. Anyway, the boss said it before. They can stay in the military camp without affecting the opening of the illusion there. When the spiritual energy and demonic energy in the sky converged into a huge vortex, a huge whirlpool door appeared in the center. Jiang Lian did not delay, shrouded in the aura of gods and demons, and headed towards the vortex. When the aura of gods and demons poured in, the whirlpool seemed to encounter a calming factor in an instant and became extremely calm. After landing on the ground, Jiang Lian found himself standing on a huge lotus leaf. The endless lake around him was covered with lotus leaves and lotus flowers. Standing there, she felt like a dwarf falling into a huge lake. The system automatically updated the display on Yuqiongyin, and there were quite a lot of flashing light spots on it. System, are all these light spots lotus seeds? There are quite a lot of lotus flowers in this lake. Although it looked simple, Jiang Lian did not relax his vigilance. Such a thing was absolutely impossible without a guardian beast. Yes, but it's not simple inside this lotus pond. You should be careful. Jiang Lian nodded, placed several protective formations on himself, held the feather sword, and cautiously flew towards the lotus with the lotus seeds. There are so many lotus seeds. Of course, the more you can collect, the better. She was even a little worried about whether it was enough, and she didn't consider whether it was good or not. She had to complete it no matter how difficult it was. When she was getting close to the lotus seed, the lotus actually closed its leaves, and even branches flew out from underneath and whipped at her. Fortunately, she was always vigilant, and when the branch flew over, she quickly crossed the void and reached the lotus seed. There was a pop sound, and when Jiang Lian stepped out of the void, the branch came directly towards her face. Jiang Lian was shocked. Her speed was already very fast, and she even showed her most powerful strength. After narrowly avoiding it, Jiang Lian looked at Lian Pengzi, who was close at hand with lingering fear. Originally he wanted to stretch out his hand to get it, but stopped in midair, thinking of the system's previous reminder that only gods and demons could enter here. After that, Jiang Lian directly transferred the god and demon skills, and the protective shield was filled with the aura of gods and demons. His hand was completely wrapped in the aura of gods and demons, and he stretched it towards the lotus seed. The branches that were beating wildly shrank back instantly when the aura of gods and demons appeared, and even when she went to get the lotus seeds, there was no reaction at all. Jiang Lian was a little miraculous about this situation, and the system said, the body of gods and demons is the most peculiar physique in the world, and it is also the most balanced existence in the world. Very few of the gods and demons can really give birth to true gods and demons, but every time they are born, one is the strongest in the world. Is it because I have now become a god and demon body, and I am a balanced existence in this illusion, and those lotus flowers are completely defenseless against me? The more Jiang Lian thought about it, the more certain she was that her idea was correct. Her eyes filled with excitement. Soon the system's words confirmed her guess. Yes, but there is also a time limit for Lianhu, so you have to hurry up. Otherwise, If you are discovered by then, you will be directly sent out of the illusion. Jian Lian's heart skipped a beat, not daring to delay anymore, and hurried towards the next lotus seed. Chapter 405 Fainting. Originally Jian Lian planned to collect all the lotus seeds here if possible, but in the end, she failed to do so even if she speeded up. When she was transported out of the illusion, although the porcelain bottle in her hand was filled with a lot, she was still a little worried that it was not enough. Can the system be turned on again? Maybe you can collect more by entering a few more times. But in the end, the system's words made her give up the idea. Your body can't bear it. If you take a closer look at your current cultivation level, if you go in again, it's likely that not only Su Yeshuan will fall into a deep sleep, but you will also fall into a deep sleep. Jian Lian's expression was slightly condensed, and he hurriedly checked his cultivation level, and found that his original cultivation level in the early stage of Mahayana had been directly promoted to the middle stage of transcending tribulation in several steps. If she can't control it any longer, she will immediately reach her end and disappear into ashes in this world. How could it be like this? The idea of going in again was put aside for a moment. This was the case this time. If she went in again, she might not even be able to send the first one to Su Yeshuan. He put away the porcelain vase containing the lotus seeds and flew towards the ground. Jian Yan quickly discovered her appearance, and at the same time also discovered the changes in her cultivation. Jian Yan looked at her very seriously. Little sister, your cultivation, Tian Weishan, has not yet been opened. Although it is already under preparation, it still makes people worry that it cannot keep up with the growth rate of my little sister's cultivation. Brother, I know. I will pay attention. Jian Lian didn't expect it to turn out like this at all, so he had to be very careful next. Although it took some spiritual energy to help open the illusion at the beginning, Jian Yan didn't need to do anything else after the illusion was opened. Based on this, Jian Lian said goodbye to Jian Yan after coming out of the illusion. Brother, if the matter is urgent, I will rush back first. Jian Yan nodded. Don't worry, little sister. You don't have to worry here. I will take care of it. In fact, people on both sides were already shocked by Jian Yan's exposed hand. When Jian Lian hurried back, the system explained why her cultivation level increased so much when she entered the illusion. The illusion is the place where spiritual energy and demonic energy are most balanced. It is most suitable for your physique. Therefore, as soon as you enter the illusion, your dantian will absorb it crazily. Jian Lian was secretly frightened as he listened. Does that mean if I delay any longer, I might overabsorb it and reach my death limit? The illusion doesn't allow you to pick so much, and I will remind you, so you don't have to worry about it. If something happens to the host, then all the hard work over the years will be in vain. The effort was in vain. Jian Lian also had some guesses about the origin of the system. Before, the system was unwilling to mention it, and would not mention its origin at all. Now she has some memories. System, your origin is related to the world tree. No. Yes, I am a tree but on the world tree. If there is a problem with the world tree, then I will replace it to maintain the entire world, and then grow into a new world tree. This time I take the initiative to follow you, and hope that I can save that old guy. Actually, I'm not really a system. I'm just saying that the system was more acceptable for that scientific era. Although he had speculated before, Jian Lian never expected such a result. Then will you leave? It has been by her side since the beginning of this world. And when she suddenly thought that one day it would leave, she felt extremely reluctant to part with it. Yes, but not now. The system did not say anything else. It revealed some of the matter in advance to give the host a chance to adapt. Because although her cultivation level had increased in the illusion, Jian Lian had also consumed a lot of it. She did not dare to forcefully use her spiritual power anymore, fearing that it would not be good if she recovered and her cultivation level would increase again. If she can't suppress it at all, she will really be finished. Therefore, she still used spiritual stones to control the spacecraft on the way back. The speed was not slow. Otherwise she would really have to risk her death limit and waste her spiritual energy again. In the past, I was very happy that my special physique could advance so quickly, and I could take this opportunity to crush those of the same age. But now I have to worry about my cultivation level advancing too fast, and I will really have to deal with it if I fail. The spaceship soon arrived at Kunlun. She worked hard to suppress her cultivation along the way, but for some reason, while others slowed down her progress later, she moved faster than usual. Faintly, she already felt that she could no longer suppress her cultivation. When they arrived in Kunlun, Jiang Lian didn't even stop and flew directly to Wan Yifeng through the formation. Everyone in Kunlun was very surprised who was so bold. But the spiritual pressure was extremely powerful. During this period of time, the mountain guarding beasts were hovering over Kunlun. You must know that the mountain guarding beasts are dragons. They are so powerful in guarding, and they must be powerful to be able to pass through the protective formation and directly reach Wan Yifeng. Therefore, the disciples under Kunlun were very self-aware and did not make any inquiries. They did not dare to poke their heads more, for fear that the person with that pressure would directly attack them, and they would be wiped out. When Jiang Lian arrived, he felt relieved when he saw the combination of Su Yeshuan and Xuanye, who were still sleeping but safe. System. Do you think which part of his soul memory will occupy more of his memory when he wakes up this time? The system understood the host's shrunken character and gave a very realistic answer. Their memories are mixed, and all memories will be there. But when they wake up this time, they probably won't be Demon Lord Sun Yi or Su Yi Sun. Jiang Lian was stunned for a moment, and her original anxiety was raised. Who could that be? Because the memory has not been fully restored, and there is no time to clarify it. There is another possibility that has never occurred to my mind. The Emperor of Heaven, Yi Sun. With a bang, the result exploded directly in her mind, and the system continued without stopping. He has the memory of 3 lives with you. Don't worry. You can still regard him as Su Yeshuan, because he is still him. How can it be the same? She strongly opposed it in her heart, but after having the chaotic memory, there was another voice in her heart telling her the same thing. She would know after she recovered all her memories. Jiang Lian took out the porcelain bottle containing the lotus seeds from the space. Can I feed it directly? How many pills should I feed? It doesn't matter if you feed them all in. After getting the exact answer, Jiang Lian fed the lotus seeds to Su Yeshuan without any scruples. Fortunately, with a push of spiritual power, he directly put them into his mouth, and there was no problem of being unable to feed them. There were quite a few lotus seeds in the porcelain vase. As the lotus seeds in the porcelain vase reached the bottom, and Su Yeshuan hadn't woken up yet, Jiang Lian became a little anxious and didn't even bother to suppress his cultivation. In addition, in order to better integrate Su Yeshuan and Xuanye, she set up a formation. The rich spiritual energy gathered made her unable to suppress her cultivation and fainted. Chapter 406 Opening, the Heaven Beyond the Heaven. The system's secret channel was terrible, and at this moment a figure directly caught Jiang Lian, who was about to land. She frowned and looked at Jiang Lian's situation, then looked at the empty bottle in her hand. Her voice was a little cold. Don't you know how to ask her to keep some for herself? The system, which has been shrinking, knows that it can't escape this time, he said weakly. It was my negligence. The man sighed. That's all. I'm going to open the sky outside the sky. You protect her. Can you protect her? The system secretly screamed. Oh my god. Why does it feel like this one is even more terrifying? Don't worry, Emperor of Heaven. I will protect your Empress. The opening of the outer world on this day will definitely cause turmoil, and there is absolutely no problem in protecting the host under the chaos. That's best. After saying that, he took out a jade-colored recliner from the space and gently placed the unconscious Jiang Lian on it. After doing all this, he was even more worried and arranged a protective formation around Jiang Lian. The formation he arranged was different from those arranged by others. It was filled with the secrets of heaven and earth, and it was estimated that no one in the world could break it apart from him. The system lamented that this person was more protective of his wife after waking up. You should also remember what General Sui Yun did. That person is expected to be very miserable. And there is Wang Jiangyan, a member of the gods and demons, who has become the queen's current brother. Condolences of silence for this man's powerful vinegar-making ability. He kissed Jiang Lian on the forehead, who seemed to be sleeping. His eyes were full of tenderness, with the tenderness and sweetness of Su Yeshuan, but also the madness of Xuanye. When he got up again, he was completely the Emperor Yi Sun, who had recovered all his memories. There was no warmth in his eyes, and there was supreme majesty on his face. Although the former heavenly Emperor Yi Sun looked majestic, he was also a bit gentle. But perhaps he was somewhat affected by the demonic energy. His level of indifference was no different from that of the original demon Lord Sun Yi. After Emperor Yi Sun left, the system secretly breathed a sigh of relief. This aura was really scary. Bai Qi, who was outside, was very surprised when he saw Yi Sun coming out, but was stunned after seeing the changes in him. A completely different atmosphere, making it scary. With supreme pressure, awe arises from the bottom of my heart. This was a situation that had never happened before. And Bai Qi didn't even dare to say a word at this time. Help me guard Wan Yanfeng. After saying this, a golden light flew out from his fingertips and headed towards the big black dragon. Bai Qi was a little confused at first. But then, he was shocked. The breath of rules of heaven and earth. This kind of thing is hard to find in the world. And you even have to realize it entirely on your own. If they, the Dragon Clan, want to ascend to the next level, they need to understand the rules of heaven and earth before entering the immortal position. How could this boy Su have this thing after being unconscious for just one time? Gave it back. It originally wanted to refuse. But it accepted Su Shuzi's kindness. This thing was also good for Su Shuzi. But looking up, Su Shuzi's aura was obviously completely different from before, causing the words that came to his mouth to roll around and not come out. Finally, he nodded and said, "Okay, I will definitely guard this place. Although it is doubtful why Su Shuzi is so cautious, it will not treat it perfunctorily." Yi Sun left, and no one knew where he went. When the ancestors of Kunlun knew about it, they were unable to detect any trace of him. Everyone is as anxious as ants on a hot pot. Su Yeshuan's system is different. If you are really possessed by a demon, it will be over. Those who were frightened even decided to go to the battlefield of immortals and demons to have a look and guard there. If not, it would be best if they went there to take protection in time. As the days passed, no one knew that at another junction of the Netherworld continent and the Xianling continent, on the Tontian Sea, a figure filled with sacred aura was suspended above the sea. The spiritual power floated, and the spiritual energy in the entire sea area was mobilized, creating a stormy sea. A ray of light drifted down from the sky, and the entire sea area was filled with a sacred atmosphere. A barrier appeared looming in the sky. That was the barrier that people who had ever tried to ascend encountered before. No matter how many times they try, the enchantment door can never be opened. They seem to be locked in the lower realm forever, unable to move forward. I saw several divine objects full of sacred aura appearing in Yi Sun's hands, wrapped in spiritual power, with golden flames on them, turning into a stream of light and flying towards the barrier in the sky. And the powerful people who sensed the extraordinary here in the distance were watching, thinking that someone who was not afraid of death was trying to open the outer world and advance to the immortal level. Everyone who originally watched the show with a mocking attitude did not expect that not long after waiting, the colorful rays of light fell from the barrier. The barrier in Tian Weishan completely changed, and the aura of the entire Xianning world became more intense. The big guys hiding in the dark flew toward the center of the Tontian Sea, and some were even so excited that they became unsteady and fell directly into the sea. They were all powerful and powerful. Otherwise, they would have been drowned by the sea and become the weirdest deaths in history. Yi Sun stood there, facing the wind independently, his jade belt glowing with glow, and his supreme majesty made the powerful men who came to retreat. Soon Shang Hanlai and other people who had awakened the memory of Tian Weishan arrived one after another, and excitedly saluted Yi Sun in midair. "Greetings, Your Majesty." The awakening of the Emperor of Heaven is the beginning of the restoration of Tian Weishan, proving that Tian Weishan can be saved. Jian Yin arrived soon. Seeing that Jian Lian was not present, he frowned and looked at Yi Sun. "Where is my little sister?" Yi Sun's expression was slightly cold, and his eyes looked at Jian Yin without any emotion. In the past, Jian Yin was a little girl who didn't dare to mention anything related to him. But now she was really upright. But now that he has an upright status, Yi Sun doesn't want to talk to him at all when he thinks about it. The low air pressure made the people around him as quiet as chickens, daring not to make any noise at all. These old subordinates in the past knew the temperament of their boss best. Not to mention that his temperament seemed to have changed a lot now. Those powerful people in the Xianming world had no idea that the road to the outer world would be open like this, and they were all eager to fly up and have a look. He didn't mind the battle between monks and demons at all, and the entire Xianming world was in a state of shock. Because of the opening of the Tian Weishan channel, the restrictions on this world level are not so strict. Jian Lian, who is far away in Wan Yanfeng, has faint signs of waking up. Here, Yi Sun led a group of subordinates towards Tian Weishan. They needed to enter Tian Weishan and make some corresponding preparations. "Are you going to let my little sister participate?" Jiang Yin stood next to Yi Sun on the spaceship heading to Tian Weishan and asked again without giving up. "I was always proud of myself. This guy was very jealous. I guess I was very angry at this time." Yi Sun glanced at Jiang Yin, who was now his uncle. This time he did not refuse to answer, but said directly, "Her cultivation level increased too fast, and she fell into a coma. Let's go up first to check the situation before letting her go up. It's okay. In fact, I have to thank Jiang Yin. If he hadn't been willing to give the skills of the gods and demons to the little girl to learn, it's probably doubtful whether the little girl would be safe now. Chapter 407 Wake Up. I don't know how long time passed. When Jiang Lian woke up again, she found that the surroundings were empty, and her memories of the previous 2 lives were completely restored, and the chaotic memories in her mind were completely smoothed out. System, how long have I been asleep? Where is Yi Sun? After her memory was restored, she knew her relationship with Sun Yi, and she already knew Sun Yi's identity, and the worries in her heart completely disappeared. Go to heaven and earth. Jiang Lian was a little surprised, but as a Taoist monk for so many years, she knew what he was thinking. Host, the most important thing for you now is to leave here and go to the outer world. Only in this way can you regain your former strength. Regarding the system's reminder, Jiang Lian knew this very well. How long have I been unconscious? His consciousness looked outside through the barrier and found that the world outside was turned upside down. The original Xianming continent became very decadent due to the closure of Time Waishan. The younger generation was very motivated, but after reaching a certain level, they just counted the years and waited for the deadline to come, and everything became sluggish. Nowadays, the Xianming continent has become full of vitality due to the opening of the Tontian Road. The great masters who have been dormant for many years have worked hard to rise up and no longer suppress their cultivation. The magnificence on the road to the sky and the legendary world beyond the sky make people yearn for it. Such a big change certainly didn't happen in a day or two. I hope the situation over there in Time Waishan is okay. Jiang Lian did not delay any longer. Now that the outer world has opened, although she still has limitations in the Xianming world, she will not be completely comatose. With the memory of Time Waishan, it will be easier to live in this world if you know how to suppress the cultivation level in your body, breaking the formation and stepping directly through the void. Bai Qi, who was guarding outside, was completely dumbfounded. How come this person's strength has become so terrifying? Even her appearance was just a shadow. If Jiang Lian hadn't wasted time to remove the formation and restore Wan Yanfeng to his original state, he probably wouldn't have been able to find it. Moving quickly towards Tian. When I arrived at Tian, I saw that the surroundings were still silent. Everything around them was still sleeping. Only a few people had woken up, but their faces were full of despair when facing this desolation. Jiang Lian looked at the still gray sky. Yes, this world will soon be able to return to its former glory. The most important thing now is to restore the original strength. Although the memory has been restored, due to the suppression of the boundary layer, it is completely impossible to break through the shackles and return to the previous state in terms of cultivation. This time, my cultivation level was higher than when I came up last time. I looked towards the distance shrouded in gray mist, where a big tree stood in the sky. But there was no spirit in the world tree that should have been lush and green. The leaves have turned yellow. System, can you find the location of Yi Sun and the others? In fact, with Yi Sun's current strength, the system might not be able to know. So she just asked subconsciously. Sorry, host. It has been restricted a lot now, because it has the same origin as the world tree. The mist released by the bloodthirsty Zerg also plays a certain role in it. Jiang Lian looked at the surrounding environment, and finally set up a formation on a hilltop that had become very empty, and began to restore his previous cultivation. The world now reveals opportunities and crises. But with Jiang Lian's formation skills, it is estimated that no one can detect the formation's hiding ability except Yi Sun, who has a Taoist companion contract with her. The recovery time didn't take long this time. When Jiang Lian opened her eyes again, she looked completely different from before. She was the same person as the queen back then. In other words, Jiang Lian at this time is more powerful than the queen of heaven and earth in her previous life. Even Jiang Yin, the leader of the gods and demons, is probably no match for her. Jiang Lian tried to contact Yi Sun, but because of the special fog outside the sky, she couldn't even connect to Yi Sun's contact information. At this time, Jiang Lian decided to go to the master's place to perform a formation first. It was not known whether he was fully awake. If he wakes up, then ask him about his plans. If he hasn't fully woken up yet, help him set up a formation. Otherwise, it will be bad if he encounters an injury without eyesight. As for Yu Xianji's request back then, I can only help complete it after everything is settled. I just hope that Hun Tian is still alive. Following the memory to find the location of the red flame, Jiang Lian was shocked to find that the old man's soul had entered the body again and fell into a deep sleep. Jiang Lian checked it. Maybe it was because of the excessive damage caused by teaching her through the Danta. It happened that she had the elixir Master Hongyan needed. After feeding it to him, Jiang Lian helped set up a protective formation. Just as he was about to leave, a black Zerg army flew towards them. Followed by even there are also monks from the outer world, who cannot withstand the invasion of time, and are devoured by the Zerg appendages. Jiang Lian fell into solemnity for an instant. There would be no problem if she killed these by herself. But time was limited, and she couldn't spend them all here. Taking out the Demon Clan token, Jiang Lian summoned the Demon Clan army. The Queen of Heaven's demon army was famously brave and invincible back then. And it was even more terrifying in the Three Realms. What is enviable is that this demon clan actually listened to the Queen's words, and even sealed the demon world under the Queen's order. Everyone in the demon world, who was summoned, was extremely excited. They started preparing everything after Jiang Lian unlocked the seal of the demon world. And now they finally have a place to use them. Seeing the demon lord who has returned to his former glory, even better than before, Gonging led the demons to bow respectfully and said, "Meet the demon lord." The sound of the monster army's arrival resounded throughout the world. And even the Zerg army was shocked. The old redhead had been imprisoned for so many years. And it was the first time he saw so many enemies. So he was extremely excited. The other demon clans were also as excited as dogs that hadn't gnawed a bone in years. Eager to try the cultivation level of the demon clan, which has been dormant for so many years, has improved. But the Zerg clan has also become stronger with the encroachment over the years. This crisis completely started when the bloodthirsty Zerg gnawed on the world tree. If traitors hadn't appeared in Tianwei to help the Zerg, it would not have reached this point. The situation back then was really dangerous. If Shi and Yi Sun hadn't sacrificed themselves to solidify and seal the entire Tianwei, the whole world would have collapsed. Quick victory! Jiang Lian looked solemn. It seems that the current situation in the world is not optimistic. If she hadn't had an accident in her second life, everything wouldn't have reached this point. Yes! The demon generals took the order and showed no mercy to the Zerg. The palace should direct everything in order. This battle took a long time. The biggest feature of the Zerg is their super reproductive ability. The dense and endless stream of Zerg makes people's scalp numb. And it is even more time-consuming. Demon Lord, if the bloodthirsty insect king cannot be found, the insect race will definitely not be eradicated. Chapter 408. Find the 5 elements beasts first. Because of the monster clan's strength, the nearby Zerg clan disappeared temporarily. Standing in the desolation, Jiang Lian looked into the distance. What Gonging said was right. Only by finding the bloodthirsty insect king can the Zerg issue be completely resolved. The bloodthirsty insect king is not in the outer world. Jiang Lian was worried when the system reminded her. This news was a bit unexpected, but it seemed reasonable. If not in Tianwei, where would it be? At this time, Jiang Lian seemed to have thought of something. The secret place where the bloodthirsty insect emperor is in Tianquan Mountain. I remember that when I was in the secret realm of Tianquan Mountain, my brother Jiang Yan encountered bloodthirsty insects. Is it possible that that is the insect king? Normally, bloodthirsty insects appear in large numbers wherever they appear. But that time there was only one. The more I thought about Jiang Lian, the more certain I became. Yes! The system was a little surprised that the insect emperor was actually there. Host, the most important thing for you now is to restore your previous comprehensive strength. The situation in Tianwei can no longer wait. I have set a fixed point for the location of the insect king. You can go back then. Have you set up a barrier? Because the system belongs to a branch of the world tree, it is completely fine to control the barrier of that world and trap the insect king inside. Yes. The plan for now is to find the 5 elements beast first. Clean up the heavenly queen, and then find the insect king. Among the 5 elemental beasts, Wood Qinglong, Fire Suzaku, Earth Qilin, Golden White Tiger, and Water Xuanwu. She is now the complete Suzaku. Qinglong was seriously injured in the last battle, and his body fell into a deep sleep. White Tiger died directly, and Xuanwu still helped suppress some of the Zerg, giving World Tree a chance to breathe. As for Qilin, because of the influence of the outer world, it went to the human world to help protect the protective barrier in the human world. The Zerg outside are easy to eliminate, but the ones on the world tree require the help of the power of the 5 elements beasts. You guys will go back to the demon realm to recuperate first. The time has not come yet. I will summon you when the time comes. After Jiang Lian gave Gonging some instructions, Gonging took the demon clan back to the demon realm. The demon clan order is also easy to use. which gives the demon clan some breathing space. When all the 5 elemental beasts are collected, the war will begin. She sensed that Yi Sun and her brother were making corresponding preparations in a corner of Tian, and they would naturally meet when the time came. Jiang Lian calculated the lower position. The most important thing now is to let the Qinglong soul return to the body, and let the little white tiger inherit it. She finally knew why Yi Sun chose the little white tiger in the first place. Because it was the reincarnation of the mythical beast white tiger. As long as she gets those things that Bai Hu left behind, her Dubai can come back. As for the barrier issue on Qilin's side, and Xuanwu's side because of urgency, now she must find something that can be a temporary replacement, so that they can escape. Qinglong's body is hidden at the bottom of the soul cliff. I hope nothing unexpected happens. All the villains in Tianwei are imprisoned there. Although it is dangerous, it is also the safest place. Before going there, she had to modify her weapons. The artifacts she was accustomed to back then were all damaged and dissipated, leaving only the silent Feiyu sword in her hand. Fortunately, Sword Spirit came back due to some strange combination of circumstances. I really have to thank the system for all this. Time was running out. Jiang Lian arranged an isolation and protective formation on the spot, and Yin Yang and Netherworld's strange fire appeared in her hands. As she advanced and recovered, the strange fire also returned to the state of the divine fire. The silver-white sword body of Feiyu's sword changed under the combination of strange fire and runes. The red line in the middle slowly spread, and gradually the whole sword turned into dark red. The aura on its body, the pressure seemed to be lifted suddenly. The pressure of the artifact will surely appear, and the flames and light will slowly converge. When Feiyu's sword completely released the seal and was promoted to a divine weapon, the sword spirit flew out from the sword and worshipped in front of her. Master! Those tears that fell unconsciously. Jiang Lian knew that sword spirit was remembering the past. Don't cry! Everything will be fine. Given sword spirit's cold temperament, he actually cried like this today? The sword spirit nodded, stood up, turned into a ray of light and flew back into the sword body, floating in front of Jiang Lian. In addition to the sword spirit, there is the Luofu pen. Called the Luofu pen. Her talisman pen was directly destroyed due to the war, and there was not even a scrap. Looking at the Luofu pen, although the level is not enough, it can be advanced further. When Yi Sun was still Su Yi Sun, he gave her a lot of good things, some of which were left behind in the sky. And when he was Sun Yi, he also gave her a lot of good things. In addition, the private vault that she had sealed for Kuifeng to help preserve was now completely unlocked, and it contained all of her important collections from back then. Take out the required materials from the space, as well as the furnace and hammer for making weapons. These were things she was used to using back then. The sound of tinkling iron was constantly heard in the dark sky. The golden light that continued to leak out attracted many people sleeping nearby. Unfortunately, the light was too strong, and it was impossible to see who the other party was. There are actually people refining weapons here. It must be too boring to wake up. The person who spoke was a female fairy. Her words were filled with incredulity. You must know that as long as there is any movement in Tianwei today, it may attract a large number of Zerg siege. Are you prepared to seek death for being so above board? I guess they didn't see this person when Jiang Lian and the others were killing the Zerg, so they don't know how powerful she is. At this moment, the aura of the talisman pen in Jiang Lian's hand was converging. A man grinned after seeing the talisman pen. The magic weapon appeared instantly and attacked Jiang Lian. It's a pity that the formation set up by Jiang Lian is impossible for him to break. In Tianwei, she said that Jiang Lian's talisman formation ability was the second, and no one dared to claim it as the first, except for the Taoist monkey Sun. It was estimated that no one could break through the formation directly. Jiang Lian quickly discovered something strange here, but it was a critical time to advance the Luofu pen in her hand, so she didn't pay much attention to it. After the man was bounced away by the formation, he attacked again without giving up. He was bounced away by the formation again and again. He looked like a dead lover. At this time, Jiang Lian has reached the final step in his hand. When the light finally converges, the entire talisman pen has a faint golden light in the green, and the talisman patterns are more prosperous. The Luofu pen, which had an impossibly high final grade, was instantly evolved into an artifact. The grade was completely comparable to the one used by Jiang Lian in his previous life. After putting away the tools for refining the weapon and removing the protective formation, it was at this time that the man's attack struck again. Jiang Lian's expression was slightly condensed. This person's strength was really not low. Fortunately, She was prepared. The newly made Luofu pen sent out a strong attack formation towards the man. Jiang Lian has always been very confident about his accurate target. The man was accidentally controlled and trapped in the formation. He struggled hard, and the formation was a little unstable. Jiang Lian took a closer look and suddenly realized that wasn't the Huntian Yuxianji asked her to help find? Chapter 409 Weird Idea. Huntian! You and I have no grievances. Why did you attack me? Jiang Lian was a little confused. Although she knew Huntian after recovering her memory, and even met him a few times, she did not have any interaction with him. You still ask me why? What did you do to her? Huntian said something ambiguous, and Jiang Lian was a little confused. Who are you talking about? This sentence exploded instantly. Who else are you asking? Where did you get that Luofu pen? If this person hadn't done something to you, how could her natural weapon appear in her hand? Huntian was blinded by hatred at this time, and he did not recognize that the person he was attacking was the queen today. Jiang Lian didn't expect the reason for his question at all. This is what fairy you gave me when I was in the Xianming world. Huntian obviously didn't believe it at all. Are you doing something bad to her? He didn't dare to say the word death at all. And he couldn't even believe that the person he loved most would one day be separated from him forever. Jiang Lian didn't understand the meaning of his words at first. She followed Huntian's gaze and looked at the Luofu pen in her hand. And then she realized what he meant. Is that why you? Without giving him a chance to continue questioning, he said directly, This was indeed given to me by Fairy Yu. I had not recovered my memory at that time. It was she who gave me all the inheritance. Speaking of which, she is also my master. She let me send you a message. Huntian obviously didn't want to believe this result. What are you talking about? Maybe it's not disbelief, but unwillingness. She asked me to ask you if you have no heart? This sentence is completely hurtful, but it is also the style of Yu Xianji. Upon hearing this, a grown man from Huntian fell to his knees and burst into tears. His Ur. It wasn't that he was heartless. Back then, he knew that he had made her angry, and he originally wanted to chase her. Unexpectedly, something happened in Tien Weishan, and all kinds of things happened one after another. He had searched frantically, but could not find any trace of her. At that time, Tien Weishan had been closed, and he originally thought that Tien Weishan could not be found. Fortunately, if he were in those small worlds, it might be much better than in Tien Weishan. The closure of Tien Weishan will not have much impact on most of those small worlds. It is just that they cannot ascend. All this was beyond his expectation. At this time, Huntian's voice was trembling. Where is she now? As a fairy, the soul that has not been completely destroyed after death will still remain in the world. The Luofu pen was passed on to Jiang Lian. So no matter how reluctant Huntian was to believe it, he probably guessed that Yu Xianji was in danger. Jiang Lian sighed. Thunder Goosen in the Xianming world. If you go back to look for her, her soul is probably sleeping. The meaning is obvious. Whether I want to see you or not depends on the situation. Thank you. Huntian turned around and wanted to leave quickly for the Xianming world. But the woman who had just started complaining about someone being too bored and refining weapons shouted out. Have you forgotten the mission your majesty ordered? Huntian is one of the generals in the heaven, and it was for this reason that he delayed his search for Fairy Yu because of the war. Now that we finally have information about her, do we have to give up the search because of the mission? At this time, Huntian was in great pain, and Jiang Lian seemed to understand what he was thinking. He reminded, Actually, she will be safer there now. After everything is over, you can go find her and apologize properly. I know she has been waiting for you. Although these words were very pale, Huntian stopped walking. Huntian is such a person. The safety of the world is always more important than feelings. What's more, the current situation in Tien Weishan is a time of life and death. Even if he knew that Fairy Yu would die, he would probably still choose to stay in Tien Weishan to help. However, Jiang Lian also believes that this person will definitely die for love and follow Fairy Yu after everything is settled. It is a great blessing for the world. But for Fairy Yu, it may be a helpless sadness. Jiang Lian asked the woman, Have you seen Emperor Zun? The fog in the sky makes it impossible for them to contact each other even if they have a Taoist contract. They haven't seen each other since she woke up, and they don't know how he is recovering. Back then, he had exhausted his cultivation for Tien Weishan, and even used himself to resist Tien Weishan's collapse. It was precisely because of his and her sacrifice back then that Tianwei genius was able to maintain its existence until now. The world tree also had a chance to breathe. The woman saluted respectfully towards Jiang Lian and said, After returning to heaven, I saw Emperor Zun. Now Emperor Zun is heading to the Fantasy Valley. He sent us to wake up the Celestial Clan army that was sleeping here. Phantom Valley? Jiang Lian instantly knew that Yi Sun was going to retrieve his natal sword Yantian. When he dissipated, Xian Tian flew to the Emperor's mausoleum, where some things and inheritance were sealed. And that was also the place where the Celestial Clan's army slept the most. Jiang Lian always wanted to find Yi Sun, let alone now that there was news about him. But she can't. The 5 elemental beasts haven't come back yet, and Tian Weishan cannot fully recover without them. And they are indispensable for the extermination of the Zerg. Jiang Lian nodded, said goodbye to Huntian and others, and headed towards the bottom of the Soul Cliff. She must gather the 5 elements beasts as soon as possible, so that she can join Yi Sun and the others as soon as possible. The bottom of Soul Cliff is a large plain area under the cliff. The bottom of the originally endless Soul Cliff is now topped by a huge mountain that looks like a giant dragon-shaped stone body connected by several stone arch bridges. Jiang Lian knew at a glance that it was Qinglong's body. After a closer inspection, he found that the medicine that had been used to treat the wound had now fully exerted its effect, and the wounds on Qinglong's body had fully recovered. The souls flying around carried evil power, but they did not dare to take a step closer to Qinglong's body. After sensing Jiang Lian's arrival, the resentful spirits flew towards Jiang Lian's position. The level of ferocity was completely unmatched in the Nether Continent before. Jiang Lian's cultivation in his previous life had been completely restored, so he had no problem dealing with these. Looking at the endless stream of resentful spirits, Jiang Lian had a flash of inspiration. This is definitely a good fighting army. Although Yi Sun is best at this aspect, he rules the 6 realms, and these are completely within his control. But the resentful souls at the bottom of the Soul Cliff have always been trapped by barriers. Those Zerg races are even more sinister than them, so they dare not get involved here at all. System, what do you think I'll train these people here into an army of the underworld? Although she knew that the system was the little bud on the world tree, and the world tree also called it little bud, she was used to calling the system. There was no change of title. The system was shocked by the strange thoughts of the host. You must know that these were all extremely evil people in the past. After death, their souls were trapped here and slowly consumed. The system screamed in its heart. If it could really be transformed into the Netherworld army, it would have been transformed long ago. Chapter 410, Controlling the Resentful Soul. Jiang Lian also asked. In fact, for her now, she would not do it at all if she was not completely sure. She couldn't do anything about such resentful spirits before. But it's different now. There is absolutely no problem with the divine and demonic bodies suppressing them. In addition, Sun Yi asked her how to control the Netherworld army when they were in the Netherworld continent. It doesn't matter if she tries. If she really succeeds, it will definitely be a big help in killing the insects this time. If it doesn't work, she has a way to make these resentful spirits disappear. The system secretly sighed. The child has grown up and is no longer a threat. But she is full of joy. Now that the little girl has recovered all her memories, she can completely rely on herself in many things. So she won't be so worried when it leaves after a while. Just do what you say. Although the soul-controlling token in the Xianming world is the best in the Netherworld, it still needs to be upgraded if you want to really accommodate these villains and resentful spirits in Tian Weishan. He looked at the dark soil around him, and the trees on the layer of soil that finally settled on Qinglong's body. Since Qinglong's body was automatically repairing his wounds during this period, the aura of the elixir from that year would inevitably leak out. And because Qinglong's body did not move at all, hundreds of thousands of years of accumulation accumulated a layer of soil and grew trees. Looking at those very good-looking trees, Jiang Lian smiled. If Qinglong, a stinking fart who always had a mysophobia, would probably go crazy if he saw his body in such a state. Jiang Lian's spiritual power moved slightly, and he took out the required materials from above, together with the black iron stones that had been specially collected in the space. He started to refine them directly on the spot. Those resentful spirits seemed to sense the threat and fled in all directions. Jiang Lian sneered. Just wait. In the past, Tian Weishan allowed these to fend for themselves. And these resentful spirits were particularly arrogant because they could not dissipate in the world so easily. I won't wait to see if I can make full use of it this time. Jiang Lian was also refined very quickly this time, and the soul-controlling order was completed soon. He couldn't wait to put away the refining furnace and summon Qinglong's soul from his dantian. At this time, Qinglong was still a bit dull and didn't look very smart. send Qinglong's soul into the sleeping body. And after seeing that they were well integrated, Jiang Lian began to collect those resentful souls. The resentful souls in Tine Weishan are much smarter than those in Netherworld continent. They can run faster and are stronger. They look like normal people. If it weren't for the black air and transparent bodies, one would have thought that they were still alive and normal. Simply because the entire barrier has boundaries. Those resentful souls couldn't escape at all, and eventually became Jiang Lian's possession. The golden totem flashed across the originally dark soul control token. Jiang Lian, holding the token containing the resentful soul in his hand, was very satisfied with this action. The system was a little shocked by Jiang Lian's behavior, as if the autumn wind was sweeping fallen leaves. Unexpectedly, this person meant what he said. It had not calculated the specific number of resentful souls at the bottom of this empty soul cliff. But it was not said that they were densely packed. After so many years, it's quite a lot to accumulate. At this time, Qilong had already opened his eyes, and his huge copper bell eyes were very dissatisfied with the dusty trees on his body. Although it belongs to wood, this situation has been normal for hundreds of thousands of years, but it still dislikes it because of its misophobia. Jiang Lian was a little funny. Qilong still seemed dissatisfied with the super dust removal technique. It would be great if Xuanwu was here. It doesn't have to worry about there being no water here and being unable to take a bath. Let's make do. Jiang Lian was also a little helpless, as this stinky dragon has always been like this. Originally, the blue dragon could hover over her dantian like a Suzaku, but its flying speed was relatively faster and easier to hide, and it was not as dazzling as the Suzaku. So Qilong transformed into a mount and carried Jiang Lian towards Baihu Rock. Little White Tiger is still young now, and can only regain the memory and abilities of his previous life by going to the land of the Divine Tiger clan. Qilong is very fast. Even though he has just returned to his body, the feeling of flying freely in the sky is infinitely better. When they arrived at Baihu Rock, Qinglong's eyes were narrowed when he saw the appearance of the little white tiger, and he tried to push the little white tiger with his huge paws. It was obvious that the current strength of the little white tiger was just a small ant to Qilong. One push, and he fell directly to the ground. Even so, the little white tiger still stood in front of Jiang Lian, with a stubborn look like you can bully me, but you must not bully my master. Qilong scoffed and said, even after being reincarnated, I still have this dead virtue. Qinglong's eyes were a little moist where the little white tiger couldn't see him, although his words were full of contempt. His eyes were full of happiness. Good brother. Fortunately, he has been reincarnated and is still here. So good. If they were to be considered miserable back then, they would have been the white tigers. But he also admitted that the white tigers were the most powerful among them. Okay. Stop teasing it. Qilong originally seemed to have a cold temper, but now he looked like a narrow-minded person. Xiao Bai, you will follow me into the palace later. It depends on you how much of the inheritance inside can be absorbed. Don't be nervous. Jiang Lian knew that the bloodline of the little white tiger had already been stimulated when he was in Thunder Gusen, and it would be much smoother to enter again this time. As for the memory of Baihu's inheritance inside, she only hopes that her Dabai can be restored to its original state. Little White Tiger would never have any objections to Jiang Lian's words, and happily agreed. Master, don't worry. I will work hard. When the little white tiger entered the hall to accept the inheritance, Jiang Lian also controlled the soul control order. If those in Tine Weishan knew what Jiang Lian did, they would definitely praise Jiang Lian's madness. Qilong was a little surprised on the side, but it was not unusual for the master to do such crazy things. Therefore, Qilong stood guard quietly. In fact, there were occasionally Zerg flying around, but when Qilong looked at them, the Zerg immediately turned into powder. Slowly, the nearby Zerg were stunned and did not dare to come any closer. The resentful souls in the soul control order were a little unscrupulous at first, but became a little trembling after the pressure of Jiang Lian's divine consciousness entered. As the formation changed, Jiang Lian had a good time watching the resentful souls suffering in the formation, seeing how their endurance was changing. The formations were constantly changing, and the soul control order's control over them became increasingly stronger. This is the special feature of the soul controlling order refined by Jiang Lian. As the torture intensified, the resentful souls did not dare to show their teeth at Jiang Lian anymore. When Jiang Lian glared at them, they simply shrank, and the fear of Gang's formation emerged from the bottom of their hearts. Jiang Lian was very satisfied with the response of these resentful souls. The soul control order itself had a control effect on the resentful souls. Anyone captured by her using special methods was as if she had signed a contract. Under the training of the formation, those resentful souls became more organized, just like an enhanced version of the Netherworld army. At this time, there was a huge roar of beasts in the hall. Jiang Lian was shocked and hurriedly stood up and rushed towards the hall, followed closely by Qilong. Chapter 411 Meeting Yi Sun. When Jiang Lian arrived, spiritual energy gathered around him, so powerful that the space was distorted. Jiang Lian was shocked. The white tiger in the formation lay on the ground, his eyes closed tightly, surrounded by golden light. That huge body indicates that its inheritance has been completed. But because its strength is too strong, its spiritual power has formed a spiritual whirlpool, and there is even a faint tendency of space gaps appearing. The spiritual power poured out from his hands, trying to calm down the rioting spiritual energy. Jiang Lian's strength is also ranked among the best in Time Weishan. With Qilong, he originally thought he could control it quickly, but he didn't expect that the gap in space became more obvious due to their arrival. Jiang Lian secretly thought that it was bad. He was originally planning to work with Qilong to get the white tiger out, but he didn't expect that the gap in the space would become larger and suck the three of them in. Although space gaps are very common in this world, they are also very troublesome. After being teleported out of the space gap, Jiang Lian only felt that the surrounding sky was darker than the original place. With the speed of falling, he released his spiritual consciousness and found that the surrounding environment was very familiar. After meeting Yi Sun, Jiang Lian finally knew where this place was. Yi Sun below seemed to sense something, and quickly looked up, just in time to see his little girl falling towards him, and hurriedly flew to catch her. The white tiger over there also woke up during the fall, discovered the environment he was in, hurriedly adjusted his state, and finally landed safely. Qilong is relatively better and can control himself in midair. So among the three who landed on the ground, Qilong is the most handsome and heroic. Jiang Lian is the most romantic, and the surroundings are full of sweetness, while Baihu maintains his majestic image in front of everyone. Jiang Lian looked at the person holding him. Although he had only met him in the Xianming world before, he had the memory of his first life in the world of heaven and earth. Looking at him, his heart felt like it was a lifetime ago, full of longing. Mister, because of Sunya's partial memory, Yi Sun was actually feeling uneasy at this time. After the little girl called out the husband's words, he completely broke his guard. Holding her tightly, it was like a lost and found treasure, full of cherishment. Miss Sir, everyone is watching. Let me down. As soon as Jiang Lian said these words, the people around him hurriedly lowered their heads and did not dare to say anything. The system complained in its heart. You have been unscrupulous in the past, and these people present have been fed by your dog food for a long time, and they have become accustomed to it. Didn't you see that they have formed a conditioned reflex to lower their heads and pretend not to hear? Afraid that his wife would explode, Yi Sun obediently put Jiang Lian down from his arms. After carefully looking at the surrounding environment, I was sure that it was the Phantom Valley. It looks like Yi Sun and the others haven't reached the Imperial Mausoleum yet. She was a little surprised when she met Han Tian and the others before. She said that Yi Sun and the others were going to the Emperor's Mausoleum of the Illusion Valley. She had gone to the bottom of the Soul Cliff and the White Tiger Rock for a long time. She originally thought that they had already come out of the Illusion Valley. I didn't expect that I hadn't gone in yet. Miss Sir, are you preparing to go to the Imperial Mausoleum? Because he had memories of his first life. Jiang Lian didn't care at all whether Su Yeshuan or Xuanya was the one. He can do it at night. Moreover, her second life memory has also been restored. Yes, I encountered some trouble on the road before. Yi Sun took out a communication jade tablet and handed it to Jiang Lian. Take this communication jade token. Jiang Lian's weapon refining skills are considered to be the best in the heaven, but they are still inferior to Yi Sun's. He had to be the one to figure out the communication jade card that could be used in this situation. Jiang Lian happily put away the communication jade token. If she had not fallen into this situation, she was going to look for materials that could replace Xuanwu and Qilin, and then replace the two of them. Now that Yi Sun is going to the Imperial Tomb, she is a little worried. Although the Imperial Mausoleum was a mausoleum prepared by Yi Sun himself, the level of danger inside it over the years has not been the same as it was back then. In addition, the Qianyuan sword is a ruthless person. After so many years, even though Yi Sun is his old master, he probably won't care about this. He is very unruly. Host, you don't have to worry. There happens to be something in the Imperial Mausoleum that can be used to set up formations to replace Xuanwu and Qilin. You have to go in sooner or later. The system reminded Jiang Lian to think carefully about what substitutes Yi Sun had packed into the Imperial Mausoleum. After thinking for a while, he found that there seemed to be none. Finally, the system reminded her. The Taiyan 5-element stone. Emperor Zun originally wanted to give it to you directly, but it turned out that you were obsessed with the treasure hunt game during that time. In desperation, Emperor Zun put them all in the Emperor's mausoleum. Wait for you to find it. At this time, Jiang Lian finally remembered this paragraph. Before the disaster in Taiyan Weishan, she had indeed been obsessed with treasure hunting for a while, and treasure hunting in various ways. During that time, Yi Sun accompanied her to set up many treasure hiding places. Later, her interest in treasure hunting became over, and she fell in love with eating. She wanted to try all kinds of delicacies. So many of the treasure hiding places she had set up before were shelved. Jiang Lian was a little shocked when she thought of this. But it was true, and she couldn't blame her. The time in the world was really long, and if she didn't find something to kill her time, there would be only a long time left. Since there was something in it that could be replaced, she followed him into the Imperial Mausoleum to look for it. At this time, she asked the system with some uncertainty. Was it when I hid the Taiyan 5-element stone that I was playing on high difficulty? The system's speechless silence indicated that she had guessed. It's really your own fault. This high level of difficulty is simply a waste of time, and even increases the danger for them now. System. Besides the Taiyan 5-element stone, are there other materials that can be substituted? Jiang Lian thought about it in her mind, and found that there was really no such thing. At this time, the system also answered her. After calculation, this Taiyan 5-element stone is the most suitable thing, and it is also the easiest to get in Taiyan Weishan. Other estimates we have to go to other realms, which is relatively troublesome. At this time, she knew in her heart that today's Taiyan Weishan was completely different from before. If she went to other small worlds, it might cause the collapse of that world at any time. Without the maintenance of the world tree, other small worlds would become extremely fragile. Only by shielding Taiyan Weishan's self-contained system first can we reduce the losses to some extent. In the end, this is all we can do. I just hope that after hundreds of thousands of years, the institutions set up have not become more dangerous and terrifying. Looking at Yi Sun, Jiang Lian asked, Miss Sir, do you still remember where the Tianyan 5-element stone was placed? He was not surprised that his daughter-in-law suddenly mentioned Tianyan 5-element Shi Yishuan. Remember? Follow me later, and I will take you there. Jiang Lian originally wanted to say no. Just tell her the specific location, and she could just pick it up by herself. But when Yi Sun looked at her seriously, she finally gave in. Don't make me worry. Okay. Chapter 412 Cold Feeling. As soon as Yi Sun said these words, Jiang Lian was instantly frightened. Somehow every time, I feel that Yi Sun's words carry a quality that she can't bear to refuse. It's not a strong request, but one that makes you willing. Okay. Then it's okay if I accompany you to get the Qinyuan sword? Jiang Lian looked at Yi Sun seriously as he said that, and his expression was very clear. You have to agree whether you agree or not. Okay. Yi Sun's eyes were filled with helpless doting. Jiang Lian didn't know that the chicken thief was like Yi Sun. Even if this person sold him, it would probably take her several days to react. She wouldn't even blame him, and she might even praise him for a good sale. A group of people headed towards the Imperial Mausoleum. With Jiang Lian's character, he would have already complained about what other people were doing to the Emperor's mausoleum. But I really can't complain about this matter because she brought it up first. The blame must be entirely to blame for her playing in the mortal world back then. When she came back, she told Yi Sun that emperors in the world built their imperial mausoleums in advance, so that they would have a place to bury them when they died, and their wives would be buried together, in order to prevent her from having no place to go when her deadline comes. It is better to build the imperial mausoleum in advance. Yi Sun actually agreed to such a boring reason unconditionally. You have to know that their age is eternity. If one day they are really enough to be annihilated, they will directly dissipate from the world and join the heaven and earth. What bones and dregs are there to bury in the ground? But Yi Sun was stunned and agreed. If she really brought it up, it was the story of the evil concubine causing harm to the country, and causing the king to not come to court early. She herself had no shame in making fun of her. But fortunately with the imperial mausoleum, they were able to make temporary arrangements because time was tight. Even because Jiang Lian is so playful, there are so many traps inside that the Zerg cannot get in at all. The imperial mausoleum arrived quickly, with the owner Yi Sun Many dangers from the agency were avoided along the way. Those that had changed due to time were more troublesome. But they could be solved. Only then did Jiang Lian remember something. Miss Sir, where is my brother? When it comes to the opening of Time Weishan, my brother is the king of the gods and demons, and is one of the powerful gods of war in Time Weishan. So he shouldn't have failed to come forward. When Jiang Yan was mentioned, Yisun felt a little jealous, but he didn't show it fully. He went to deal with matters within his clan first. We will prepare separately. He will come back in the end. Jiang Lian didn't think much about it. The major ethnic groups in Time Weishan had been sleeping for so long, and they really needed to be repaired. Those Zerg need to be eliminated. But the most important thing for the current plan is to eliminate those in the World Tree, and to find the Insect King. The ones on the World Tree are not as easy to clean as the little Luoyuas outside. Back then, the Insect King possessed Fairy Luoshi, which caused Fairy Luoshi's temperament to change drastically, and she even became resentful, causing a lot of trouble for Time Weishan. Later, the Insect King divided out 10 insect generals, and ate up all the spiritual energy and flesh and blood of Fairy Luoshi. However, because of Fairy Luoshi, those insect generals completely stopped on the World Tree. When the problem was discovered, the insect had already built a nest on the World Tree and settled down. The inside of the World Tree was even eaten. 6 of those 10 insects were killed that year. But countless manpower and material resources were sacrificed. This time, the remaining 4 have gone through the changes of the times, and it has become more difficult. But no matter how difficult it is this time, it will definitely be cleared. Just thinking about these things, Jiang Lian found that his surroundings had completely changed. Such an obvious scene change means that even a fool would understand the situation at this time. This is entering a fantasy world. The two of them went up and down the snow-white stairs. The man stood on the steps with an indifferent expression. The woman stood a few steps down the steps with a heartbroken face. You are so cruel. I have no other extravagant wishes. I just want to watch you from a distance. Can't you even do this? The woman's face was soft and beautiful, a pure white moonlight beauty. At this time, the pear blossoms and the rain were so pitiful. But it was a pity that she was dealing with a cold-faced king, regardless of Yisun's tender and loving appearance in front of Jiang Lian. He also likes to show affection in front of others to show his ownership of Jiang Lian. But when my wife was not around, it was as cold as ice, making it harder for people to get close than thousands of years of ice. You can tell when you look at the situation in front of you. Yisun looks like he is thousands of miles away, as if he can't even listen to what the other person is saying. She recognized this woman, Jiang Lian, as the Fairy Luoshi who had caused everything back then. It seemed that she fell into this illusion just because she thought about what happened back then. He glanced around, trying to find where the flaw was. Over there. Yisun finally spoke. This is your only chance. Whether you go to the Cloud Realm or the Wilderness, it's your choice. Indifferent words cannot be rejected at all. Fairy Luoshi wanted to say something more, but Emperor Zun had already left, and Jiang Lian stood opposite and watched her fall to the ground and cry. At this moment, Fairy Luoshi didn't pay attention and penetrated into her skin through her protective shield. Jiang Lian frowned and looked at all this. System, do you think she didn't notice it? Look, the place where the Insect King got in is red. I probably didn't notice it at first, but when I found out later, I couldn't get rid of it with my own strength. Later, I even had evil thoughts. As for this sad situation, it is really not necessarily possible to discover it. It's not an exaggeration to say that Fairy Luoshi has liked Emperor Zun since she was a child. She didn't show any signs at first, and no one noticed. However, once she saw Yisun kissing Jiang Lian in public in the hall, she felt deeply in her heart. The madness began to grow. Regarding Jiang Lian's various stumbling blocks, Jiang Lian originally thought that she had offended Fairy Luoshi in some way, but later she realized that it was not her fault. Luoshi was very covert in this situation, but the trouble it brought to Jiang Lian was not small. But no matter how concealed he was still discovered by Emperor Zun Yisun. It is precisely because of this that such a scene happened. The scene then changed, and Luoshi finally chose to go to the Cloud Realm, where she tried her best to hide her thoughts. But the hatred grew more and more under the influence of the Insect King, and it even became so severe that it gave birth to 10 insect generals. Situation: the Insect King and Insect Generals are capable of thinking, and when the Insect Emperor is around, the Insect Generals are completely obedient. After laying an ambush like this for a long time, Fairy Luoshi returned to Time Weishan through her past relationships, even because of her water and wood attributes. Powerful men in the heaven were helped to take care of the world tree, weeding the surrounding trees and watering the gods, water and the like. It also happened that the world tree entered a dormant state during that time. Jiang Lian stood under the world tree, looking at the lush and leafy world tree, and then thinking about the withered yellowness now. She felt a little sad. Actually, sooner or later, there will be this disaster. If there are no Zerg, there will be others. The world tree has existed for too long. If it survives, it will be renewed for hundreds of thousands of years. If it cannot survive, it will be replaced. The system sensed Jiang Lian's inner sadness and couldn't help but comfort him. Chapter 413, The Medicine Has Mutated. When watching Luoxi pouring the divine water, the insect would continue to hide in the divine water and enter the world tree. Jiang Lian really wanted to kill Luoxi directly. At any other time, the insect will never be able to enter the interior of the world tree through the barrier, even if the world tree enters a dormant state. But the insect general raised in Luoxi's body was different. The insect king is not difficult to get rid of, as long as Luoxi controls it in his body. There is absolutely no way to derive the insect future, even combined with the power of other monks. Old man Hongyan can eliminate it with just one dose of insecticide. In the end, all the reasons for this result were Luoxi, and she even put the insect general into the world tree. Just then Jiang Lian heard Luoxi's voice. Don't you care about her? I want to see who is more important, her or the world tree that is bound to you. I'm waiting for you to beg me. Please beg me. Jiang Lian subconsciously looked at Luoxi's position and found that her face was full of ferocity. But she did not make a sound. She's crazy. Such an idea can even be related to this. She is indeed crazy. The insect emperor is in her body. She probably thought that by raising the insect emperor, she could control those insect generals and use them for her own use. In the end, it led to the subsequent tragedy, and she also lost herself. The scene was fixed on the world tree. Every once in a while, Luoxi would come over to water the water and put the insect generals into the world tree. Those insects were born in Luoxi and kept warm for a period of time, so they were full of water and with elements. Even after entering the world tree, Luoxi used his own spiritual power to camouflage them, causing everyone to fail in time. Discovery. The 10 insects lurked in the world tree for a while before they began to break through the disguise and gnaw. As a result, the world tree woke up from dormancy and notified Yi Sun. Luoxi originally wanted to use this to threaten Yi Sun into compromising, so there was no pretense at all. She was crazy, but the insect king was not crazy. He just found an opportunity to escape. If he was really besieged, he wouldn't be able to withstand it. This is also the characteristic of the Zerg. You're still protecting her like this. You've always had her eyes on her since you were little. And what about me? We've known each other since we were little. Why can't you look at me? Luoxi covered her wound with blood spilling from the corner of her mouth. Her eyes full of stubbornness. Faced with Emperor Zun's ruthlessness, she was still madly in love. Jiang Lian was not at the scene when Luoxi was discovered. This sentence was really disgusting. This person has never had anything to do with him. And she and Yi Sun are a young couple, and they became Taoist couples early. This is something that everyone knows. What kind of person is she? Don't look at her. Yi Sun's face looked as ugly as a fly. He didn't talk nonsense to her at all. With a wave of his hand, the general behind him took the order to attack her. Today, Luoxi has been almost eaten by the insect king. He is completely defenseless under the siege. He even completely collapsed after the insect king escaped. The remaining flesh and blood turned into countless small insects and fled around. The scene was a bit chaotic and disgusting. Yi Sun and the others were originally prepared, but unexpectedly some of them escaped, and the number of bugs increased rapidly. The insect will have been lurking on the world tree for a long time, and even because of the plan, it is extremely difficult to remove it. The entire Time Waitian has also entered a crisis due to the injury to the world tree. Watching Time Waitian change step by step, the picture in front of Jiang Lian changed again. Facing the surrounding darkness and Yi Sun's concerned eyes, Jiang Lian knew that she was completely back. Are you okay? Seeing Jiang Lian wake up, Yi Sun breathed a sigh of relief. Shaking his head, Jiang Lian comforted. It's okay. This is just a small illusion. If what you are thinking about is not greed, it will be very easy to come out. You can come out as soon as the thing you are thinking of is over. Miss Sir, is it still far from the location of the Taiyan 5-element stone? It was really possible to hide it back then. How long has it been since I came here, and I still haven't found it? Almost there. just in front. Although there were a lot of mechanisms set up to increase the difficulty when he was originally storing them, he didn't want the little girl to get hurt trying to find them. So he set up things that she was good at. The magic array just now was just an appetizer. After being reminded by Yi-sun, Jiang Lian took out the Luofu pen and slowly encountered many formations. There was a clang sound, and a mechanism sounded. Jiang Lian fell into a cave without checking. Yi-sun originally wanted to hold her, but they were sucked in together. Shang Hanlai and others who were following him were too late to help, so they hurriedly checked the surrounding mechanisms. But these mechanisms were really troublesome, and it was really troublesome to solve them. For people like Jiang Lian, who are super strong in weapon refining and talisman formation skills, this mechanism is not a problem at all. But it is a pain for people like them. Even though they are also elites, they have specializations in their art. It's really unique that a show of affection can lead to something like this. When he touched the ground, Jiang Lian checked, but the surrounding light was too weak, making it difficult to distinguish. Sir, what kind of institution is this? Yi-sun on the side hugged her, his consciousness spreading. If the surroundings were too dark and Jiang Lian was paying close attention to the surroundings, he would have noticed the embarrassment and shyness on his face. Everything was very quiet, and there was a faint smell of gas floating in the darkness. Yi-sun secretly thought something bad. Block your breathing. Jiang Lian was still surprised. Although he was shielded in time, he still couldn't notice that he had inhaled some of the gas. Sensing the abnormality in his body, Jiang Lian's face turned dark. Because of the gas surrounding him, Jiang Lian did not dare to speak with his mouth, and directly transmitted his voice into the secret passage. Why did my husband prepare such a thing here? The potency of this medicine is not small. This is the rhythm of ecstasy. Jiang Lian couldn't see clearly in the environment here, but Yi-sun's skills were special, so there was no problem in seeing clearly. At this time, I felt the changes in the little girl's body and the surrounding situation, and I secretly screamed that it was terrible. That medicine has deteriorated over the years. This was not what was prepared originally. It was originally a healing elixir that was put together with other things. Unexpectedly, they were accidentally mixed and deteriorated. Jiang Lian now knows the most about this type of medicine, so she knows what he said is right. But how to get out of here? Come with me. He was worried that the little girl would be angry. After all, this was the critical moment to encounter such a thing. So he explained. Actually, this medicine room was not here originally. I installed a movable one. I didn't expect to encounter it here this time. Also unlucky about the drug mutation. Jiang Lian also felt speechless. Let's find the exit quickly. Are there a lot of other medicines inside? Considering Yi-sun's generosity in hiding treasures, this is probably not less. At this time, her body was getting more and more uncomfortable, and she couldn't help but gasp. And her body and hands were very hot. Chapter 414 Lazy Man. Yi-sun soon discovered something was wrong with her. But in this situation, he could only support her. Jiang Lian finally realized that something was wrong. Miss Sir, what kind of medicine did you put in? The suppression with spiritual power became more and more fierce. I couldn't help but think of some kind of medicine in my mind. I was horrified and thought secretly, it shouldn't be possible. If it were those two medicines, she probably wouldn't be able to get out today. Saint Luo and the spirit building pill. Are there any others? Just these two medicines have no such effect at all. Yi-sun thought for a moment, and finally said, there are also Yujin Yashin pills. And there are many others. I forgot to put anything in some of the restocked ones. Jiang Lian was really depressed after hearing this. Sheng Luo alone knew that it must be those two medicines mixed with others. That medicine cannot be resisted with spiritual power at all. And the more you resist, the worse it becomes. Can your husband see the specific location of those pills? They must be put away first. I don't know how much the elixir is. If the quantity is too much, it's really over. The plan for now is to put those things away first. They can no longer be allowed to fuse and emit gas. Otherwise people will really die. I don't know what caused the two elixirs to fuse together. Under normal circumstances, unless they were refined or eaten to react with each other, such a thing would not happen at all. Jiang Lian was so weak at this time that she couldn't help but raise and lower her hands to Yi-sun, who was supporting her. Fortunately, she still had some sense in her head. Can you? There's still a long way to go from here. Yi-sun looked at his wife's appearance and felt a little distressed, secretly cursing himself for throwing in all the useless pills in this space so casually. Later, he forgot what was in it, and because his wife wanted to play a treasure hunt game, He put in the best medicine like St. Lo. After all, this elixir room is movable and has good playability. Jiang Lian nodded. That's not nonsense. Even if it doesn't work, it has to work. If those elixirs were to release more gas, her small body would not be able to bear it. St. Luo is not the best elixir from the mortal world. It is the best elixir from heaven. This thing is really good, and it has a great effect on improving the meridians, bones, etc. But it has a taboo point. That is, it cannot be used when you are injured, nor can it be taken together with other medicines. He helped Jiang Lian walk to the storage location. But during this process, even though Yi Sun held his breath in time, how could he sit calmly with his beloved in his arms? At this time, Yi Sun just wanted to get rid of those medicines quickly. Otherwise this situation would not work. It would be too much for both of them. Jiang Lian couldn't use his spiritual power now, but Yi Sun could. So the place to store the medicine arrived quickly. Looking at the evolved naughty medicine spirit, Jiang Lian instantly understood what was going on. He took out a pill specially designed to attract the medicine spirit from the space, crushed it in his hand, and stretched it towards the medicine spirit. Yao Ling looked at her curiously, and was finally attracted by the scent of the medicine in her hand. After climbing onto Jiang Lian's hand, he was taken into the space by her without checking. Yao Ling, who was originally angry and wanted to go berserk, was so happy when he saw the environment in the space that he was like a mouse entering a rice vat. There are countless elixirs in the whole space, and the charming taste is like a tailor-made paradise. The joyful Yao Ling never thought that Jiang Lian would deal with his naughty behavior when he calmed down. At this time, Jiang Lian in the medicine room endured the discomfort and put the medicine back into the bottle. He could hardly control himself. Fortunately, those medicines will no longer react with each other without the influence of the medicine spirit. There was a bump sound. Jiang Lian's legs were weak, and she accidentally knocked down the shelf on the side. At this time, she could no longer control herself at all. She stood up and pushed Yi Sun down, and started moving her hands up and down. Although Yi Sun was still awake, he knew that this was the only way. A protective array disc appeared in his hand, and immediately protected him and Jiang Lian inside. The scene inside was completely invisible from the outside. The medicinal mist outside slowly dissipated, but the barrier showed no sign of receding. Time passed slowly, and somewhere, Shan Hunlai and his subordinates were anxious like ants on a hot pot, looking around, hoping to find the entrance. As a result, the entrance to the secret room seemed to have disappeared and could not be found. And when Jiang Lian woke up and looked at the lazy man beside him, although he was unconscious just now, he still had memories, and his face turned red when he thought about it. You actually brought the bed with you? Jiang Lian was confused for a moment and forgot that there were all those mobile houses inside. Yi Sun looked at his daughter-in-law's embarrassment and joked. Madam, you don't like it? Jiang Lian glared for a moment, but she had completely recovered at this time. Yi Sun was still a bit coquettish in nature, and she had already experienced this in her long years in Tine Weishan. He patted a certain sultry man's thigh and said, Get up! Everyone is probably anxious outside. Madam hasn't said whether she likes it or not. Huh? Even though he said this, Yi Sun still stood up lazily, looking like a well-fed cat. Seeing him slowly getting dressed, Jiang Lian rolled her eyes and gave it to him, and said angrily, I don't know if I like it or not. Why don't I try it again? This teasing was incredible. Seeing Yi Sun really pounce on him, Jiang Lian hurriedly put her hand on his smooth but powerful chest, making him unable to move forward. Yes, we can't be poor anymore. Business is important. In the end, Yi Sun tidied up obediently, not forgetting to help Jiang Lian. His appearance as a wife and slave was completely different from his cold and majestic appearance outside. It was no wonder that he only kissed her on the cheek outside. Fairy Luoshi went crazy back then and couldn't stand the aloof emperor. There is also such a tender look. Standing opposite Yi Sun, looking at Yi Sun's dog-like appearance, Jiang Lian couldn't help laughing. My dear Lord Emperor, do all your subordinates know that you are like this? That's all you know. He pressed it against her ear, and it felt warm as he spoke. Jiang Lian didn't know that Yi Sun, who also had the memory of the third life, cared about her in the second life because of her previous demonization, and her concern about whether she liked him or not was even more magnified. Even though Jiang Lian still treated him, they were still admirably loving Taoist couples, but his heart was already in turmoil. A cleaning spell was used on both of them, and the two people who were originally messy returned to their fairy-like appearance. Picking her up, Yi Sun chanted a spell in his mouth and took her directly out of the medicine room. The bright light ahead in the darkness instantly attracted their attention. Sui-yun. Under the withered tree trunks, a figure was wrapped in the branches. Spiritual energy continuously overflowed from the person. It was the scene seen in the illusion of the Scarlet Blood Mansion in the Netherworld continent. Chapter 415 Meeting Crazy Sui-yun again. Jiang Lian subconsciously looked at Yi-sun, who was standing next to her, and was secretly relieved that she didn't notice the unhappy atmosphere. She really didn't blame her for this. She had no idea why Sui-yun fell in love with her, and even made an exchange with the World Tree. Looking at the pale face and the transparent body that seemed to dissipate in the wind, it was completely impossible to connect with the silent boy back then. After thinking about it carefully, when he met Sui-yun, it was when his mother abandoned him and left the family with others. At that time, he completely turned into a pitiful little person who could be bullied by everyone. What did she do when everyone bullied him? When she was still young, and her sense of justice was at an all-time high, she whipped the bullies so hard that they no longer even recognized their parents. Her family is so powerful that no one dares to settle accounts with her. Maybe because she saved him. Or maybe he wouldn't be bullied by following her. Sui-yun liked to follow her like a tail. Fortunately, he didn't dare to follow her when she was with Yi-sun. Sui-yun seemed to be afraid of Yi-sun since he was a child. But as his age and cultivation level increased, Sui-yun became Yi-sun's right-hand man, and one of the gods of war in the sky. I never thought that Sui-yun would do this for her. At this time, Sui-yun, who was tied up by the World Tree, noticed them. He raised his head and looked over. When he saw Jiang Lian, there was light in his eyes, and regret that he could not love her. Then he came with endless crazy hatred. He hated why everyone and everything were leaning towards this person, not even allowing him to fulfill his extravagant wish for a lifetime of love. Sui-yun smiled crazily. At this time, he stopped pretending and looked in the direction of Jiang Lian with nostalgia. His eyes filled with love. Yi-sun, who was originally very dissatisfied with Sui-yun's actions, immediately became furious when he saw him looking at his little girl like this. He hid Jiang Lian behind him and directed the fierce wind in his hand towards Sui-yun. Jiang Lian was shocked. Impulsiveness is the devil. Although she was afraid that Yi-sun would go crazy, but she still reminded, "Don't be angry. You must not let him die now. Otherwise, the World Tree will not be able to hold on, and Tian Weishan will really collapse." They are not fully prepared yet. Even if there are only 4 insect generals left on the World Tree, that power will definitely be damaged if they face it directly now. It has already happened once. This time Tian Weishan will definitely recover. This is the last chance. For the sake of thousands of living beings, I can bear this anger and deal with him in a few days. Yi-sun, a black-faced emperor like Emperor Zun, fully understands this truth in his heart, but it won't make it easy for him. "I think you are willing to sacrifice yourself for Tian Weishan, but it is your fault that you miss her." Yi-sun's voice was cold, and he looked like a dead person facing Sui-yun. A breath hit Sui-yun, and Yi-sun pulled Jiang Lian out. "Let's go! They are waiting for us. Don't keep them waiting." Jiang Lian also noticed the breath, but she knew that Yi-sun was sensible, so she followed him away without saying anything. She had never expected that Sui-yun would become like this. She had no way of giving an answer to Sui-yun's feelings. She had made it very obvious from the beginning to the end. She was loyal to Yi-sun and never gave anyone a chance to misunderstand him. She never expected Sui-yun to be like this. "It's because you didn't give him any chance. That's why Sui-yun asked for the World Tree in exchange for giving him a chance in his life." The system couldn't help but complain about the host. This rotten peach blossom is really too tough. Jiang Lian's face turned dark. After they left, Sui-yun was also hit because he failed to avoid Yi-sun's sneak attack. His mind began to lose consciousness, and childhood nightmares kept appearing in front of his eyes, magnifying the most terrifying things in his past. And even those who bullied him turned into Jiang Lian in the end. No one can resist Emperor Zun's nightmare. But Sui-yun is so stubborn. He is recalling the things he hates most in his mind. And even Jiang Lian has become his enemy. He still looks greedily at the face of the woman in his mind, with the eyes in his eyes, full of madness and love. The World Tree sighed. "Idiot! Why are you doing this? Wouldn't it be better to change to other conditions? As long as he is willing to contribute himself as nourishment, he will not be allowed to disappear from the world. And the future will even be better than it is now. But he should never make such a request. To peep at that jealous woman would be to seek death. Now that he has fallen into such a crazy state, it would be very difficult for him to be reincarnated again." "Why bother? You said why should I bother? This may be the only breakthrough in the endless despair. Ha ha ha! But I lost the bet. Lost the bet. Sui Yun laughed crazily, his face full of ferociousness. You clearly promised me. Why did you break your promise? Why did you break your promise? If he doesn't break his promise, then he will be content even in another life. He doesn't ask her to see him in her eyes in this life. Isn't that okay? It is also controlled by the world tree. Otherwise the black energy on Sui Yun would have emerged long ago. This person's willpower is really extraordinary. After so many years of mental torture, he is only now showing signs of anger. Somewhere in the Xianning world, Sui Yun's reincarnation strength improved by leaps and bounds, and he jumped directly to the path of immortality. Looking at the heartless Yin Yin in the distance, Sui Yun, who had recovered his memory, resolutely turned around and headed towards Tian Weishan's position. He didn't care even if he was doomed. He couldn't help but think of the scene of her blocking him in his childhood. That young face was full of perseverance. He looked fierce at those who bullied him. But he was extremely cute. She said, "Have you ever asked me if I agree with bullying him?" She said, "This is the person I am protecting. If you want to bully him in the future, you must think carefully about it." She said, "Don't be afraid. No one will dare to bully you in the future." She also said, "Only when you become stronger will they not dare to bully you anymore." He was very obedient and became stronger. But she never looked back. He knew that she had always been a person who had a clear sense of grudges and would never give anyone else a chance when she identified a person. He has always been willing to watch silently behind her. Later, when there was a problem with the world tree, he finally couldn't bear the madness in his heart and made such demands on the world tree while others were in danger. But was he wrong? Why do you do this to him? Why? Jiang Lian and others here have no idea that the reincarnation of Sui Yun in the Xianning world is heading towards Tian Weishan. They had no idea that the randomly moved medicine room would lead them directly underground to the roots of the world tree. "Let's go directly to get the Taiyan 5-element stone ourselves," Yi Sun informed his subordinates. And thanks to another communication jade token, he saved a lot of trouble. Jiang Lian has no objection to this at all. Although there are more people and strength, it may be more convenient for the two of them to travel lightly. "Where exactly is the Taiyan 5-element stone?" "We walked so far before and didn't reach it. This time we changed the direction, hoping that there wouldn't be any more problems. I felt a little flustered for some reason, and I did some calculations with my hands. Bad luck." Jiang Lian was a little worried and couldn't help but ask the system, "Can you predict what will happen next?" Chapter 416 So ugly. This is really impossible. If it could predict the danger in advance, the world tree would not be eaten by the bloodthirsty insects. Jiang Lian sighed secretly, and could only resign herself to fate and take things as they came. Under the leadership of Yi Sun, she discovered that there was also an intersection above, and the path was closer than below. But relatively speaking, the level of danger was also higher. Now she regrets that it was too late to find trouble. Why did you think she was bored and wanted to play the treasure hunt game back then? So many agencies are now suffering themselves. As long as the person who set up the levels is nearby, it won't be difficult to unlock those mechanisms. Roar! A shrill beast roar sounded, and Jiang Lian's heart thumped again, and she became even more panicked. This voice was very familiar. Jiang Lian couldn't help but ask the three animals resting in his danceon, "Do you think that voice is Xuanwu's?" Subconsciously speeding up their pace, Yi Sun couldn't help but frown. The situation didn't seem to be as good as they thought. Bai Hu was full of seriousness, while Suzaku couldn't help but wanted to go and see what was going on. Qinglong remained silent, but the aura on their bodies, as their contract owner, made it clear to her that the voice just now was that of Xuanwu. "Don't panic, Suzaku. I'll go over and take a look first." Following Yi Sun's pace, they finally saw the huge figure in the woods through a barrier. A black snake with a dragon head, phoenix wings, and a python body hovers above the huge turtle with a dragon's head and a unicorn's tail on its back. He originally looked majestic, but now he had many wounds on his body, and the wounds had already suppurated. And just in front of it floated a soul looking at it ferociously. Looking at Xuanwu like this, Jiang Lian's eyes turned red instantly. The omnipotent mythical beast Xuanwu, who once had access to yin and yang and could enter the underworld at will, was injured like this. Jiang Lian was not feeling well, because both of them had hidden formations set up on them. Xuanwu and the soul did not discover their existence. "Isn't it very arrogant? Let me see how long you can be arrogant." As he said that, the soul laughed crazily, as if he had encountered something particularly enjoyable. That bitch can't come back. They can't come back. Just wait to die. Xuanwu didn't answer her, but the pain in his body made him couldn't help but turn his body, and the sounds of pain continued to escape from his mouth. Scream! Scream! The more you scream, the more excited those bugs will be inside your body. Enjoy it slowly. Jiang Lian now saw clearly who the soul was. Luo Shi. She's not even out of her mind yet. It dissipated into powder under the siege of everyone, because the world tree was facing a huge crisis at that time. If it was not dealt with in time, Tian Weishan would face the possibility of collapse. Under such circumstances, everyone ignored the possibility of Luo Shi's soul reuniting. I didn't expect to be here. He even injured Xuanwu like this, because Xuanwu helped the world tree suppress the bloodthirsty insect generals and kept several worlds from collapsing directly. He had no spare ability to guard against Luo Shi's little moves. Jiang Lian was furious. When she wanted to rush forward, Yi Sun held her back. Find the Taiyan 5-element stone first. Otherwise Xuanwu's efforts for so many years will be in vain. Then you go get the Taiyan 5-element stone. You know where it is faster. I'll take care of that woman first. At this time, Jiang Lian's eyes were red. The 4 mythical beasts had been with her since she was a child. They were her contract. Beast, her brother, is her family. Yi Sun looked at her seriously. Okay, but you promised me not to take any risks. If anything happens, we'll wait until I come back to get together. Yi Sun left after Jiang Lian nodded, but his speed was obviously faster. In fact, the one who knows his little girl best is him. Even though Jiang Lian promised not to do dangerous things without permission, but that was her contracted beast, and Xuanwu had been following her for the longest time. She would definitely not sit idly by and ignore it now. The only thing he can do is to get the Taiyan 5-element stone as quickly as possible. After Yi Sun left, a Luofu pen appeared in Jiang Lian's hand, and it flew up quickly, and a trapping formation envelope covered Luo Shi. Luo Shi, who was originally arrogant, was laughing wildly when he saw Xuanwu's painful expression, but was caught by the formation, looking towards the entrance. He panicked when he saw Jiang Lian's face. Aren't you dead? Why? Why? She obviously hid in the dark and watched her dissipate naturally. She even secretly tampered with her on the way to reincarnation. Determined not to return to Tian Weishan again, he struggled hard. But even though Jiang Lian was reborn from the lower world, the ability of the talisman array was even more powerful, and he couldn't break free at all. However, Luo Shi was not a vegetarian, and while Jiang Lian was going to save Xuanwu, he started looking for flaws. When he saw Jiang Lian, Xuanwu's originally serious face was full of smiles. Master! Even though the pain on his body was unbearable, Xuanwu felt that the pain on his body was worth it the moment he saw Jiang Lian. Jiang Lian was full of heartache. Most of Xuanwu's spiritual power was used to help the world tree to keep the world from collapsing. When the Zerg entered the body, he didn't have that much energy to prevent the Zerg from growing. This time the Zerg are different from the Zerg king back then. In order to hide himself, the insect king completely let the insects erode from the inside. The insects attracted by Luo Shi were completely unscrupulous. Starting from the appearance, the outside of Xuanwu had been eroded to the point of being unsightly. I couldn't help but shed tears, and the movements of my hands did not stop. A pill appeared and Jiang Lian threw it directly into Xuanwu's mouth. The spiritual power floated and surged toward Xuanwu's body. At this time, the Suzaku, White Tiger and Qinglong and her Dantian appeared one after another. Luo Shi, who was in the formation, took advantage of Jiang Lian to help Xuanwu expel the Zerg, and his spiritual power was dispersed, and he broke away from the formation. It's useless to be reborn. Today must be the day when your soul is gone. Luo Shi's face was covered with black lines. When he looked at Jiang Lian, his face was ferocious, and his eyes were filled with hatred. Luo Shi's body was filled with black energy. As the black energy became more and more intense, the black lines on her face became more and more numerous, even covering her entire face. Jiang Lian recognized those lines. Once a fallen immortal becomes possessed by a demon and harms living beings, then such lines are likely to appear on his face. The more harm he does, the more he will suffer. Unless he reaches a certain level of strength, he can hide those lines. And Luo Shi obviously hasn't reached that level yet. Jiang Lian said with disgust. It's so ugly. The sound was neither loud nor quiet, but Luo Shi could clearly hear it. Luo Shi, who originally wished Jiang Lian would die, felt bad when she heard her disgusting words. You said I'm ugly? How dare you call me ugly? The black demonic energy attacked Jian Lian. Chapter 417 Battle with Luoshi. Suzaku snorted coldly and sprayed a flame directly, hitting the black mist. Most of the black mist was extinguished by the flames, and the rest was completely useless. At this time, Luoshi had lost his mind, and his only purpose was to kill Jian Lian. Even though the attack was blocked by Suzaku, the attack was still unabated. You're not done yet! Jian Lian was completely angry. If he hadn't been anxious to help clear out the Zerg in Xuanwu's body, this damn woman would have been driven away by her. She had investigated and found that the bugs on Xuanwu were not suppressed enough, which resulted in the bugs being very sticky and causing considerable damage to the body, making it very difficult to deal with. Formation patterns one after another headed toward Xuanwu, and the auxiliary formations she originally set up were now somewhat flawed. As the formation became more stable, the pressure on Xuanwu also decreased slightly. Then a protective formation pressed directly into Xuanwu's body. If someone else wants to set up a formation in Xuanwu's body, it will definitely be impossible. But Jian Lian is its master, and with his superb knowledge of formations, there is no problem guarding the formation. After everything stabilized, Jian Lian said to Suzaku White Tiger Qilong, "You continue to help suppress it. I'll take care of this damn woman first, and then I'll get rid of those evil insects. It's true that if a tiger doesn't show off his power, he will treat me like a sick cat. Once or twice, she is easy to bully. Right? She didn't settle with her for those little actions back then. But she couldn't bear to spy on her man and hurt her pet. She even ignored the common people and caused such a big crisis. And many lives perished because of it. She deserves to die." After everything was handed over to the other three divine beasts, the Feiyu sword appeared in Jian Lian's hand. At this time, the aura of gods and demons enveloped her body, and she looked at Luoshi, who was so cold that she seemed to be freezing. The gods and demons are definitely the biggest natural enemies of the fallen immortals. Their aura is different from ordinary people, and it has a strong suppressive effect on fallen immortals. Luoshi instantly sensed a huge crisis. A piccolo appeared in his hand, and he played it in a panic. There was something faintly moving in the leaves around him. Densely packed Zergs were surging towards this side. Jian Lian's hair was cold, and she was completely disgusted by these big bugs. She took out the killing medicine in the space, and her spiritual power floated, and the medicine powder floated and suspended around. As soon as the Zerg appeared, they were corroded and digested by the medicine powder. These low-level Zerg races have no IQ at all. All the previous ones have been wiped out, but they still continue to move towards Jian Lian's position. After spreading the medicinal powder and setting up a protective circle, Jian Lian slashed towards Luoshi. She had killed so many resentful souls alone in Netherland continent before. Although Luoshi was a fallen immortal, he was only a soul body. Feiyu's sword was covered with the aura of gods and demons, and the sword spirit appeared beside her and turned into a spiritual sword shadow, attacking Luoshi. As one of the top fairies in the heaven, Luoshi's strength would definitely not be lowered. In addition, she was surrounded by trees, which was definitely a powerful boost for her with water and with spiritual roots. The two fought hard to separate each other, but Luoshi obviously fell behind. The suppression of her by the gods and demons was too great. Seeing that the situation was not good for her, Luoshi's eyes were filled with determination. "You must die. Once you die, he won't only see you in his eyes. You die?" The surroundings suddenly turned dark, and the Zerg on Xuanwu began to struggle. Fortunately, there were protective formations and 3 sacred beasts to suppress them. The Zerg only struggled for a while before being forcibly suppressed. Jian Lian smiled. "You really helped me a lot." She was worried that the elixir she just took down could not be fully exerted, due to Luoshi's interference. Those elixirs directly impacted the bodies of the Zerg, and now began to corrode the Zerg. Judging from the condition of the wound, it would definitely take a long time for the Zerg to enter. Fortunately, Xuanwu was strong enough and suppressed the Zerg to a certain extent, so that the Zerg was not allowed to fully grow. Although those Zerg are not as powerful as the Zerg generals, it is more difficult to completely eliminate them because they are parasitic in the body. Luoshi himself also noticed the changes in the Zerg in Xuanwu's body, and couldn't believe it at all. "What on earth did you do to them?" In fact, because of the absence of the Insect King, she completely lost control of the insect generals on the World Tree. After so many years of hard training, she could only refine the ones in Xuanwu's body, but she didn't expect them to be destroyed like this. Luoshi, who had lost her mind, played the flute crazily, but the bugs in Xuanwu's body had the opposite effect she expected. Under the influence of the medicine, those bugs died even faster. Luo Shi was completely furious and didn't care about anything. He flew directly towards Jian Lian. The surroundings were dark and Jian Lian's vision was restricted. Luo Shi was completely integrated into the darkness at this time, making it difficult to find traces. Just as she was about to use the fallen immortal's unique soul-eating ability, a golden aura directly knocked her out and pinned her to the ground. The sky returned to light again, and Luo Shi looked at the visitor in disbelief, completely ignoring the huge golden aura sword that passed through his body. His soul was slowly disintegrating. "You're back! Did you change your mind and come back to me? You must be..." "Right." As she spoke, her face was full of paranoia. She stroked her cheek, looked at Yi Sun's position, and said in a coquettish voice, "Brother Emperor Zun, am I good looking? I must be the best looking. Right." Luo Shi was talking nonsense there, and Jian Lian was a little stupid listening to her narcissistic words. When she looked at Yi Sun's constipated expression, she actually laughed. What Luo Shi cares about most in the world is probably whether Yi Sun likes her or not. Now that she has become so ugly, she also cares about her appearance. It's a pity that it's useless to care anymore. Yi Sun didn't even bother to say a word to her like before, and directly rushed towards Luo Shi with a killing aura. And Luo Shi's soul disappeared from the world in an instant. In order to prevent her soul from reuniting, Yi Sun even placed a ban on the location of Gangluo River and even the surrounding area, and the fire of heaven's karma was burning inside. As expected, a shrill cry came from the space, and even Jian Lian could feel the resentment. But the burning under the karma fire would destroy even the most powerful fallen immortal to nothing. Without Luo Shi's control, the Zerg on Xuanwu became even more hopeless. Seeing that it was almost done, Jian Lian gave another insecticidal pill to Xuanwu. These were specially prepared when she knew she had to deal with the matters in Taiyan Weishan. At this time, Yi Sun handed a space jade box to Jian Lian. When you open it, it is without exception the Taiyan 5-element stone. The quantity inside can help Xuanwu and Qilin escape and maintain it for a period of time. "Thank you, sir." Chapter 418. Hurry up and make a contract. With the cooperation of Yi Sun, Jian Lian and several mythical beasts, the Zerg were finally eliminated from Xuanwu's body. Jian Lian first gave Xuanwu a healing elixir, and then started to set up the formation with the Taiyan 5-element stone. At this time, Xuanwu's condition had recovered a lot. Everyone finally breathed a sigh of relief. When the formation was completed, Xuanwu lay on the ground and panted. Suzaku beside him couldn't help but laugh. "You must be exhausted after so many years." The 4 great beasts have gathered together, and now only Qilin is left. When Xuanwu was almost rested, Jian Lian collected them all. Now there were 4 positions in the Dantian. "Miss Sir, let's go! Let's go find your Qianyuan sword first." Xuanwu's changes made her a little worried about whether the Qianyuan sword was still in good condition. Yi Sun didn't care and led Jian Lian towards the center of the Imperial Mausoleum, while Shang Honglai and others went to wake up the heavenly soldiers sleeping in the Imperial Mausoleum first. This journey was much smoother than obtaining the Taiyan 5-element stone. There were no other dangers except some isolated formations. In the large palace, 2 huge coffins were placed there, and there was a portrait on the wall, with the 2 of them clearly painted on it. Although the painting is beautiful, Jian Lian feels very awkward now. He can't understand how he could be so boring back then. When I got closer, I found a huge sword lying on the long jade table under the painting. If it weren't for its restrained aura, I would have thought it was just an ordinary sword. "Wait for me on the side." After seeing Jian Lian getting ready, Yi Sun walked towards the Qianyuan sword. The Qianyuan sword, which was originally very quiet, acted like a child having a tantrum when Yi Sun came closer. The sword shone brightly and even attacked Yi Sun. Although Yi Sun is physically strong and has even recovered the strength he had when he was the Emperor of Heaven, this Qianyuan sword is worthy of being number 1 on the heavenly ranking. It was an invincible existence as Yi Sun ascended to the sky and entered the sea. At this time, it directly cracked Yi Sun's body. Several openings were opened. Jian Lian anxiously wanted to step forward to help but was stopped by Yi Sun. "It's okay. Just wait." A formation followed, blocking Jian Lian directly, and the sword energy was completely unable to escape through the formation. An old voice sounded at this time. "It's still the same virtue. Why? You're worried that I'll hurt your little baby." Qianyuan Jian's voice was ridiculing, but his sword energy became even stronger. He even attacked Yi Sun. At this time, the Yuzhu sword appeared in Yi Sun's hand, confronting Qianyuan's sword. This made Qian Yuan's sword even more angry, like an old child who had been abandoned for many years. After a while of fighting, the Qian Yuan sword stopped fighting. Okay, your skills are even better than before. Considering the contract relationship over the years, I don't want to change the master again. You can bleed. Jian Lian wanted to laugh a little, but she couldn't understand that the sword spirit of the Qian Yuan sword could transform into any shape. But it liked the look of this old man. It was really funny to vent his anger on the Yuju's sword in front of the old man. The Qian Yuan sword over there was dripping blood to recognize its owner, and the wounds on Yisun's body healed at this time. After the contract was successfully concluded, Qian Yuanjin began to shout, "Come on! Let's go! That woman is not dead yet! Let's go and chop her down! She bothers me every day! It's really annoying to death!" Jian Lian was a little surprised now. "Isn't the woman you are talking about Luoxi?" The previous protective formation did not hinder the soul, but the soul of the surrounding things was completely unable to move. Of course, I heard that it would be perfectly fine if her and Yisun's souls came. Thinking of this, Jian Lian realized that Yisun really wanted to use this place as a resting place for their souls after death. Right? After death, the soul disappears into the world. But occasionally the soul can be reunited by accident and stay in the world for a few years. Thinking of this, Jian Lian's eyes inevitably turned red. Yes! Yes! That damn woman comes here every day and makes me mad. If I hadn't lost control easily as soon as I opened the seal without an owner, I would have killed her long ago. Qian Yuan, the sighing look on the sword was enough to prove how the woman had been tea poisoning it over the years. She's dead. Just killed. Yi Sun's voice was clear and cold, and it was the tone of someone who was talking about an unrelated person. Yi Sun has always given people the impression that he is repulsive and will not give anyone a chance to misunderstand him. However, over the years, Luoxi has loved him to death, and even misunderstood him. Going astray ended up like this. When Jian Lian was confused, the system couldn't help but complain in its heart. You two show off your affection, and anyone who has some ideas can easily be led astray by you. You still act so indifferent, which is really annoying to others. Dead? What do you mean the soul is scattered? After Yi Sun hummed, Qian Yuanjin laughed loudly and said, "That's it. It's really inappropriate to let that crazy woman's soul linger in the world like this. Fortunately, it has dissipated." The lingering fear in her heart made Jian Lian a little curious as to how Luoxi had made Qian Yuan's sword want to kill her so much all these years. The purpose of this trip was accomplished, and the remaining task of gathering heavenly soldiers and generals was Yi Sun's business. She still had to go to the human world to pick up Qilin. When saying goodbye to Yi Sun, he was obviously very reluctant to say goodbye, but he still touched her hair and said, "Be careful and contact me in time if anything happens." Okay. The human world is relatively less dangerous, and there are 4 great beasts around her. Although the other 3 except Suzaku are still in the recovery period, their strength cannot be underestimated. Yi Sun sent her out of the Imperial Mausoleum. Jian Lian rode directly on Suzaku and headed towards the human world. After watching her leave completely, Yi Sun turned around and headed towards the Imperial Mausoleum again. That indifferent look can make people retreat. 3,000 feet. Tian Weishan fell into chaos because of the return of the gods. But it also brought hope of life to everyone. Those unscrupulous Zerg who entered the heaven encountered a big crisis again. While they were constantly expanding and being exterminated, the Zerg seemed to live endlessly. But they were pressed harder and harder. The war is about to break out, but both sides are gathering strength. The occurrence of all this has nothing to do with Jian Lian for the time being. There are countless small worlds in the vast world. Xuanwu helps to consolidate the world of cultivating immortals such as Tian Weishan. And the barrier consolidated by Qilin is these other small worlds immortals. After searching around, I finally found Qilin sleeping soundly at a barrier. It combines a lion's head, antlers, tiger's eyes, an elk's body, dragon scales, and an ox's tail. The tail is hairy like a dragon's tail, and the whole body is glittering with golden light. It's as easy to dazzle as when I saw it before. I tried to shout, but found that the unicorn barrier was protecting me. But I guess I was bored and ran away to play, so I couldn't wake up. Chapter 419, Why Call Me Master? Suzaku looked at Qilin's appearance and couldn't help but sigh. Oh, so leisurely. It should be said that among the 5 elements beasts, this one is the most powerful, being able to have fun while still doing his job well. Jian Lian looked at Qilin helplessly. Now it fell into a deep sleep. If the protective aura around it was forcibly touched, it would be vulnerable to backlash. Qilin was fine. But it would be difficult for them to forcefully break the formation. Fortunately, Jianglian is its contract owner. Even though she has come back for rebirth, she can still sense its location to some extent. Suzaka returned to her dantian. Jianglian followed his perception to the mortal world, and was shocked to see a handsome man sitting there listening to music very leisurely, with servants waiting on him and beauties surrounding him, enjoying himself very much. The man seemed to sense something, and turned his head to look at Jianglian's position. He was shocked, but his eyes were full of joy. Jianglian joked, "Qilin, you really enjoy it." No one has ever dared to talk to the prince like this. So when Jianglian said these words, the guy next to the man shouted sharply, "Who are you? How dare you talk to the prince like this?" Jianglian raised her eyebrows and looked at the man opposite him calmly. "Have you become more capable?" Jianglian didn't care at all about that bitch. But the man was scared to death and kicked him directly. "Who are you talking to?" Then he hurried to Jianglian's side, his eyes a little moist. "Master, you are back." Jianglian nodded, and at her signal, Qilin moved everyone around him out. And then a soundproof barrier enveloped the entire room. "Master, when did you come back? If you came to find me, can I go back with you?" Qilin looked full of joy. "Well, I just came to look for you. But why are you here?" Once they enter the mortal world, what they worry about most is cause and effect. So no matter how playful they are, they will never have anything to do with people in the mortal world. Any kind of communication. But just looking at Qilin, it was clear that he had a different identity in this mortal world. Qilin said worriedly, "I don't know. I stayed in the formation. But when I woke up, I didn't know how I ended up here. I was even directly reborn. And then I was directly reincarnated in the mortal world." Jianglian was a little surprised. "Have you ever tried to go back?" "I've tried it. Every time I have memories, I will try to go back to my original body. But it doesn't work for some reason." Qilin sighed, thinking about how it dominated the world back then. It was really frustrating. A yin-yang spin appeared in Jianglian's hand. In fact, the jade-colored array disc is more advanced than the yin-yang spin. But she may be used to using yin-yang spin. It is also good to keep the jade-colored array disc warm in her dantian. The spiritual power was floating, and after the array disc was running, Jianglian smiled and said, "Don't you even know that you are about to advance? There is no one who can protect the mortal world and advance to a direct and mysterious level. However, Qilin is an auspicious beast, and many people believe in it in the mortal world. It is not impossible to be promoted directly with the power of belief." "Which life is this for you in the lower realm?" Looking at the display on the array disc, "It should be almost over." Qilin thought for a moment. "And if he went through the calamity, this life should be just about the same. I never thought about this at all before. This should be the last life. 1 day in the sky and 1 year on the ground." Looking at the display on the array, Jianglian calculated that it was not too long. So he nodded, notching, "I will wait here for you to go back together after the tribulation is over." Kiran is of course happy. Although he loves to play, he has become a little bored after these few lives. And even though it loves to play, it also understands the relationship between cause and effect. Now that the master is here, it feels so happy. It should be said that Qilin had been contracted to her since she was an egg. So Qilin was the most dependent on her among the 5 elements of beasts. Even if Jianglian decided to stay in the human world and wait for Qilin to go through the calamity before going back, she did not want to have any karma with the people in this mortal world. After all, it was a critical moment for Time Wei-shen. So she decided to find a place to settle down and wait. With, "No, master, come back with me. You have to let me fulfill my duty as a landlord even though you're here." After saying that, Qilin's eyes lit up. "Master doesn't know. There is still something wrong in this world. There are few fun things, and I have to wait until the end of my tribulation before I can leave. So master takes this opportunity to have some fun?" Jianglian held her forehead. No matter how many times she was reincarnated, she still had the same temper. In the end, she couldn't resist Qilin's entanglement. So she agreed to follow Qilin to his residence in the mortal world. The luxuriously decorated mansion door looks like it is no ordinary home. Prince Qi's mansion? Looking at the words on the door plaque, Jianglian understood that Qilin's identity in this life was the king of Qi in the mortal world. That bitch who just shouted was the prince. Right. In fact, with the auspicious characteristics of Qilin, his status will never be lowered even after a disaster. Even the family he is reincarnated into may have good luck due to his appearance. When she used the formation disc to calculate just now, she discovered that what this Hendon experience turned out to be a love disaster. Looking at his stupid and heartless look, I guess this disaster was in vain. Just like that, Jiang Lian moved into Prince Chi's mansion, and a peerless beauty moved into Prince Chi's mansion, which had never been a womanizer. This caused a sensation in the entire imperial capital. You must know that although Prince Chi loves to play and even likes to look at beauties, no woman can enter Prince Chi's palace. Even all the brothers of Prince Chi have married wives and had children, and they have several concubines. He is stunned and refuses to let even one woman enter. The entire Prince Chi's mansion is like a steel pipe. Not even a female mosquito can get in. This incident completely shocked both inside and outside the palace. You must know that King Chi is the youngest son whom the Queen Mother loves the most, and His Majesty the younger brother who loves the most. If King Chi hadn't been fond of playing and disliked the country, the throne might have been his. Your Majesty, the Queen Mother has summoned you. When the housekeeper came over to talk, Shilin was still a little unaware, but looking at the way the housekeeper looked at him and then at the owner, he quickly understood what his old Queen Mother meant. Go back. I'll go see her later. He waved his hand impatiently, looking at the owner who was enjoying the meal. Shilin's face was full of smiles. How is it? Doesn't it have a different flavor? Jiang Lian nodded. It's indeed good. Food from the mortal world is okay once or twice, but for them, eating it for a long time is of little significance. However, Qilin is immortal now, so it doesn't matter at all. Qilin looked at Jiang Lian flatteringly, with a smile on his face. Master, when will you do it yourself again? I almost cry when I think of the delicious food you cook. Jiang Lian's cooking skills were actually good when he was in Taiwan Weishan, and he liked to eat delicious food everywhere. What Qilin thought about most during his sleep was the days of having fun with his master. The steward saw that his prince was still discussing food here, and he was very anxious. The Queen Mother's people were still waiting outside. And why does the prince call this person master? Chapter 420. The Object of Tribulation. Your Majesty, Manager Li is still waiting outside. The butler looked very anxious, as he didn't care about Qilin at all. Oh, then let him wait. Qilin didn't care at all about this. Normally, his mother wouldn't have said anything if he hadn't entered the palace. The housekeeper was about to burst into tears. Good Lord, the Queen Mother may be anxious. Maybe she will come directly if she can't wait. Anyone with a discerning eye can guess what the Queen Mother's purpose is this time. So why don't you worry? The Queen Mother has nothing to worry about now. What she is most concerned about is when the youngest son of King Chi will marry the royal concubine. This time I heard that a stunning woman had entered Prince Chi's mansion. This joy broke the old mother's heart. Is her little son enlightened? Come directly. Shilin subconsciously looked at Jiang Lian. He couldn't involve his master in such mundane matters, so he had better hurry into the palace to appease his old mother. Master, let me go first and have a look at the palace. You are free to do as you like. Just ask the butler if you need anything. After saying this, he did not forget to glare at the butler. His meaning was very clear. If he dared to disobey, he came back to make him look good. This made the housekeeper worried. My good prince, not only did the queen invite you to the palace, she also invited Miss Jiang to go with her. Just when the housekeeper looked at her hesitantly, Jiang Lian understood what was going on. She wasn't planning to enter the palace either. It would be troublesome to get involved in worldly matters. Seeing that Qilin didn't look embarrassed, there was nothing she needed to do. At this time, Jiang Lian sent a message into the secret and said to Qilin, in the mortal world, you can call me boss or something else. This can save a lot of trouble. Qilin nodded, smiled and said to Jiang Lian, Boss, you can do whatever you want. I'll go out first. You can keep this token first. If you're not discerning, you can take care of it as you please. The butler was stunned. That was the token representing the prince. Who is this person? The prince treats her so well. Originally, he thought that this person might become the princess. But he had followed the prince since he was a child. He knew the prince's temperament, but it seemed impossible for him to become a princess. It seemed more out of respect. So the housekeeper was even more curious about Miss Zhang's identity. But he didn't dare to be presumptuous at all. Qilin left. Manager Li in the Queen Mother's palace saw that he was the only one there and hesitated to speak. As a result, Qilin glared at him with an obvious meaning. Don't speak or you might get beaten. Yes, the current king of Qi has always been messy, but he is deeply favored by the Holy Spirit. He is also protected by the Queen Mother, and no one dares to offend him. After arriving at the palace, the Queen Mother, who looked left and right for her son, was still a little disappointed when she saw King Chi coming alone. King Chi didn't like beating around the bush, so the Queen Mother asked directly, "My son, I heard that you brought a woman back to your home." "Yes," Qilin nodded, which made the Queen Mother very happy. "Are you interested in her? If you are, ask your royal brother to grant you a marriage." Seeing his mother's eager look, Qilin smiled and said, "What is the queen thinking? That's my boss. And besides, she has a master." Not to mention that he wasn't interested in his master. But if he was really interested in it, he wouldn't dare to rob it from that person. I don't know why I was so shaken by that time. The Queen Mother was a little disappointed, but she still had some hope in her heart. "If you really like it, you can be a wife." For the sake of her youngest son, the Queen Mother was really prepared to steal someone's wife. Normally, this would definitely go beyond the bottom line and smear the royal family. Qilin was really afraid of what his mother would do. It wouldn't be good if his boss got angry. "Mother, please don't mess around. That person is really not what you think. She has special abilities, so I will force her to stay in my house." Superior. After reincarnation, what he cared about most was his old mother and his brother, the Emperor. Therefore, he did not want them to offend the boss. After all, the boss was the most important. The Queen Mother still wanted to fight for it, but she couldn't bear the insistence of her precious little son. So she could only give up and said with a smile, "Since you have great ability, let her come to show the Queen Mother someday." After speaking, the Queen Mother asked again, "Just now you said she was married. Whose family is so lucky?" Qilin smiled and said jokingly, "Mother, if I say she is a flying fairy from heaven, would you believe it?" The Queen Mother smiled and scolded, "Just to make your mother happy. If you don't want to say it, just don't say it. Remember to let me see it someday when you have the opportunity." "Okay, I'll ask her. And if she agrees, I'll bring her to see you. But the mother must give up the idea of getting it right." Qilin explained again uneasily, although the Queen Mother was a little curious that the woman was definitely not simple. She was afraid that her youngest son would be angry when he acted so solemnly. So she could only listen to her son's words and did not dare to make any small moves in private. She even sent someone to help watch, so as not to let others rush away. Despite all precautions, someone unexpectedly broke into Prince Chi's mansion. Princess, it is better not to embarrass your subordinates. The prince will blame you when he comes later." The captain of the guard stopped Princess Fengyan, who was on the verge of going berserk, from entering the prince's palace to disturb the distinguished guest. The butler specifically told her that, "Be careful. Otherwise the prince will get really angry, but no one can stop him. Today I have a chance to break into Prince Chi's mansion. I want to see which vixen it is." As she said this, Fengyan swung the whip in her hand directly towards the guards, who were blocking her. The guards were afraid of hurting the queen's maiden sister. At that time, the Queen Mother blamed him and was worried that this person would get in, so she could only suffer from it. After a few clicks, there were a few blood marks on the body of the guards. Who among the guards of Prince Chi's mansion dared to provoke him like this would have done well if he hadn't been cut into a sieve? Jiang Lian, who was eating delicious food, glanced over with his consciousness and frowned immediately. This man is really barbaric. Forget it. An idea flashed in his mind. Could this person be the one Qilin needs to go through? He started to calculate in his hands, and the Tianyan aura in the air was moving invisibly. After the calculation, Jiang Lian suddenly felt a little playful. The way Qilin goes through the calamity is really special. He can actually choose one of the two, and the plot can be divided into family affection and love. Before, Qilin's heart was not enlightened, and all he experienced was the calamity of family affection. But love was directly given to him by his unexplored heart. Dodged. For so many lives, the same person, no matter what kind of Qilin he became, was not moved. Jiang Lian instantly felt that the person arranged by heaven to make Qilin suffer calamity was definitely just a decoration. And there was no careful arrangement. TSK. Looking at this arrogant look, even she couldn't like it. System. Do you mean that Tiandao is so partial to Qilin on purpose? Others have to be peeled off after experiencing the plot. And there is no family relationship to choose from. You must have love. In the end, when it came to Qilin, it was a definite preference. Look at the calamity object arranged by this arrangement. It's strange that Qilin would like it. Actually, It's not that good to experience the calamity of a family relationship. It's just that Jilin is the son of luck. Relatively speaking, his good luck makes up for most of it. Therefore, this calamity is probably not thrilling, and we can go back safely. As far as it knows the past few lives. Subconsciously, I thought about the existence of the host. Maybe the host could also become a calamity? Chapter 421 Master. There was a quarrel outside, and it was because of her that Jiang Lian had no intention of eating. He stood up and walked outside, saying that no matter how powerful they were in the world of immortality, they still couldn't use their spiritual power at will in the mortal world. Otherwise it would be easy to cause and effect. This may be one of the major rules of heaven to protect the mortal world. As long as the cause and effect caused in the mortal world will definitely be infinitely magnified for the monks. Miss Jiang, you'd better rest in the mansion for a while. The prince will come back soon. The housekeeper hurriedly stopped Jiang Lian when he was about to go out. But just now a guard came in and reported it. Princess Fengyan was very unreasonable and asked her to go out. Miss Jiang meant like this. If she suffered a loss, the prince would definitely be angry when he came back. With a prince's temperament, he handed the token to Miss Jiang so solemnly before leaving the house. And he must have valued Miss Jiang very much. It's okay. I'll just go out and take a look. Jiang Lian walked outside without saying anything more. But the housekeeper didn't know what she was capable of. So he became anxious. But he didn't dare to forcefully stop it. This was simply too embarrassing. Jiang Lian came to the gate. At this time, the guards were still unwilling to let Princess Fengyan in. The other party was obviously angry, and was about to take action again. Princess Fengyan over there glared at Jiang Lian fiercely when she saw her, as if she could make something out of her. At this time, Princess Fengyan also became fierce, and shouted to the guards, who were following her. Catch this person who broke into Prince Chi's mansion without permission. Jiang Lian was stunned by this shameless operation, and sighed in her heart again. God really loves this kid Qilin so much. Look at this calamity object. So unchallenging. Even the domineering look is still the most annoying thing for Qilin character. It's strange that this person can survive the calamity of love. It's more reliable to develop family ties. Insolent. Princess Fengyan. I respect you as the princess. But this is Prince Chi's mansion. You broke into Prince Chi's mansion without permission. And even wanted to arrest the prince's guests privately. This is really out of bounds. The housekeeper shouted sternly. And the guards even more, they all stopped in front of Jiang Lian. In the past, because the other party was the princess, they did not dare to hurt him at will. But now that this person wanted to hurt their palace, they must not indulge and defend him to the death. The guards who were afraid to do anything at first changed their attitudes after this woman appeared. Princess Fengyan was going crazy. The sight of the cold sword was chilling. The guards of Prince Chi's mansion were famous, and their power could even meet the gods and kill them. Even the Emperor's division probably couldn't compare with them. You want to kill me? You can do it. Jiang Lian sneered. She originally thought it was okay for him to be a human being, but she didn't expect him to be so temperamental. Princess Fengyan shouted angrily. How dare you laugh at me? I want you to look good today. As he spoke, the red whip in his hand was thrown towards Jiang Lian. The guard saw it and hurriedly came to block it. This time, he did not stand and let the opponent hit him like before, but directly blocked it with the sword in his hand. Princess Fengyan was no match for these battle-hardened guards. How dare you? How dare you? I definitely want you to look good, he cried inexplicably as he spoke. I'm going to tell Auntie the Queen Mother, Sister Queen, that you are all bullying me. Then he led the guards and walked towards the palace in a hurry. His tearful eyes looked like he had been bullied. This is really annoying for the housekeeper. Princess Fengyan has always been unreasonable. There is only one girl of this generation in the Feng family, so she spoiled her too much and became so arrogant and unreasonable. Looking at this, he must be ready to go to the palace to complain. Jiang Lian looked at the housekeeper, who was as anxious as an ant on a hot pot, and said with a smile, Is she more powerful than your prince? The housekeeper shook his head, knowing that this person did not understand the situation. So he explained, What? Our prince usually just makes her unhappy and cares about her. But this one is the most favored in the palace. I am afraid that it will be detrimental to the girl. Jiang Lian smiled. She just didn't like to get involved in the cause and effect of the mortal world. But that didn't mean she was afraid. Princess Fengyan was really no threat to her. She put her hand into her sleeve pocket and took out the wound medicine from the space. Fortunately, her space contained everything. Most of the things were not thrown away before. And there were still some more ordinary wound medicine. Even though it is an ordinary medicine, it is a very good medicine for these mortals. It is even much better than most wound medicines in the world. Can I ask the housekeeper to ask the guards to apply this medicine? Everyone is really sorry because I was injured. After saying this, Jiang Lian felt that she had the potential to be a white lotus. The captain of the guard said hurriedly, Miss Jiang, there is no need to do this. These are our duties. The housekeeper also quickly said no, as the house always has medicine for injuries. He knew in his heart that if they let Miss Jiang spend money, the prince would be very angry. Take it. This medicine is different from what you usually use. And your prince won't say anything. After speaking, Jiang Lian looked at the housekeeper. Did Princess Gang Fengyan enter the palace? The butler said truthfully. Yes. Thinking that this person was worried that Fengyan would cause trouble for her, the housekeeper comforted her and said, Don't worry, Miss Jiang. Your Majesty will definitely be able to keep you safe. Although the current queen and queen mother dote on that person, they are also sensible people. In addition, the prince attaches great importance to this person, and they will definitely not let Princess Fengyan bully her. Your prince is in the palace? The housekeeper who came to report just now seemed to be the queen mother in the palace. Yes. The housekeeper was about to comfort her again, fearing that Princess Fengyan would be in big trouble if she knew that the prince was not around and would complain. But she found that Jiang Lian flew directly to the eaves and headed towards the palace. Leap away in the direction. Such handsome qigong and body skills immediately astonished everyone in Prince Qi's palace. Such powerful qigong alone was enough to get the prince's attention. Apparently they were overthinking it. And when the housekeeper gave them the medicine, they discovered that the medicine was so effective that there was probably no such miracle medicine in the world. Everyone's view of Jiang Lian has completely changed. The housekeeper looked at the direction Jiang Lian was leaving but still felt uneasy and hurriedly asked his servants to pull out a fast horse and head towards the palace. We need to inform the prince as soon as possible, and don't let Princess Fengyan bully her. Here Jiang Lian flew over the eaves with light skills, took a shortcut, and reached the palace faster than Princess Fengyan, and even flew openly over the city wall towards the location of King Qi. Fortunately, because she liked to travel around the world, but was afraid that using immortal magic in the mortal world would be inconvenient and more likely to cause karma. She also specially learned martial arts in the mortal world. Her martial arts skills were extraordinary, and she was definitely a martial artist in this world, the best among masters. It's a pity that she saved the trouble, but it caused a sensation among the guards in the palace. Qilin was a little surprised when he saw Jiang Lian, and subconsciously wanted to call his master. Fortunately, he remembered in time that he used to call his boss in the mortal world. Boss, what's the matter with you coming here? Chapter 422. What a nonsense. Here, Qilin had just left the Queen Mother's palace, and was accompanied by Manager Li from the Queen Mother's palace. Seeing King Qi's attitude, he could not hide his curiosity from Jiang Lian and Qilin. Both of them thought it was no big deal, so they didn't tell the truth. Oh, it's nothing. Maybe you're in trouble. Jiang Lian said this, but Qilin was obviously a little confused. That is to say, Princess Fengyan went to your house and injured a bunch of guards, and now she wants to go to the palace to accuse me of trying to murder her. It's as simple as that. Hearing such a situation, Qilin was really furious. How dare that dead woman bully his master and treat him as dead? Boss, you find a place to rest and rest. I will take care of this matter. After saying that, he left angrily. The palace guards who chased him thinking he was an assassin also left after they knew that it was all a misunderstanding. Qilin grabbed someone on the road and asked about Fengyan's location, then walked faster. If he hadn't been in mortal form now, he would have reached his destination in a flash. Girl, why don't you go into the main hall to have a rest? Mr. Li was very happy. Before, Prince Qi was covering his head and not wanting to be seen. But now people came to the door of his own initiative. The Queen Mother would definitely be happy. Oh, I wonder which noble person lives here. Jiang Lian had already guessed after seeing Manager Li that this was probably the palace where the Queen Mother currently resides. It's the Queen Mother, Manager Li said with a smile on his face. Don't worry, girl. The Queen Mother is very kind and hospitable. Then you'll have a hard time. Since Qilin has experienced the disaster of family ties, the target is probably the current Queen Mother. Girl, please. Manager Li couldn't hide the smile on his face at this time, looking extremely kind. When Jiang Lian followed him into the confines of the Queen Mother's palace, everyone around him couldn't help but be attracted. They were even curious about where this person came from and how beautiful he was. Some even speculated about where the Queen Mother found such a beauty. Looking at her appearance, she looked like she was going to be very successful. Later, after Jiang Lian nodded, Manager Li hurriedly walked towards the Queen Mother's palace. At this time, the happy Queen Mother returned to her usual lazy appearance, and her life became Buddhist again. The target of her youngest son has always been a thorn in her mind. She is completely unmotivated since she is not married. At this time, she is sitting on her seat looking out boredly, and she has no interest in Manager Li coming in to report. Mommy! When do you think Xiao Wu will get married? All his brothers are married and have children. The eldest son is almost old enough to marry a wife. Why is it so difficult to get to him? The Queen Mother sighed several times. Let alone how uncomfortable it feels in my heart. Next to her, Nani Su had been serving the Queen Mother since she was young. The Queen Mother trusted her very much and talked to her about all the troubles. I think the prince wants to wait a little longer. He is already willing to let the woman into the palace. Even if it is not the right person, it is still a big progress, and she will get better gradually. And Su was also unsure about Prince Qi. Yeah, with that kind of temperament, it's really up to him to decide when to get married. Even if the Queen Mother and the Emperor grant him a marriage. In the past, I saw that Princess Fengyan was pestering her every day, and it was already known to the whole capital. I originally thought that he might be interested in her, or maybe marry her directly. As a result, he went from palace to palace to intimidate and lure her, showing that no one wanted him to marry that woman. There is nothing wrong with the King of Qi, but he is worried about the Queen Mother because he does not marry a wife. In fact, Jiang Lian is quite curious with Qilin's behavior. No one thinks that he has the habit of long, but judging by his auspicious aura, I guess whoever is in trouble is in trouble. Manager Li came to the Queen of Heaven and bowed respectfully and said with a smile, Queen Mother, the girl from Prince Qi's palace has come into the palace. The prince has something to do and leaves to let the girl rest on her own. I have invited our palace. Do you want to see her? The Queen Mother suddenly became happy and hurriedly sat up straight. Please come quickly. Manager Li went out to invite people, and the Queen Mother quickly asked Nani Su, Is my clothes and hair suitable? He touched his clothes and hair unnaturally, fearing that something was messed up. Nani Su smiled and said, Oh, my dear Queen Mother, it suits you very well. As he spoke, he said in a low voice, Empress, that girl is probably here already. Manager Li's voice was heard from a distance. As the sound got closer and closer, the Queen Mother hurriedly sat down. As soon as Jiang Lian came in, he saw a kind middle-aged woman sitting in the main seat, with a smile on her face and an amiable look. If the Qilin looks quite good-looking, it is somewhat similar to the woman in front of her. She still has the unique auspiciousness of the Qilin. Although it is very small, it is enough for her to calm down. I really need to ask Qilin later how he died in his previous lives and what he experienced. It feels like his tribulation is just a formality. Jiang Lian simply said, Okay, and did not kneel down like the ordinary courtiers outside did when they saw the Queen Mother. She herself is the Queen of Heaven. If she really goes and kneels down to worship, the life of the Queen Mother will be damaged. Jiang Lian meets the Queen Mother, and the Queen Mother is blessed, because they knew the Empress Dowager cared about her. Nani Su and Manager Li did not stop her from such rude behavior. The Empress Dowager did not care at all. She was stunned at the first sight of this girl and secretly sighed at her stupidity. The son is not lucky. Why is this one already married? Jiang Lian actually used Yuqiong to hide her appearance and make herself look more ordinary. But no matter how ordinary she is still an extraordinary existence in the human world. Coupled with the aura around her, it was completely impossible to ignore. No gifts. No gifts. Even though the Queen Mother was like a lady in the palace, because she cared about her youngest son, she didn't know what to ask when facing Jiang Lian, for fear that it would be difficult to take care of her son. When did Miss Jiang enter the palace this time? The Queen Mother is not only kind-hearted, but also gentle in speech, with no airs at all. Jiang Lian did not hide anything, but she was not prepared to say anything more. She just said, Back to the Queen Mother. Something happened to Princess Fengyan at the gate of Prince Qi's mansion. Now she has come to the palace to ask the nobles to seek justice. Although she said this, the Queen Mother completely understood what was going on with Fengyan. I just ordered the people below not to rush into Prince Qi's mansion. The most important thing is Fengyan. That girl Fengyan has been spoiled over the years. The Queen Mother looked at Manager Li and asked, Where is Xiao Wu now? even though it was impossible for her youngest son to suffer a loss. He was still worried. Go back to the Queen Mother. The prince is at your majesty's house now. Manager Li knew that the Queen Mother would definitely ask. So he asked someone to ask him before. The Queen Mother was really angry this time. Did Feng Yan make trouble with the Emperor? Manager Li didn't dare to answer. So the Queen Mother guessed what was going on. She suddenly slammed the table and cursed. Nonsense! What a nonsense! Chapter 423, No Blame. In anger, the Queen Mother took Jiang Lian and his servants and went straight to the Emperor's location, fearing that her youngest son would suffer a loss. Jiang Lian followed silently. How did she follow? Everything was very inexplicable. As soon as the Queen Mother heard that Qilin was with the Emperor and Feng Yan was pestering the Queen to complain, she directly pulled her towards the Emperor's palace without saying a word. At this time, her hand was still held by the Queen Mother. Jiang Lian followed her helplessly up the steps, and then consciously supported the Queen Mother when she arrived. The Queen Mother has arrived! The noisy voice in the announcement instantly fell silent. As soon as they entered the house, they saw Qilin with a cold face and an angry look, while Princess Feng Yan looked pitiful with tears on her face. But the stubbornness on her face made people feel that she was not easy to deal with. Looking at the Emperor wearing bright yellow casual clothes, his appearance is somewhat similar to Qilin. The Queen looked gentle, and her appearance looked very dignified and virtuous. At this time, Jiang Lian looked at Jiang Lian curiously, and the surprised expression did not escape Jiang Lian's perception at all. And when Feng Yan saw Jiang Lian coming over, she glared angrily, as if she saw a big enemy. Princess Feng Yan's behavior was quickly discovered by Qilin, who immediately glared at her and scolded. Who are you glaring at? This made Feng Yan even more angry instantly. Several people stood up in a hurry to greet the Queen Mother. The Queen Mother had a good attitude towards the Emperor and others, but she didn't even bother to look at Feng Yan. I heard that Xiao Wu is at your imperial brother's place. I am very happy that you two brothers have such a good relationship, so I came over to take a look. Jiang Lian completely admired the Queen Mother for telling lies with her eyes open. She appeared next to the Queen Mother. Look at the people who were looking at her curiously. They didn't know what the devil was. Several people apologized. Although Qilin respected his mother, he would not give Feng Yan any face. She said with a straight face, My mother, Queen, brother and sister-in-law are all here, so I made it clear that if you, Feng Yan, come to my palace again to cause trouble, or go out and hurt anyone in my family, then don't blame me for being rude. Although the current king of Qi is not stingy, he also went on expeditions with the late emperor and made great achievements in battle. At this time, he looked at her full of evil aura. Feng Yan trembled when she saw it, and she felt a sense of fear in her heart. Tears fell uncontrollably. You don't want to see me so much? Qilin said impatiently. There is no possibility between you and me. I have already made it clear to you. This time Feng Yan has completely touched his bottom line. You have to know how his master could be humiliated by other people before he could protect him. Even a mortal with no power to restrain a chicken. Looking at the Emperor, Qilin said, Brother Huang, cousin Feng Yan is also getting married, since the palace has been unable to find a suitable son-in-law. As a relative, we also need to help. So Master Yuan is a good choice. You can grant marriage. No. Princess Feng Yan was really anxious now. My lord, you are so cruel. Have you forgotten the friendship we have had since childhood? At this time, Qilin's face turned even darker. What kind of childhood friendship? There are so many people who grew up with me. Why should I marry them off one by one? Since you don't understand what I'm implying, then okay. I'm telling you clearly, don't even think about entering Prince Qi's palace. We are not suitable. It's better to find a good man to marry earlier. Jiang Lian clicked his tongue twice in his heart. For Qilin's completely ignorant look, Tiandao shouldn't help him arrange a love tribulation. It was simply experiencing someone else's love tribulation instead of his. At this time, Feng Yan no longer cared about the image she had maintained in the palace in the past. She glared at Jiang Lian and pointed her hand at her. You said that we are not suitable. So she is suitable for you? You are you. She is her. Why bother with her? Qilin obviously had no patience for Princess Feng Yan's unreasonable troubles, so he directly moved a chair and placed it next to Jiang Lian. Boss, sit down. If you were still a celestial unicorn, her pet's behavior would be completely correct. But this straight man simply directed all his anger towards her. Do you think it's appropriate for me to sit down? The voice was very low and could not be heard clearly by others. But Qilin could definitely hear it clearly. Obviously Qilin is used to being casual. And he doesn't care about this, because he feels that using his power to protect his master here is absolutely more than enough. So he said completely nonchalantly, "It's appropriate. No matter how inappropriate it is. Boss, you are suitable no matter what." After saying that, he took a plate of dim sum from the table nearby and sat on the edge of Jiang Lian's chair. "Would you like to try it? Brother Huang's dim sum is not bad. And it has a special taste if you try it occasionally." Qilin, "I don't think you should leave anything like that for me. Otherwise you're emperor. Brother, mother and queen will get angry at this unreasonable behavior and prepare to chop off my head. It will be really bad." Jiang Lian heard the secret message. And she was not the one. "I'm afraid. I just think these troubles are unnecessary. Qilin has no spiritual energy now, so it is completely impossible to transmit sounds into secrets." He smiled and looked at Jiang Lian. "Don't worry. Queen Mother and the others won't blame her." Hearing her son's words, the Queen Mother, who was originally affected by Feng Yan's unbecoming behavior, immediately looked at Jiang Lian with a smile and said, "Miss Jiang, you can sit down as you please." The emperor and the queen on the side were completely silent. The emperor nodded with goodwill on his face, but the queen did not dare to say anything. "Even because my sister looked so bad, I didn't dare to scold her in person for fear that His Majesty would convict her." Since the Queen Mother said so, she didn't care and sat down directly to eat snacks comfortably. Qilin was like a dog-legger who handed out snacks and tea, and the Queen Mother and the Emperor completely ignored them. Feng Yan's eyes turned even redder when she saw them like this, and she burst out crying on the spot. "You guys are bullying others too much. King Qi, how could you treat me like this? I am obsessed with you, but you treat me like this." "Nonsense!" The queen couldn't help it anymore, and slapped Feng Yan's face to one side. "I think I'm usually too indulgent with you. Come back." As he spoke, he motioned to the guards outside the door to drag him out. Keeping her here any longer will definitely bring big trouble to the family. Even though King Qi usually had nothing to do and had fun all day long, when the emperor encountered difficulties, he was really good at it, and he accomplished it very well, and his power was completely inestimable. If he really offended King Qi, it would not be impossible for him to directly destroy the palace. Besides, her behavior just now was totally wrong. The empress was favored by everyone. At the emperor's nod, two powerful nuns came in and took Princess Feng Yan away directly. The surrounding guards followed closely, fearing that something would happen again. Feng Yan was so slapped by her sister, who always loved her, that she couldn't even react in the subsequent battles. "Tell the Duke to find me Feng Yan's marriage partner within a month. If I can't find one after a month, there will be a princess missing. She would be quite suitable." The queen looked particularly majestic at this time, which was different from just now. The seemingly harmless person is completely different. After that, he even told her, "If Feng Yan causes anything else during this period, there's no need to wait." The meaning is very clear. If anything happens again, just marry her as the princess. Chapter 424 Take It All. This farce was quickly dealt with by the queen's timely response. Then everyone in the room looked at Jiang Lian, and the look in his eyes was completely impossible to ignore. Jiang Lian put down the cake in her hand, sat up straight, and said with a smile, "The Queen Mother, Your Majesty, the Queen, if you have any questions, just ask. I will tell you everything." The three of them glanced at Qilin's position subconsciously. The master said this, but Qilin didn't care, so he nodded. The Queen Mother spoke first. "How did Miss Jiang and Prince Qi know each other?" Because Jiang Lian was alone before, she was afraid of asking questions that she shouldn't ask. Then Xiao Wu became angry again. But now that Xiao Wu is here, he can ask whatever he wants. And Xiao Wu should say what he shouldn't ask. And maybe Xiao Wu contradicted his mother because of her. And then the girl would be moved by Xiao Wu. Now is not the previous dynasty. It is definitely possible to divorce your husband and remarry. The Queen Mother Xiao Jiujiu, Jiang Lian, and the others didn't know. After the Queen Mother asked, Qilin said, "This is more complicated. Let's change the question to another one." This was really King Qi's style, but it made the Queen Mother and others even more curious. However, based on knowing King Qi's character, everyone simply skipped this question. "Then Xiao Wu, tell us about other things about you, and tell us what you want to say." Which dynasty's prince can be so arrogant? And the emperor is still very angry with him. And he is not even worried that this prince will rebel. "Oh, the simple thing is that this person I consider to be the boss lives in my house on weekdays, and there is nothing else. Also, my boss doesn't like to participate in too many worldly things. So the Queen Mother should give the token. This way there will be no one it's okay to bother. Qilin spoke alone as if there was something serious. Others in the room were shocked by his coquettish moves. But recalling what the guards had said about the special way he entered the palace, they instantly thought of the reason why King Qi did this. This may be one of the reasons for the special treatment of this ginger girl. Okay, he said, and called Nani Su directly, and asked her to get the token. The next few people wanted to inquire about things related to Ji Jianglian, but they were blocked by Qilin. They didn't ask anything useful until they left the palace. Master, I'm sorry for getting involved in this kind of thing, Qilin said to Jianglian guiltily. It's okay, but I may live in seclusion first. If this continues, it will affect your tribulation. Holding the jade pendant given by Queen Mother Gang in his hand, Jianglian fell into deep thought. If the object of Qilin's tribulation is family affection, then next to them are those in the palace. Nowadays, the unmarriage of Prince Qi is the most troublesome thing in the palace. It would be easy for her to be misunderstood if she has been living in Prince Qi's palace. Even though Qilin was reluctant, he still agreed. Originally Jianglian was going to ask Qilin what he had experienced in his previous lives, but it would be bad if he accidentally reminded him of something that affected the calamity. Before leaving, Jianglian specially refined a communication jade token that allowed mortals to contact her, and gave it to Qilin. You can contact me in time at critical times. Qilin, who had previous memories of these things, knew about these things, so Jianglian left without saying much. She searched for a place in the old forest, transformed into the house that Su Yeshuan gave her when she was in the Xianming world, and arranged a hidden formation. After that, Jianglian fell asleep in the house. The spiritual energy in this mortal world is thin, so it won't have much effect on her. It will probably take some time before Qilin's calamity is over. The other 4 divine beasts have just returned and need to undergo a period of repair. The system can't chat with you every day, so out of boredom, Jianglian chose to fall asleep. He didn't know how long he had slept, but Jianglian felt the fluctuation of the communication token and stood up hastily. After sensing it, he found that the token had sent a message, but Qilin didn't say anything. The yin and yang swirling formation coiled up. Jianglian used the yin technique to find that the situation was not very good, and hurriedly got up and packed up the room. He stepped through the void, and soon arrived at Prince Qi's mansion. The surrounding area became chaotic, with people hiding everywhere and soldiers fighting to the death. Jianglian frowned and looked at everything around him, feeling something was wrong. There was an unusual aura in it. She had seen the emperor before, and he was not a conquered king. Even the imperial capital fell, which was absolutely impossible to happen. After discovering Qilin's location, he found, not surprisingly, in front of the palace, there were enemies standing in front of him, and the Queen Mother and others were protected by him behind him. Jianglian hurried over there. Prince Qi, maybe it's still too late to regret now. The person who spoke was clearly the former Princess Fengyan. There's so much nonsense. Qilin was obviously very impatient. The sword in his hand was pointed at Fengyan's position, the hatred of the family and the country. This person should never commit treason. He was the first to lead others to treason, and even encouraged the government to lead a group of disciples to corrupt the interior. Fengyan's face was full of anger. Don't regret it. Originally Qilin didn't care, but the Queen Mother behind her suddenly started vomiting blood. The Queen Mother's health had not been very good for so many years, but she was only weak and had no other symptoms at all. Queen Mother! Qilin had never thought of such an outcome. At this time, he was holding his mother, holding the communication jade token that his master had given him before, and was completely in a state of anxiety. On one side is his mother, and on the other side is his master who has been with him since he was a child. In fact, even if Jianglian takes action, it doesn't matter at all, and there won't be much cause and effect on the evildoers if they are punished. Just as he was hesitating, Jianglian appeared beside him, and his spiritual thread came out, suppressing the black energy spreading in the Queen Mother's body. The moment he saw Jianglian, Qilin's eyes turned red. Master! There was an inexplicable cry and dependence in his voice. A few years later, the Queen Mother's temples have turned gray, and the Emperor and others have also entered middle age. As the King of Qi, Qilin is completely unable to resist the changing laws of time in the human world, even though he has come down to experience calamity. At this time, Qilin, who was the King of Qi, still looked like a handsome uncle. Jiang Lian lamented that this love calamity is a love calamity. It has been so many years. But why is Feng Yan still so persistent? This is not a simple turmoil in the human world. Looking at the already pale Queen Mother, Jiang Lian told Qilin, her only way now is to use spiritual energy to evacuate the evil energy. But if you really do this, you know the consequences. If the calamity is disrupted, Qilin may fail in the calamity, which will have a great impact on the future. But if you just leave it alone, you may be able to successfully enter reincarnation after death. But now you may not even be able to reincarnate in the future because you are infected with demonic energy. Coupled with the use of spiritual energy to unblock it, the queen will be infected with some immortality. And she has no idea what will happen in the future. Both good and bad developments are entirely possible. Master, it's okay. I will bear all the consequences. Qilin made the decision without thinking. Chapter 425 Accident. After Jiang Lian nodded, she began to clear out the evil energy for the Queen Mother. Because the Queen Mother was immortal, she could only do it slowly. Everyone around was shocked by the appearance of Jiang Lian. Even after so many years, the only woman who has entered Prince Qi's mansion in so many years will never be forgotten by anyone who has seen her. Feng Yan looked at Jiang Lian's position in disbelief. Impossible. How is it possible? How come she hasn't changed in all these years? The dark atmosphere in the team was already ready to move. But it showed signs of retreating immediately after Jiang Lian appeared. If she wanted to escape, she wouldn't allow it. While the Queen Mother was driving away the black energy, she condensed her spiritual power in her hands, and the Tianyan aura condensed in her hands. She raised her hand and set a talisman array toward the black energy. The black energy fled quickly, because the mortal world is different from the outer world, and a little bit of black energy can be seen very clearly. Everyone saw the black aura wafting from the enemy's body, and even the slight golden spiritual power emitted by Jiang Lian was very obvious. The people around him knelt down one after another. The Bodhisattva has appeared! The Bodhisattva has appeared! The enemy soldiers with black energy wafting out instantly looked at their surroundings, completely confused about what was going on around them. When Feng Yan saw that the situation was not good, she immediately shouted, Kill! Kill the Dog Emperor! And the great Zhou dynasty will be yours and mine! At this time, the enemy general looked at Feng Yan, his face full of displeasure, and kicked her directly. Damn it! You can also give me orders? Remember, you are just an object of my king. Just stay here and be patient. The original king of Yuanbei was infected by the black energy, and his sanity was completely controlled. Now that the black energy escaped, he completely recovered his consciousness. Even though he did not have complete memory, he was as smart as King Yuanbei, and quickly discovered that the situation at this time was very unfavorable to them. Even if you don't know that this immortal can't influence the mortal world, the king of Qi of the Zhou dynasty has fallen silent over the years. But he is a ruthless character. The ability to break into the imperial city so quickly this time was entirely due to the help of those black spirits. If King Qi had calmed down, everything would be different. So he directly said to Qilin, Bei Yuan and Zhou have always been friendly allies. This time it is entirely because this woman brought the monster here. As long as we reach an agreement, I will return to Bei Yuan safely. And Zhou and Bei Yuan will if there is no war within 100 years. Then we will return all the land that was gained in the previous wars of the great Zhou dynasty. I have seen generous monarchs, but I have never seen such a generous one. In Feng Yan's eyes, this was completely stupid. The country that had been conquered so hard was about to be surrendered, and he quit the Zhou dynasty and returned to Bei Yuan. If they return to Bei Yuan, what will her family do? What should she do? Feng Yan's whole body felt bad. At this moment, she could no longer care about fear, and pinched King Yuanbei's neck with both hands. However, Feng Yan could not deal with King Yuanbei, who was a strong man and highly skilled in martial arts. No matter how powerful and domineering Feng Yan is, she is no match for King Yuanbei. The moment Feng Yan reached out to King Yuanbei, Feng Yan had completely stopped her. Her hands were pulled behind her back, and she fell directly to the ground. King Qi nodded in agreement. Those in power usually say the same thing, let alone in public. So this is considered a contract. Jiang Lian also helped the Queen Mother tidy up. At this time, the Queen Mother's face was even better than usual, and she was full of energy. The Queen Mother wanted to say something, but the words passed by her, and she was stunned, and no words came out. Finally, so you are a fairy. No wonder Xiaowu disagreed at the time, and no wonder he disappeared without a trace. And searches across the country were to no avail. If Xiaowu knew that they were looking for him, he would definitely stop him. After leaving that time, when Xiaowu knew that they sent people to investigate, there was no movement at all. At first they thought that Miss Jiang had been hidden by Xiaowu and no one could find her. Later, when they found out that this was not the case, they even thought that Miss Jiang had left on her own and even Xiaowu could not find her. So they let their behavior go. From then on, the people sent out search more blatantly. But they did not expect that the final result was that Miss Jiang was not an ordinary person in the ordinary world. And they could not find her at all. So Xiaowu was so relieved. I didn't expect this result at all. But for so many years, Xiaowu has been unwilling to get married, and they have completely given up. Jiang Lian smiled and said, "That's right." After speaking, he said to Qilin, "I will take those with me and arrange the rest by myself." I don't know how many years have passed since this situation returned to this mortal world. After all, killing those things in the black energy in this mortal world is afraid of affecting this mortal world. Yes! Seeing Qilin's pitiful look, although he was a handsome man, he looked like he had a bad image. Jiang Lian smiled and flew directly towards the formation that trapped the black energy. After approaching the golden formation, Jiang Lian disappeared directly with the golden trapping formation. Everyone was surprised by all this. If it weren't for the messy surroundings and the scene after the war, they would have thought it was a dream. Only Qilin knew that his master took those people directly away from the void. She originally thought that everything was over. But she didn't expect that Feng Yan's eyes were full of sternness. She snatched the sword from King Yuanbei next to her and stabbed Qilin. Jiang Lian, who had just left, noticed the movement, but never expected that there was still something left to be able to escape her search under her nose. This black energy must not be simple. At this time, Jiang Lian rushed back as fast as possible. Unexpectedly, the Queen Mother actually stood in front of Qilin, and blood spurted out. Jiang Lian also arrived in time, and the black energy was directly crushed by Jiang Lian. The scattered black air floating around was burned up by her strange fire, but the space was distorted to a certain extent because of this. Fortunately, Jiang Lian was able to maintain it safely. Qilin hugged the Queen Mother and cried very sadly, because the Queen Mother had been channeled by Jiang Lian with spiritual energy just now, and her soul was even able to condense abnormally at this time. The moment he left his body, Jiang Lian saw the auspicious golden light on the Queen Mother's soul, and immediately understood why the Queen Mother would become Qilin's real target for salvation. Even what I experienced was not love, but the disaster of family affection. Qilin has been with her since she was still in the SHL of the mythical beast. The Qilin clan suffered a great disaster that year, and Qilin's biological parents disappeared between heaven and earth due to that great change. At this time, she could finally see that the Queen Mother's soul Yanran was reincarnated with some residual aura of Qilin Mother. Originally, if she hadn't had this experience, she would have entered reincarnation again. But now it is because of Jiang Lian's aura that the memory of that year was instantly stimulated. The eyes that looked at Qilin were full of love. "My son!" There wasn't much spiritual energy, so the Queen Mother was sucked into the path of reincarnation without finishing all her words. Chapter 426, The God-Seeking Demon Clan. Qilin hugged the Queen Mother's body and cried like a child. Jiang Lian stood aside and told him, "Qilin, you know, your mother has entered reincarnation, which is a good thing." In the past, they thought that Qilin's parents had completely disappeared from the world. But now they discovered that there were still some residual souls that had not completely dissipated, and even formed a complete new soul and entered the reincarnation. This situation is much better than before. Qilin nodded. "Master, I know." Afraid that Jiang Lian wouldn't believe it, Qilin explained again. "In the past few lives, I couldn't remember what happened before, and I often made her angry. In this life, I remembered what happened before, but it still failed to make her worry-free. In the end, I even made her angry. She is like that." Jiang Lian knew that what the Queen Mother had been worried about was Qilin's failure to marry and have children. She could understand. "One day, if you really find the other half you like, bring it to her and show it to her." Qilin's originally sad eyes were filled with light. "Is it okay?" "Okay." All they need to do is find her reincarnation. Although this is a bit troublesome for them, it is not impossible. Besides, the Queen Mother's soul now carries a bit of her spiritual power, and she will definitely have great fortunes in the future. "Thank you, Master." Qilin looked better at this time, because she had too many worries in this mortal world, which led to Gang's mistake. This really shouldn't be done. She directly used her spiritual consciousness to search and inspect the entire world. After making sure that nothing slipped through the net, she told Qilin with confidence, "I'll deal with those monsters first. If anything happens, you can use the communication jade token to contact me." At this time, Qilin had recovered, and Jiang Lian left with peace of mind. Although the Queen Mother is dead, Qilin is still in this world, and the disaster is not over yet. Under normal circumstances, the past memories will not be recalled after reincarnation. But Qilin seems to be special. Jiang Lian took away the black energy monsters to deal with them, and did some calculations again. He found that Qilin was almost at the end of its calamity. So he returned to the location of Qilin's body. After waiting for a while, Qilin really woke up. The moment he saw Jiang Lian, Qilin was full of excitement and nuzzled her with its big head. "Master, I'm back. It'll be nice to come back," Jiang Lian told Qilin before asking her the follow-up question. After she left, King Yuanbei withdrew his troops, and the two countries signed a contract. They would be mutually beneficial countries, and would not engage in war for 100 years. The emperor is a courageous man. If it weren't for the secret actions of the government and the rapid attack of the black energy monsters, the country would almost be destroyed in the end. After King Yuanbei withdrew his troops, the emperor quickly restored everything and got it back on track. In view of the country's safety and the risk of almost destroying the country, the emperor made the entire Zhou dynasty as if it were ironclad. It is precisely because of this that the Zhou dynasty became the longest dynasty in history. After this calamity, Qilin's cultivation has improved even more than before. Because Taiyan Weishan couldn't wait any longer, Jiang Lian took out the Taiyan 5-element stone and summoned the 4 great beasts to help. After the 4 mythical beasts appeared, they were all very happy when they saw Qilin. After spending so many years together day and night, they have become indispensable relatives. Although Yi Sun was not present this time, with the addition of Qilin, it was even more time-consuming, but the formation was successfully completed. Although the formation composed of Taiyan 5-element stones cannot last for a long time, there is absolutely no problem in maintaining it until everything in Taiyan Weishan ends and returns to normal. System: when will the breath soil obtained in the Netherworld continent be used? The breath soil can help the world tree recover. Now there are 4 insects on the world tree that will continue to erode the world tree. It may be necessary to drive those insects off the world tree and then use them. The effect will be better. By then it will be time for it to return to the world tree. But Jiang Lian didn't know this, and she never thought that the system would leave her one day. Host, the most important thing for you now is to return to the God and Demon clan to obtain the inheritance of the God and Demon clan. The host was born naturally that year. Since he became conscious, he has no idea who his parents are. But the destined fate of the queen has made everyone is afraid of her. You would definitely not dare to provoke him. To be honest, this is the first time, since she was born, that she has real relatives. Once she goes to the Gods and Demons clan to accept the inheritance, she will belong to the Gods and Demons clan. There are only a few members of the Gods and Demons, but all of them are brave and good at fighting. His elder brother Jiang Lian was a strong man in the world who could rival the Emperor Yi Sun. Jiang Lian is very clear about the rules of the Gods and Demons. Only those who truly have the blood of the Gods and Demons can succeed in practicing the Gods and Demons. Otherwise, even if they have the skills, it will be completely impossible. The Jiang clan in the Xianming world is the branch of the Gods and Demons clan in that world. The bloodline should be very thin now. But there are people with high bloodline values such as Jiang Yan and Jiang Lian. Jiang Yan's body could not fully reach the level of a god demonic body. But after returning to the god demonic clan and merging with his original body, he was still the strong man and leader of the god demonic clan, Jiang Yan. As for Jiang Lian himself, he was born with full bloodline of gods and demons. If there was no such thing as reincarnation, Jiang Lian would have returned to the clan of gods and demons sooner or later. Only when the gods and demons return to their clan to accept the inheritance can the physical side effects completely disappear. System: do you know where the clan of the gods and demons is? In the past, when Taiyan Weishan was still like this, she could find it. But this time, because of Taiyan Weishan, the clan of the gods and demons it's really not easy to find it after, hiding it. I don't know the specifics, but you can use the jade-colored array disc, which can help you find it, the system reminded. The jade-colored array disc was originally made of the 5-color stone of Tian Mending Sky, which connects the breath of heaven and earth. Here, it is completely unrestricted. You only need to put a drop of blood in it, and it will lead you to it. She had to go to the clan of the gods and demons. Her brother Jiang Yin had made a special statement before when he was in Xianning continent. He said that when he came to Taiwan, he would return to the clan first, and she was the only one who returned to the clan to accept the inheritance. They, the gods and demons, will send out soldiers to help Taiwan eliminate foreign enemies. This is indeed the style of the gods and demons. So in order for Taiwan to have a greater chance of winning, she must also go to the gods and demons. After taking out the jade array plate, it was obviously a little excited. This familiar smell. It's so nostalgic. Jiang Lian didn't say anything more to it and said directly, I want to find the land of the gods and demons. Can you help me find it? Master, don't worry. Leave it to me. If it had dared to be second in Tian back then, no one would have been able to say first in the Tianyin array. As for this period of time, it will let yin and yang come out. And the reason why the master uses it every day is perceive the special relationship with the master in the previous life due to the yin and yang vortex. It just so happens that it can still be warmed and nourished by Tianyin's aura while nesting in its owner's Dantian. And the damage suffered over the years has gradually healed. Chapter 427 Won't Die. Jiang Lian forced a drop of blood from his fingertips and landed on the jade array plate. Light emitted from the jade array disc. And finally the light converged. And a red blood-colored thread pointed out the direction in the array disc. Because the jade array disc had a contract with Yu Qiangyin in her. Yu Qiangyin showed the surrounding map. And the direction pointed out by the red silk thread happened to be in line with the map, making it more convenient. Jiang Lian didn't waste any time. Directly sat on Qilin's back and walked in that direction. It should be said that the speed of the other four mythical beasts is not slower than that of Qilin. But Qilin's auspicious temperament can avoid a lot of trouble. Now is the critical moment. And Qilin saves time more. Even so, Jiang Lian noticed something was wrong halfway through. The surrounding aura seemed to be very unusual. My consciousness tried to investigate the situation. And I was surprised to find that there was a barrier in front of me. And there were even a lot of unfamiliar auras. Because he didn't know the situation ahead. Jiang Lian turned invisible and gathered his breath. Walking towards the front carefully. Senior brother Suiyun, please turn back. You will become possessed by this. Jiang Lian heard a familiar voice from afar. And a lot of information could be obtained from these words. Senior sister? Why did she go to the outer world? According to the progress of her cultivation should not appear here now. Moreover, she knew the identity of senior sister Yin in her previous life. System. Has senior sister also recovered her memory? This is not what it should be. In her previous life, she had not developed spiritual consciousness. And it was only later that she cultivated and formed her soul under the cultivation of the world tree and entered reincarnation. It's not that her memory has been restored, because she and Suiyun are bound together. When Suiyun went to Taiwan, she also unexpectedly received the inheritance and her strength soared to Taiwan. The system felt very helpless. All this it's not something you and your wife did. If Suiyun didn't like the host, there would be no conditional transaction. But if there were no conditional transaction, the world tree would not be able to sustain for so many years without the supply of Suiyun's energy. But if the host's life is really handed over to Suiyun, not only the host and that person will not agree. Suiyun has tasted the sweetness, and it is estimated that with his temperament, he might do something else. Jiang Lian knows that the second senior brother also likes the senior sister. Since the senior sister has arrived in Taiwan, does the senior brother who is the star god lord know? After sensing it, there were more than just Suiyun and senior sister Yin ahead. Looking closer, Jiang Lian suddenly discovered that a large army was stationed in front. Those generals were obviously Suiyun's subordinates back then. Looking at the anxious look on his senior sister's side, Jiang Lian was sure that Suiyun's army might not have come to help kill the Zerg. It's not your turn to take care of my affairs. Suiyun's ruthless voice was complicated. For the person he had liked since his youth, he was actually full of hatred in his heart. Why did he get this result? He even risked his own life. But everyone teamed up to deceive him. This time it is absolutely unforgivable. What do you want to do? Do you want all your previous efforts to be in vain? Yin asked with some fear. Suiyun sneered. If it's all in vain, it's all in vain. I'm going to die and disappear from the world. Do I still care about all this? You have the world in your heart. Yin didn't believe that he was just trying to get a chance in a lifetime. He could sustain it for so long. But he also wanted to help the world tree maintain its existence. If it was really purely for personal gain, he would have given up helping to maintain the world tree, escaped from the sky, and taken that person's reincarnation to other worlds to start over. Or they would all die together. He was going to die anyway, and didn't care about that at all. Having the world in mind? Sui Yun laughed loudly as he said it, laughing so crazily that he even cried tears of laughter. What a person who has the world in mind. That's just what you think. Not what I really think. As he spoke, Sui Yimeng looked at Yin Yin seriously. For her sake, I kept you here talking nonsense. Now you can get out and go back to your Xianming world. Don't let me see you again. This was the first time Jiang Lian saw her always strong senior sister cry. Jiang Lian even wanted to turn invisible and go forward. But the system stopped her. No, host. You are not suitable to appear at this time. Once you appear, things will become even worse. You are the most important person at this moment. It is to find the land of gods and demons to accept the inheritance, so that no matter what happens, you will have less worries. The higher the bloodline value of the gods and demons, if they don't rush to accept the inheritance as early as possible, various situations will appear. The situations are not certain, and what they will encounter is completely unpredictable. Do you know what situation I will encounter? Jiang Lian clearly sensed from the system's words that the system must know something. Otherwise it would not say this. The worst result is that your soul will be destroyed and disappear from the world. The energy in your body is too powerful. You may not feel it yourself. But once it breaks out, the consequences will be unimaginable. The system's words were not alarmist. And Jiang Lian knew that there was no need for the system to lie to her. There was a serious look on her face. In this situation, she really had to rush to the land of the gods and demons. Otherwise she wouldn't know how she died. When Jiang Lian turned around and left quickly, Sui Yun seemed to sense something and flew towards this side in a hurry. But when he arrived, the surroundings were empty. After sensing it in the air, Sui Yun frantically ordered the soldiers to search everywhere. She's here. She must be here. She's right. As for Sui Yun's crazy Yin Yin Yin, who had been watching from the side, she secretly prayed in her heart that the junior sister would never show up. Today's senior brother Sui Yun has completely changed, and is no longer the same Sui Yun he used to be. Sui Yun's frantic search failed to find the person he was looking for. At this time, he went completely crazy. He ordered to the army behind him, "Let's go." The gloomy aura made Yin 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 feel worried and scared. But Yin 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 had been following behind. Sui Yun didn't care, and just let her follow. She even thought that she still cared about this senior sister when she was in the Xianming world. If she sensed that this senior sister was in danger, she wouldn't have to go and look for him personally. Will he come by himself? Obviously Sui Yun's idea is just a delusion. This time Jiang Lian searched at a faster speed, but couldn't help but ask the system, what do you think Sui Yun wants to do? But I somewhat understood in my heart, and still had some vague guesses. Such a scene was the last thing she wanted to see. He was unwilling to give in. He thought he was about to die, and was ready to give it a try. The system sighed. Actually, what Yin 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 said is absolutely right. He persisted until now for the sake of the common people in the world. The world tree said that he didn't even expect it. In fact, he had known about Li Daitao's stiffness for a long time. The full outbreak was also the time when Tian Weishan was fully opened. Jiang Lian couldn't help but feel a little ashamed at this time. She and Yi Sun were indeed sorry for him in this matter. But this is completely impossible. Actually, Sui Yun won't die. Chapter 428 Divine Pond. Jiang Lian asked curiously, "You really won't die?" No one has ever done this before, so no one knows what will happen. I originally thought it was the same as being sucked by other plants. Is there anything different? At least he won't lose his soul, even because the roots of the world tree are stationed in his body. He is somewhat warmed by the breath of Tianyin. When the system said this, Jiang Lian understood. So at most he will die, and then his soul will enter reincarnation. Even because of his innate aura, he will become a person of great luck in the future? A person with great luck must be the image of an emperor in the mortal world. Just the dissolution of the heavenly aura on the world tree, and a little contamination is the life wheel of an emperor through the ages. If he were in the world of cultivating immortals, he would definitely be Long Aoyan. There would be absolutely no problem in entering Tian Weishan from now on. Yes, and he has accumulated a lot of Tianyin aura over the years. The system said a little too little. It was quite strong. To put it bluntly, if Yi Sun is not the emperor, Sui Yun may be the next emperor candidate. Of course, this is under the condition that he made no mistakes this time. Jiang Lian didn't know this. But after knowing the result, he felt less guilty about Sui-yun. Love or non-love cannot be forced. She cannot sacrifice herself to have a lifelong relationship with him out of compassion. This is unfair to Yi-sun and is very scumbag. After walking for an unknown amount of time, Jiang Lian stopped when he reached a place full of thick fog. The red line on the jade array plate pointed directly at the black thick fog, and the color became even darker. I vaguely sensed something calling inside. System. Is it inside? The gods and demons are the most special existences in the entire Time-Wation. They are between gods and demons. They act unruly, but they are invincible in the heaven with their super strength. It's inside. I've tested it. This mist has no effect on you, so feel free to enter. This mist may be highly poisonous to others, but it has no effect on the divine and demonic bodies. Jiang Lian, who had complete trust in the system, recalled Qilin without hesitation and walked inside. After walking a few steps, his brother Jiang Yan appeared in front of him. Brother. She was pleasantly surprised when she saw Jiang Yan again. Perhaps this body had a real blood relationship with him, and coupled with a relationship in the Xianing world, she felt somewhat dependent on Jiang Yan. Jiang Yan was a little surprised by Jiang Lian's arrival, but it was reasonable. In the past, she hid her feelings deeply, but now she has transformed into a love for her sister. Back then, the little girl didn't even look at him, but now that they have become brother and sister, he doesn't have any regrets, and even the relationship has completely transformed into the relationship between brother and sister. It seems that he misunderstood his feelings back then, and it's just fine now. Well, I'll take you in. The misformation of the gods and demons is quite difficult even for a high-level formation master like Jiang Lian to crack. What's more, this mist also has special effects. As long as people who are not from the gods and demons are contaminated, there will be disaster. Following Jiang Yan's pace, Jiang Lian walked out of the fog. What he saw was an old man holding a wooden walking stick in his hand. Jiang Lian glanced at it and understood that it was a walking stick that had become a spirit. Its level of strength was not as simple and unpretentious as it seemed. See you, Your Highness. The old man saluted directly when he saw Jiang Lian. This man Jiang Lian has met before. He is an elder of the gods and demons. Hello, elder. Your Highness. Please come this way. The elder walked in first, but not very fast, obviously waiting for her. Jiang Lian looked at Jiang Yan subconsciously. Jiang Yan nodded and extended his hand in a gesture of invitation. The elder walked in front, and Jiang Lian walked behind and chatted. My little sister may have to suffer a little this time. Jiang Yan felt that it would be better to explain it in advance and take precautions. Your body from back then has disappeared from the world, so you can only rely on the current one. But your current situation is still a bit weak. Inheritance and transformation, you may have to endure some hardships. Jiang Lian nodded to express that she understood that her body's strength was indeed that of a weakling in the ordinary world of immortal cultivation. And it was not just a little weak. Even though she has a fairy demon body, its level is completely different from what it was back then. Yes, I understand. Thank you, brother. Jiang Lian smiled and whispered. Brother agrees to let me accept what the inheritance family didn't say. Right. Regarding Jiang Lian's caution, Jiang Yan smiled and shook his head. I didn't say anything. It's a joy to have one more clan member. No one will say anything. It is very difficult for the gods and demons to have a person with full bloodline appear. Not to mention that Jiang Lian is reincarnated, and his body is originally from their gods and demons. Although there are memories of the past, they are also born naturally through reincarnation. Therefore, no one from the gods and demons family would have any objections. Under the leadership of the elder, Jiang Lian and the others came to a pool that was cold but extremely hot. Jiang Lian was a little confused. This is the inheritance pool. If you can survive it, your physique will change, and you will be completely promoted to the divine and demon body, and all the previous shortcomings will disappear. Jiang Lian understood the function of this pool under Jiang Yan's explanation. At this time, another female old man appeared. Her eyes were full of sharpness. She looked at Jiang Lian with friendliness, but also full of scrutiny. You may have never seen this one. Elder Yu. She is also an elder of our gods and demons clan. She has been guarding this inheritance pool all year round. As soon as Jiang Yan finished the introduction, he said to Elder Yu, Excuse me, Elder Yu, I will leave my little sister to you. Jiang Lian also said low at this moment. Elder Yu. In Jiang Lian's mind, There is nothing wrong with accepting that she is a member of the gods and demons clan. Besides, she had no other clan members of her own except Yi Sun. She does not reject the gods and demons. So her attitude is very good. Elder Yu nodded with satisfaction at Jiang Lian's good attitude. Your Highness, please come this way. Even if she becomes one of their tribesmen, she still has the status of being the Queen of Heaven. So her attitude is also different. Jiang Yin and the previous elder retreated, and Jiang Lian followed Elder Yu's instructions and walked towards the Shenqi. The heat at first made her sweat, and then the cold made her clench her teeth and tremble. No matter how bad her physique is, it will never be so bad that she can't withstand it at all. But now there is no temperature balance point under the dual torture of hot and cold. After a long time, he finally regained some sense. Jiang Lian worked hard to circulate the spiritual energy in his body, and the magic spell came out. At first, he was completely out of control. The alternating hot and cold temperatures were really torturous, and even had a certain impact on the flow of spiritual energy in his body. Later, when it slowly stabilized, Jiang Lian breathed a sigh of relief. As time went by, the spiritual energy in Jiang Lian's body that was affected by the hot and cold gases became more and more smooth, and the spiritual energy that entered the body again had the effect of transforming the body because of the effect of the divine pool. Chapter 429 Dead Loop. Jiang Lian felt that she had entered a mysterious state. Floating above the pool, there was something floating faintly in the pool, and the complex ancient marks were faintly visible. When those complex ancient marks surged towards her soul through the hot and cold breath, Jiang Lian felt that she suddenly had something extra. She could inexplicably understand the ancient words of the gods and demons. Elder Yu, who was observing her condition on the shore, was surprised when he saw those ancient marks floating around. You must know that even if you are from the same clan of gods and demons, and you are also a person with full bloodline, the inheritance you receive is still based on your personal qualifications. However, even those with the most mediocre qualifications of the gods and demons are still walking sideways in Time Wei-shen. The ancient rune marks on his body turned into golden light, which was slowly restrained. The light passed by, and Jiang Lian opened his eyes. The hot and cold breath that originally made her uncomfortable made her feel comfortable. Leaping ashore, the clothes on his body instantly shattered into powder. Jiang Li smoked and hurriedly picked out another set of clothes from the space, and put them on instantly. No wonder an anti-peeping barrier has to be set up around it. The area must be cleared before opening it. Only Elder Yu is there. Seeing Jiang Lian's embarrassment, Elder Yu smiled and said, "Congratulations on successfully accepting the inheritance. This person who has accepted the inheritance is probably the most powerful person in their clan besides the clan leader." "Thank you, Elder Yu." After the inheritance ended, Jiang Lian did not delay any further. After agreeing on a gathering time with his brother Jiang Yin, Jiang Lian flew towards the location of the world tree. Now her own strength has entered a large class again, and her physique has reached the highest level. If there is another thunderstorm, her body will not be afraid at all. The things that she was so afraid of at the beginning now pose no threat to her at all. It's time to clean up the insect general. I don't know what Sui Yun is doing now, but don't make a mistake. Otherwise you will be in catastrophe. It should be said that she really didn't give him any hints back then, and she even let him fend for himself after saving him. It's just that he likes to follow her every day, which prevents the people who bullied him from doing anything to him again. In fact, Sui Yun was not the only one to receive such protection. She still didn't quite understand why it turned out to be like this. When he was about to reach the location of the world tree, Jiang Lian once again sensed the gathering of a giant army. Before coming, she had already informed Yi Sun that she could kill the insect general first. But among those auras besides Yi Sun were those of Sui Yun and senior sister. The tense atmosphere made her instantly realize that something was wrong. After becoming invisible again, Jiang Lian sent a message asking Yi Sun what was going on at this time. It was obvious that Sui Yun had not given up on his plan. According to the posture she had seen before, this was a posture of preparing to die together. The host should solve the problem on the world tree first. The current situation of Sui Yun's body is not optimistic. If it really dissipates, the world tree will also be in danger. The system once again stopped the host from wanting to end Sui Yun first. Now Sui Yun's body may be due to the reopening of Time Wei-shen. After being reincarnated into Time Wei-shen, his fighting spirit has faded, and he can no longer hold on for much longer. Jiang Lian was greatly surprised, and then felt that this matter was not completely impossible. It was no surprise that Sui Yun was angry at being cheated like this. Sui Yun's matter can be dealt with later. The most important thing now is to clean up the insect generals on the world tree. Use the soil on the world tree. And use the 5 elements beasts to help the world tree recover. It sounds simple. But it is extremely complicated to do. Jianlian's current cultivation level is even stronger than when he first came to Tianweishan. If he is invisible, at least Suiyun and others will not notice it at all. At this time, the two armies were facing each other, and the atmosphere was very tense. Strangely, not a single Zerg, which had been the most arrogant in the past, showed up. Yi Sun seemed to sense something here and glanced at Jianlian's position. But if there was something that seemed to be nothing, others could not detect it at all. Only Jianlian knew that after Yi Sun glanced here, he sent a message into the secret passage. Madam, please be careful. Apparently he knew what she wanted to do. In the last life, they gathered the strength of so many people to kill 6 insect generals and maintain Tianweishan. Now, although Jianlian's strength has been fully promoted to a large stage, it is still difficult for her to rely on her own strength. Yi Sun has simply arranged everything on the other side of the world tree, so he doesn't have so many concerns about resisting the army led by Suiyun and the attacking Zerg. Yes, sir. Don't worry. My brother gave me a summoning array, and I will summon the gods and demons when I get there. There are also demons who have been waiting for an opportunity. With the help of these two parties, the pressure will not be so great. Okay. Ever since Jiang Yan reincarnated into the Jiang family and was willing to hand over the skills of the gods and demons to Jiang Lian, Yi Sun knew that such a day would come, and was not surprised that the gods and demons were ready to help. Jiang Lian arrived near the world tree smoothly, until she showed up to prepare the summoning array of the gods and demons. She was tied to the world tree, and her mind was already a little confused. Suiyun smiled. I calculated a lot, but I didn't expect it would turn out like this. Ian, aren't you even willing to give me a chance in a lifetime? Facing Suiyun's sad smile, Jiang Lian's face was somewhat unbearable, but his words remained unchanged at all. Suiyun, why bother? One more life will only make you suffer more. Let it go. Besides, you know my view on love. Do you think that life is possible? She had expressed her attitude in Tianweishan a long time ago. He should have given up on these ideas in the early stages. Why bother? Can't you even tolerate my shadow in your heart? Suiyun actually understood what Jiang Lian said, and the life he wanted was just to take advantage of others' danger. I originally thought I could steal a lifetime, but it turned out to be still a luxury. I have always taken care of you as a younger brother, with nothing but family affection. I don't know what I failed to do to cause you to misunderstand, but I am here to tell you clearly that it is impossible for anyone except him. In that life, he changed the pillars of others. It is true that what he did was not kind, but it also completely touched my bottom line. Jiang Lian's stern tone made Suiyun's eyes turn red, and he looked so aggrieved. You are just too decisive, and don't even leave any room for random thinking. Otherwise, how could I find another way? After saying that, Suiyun laughed crazily again, as if he had been greatly stimulated and went crazy. Why? You don't even want a chance in one life? I only want that one life, and I will never bother you. Today, Suiyun is completely trapped in an endless loop. This incident may have completely become his inner demon, which also led to Suiyun from the Xianming world to go to Tianweishan, summon all his subordinates except him, and confront Yi Sun in the wilderness. Above, even though he was angry that the life he wanted was gone, Suiyun couldn't help but look at Jiang Lian with nostalgia, as if he wanted to remember it in his mind and never disappear. Chapter 430. Can you forget it? If Suiyun had been the most restrained before, he would not be like this at all. But after being treated as the nourishment of the world tree all year round and enduring painful torture, his inner demons became stronger and stronger. She felt indebted to Suiyun like this, but it was completely impossible to use her own feelings as compensation. Suiyun, I can't persuade you to let go, but you can't go on like this. I know you can control your own reincarnation. Give up the plan, so you may still. Jiang Lian wanted to say it, but was blocked by the system. Host, what you said will only increase his greed. Now he has not only been tortured for many years, because he became the nourishment of the world tree, but he is also somewhat affected by the insect general. Only when he is freed from restraint can he regain some sense. He looked up at Jiang Lian, expecting her to say more to him, but she stopped talking at all. He originally didn't talk much, but after hundreds of thousands of years, there was no other living thing around except the world tree. The moment he saw her again, he was filled with endless expectations. Why didn't you say anything? He looked at Jiang Lian in confusion. He was very similar to the first time he met the little pity. At this time, Jiang Lian knew that he could not delay any longer. After releasing the 5 elements beast, he activated the summoning array of the gods and demons, and then took out the demon god token. Although the gods and demons were dispatched in the early days of the Time Waitian disaster, most of them fell asleep and failed to provide timely support. After hundreds of thousands of years of changes in the times, the gods and demons gathered strength and came out again. Such a large number of gods and demons is still shocking. Coupled with the demon army, this strength is not afraid of the Zerg at all. The gods, demons and monsters all have dedicated control lieutenants. Several generals of the gods and demons followed Jiang Yin to Jiang Lian. As for the monster clan, after a period of recovery, coupled with Jiang Lian's auxiliary formation in the monster clan, the strength of the monster clan has once again improved to a large level. Gong Ying, Lao Hantu and others are waiting for Jiang Lian's order, even before they fell into a deep sleep. Kuifeng also came. Everything was ready. Jiang Lian and Luofu Bai set up formations all around, and the formation masters from the 2 tribes assisted. The 5 elements and mythical beasts form 5 directions. The insect generals on the world tree have long been aware of such a large formation. Sui Yun's reincarnated army is approaching, and most of the celestial clan soldiers who originally planned to participate in the battle are in front. But relying on such a formation, the insect generals were somewhat afraid to come out. The world tree is assisting at the same time. It has not been waiting in vain for so many years. Those insects have been forced by it to wait for the last moment to expel them from the body. The insect general was furious when he was expelled. After so many years of sucking, the insect general became several times fatter than before, and his strength was even stronger than before. The insect general emits spiritual power fluctuations, and the surrounding insect tribes continue to surge towards this direction, so densely packed that people can't help but feel their scalp numb just by looking at it. Jiang Lian didn't give those bugs a chance to talk nonsense, and went straight to work. Under the siege of everyone, the Zerg race rushed towards this direction like crazy. Sui Yun on the world tree watched the fierce battle between them, his eyes looking exactly in her direction, fearing that if she missed a little, she would be hurt. It turned out that when she sacrificed herself to help Time Waitian stabilize, he even wanted to die. But reason told him that she sacrificed herself to protect Time Waitian. He couldn't do anything else. But he was willing to help protect Time Waitian when she was away. The hope for that life is just a matter of luck. When the insect general scratched her arm, and the blood from the wound came out, the black energy on Liu Yun's body began to rise, sweeping towards the insect group at the fastest speed. Yi Sun, who was fighting with Sui Yun in the distance and intercepting most of the Zerg, sensed Jiang Lian's danger and quickly turned around. He ducked back to Jiang Lian and stood in front of her. Sui Yun's reincarnation saw Yi Sun leaving and hurriedly followed him. The generals on both sides were not people with deep hatreds. And now that it was a critical moment in the outer world, they reached a tacit truce. Facing Yi Sun's concerned eyes, Jiang Lian shook his head and said it didn't matter. Yi Sun's eyes instantly turned red when he saw her bloody arm. The Qianyuan sword in his hand emitted a sharp edge and attacked the insect general. Sui Yun's black energy also arrived at the same time, and the insect would be directly turned into ashes under their attack. Facing Sui Yun's concern, Jiang Lian didn't respond at all, and even chose to ignore it. It was cruel to Sui Yun, but fair to Yi Sun. Sui Yun's reincarnation was hanging in midair, looking at the pair of beauties from a distance. Originally, the world tree instilled the idea of loyalty to Yan 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 before reincarnation, and coupled with the idea given by Yuan Shenchu, the two sides mixed together, and his whole person was contradictory. Jiang Lian was nearby. Sui Yun's thoughts were all on her, and his control over reincarnation disappeared. The Zerg tribe has developed quite a large group over the years, and the summons of the Zerg generals are so dense that they are either impossible to defeat or will exhaust your tactics, which is very disgusting. The immortals who woke up from their slumber joined in the insect extermination war one after another. The army led by Sui Yun and the army from Time Waitian no longer stood still. The gods, demons, and monsters all took action. In addition to the insect generals, the Zerg tribe has also cultivated many powerful people from the outside world. Some of them have directly eroded the fairy tribe, controlled the fairy tribe, and cultivated powerful tribes through the bodies of the fairy tribe. The war situation remained stalemate for several months. From the beginning, Sui Yun angrily attacked the first Zerg that was killed, and he never took action again. watching the changes in the surroundings and their expressions gradually becoming indifferent. The 4 big insects couldn't kill the remaining 3 except for the first one. The surging Zerg have been almost wiped out, and the wounds of the Zerg generals have recovered inexplicably over and over again. Yisun activated the killing array and trapped him inside. Under the power of the Emperor of Heaven, the insect will be torn apart, and the next moment something horrifying happens. The bits and pieces of rotten flesh were glued together at an extremely fast speed, gathering together into a complete insect general. The speed was so fast that Yisun and even Jianlian and others had no time to prepare to summon the flames. Over and over again, the insect will even change its posture from 1 to 2. The system was shocked. They actually awakened immortality after absorbing the power of the World Tree. Before returning to Time Wation, I had thought about every situation, but I had never thought about such a situation. This matter is very difficult. The state of the World Tree is getting worse and worse, and even Suiyun on the World Tree is miserable. Just when the situation was at a stalemate, Suiyun asked Jianlian, "Ian, if I can help kill these insect generals, can you forget the bad things I did in the past?" The originally tense atmosphere fell silent for a moment because of Suiyun's words. Jianlian looked at Suiyun with a complicated look. The determination and loneliness in his eyes were very obvious. Chapter 431. Why is Junior Brother crying? I never blamed you. From the beginning to now, it had not had any impact on her. But Yisun was jealous and tricked him. Yisun stood next to Jianlian and held her hand to declare his sovereignty. Suiyun didn't know if he had figured it out, and he no longer felt dazzled by such a scene. Thank you, Ian. Looking at Jianlian, her eyes were full of soft colors. Even now, I have never regretted it. Yisun's eyes were about to burst into flames. He knew that Suiyun was making some kind of decision in this situation. It would not be an exaggeration to say that it was a flashback before death. Yin also worked hard to come here, and was shocked when he saw Suiyun's true form tied to the World Tree. She subconsciously looked at Suiyun's reincarnation aside. But unfortunately Suiyun's reincarnation didn't mean to look at her at all. From Suiyun's eyes on the World Tree, she could be sure that the one Suiyun liked was her junior sister. It turned out that she had already heard from her junior brother about the special situation of her junior sister. Even his junior brother was the reincarnation of the star god lord from the sky. She was forcibly instilled with spiritual power, and was able to enter this outer world. She had no idea that it would be like this. Knowing all this, she suddenly felt inferior. After Suiyun left, she discovered who she really liked. After going to Time Wation, she realized that everything was not as she imagined. Hate? What right does she have to hate? Suiyun smiled after getting Jianlian's answer. The black energy and spiritual energy on his body became more and more intense, and a strange magic circle emitted from his body. The proud insect generals sensed something, and looked at Suiyun one by one. They wanted to go back and stop them, but were blocked by the formation. Those insect generals were very angry, and warned fiercely. What are you doing? It is completely impossible for you to die together. If you do this, you will only die more miserably than you are now. The ferocious voice rushed across the whole world. Seeing that Suiyun could not persuade him, Chongjiang turned around to look at Yisun and cursed. Let go, or you will be the next one to die. Obviously this threat is useless. The insect general's body has the aura of the World Tree. Yisun has the same origin as the World Tree. It takes a little effort to kill them. It is not impossible to consume them for a long time. It's just that Time Wation's current situation can't wait any longer. They can't afford it. The fact that they couldn't be killed did not affect Yisun's torture of these insect generals at all. When they were anxious, the Qianyuan sword swung again, and the 3 insect generals were torn apart. This time, the fusion speed of the insect generals actually became slower, and the clouds on the World Tree over there also cracked. Everyone was shocked, and Yisun never dared to do anything again. Suiyun laughed loudly and said, What? There are times when you don't dare. You will never be soft on your love rival. His ridicule did not affect Yisun's actions. Are you going to die? Even though Yisun changed what World Tree promised him, he didn't want him to die. It is absolutely impossible to give up the little girl. Suiyun's contribution to Time Wation is immeasurable. He is like this. He has the absolute ruthlessness and decisiveness of a demon. But because he is the Emperor of Heaven, he always looks at things from their essence. At this time, Suiyun no longer pretended to be superficial. Even if Yisun is the Emperor of Heaven, he doesn't want to deal with this love rival at all. At the critical moment, the 3 giant insects combined all their powers and merged into a huge insect. Its strength was more than 3 times that of before, and its flexibility was even more slippery than before. Yi Sun was unprepared for the big insect and directly ran into the prison formation. After breaking through, he went directly towards Sui Yun's reincarnation. The speed is so fast that it is completely unimaginable. Sui Yun's spellcasting obviously had a certain impact on his reincarnation. Even when the big insect attacked, his reaction speed was greatly slowed down. Jiang Lian spun around to save him. But it was too late. He saw that the big insect no longer looked like a big insect, but had a vague human shape, and a white machete slashed towards Sui Yun unprepared. Yan Yan, who was next to Sui Yun's reincarnation, saw something was wrong with him, and hurriedly mobilized all the spiritual energy in his body to attack the big insect general. But his body still subconsciously blocked Sui Yun's reincarnation behind him. Situluyun, who was in the distance, bared his teeth when he saw the scene. His eyes were red, and his veins popped out. No! The Star God Lord, who had always been as steady as an old master, panicked at this moment and flew towards Yan Yan's position very quickly. He had never hated himself for being so slow. Jiang Lian and others rushed towards their position quickly. It's a pity that even if it's fast, it's still a little slow. Yan Yan blocked all the attacks for Sui Yun. His body fell to the ground like a rag, and was hugged by Situluyun, who came quickly. In Jiang Lian's memory, the senior sister who treated her gently, but was extremely strong now, had blood overflowing from her mouth, and her body gradually became transparent. Looking at all this with disbelief, and looking at the disgusting big insect general, Jiang Lian was holding back tears in his eyes. If eyes could kill, this big insect general would probably be dead. The big bug general wanted to continue attacking after missing a single hit. Yi Sun used a large formation to cover it up again. This time it was very powerful. Under Jiang Lian's all-out effort, the big bug general was completely trapped. In terms of strength, even if the great insect general combines all the previous powers, it is not invincible to everyone in Tien Weishan. The most troublesome thing is its immortality. Situluyun held Yan Yan in his arms. The man shed tears, but he didn't shed tears lightly. But he didn't feel sad. The majestic Lord of the Stars had tears all over his face at this moment. The gray sky was suddenly filled with stars, but he seemed to sense the sadness at this moment and began to fall towards the ground. Yan Yan, who was already extremely transparent, reached out and touched Situluyun's cheek. Tears fell to the ground through her fingers. Her voice was ethereal. Junior brother, why are you crying? I'm sorry. After saying that, he looked at the sky, his body slowly dissipating. The stars in the sky are so beautiful. Are they just for me? Situluyun held back tears and was about to answer her words. But Yan Yan's body completely dissipated at this time. At the same time, the silent and motionless Sui Yun's reincarnated body over there dissipated directly, turning into dots of light and flying towards Sui Yun on the world tree. The big insect will roar, and it has completely ignored Jiang Lian and others who are suppressing it with force. When Jiang Lian saw Sui Yun secretly saying something was wrong, he hurriedly asked the system, "What does Sui Yun want to do?" The system sighed. "He wants to die with the big bug." The system that saw everything clearly explained. Those insect generals suck the energy from the world tree, and the world tree sucked the energy from Sui Yun. During this time, Sui Yun secretly used his own breath to set up the formation. As long as he activated the formation, and the insect general's immortality was naturally broken. What will happen to Sui Yun? Knowing the situation at this time, Jiang Lian has almost guessed the outcome. He will dissipate with it. But don't worry. After the world tree is restored, it can help him restore his soul. Yi Sun also guessed it at this time. And something appeared in his hand and hit Sui Yun's place with spiritual power. Chapter 432. The system leaves. Tree spirit dew. This is something that the world tree has bred in previous years. Just one drop can give people the ability to resurrect the dead. No one expected Yi Sun to have this thing, and even gave it to Sui Yun. Sui Yun, who was driven into the tree spirit dew, was full of complexities. You don't have to give it to me. If you die, you will die. Even if you live, it will be meaningless. Sui Yun's rogue appearance made Yi Sun so angry that his chest hurt. This man is really spying on his Taoist companion. He still wants to be saved. He is already making people vomit blood. And now he actually says that he would rather die than save. Otherwise it would be meaningless to live without the person he loves. The reincarnation and the soul reunited, and coupled with the effect of the tree spirit dew, Sui Yun, who was originally weak, now looked full of energy. Sui Yun didn't waste any time. The runes on his body became denser and denser. At this moment, Sui Yun said to Yi Sun, "I'll ask the Emperor of Heaven to take action later." He smiled bitterly in his heart. What he had spent so many years to accomplish was still no match for the one-hit kill from the Emperor of Heaven. It was Yi Sun who killed those 6 insect generals back then. His unique skill was the insect general's nemesis. And only his karma fire could make the insect generals disappear forever. This time it was his deliberate plan. He originally wanted to use the Zerg to force them to give him another chance. Without any interference. To get what he wanted. But when he saw Ayan again, seeing her injured, seeing her standing side by side with Emperor Yi Sun like a match made in heaven, seeing the light in her eyes, he stopped thinking about it for an instant. This kind of her is exactly what he wants to protect. And he can't bear to destroy her. Give up? There is some reluctance in my heart. But so what? The mind affected by the inner demon was particularly clear at this time. And he saw everything at once. Even though he had restrained himself before, he still cared about it in his heart. Yi Sun nodded and maintained the formation, so that the big insect general could not leave. Under the strong suppression, and with the activation of Sui Yun formation, the big insect will let out an uncomfortable roar. The Zerg tribe in the sky became scattered due to the control of the Zerg generals. And the several major Zerg tribes headed by them were completely wiped out by Jiang Yan and others. Jiang Lian shed tears as she watched her senior sister die, but couldn't leave. The world tree has reached its limit during this time. She must maintain it. Otherwise the situation is not under control. If the world tree dies, all the worlds will collapse directly. And even the sky will cease to exist. With the help of Jiang Lian, the 5 element beasts formed a protective formation. And the power of the 5 elements continued to emerge, enhancing the spiritual energy of the world tree. When Sui Yun dissipated, his eyes were full of reluctance for her. At that moment, golden formations appeared on the body of the insect general. The insect general, who could recover no matter how he attacked or was torn apart, could no longer do so under the influence of those lines. Heal wounds. The big insect will become furious and attack the people around him crazily. Yi Sun was completely unafraid of the big insect's strength, which would greatly increase due to the crisis. And his sword energy was everywhere. This battle was fought in darkness, because the giant bug general was more powerful than before in its final struggle to death. The surrounding bugs no longer attacked people blindly, and all rushed toward the location of the big bug general like crazy, and finally became its nourishment. Everyone in Tine Waishan had no enemies anymore, and they stood watching the battle in midair. The 5 element beasts and the stunning woman surrounding the world tree are radiating light and are sacred and inviolable. Not far away, the heavenly Emperor Yi Sun fought against the great insect general alone. Several great powers in the heavens worked together to control the great insect general in the formation. The fire of karma burned for 3 days and 3 nights, turning the whole world red. It has taken hundreds of thousands of years since the Zerg destroyed the world tree and invaded the outer worlds to be completely destroyed now. These decades have been a disaster for everyone in the entire Tine Waishan. Although all the Zerg races have been eliminated, the Zerg Emperor has not yet been found, which is definitely the biggest hidden danger. The clouds disappeared, the insects were exterminated, and the world tree, which was originally thought to be able to be restored through the soil, was no longer okay at all. The system said to Jiang Lian in a sad voice, "Host, I may have to go back. The world tree needs me." The world tree has been almost eroded by the insect generals. Even after absorbing the energy from Sui Yun for so many years, it has completely reached the end of its strength. It itself is the small tree but on the world tree, the heart of the replacement tree spirit born on the world tree. Now that the world tree is no longer working, only if it returns to the world tree and merges into the world tree can everything be brought back to life. Otherwise, the world will only face the possibility of collapse again. Jiang Lian felt very sad and reluctant to let go. The system had been accompanying her for so many years. When I came to this world, I didn't panic because I had systematic companionship. Now it is returning to the world tree. And I know in my heart that no matter how reluctant it is to let go, it should be fulfilled. Don't be sad. If you miss me in the future, come over to the world tree to see me. Although I can no longer follow you everywhere, I have become the world tree. I can see you and be with you wherever you are. Together. The system comforted him. But Jiang Lian could clearly feel its sadness. There is a time to part. Not to mention that the world tree is now in danger and cannot be delayed at all. Okay. How should I help you? Jiang Lian endured the discomfort in her heart and asked calmly. But the system was still on her and could completely sense her state of mind. You just need to use your spiritual power to help me get out of the body and cut off the contractual connection. Jiang Lian couldn't help but shed tears again when she heard that the contract was severed. Holding back tears, Jiang Lian nodded and felt it in her body. Originally, she didn't know where the system was hiding. Now that she was about to leave, she actually saw a towering giant like a world tree in a sea of consciousness. Tree. Compared with the current state of decline of the world tree, the tree in her sea of consciousness is simply a young man. Cutting off a contract is the most uncomfortable thing. Not to mention that the system is in her sea of consciousness. The pain is relatively greater. Host. Don't be afraid. Just carry it out. I'm here. It'll be fine. When it was time to part ways, the system was still thinking about her. This made Jiang Lian even more uncomfortable. After so many years of companionship, she had long regarded the system as a relative. Gritting his teeth, Jiang Lian's spiritual power surged toward the towering tree in the sea of consciousness, and then forcibly peeled it away. If ordinary people did this, they would definitely become idiots. But because of the systematic assistance, Jiang Lian did not suffer any harm or pain at all. But even so, Jiang Lian still spurted blood when he terminated the contract. Not far away, Yi Sun was concerned and confused, and wanted to step forward, but Jiang Lian held him back in time. It was also at this time that they all knew that the little bud of the world tree had followed the little girl to reincarnation. Some things that were previously unexplainable were instantly explained. After the system left Jiang Lian's body, it was wrapped in a green golden light and suspended in front of Jiang Lian. Go! There was blood on the corner of his mouth. But Jiang Lian still endured the severe pain in his body and wrapped the light ball with spiritual power and headed towards the world tree. Xiao Shuya looked back at Jiang Lian, feeling worried. Originally, it was impossible for her to vomit blood and get injured with its help. Chapter 433, The World Tree is in danger. Even though he was worried, but time was tight, Xiao Shuya couldn't care so much and headed directly towards the world tree. Sensing the approach of the little tree bud, the amiable voice of the world tree was full of weakness, but very loving. Little year, welcome back. I can't do it anymore. Old man, this world will depend on you to support it from now on. Hearing these words, Jiang Lian's eyes became moist again unconsciously. Tears dripped down, and the already decadent grass on the ground suddenly became more alive. Old man, you have a good rest. Remember to come back when you have had enough rest. I don't want to keep this big stall open forever. Although he said this, he fully understood in his heart that the world tree was really old. But fortunately, it would not really disappear from the world directly. It would sleep under the tree. It might wake up again. Or it might slow down. Disappear slowly from the world. World tree laughed loudly. See you all. After saying that, the aura of the world tree changed. The little tree bud entered the world tree. The extremely withered world tree instantly withered, decayed, and turned into a dead tree, with leaves and trunks falling to the ground. At this moment, a green bud appeared under the trunk at the bottom of it. It grew out of the ground at lightning speed. It was so green and lush. And the towering giant tree was the most powerful. The momentum breaks through the sky, and the leaves float in the breeze. The original world tree was kind and benevolent. But now the world tree is very strong in terms of growth, with the protection of the world but also the inviolability of it. The gray world quickly became clear after the world tree took on a new look. Auspicious clouds fell, and the entire world that had been silent for hundreds of thousands of years became prosperous. Looking at the new world tree in front of him, Jiang Lian smiled, crying and laughing but not feeling ugly. Only then did she have time to wipe the blood from the corner of her mouth, and her worried heart calmed down at this moment. System, do you still need the breast soil? This thing was originally intended for the aging world tree, but now it is a completely new world tree after being replaced with a young tree bud. The name Jiang Lian was a bit strange to everyone, but they didn't think much of it. After all, it was just a title. A familiar system voice came from the world tree. Yes, with the addition of the 5-star divine beast formation, it will have a certain effect on Tianwei and other damaged small worlds. Just when Jiang Lian vomited blood, the system was very worried. So a golden light shrouded Jiang Lian, and it was completely relieved after confirming that she was completely fine. After getting the system's answer, Jiang Lian started to act casually. The 5 elements of beasts gathered again and formed 5 directions. The formation was naturally formed at this moment under the structure of spiritual energy. In Jiang Lian's hand appeared the piece of breast soil that he had obtained in the Scarlet Blood Mansion in the Xianing world. The spiritual energy surged toward Shi Soil, because now she had the memory of Tien Weishan, and she knew completely about Shi Soil's use. Shi Rong floated in front, forming seals with his hands. When the marks were printed, Shi Rong suddenly became brighter, feeling that it was almost done. Jiang Lian pushed Shi Rong into the 5 elements formation, and Shi Rong instantly turned into stars and scattered towards the world tree. The sky is filled with glow again. The atmosphere between heaven and earth becomes fresher, and even the spiritual energy becomes richer. Everything returned to peace. The world tree regenerated, and with the help of the queen, all things grew up smoothly again. After Jiang Lian helped the world tree completely absorb the soil, Yi Sun had already arranged the follow-up work of Tien Weishan. Are you okay? After Jiang Lian put away her spiritual power and fell to the ground, Yi Sun looked at her carefully, fearing that there was any damage. The previous system was a little afraid of Yi Sun. Now, as the world tree, it has quite a strong foundation and is not afraid of Yi Sun. When will the Emperor of Heaven walk the path of heaven again? Although Yi Sun is the Emperor of Heaven, that was the original time. This time he has to walk the path of heaven again to accept the inheritance to be the true co-master of the Emperor of Heaven. It's just that in his second life, his inner demons were intensified in order to resurrect the host. It may be more difficult to follow the path of heaven this time than before. When World Tree asked this question, Yi Sun was silent for a moment, and then said, "This time I don't want to be the Emperor of Heaven anymore. I just want to accompany my wife well." This result was a bit unexpected for both Jiang Lian and World Tree. It's just that compared to Jiang Lian's pure surprise, World Tree is more gloating about his misfortune. If you really don't want to be the Emperor of Heaven, it's not impossible. I'll choose someone else. But the host's wife may not be your wife. The system's words surprised Jiang Lian. Why? After all, she and Yi Sun had signed a Taoist couple contract a long time ago. How could it not be the case? Over there, Yi Sun's inner demon was very concerned about Jiang Lian's thoughts. But when he heard the system's words, his aura turned gloomy and cold. You'd better give a reasonable explanation. The world tree is not afraid, because the host is the chosen and destined queen. This time, the queen chooses the emperor, not the emperor chooses the queen. After saying that, he even said with gloating, "If you really don't want to be the Emperor of Heaven, there are others who are willing to do it, such as Sui Yun. He has been connected to the world tree for such a long time, which just says the choice of Emperor of Heaven to cultivate the Tianyan aura. If Yi Sun is not willing to be the Emperor of Heaven, Sui Yun is indeed a good candidate." Fortunately, he did not make a big mistake this time. Yi Sun's face turned dark when he heard this name. Although Sui Yun should not try to take advantage of this opportunity to miss his little girl after experiencing what happened in Tien Weishan. His achievements cannot be denied, and he admires him as a man. But it is absolutely impossible for him to give up the little girl. Yi Sun gritted his teeth. Don't even think about it. Looking at Yi Sun, whose vinegar smell was so strong that it almost killed him, Jiang Lian couldn't help but laugh. Then are you willing to continue to be the Emperor of Heaven? Speaking of which, Yi Sun is the most suitable person to be the Emperor of Heaven, and is also favored by heaven. Maybe this time when he takes the path of heaven again, his inner demons will be helped to clear up. Of clearing. Because of this condition, the idea of taking a break and playing around with his girl in the next few days was put on hold. He nodded and said, "Yes." Looking at Yi Sun, who was a little aggrieved, Jiang Lian smiled instantly, knowing very well how good he was to her. He said distressfully, "Thank you, sir. Silly girl." As he spoke, Yi Sun put his hand on Jiang Lian's cheek, his voice full of endearment. "I said, you never have to say thank you to me. Okay." Jiang Lian smiled, stood on tiptoes, and kissed him on the cheek. Yi Sun was obviously dissatisfied with such a quick glance. "Is that it?" The world tree couldn't stand it any longer and said, "Go show off your affection elsewhere. You can come back 3 days later on the way to heaven." Chapter 434, 10,000 Beasts Congratulate. Jiang Lian looked at Yi Sun with a snicker. The system was very afraid of him back then. But now that he has become the world tree, he even dared to talk to Yi Sun when he got angry. 3 days passed quickly, and the sky was completely settled, and the world tree was once again full of vitality. Standing under the world tree, Jiang Lian looked worriedly at the sky. A golden avenue in the sky was completely invisible from below. System, what do you think he is in there? This time the cause and effect on him was very serious. He had massacred so many creatures in Xianling continent that year. The way of heaven is the most biased. No matter how many good things he has done for the world, His cause and effect will always be there when he follows the way of heaven. Such situations require corresponding punishment, especially when walking on the path of heaven. The punishment will be stronger than during ordinary tribulations. Suddenly there were dark clouds in the sky. Amazing thunder and lightning roamed inside. And even Jiang Lian, who had now overcome his fear of thunder and lightning in his heart, was completely shocked when he saw the thunder and lightning in this situation. System, how can this thunder and lightning be so strong? Didn't you say that heaven will help? In this situation, they had absolutely no way to help, and could only rely on Yi Sun to resist it himself. For Jiang Lian's anxious system, he could only sigh. Tian Dao privately changed the life he agreed to Sui Yun this time as a punishment. In addition, he slaughtered so many creatures in order to resurrect you. All these old and new grudges are reckoned together. That's okay. If what happened to Sui Yun was also used as punishment, how much should he endure? Why is Sui Yun's incident also treated as punishment? This kind of thing is indeed wrong. But if it is really to be punished, she has no idea to what extent God will judge it. Don't worry. He has already gone through the way of heaven once. Even if he is punished this time, he won't be sad. Besides, he can feel the way of heaven's preference for him. Just like a father looking at his biological son. No matter how he looks at it. Okay. Very biased. There was endless thunder and lightning in the sky. And Jiang Lian stared at the sky without blinking. There is a Taoist couple contract between them, so they can still tell his location based on their feeling. Fortunately, they had a Taoist couple contract, so she could still feel Yi Sun's life breath while standing there. She would definitely be able to sense it if there was a danger and her life was in danger. After an unknown amount of time, the thunder and lightning continued, and black energy suddenly overflowed from the avenue. Jiang Lian's heart skipped a beat. This was bringing out Yi Sun's inner demons. She flew up worriedly, preparing to fly into the sky. But the world tree found out in time and stretched out its branches to roll her back. Are you preparing to die? Facing the system's cold questioning, Jiang Lian instantly became a little depressed. Concern leads to chaos. And at this moment, my heart is already in a state of confusion. It was the system that understood her best. And the branch she was holding on to was not loosened at all. Just in a stalemate. At this time, Yi Sun's body was full of black energy, and the magic lines on his face appeared. When he was in Xianming continent, he was both an immortal and a demon. But he was different from Jiang Lian. He is not of the bloodline of the gods and demons, but because he was originally the Emperor of Heaven, the co-lord of heaven and earth, who controls all things. Although he has a ready-made immortal demon body and a heavenly emperor constitution, he has to truly go through the path of heaven to completely eliminate all the shortcomings in his body. Even if Yi Sun himself is powerful. Veins popped out, and he doubled up in pain. She gritted her teeth fiercely, fearing that any sound coming out would make her worried. The experience of her second life kept replaying in her mind, and her heart clenched at the moment she died. And even before the final fusion, she still rejected him. A very arrogant voice kept saying in his ear, "She actually doesn't love you. She hates you being possessed. And she doesn't want to see you being possessed at all. The way you are now is what she hates the most. You will only become more and more disgusted by her. When she gets tired of you, Sui Yun will take your place, and there will be no place for you in her heart." 1. The second life was the one he cared about the most and regretted the most. Who Jiang Lian loved in his heart was completely at stake in his heart. He knew that she loved him, but he could not wait for her love at the end of his second life. In addition, Sui Yun is eyeing him, and even the provoking method before the world tree. If he is not willing to be the Emperor of Heaven, Sui Yun is the best candidate, and even his little girl will become his. No, everything you said is wrong. She has always liked me, and only me. Cold sweat dropped from his forehead. Trying hard to keep his consciousness clear, the voice was completely unwilling to let him go. Stop deceiving yourself. People change. She rejects you as Sun Yi and has a strong opinion of you. Constant deception. Every word is full of negative energy. If other people would have collapsed directly. But fortunately, he is as strong as Yi Sun, whose endurance and self-control ability are completely unmatched. He raised his misty eyes slightly, and Jiang Lian's figure loomed in the mist ahead, looking at the man with nostalgia. His eyes, that were originally covered in black, gradually became clear. The past of Tian Weishan, the relationship with Xianling continent, and the love between Gu Lian when they were young. These are not fake. He knows the little girl's character best and her thoughts best. So it's not that she doesn't love her. He could completely understand the situation at that time. So he didn't force the little girl to make a decision at all. His mind was getting clearer and clearer. And at this moment, he suddenly discovered that his body was wrapped in a strong Tianyan aura. It seemed that heavenly Tao had helped him. After fully waking up, I put my mind back together. The inner demons had been almost completely resisted in the process. Every step of the way to inherit the heavenly path required me to withstand supreme pressure and experience more than 300 steps. Each step is a test. Experiencing countless illusions, various conditions in the world, human sufferings, various emotions of human beings, and major events in the world. He has experienced everything in the world. Only when he has gone through the Tian Dao inheritance himself can he understand the difficulties involved. This is why Tian Dao is willing to help him when he takes the Tian Dao inheritance again. There are very few people in the world who can truly cross this inheritance bridge, and it is very difficult to find one. Although the New World Tree said that Sui Yin was suitable, Tian Dao was more willing to be his son, the former Emperor of Heaven. The first point is that he has crossed the bridge of inheritance. And the second point is that under his governance, the world will be bright and prosperous, which can save a lot of trouble. It takes a long time to go through the inheritance of heaven. After watching the thunder disaster in the sky dissipate and the black energy disappear, Jiang Lian finally felt relieved. Everyone was looking forward to the result. After anxious waiting, the sky was finally filled with glow, and the aura between heaven and earth was thicker than before. All the beasts congratulated each other, and the whole world was enveloped in joy. Chapter 435 Return to Xianming. When Jiang Lian saw Yi Sun again, he was wearing a golden robe and a crown of Emperor of Heaven's hair on his head. Compared with the previous life, Yi Sun's majesty when he was the Emperor of Heaven was now much colder. Very similar to when he was the Demon Lord Sun Yi. Worried Jiang Lian hurriedly flew forward to greet him. Mister, even though he had already walked the road of inheritance once before, it would still be somewhat difficult to walk it again this time. But when he saw his little girl again, all the hardships disappeared. He hugged the little girl who was running towards her and said, Madam, when will we hold the wedding ceremony? He has been waiting for this moment for a long time, even though it had already been held once in his previous life when he was still in Taiwan Wei. This is the couple's wedding ceremony after their rebirth. He has been looking forward to this day since he was in Xianling continent as a rival. Besides, the Queen of Heaven ceremony also comes after the marriage ceremony. Jiang Lian blushed with embarrassment, but still said sternly, Wait until the Insect King is destroyed. I met him in the secret realm of Tianquan Mountain in the Xianming world. At that time, because my brother was a member of the gods and demons, and he was treated in time, he directly memories restored. Okay, but we can't delay the wedding ceremony after killing the Insect Emperor. He didn't want to wait any longer. After waiting for so many years, and there were so many people watching eagerly in the sky, if the marriage ceremony and the queen's succession ceremony were not held early, I feel uneasy. Jiang Lian nodded, but she had no objection to this. After everything settled, Jiang Lian came to the location of Master Hong Yin. When she left, she specially arranged a protective formation around him. She had consumed a Hong Yin before and still hadn't woken up. Now that the spiritual energy in the sky has improved, she will arrange another healing formation so that Master Hong Yin can wake up faster. From the moment she became her master, she respected him from the bottom of her heart. In this world, the most important thing was the master-disciple relationship. Once she was a teacher, she was always a father. She hoped to get his blessing for this wedding ceremony, as well as her master Yin Chengzi. Thinking of this, Jiang Lian couldn't help but feel lonely. The senior sister had to disappear from the world because she blocked the attack of the big insect general with Sui Yin. Fortunately, the Lord of Stars spent half his life cultivating himself to condense the soul of his senior sister. After the formation was rearranged, Jiang Lian specially sent someone to help watch, so that if anything happened, he would be informed in time. Subconsciously, he headed towards the Star Pavilion, which was the residence of the Star God Lord. The pavilions have their own star aura hidden in the clouds and mist, looming in the sea of stars. No matter how beautiful the stars are, Jiang Lian is not in any mood to appreciate them at this time. After entering the Star Pavilion, the disciple who originally guarded the gate wanted to ask her to wait and report to others before entering. Situ Luyun appeared at this moment and saluted to Jiang Lian. Jiang Lian said hurriedly, Senior brother Mo Duoli. Looking at each other, both of them understood what the other meant. Therefore, it is as if he is still worshipping Yun Peak in Xianling continent. Seeing the senior brother with black hair turning into white hair, the words Jiang Lian wanted to say rolled in his mouth, but could not be said. Situlian smiled. I know what junior sister wants to ask. It's okay. Yes, it's okay with him. Everything will be fine. After speaking, without waiting for Jianlian's answer, he comforted her again. I have almost condensed your senior sister's soul. After a period of time, I will send her to reincarnation. Is everything okay? Even if some souls can be condensed, some parts are still missing, resulting in incomplete souls. In the end, they can only enter reincarnation and slowly make up for it with time. Everything is fine. My soul is intact, but some of my memory is missing. But it does not affect my consciousness. Hearing this, Jianlian knew that this was the best situation. And it was also because the senior brother himself was a star king, and the power of the stars could help him. Otherwise, the situation would probably be even worse. After chatting for a while, Jianlian didn't expect that senior brother would actually like senior sister. She had seen the soul condensed back by the senior sister. The missing part was the aura that was specially drawn from her in order to attract Sui Yun. This time it dissipated directly, and what was left was the senior sister's own things. Fair enough. After reincarnation, it will be a brand new soul, no longer affected by people like them. On the way back, Jianlian recalled everything that had happened before. The senior sister was the person who accompanied her the most during her rebirth as a teenager. Back then, her master had been in seclusion all year round, so it fell on her senior sister to take care of her. When her senior sister died, there was nothing she could do. It was impossible not to feel sad. But senior sister has a chance to be reborn and can even get rid of her previous constraints. This is not a relief for her. It is urgent to solve the problem of the insect emperor. Tien Weishan has initially decided to do so. Yi Sun cannot leave for the time being because Tien Weishan still needs his help to stabilize it. If the follow-up was not done well, there would be endless troubles. In the end, Jian Lian returned to the Xianming world with Jian Yin, Shan Honglai, Gong Ying and others. Jian Lian took them to Tianquan Mountain. Because of the opening of Tien Weishan, the spiritual energy of the entire world has been revived, and the cultivation atmosphere in the Xianming world has become quite strong. Standing at the foot of Tianquan Mountain, Jian Lian clearly felt the difference here. Without the Demon Lord seal that needs to be guarded, Tianquan Mountain has become a member of the major sects, and resource grabbing is completely indispensable. The system originally said that if you want to directly enter the world where the Insect King is banned, you must obtain the meteorite on the top of the Tianquan Mountain Tower, which has the effect of directly fixing it to that world. According to this situation, they need to go to Tianquan Mountain again. Otherwise, even if they enter the secret realm, they may not be able to enter that world. There were more people coming this time, and the task of fetching the meteorite did not require so many people. So Jiang Lian and Jiang Yin went up to Tianquan Mountain while the others waited in place. When Jiang Lian came here, it was Yao Hui who took her in. But now her strength and this little formation are completely out of her eyes. Taking a step forward, Jiang Lian and Jiang Yin disappeared directly on the spot, and the two of them suddenly appeared in the square at the top of Tianquan Mountain. Tianquan Mountain Square is usually very lively. There are many people in the square at this time. Regarding the sudden appearance of these two people, everyone who saw them in Tianquan Mountain Square was shocked. What kind of cultivation level is this? He came back faster than she did. What's even more surprising is that all the big guys in the mountain gate didn't notice the two uninvited guests at all. Finally, Jian Lian said directly, Master Qin Shan, please come and be fine. Jian Lian's voice resounded through the sect, and the powerful people in the sect were shocked and hurriedly jumped out to find out what happened. Qin Hingming was the first to arrive, followed by Guanhua, and many more people followed. Everyone was surprised when they saw Jiang Yan and the two of them. The two people's auras were completely different, and they even felt like they were back to their original nature, and it was impossible to tell what their cultivation level was. Jiang Yan still respected his former master when he saw him, so he saluted to him. Master! Chapter 436 Hypocrite. If the master hadn't secretly saved him back then, he probably wouldn't have become the little girl's brother. Although it was merged with his previous body, he was willing to respect it, and his attitude was somewhat different from before. Guanhua is also a good person, and he understands everything when he looks into the eyes of this young apprentice. At this time, Jiang Yan feels like his apprentice, but he seems not to be at all. Thinking back to the opening of Tien Weishan some time ago, the legend behind, although it was a little unbelievable, it was not impossible. He nodded and said with a smile, Okay, just come back. Boy Yan is back. the elder of Tianquan Mountain said with a smile, looking at Jiang Yan inquiringly, curious about how this man became like this. Looking very strong. Jiang Yan didn't pay much attention and said directly to Qin Hingming, I came here this time to exchange meteorites with the mountain owner. Not directly, but in exchange. Tianquan Mountain has a certain relationship with him. He did not obtain it directly. If he had taken it directly before, let alone Tianquan Mountain, it is possible that they would never know about it. Jiang Lian stood aside and said nothing. In the world of immortal cultivation, strength is respected. And Qin Hingming and others could not figure out Jiang Yan's current strength. With his caution, he did not directly deny it, but said with a smile, Master Nephew, as far as I know, our Tianquan Mountain there is no meteorite. Of course, there may be. I don't know. But as long as there is, we can always discuss it. Jiang Lian looked at Jiang Yan and looked at the reactions of everyone around him. They probably don't know. Master Qin Shan, there is indeed this meteorite in your mountain gate. If we continue to take the meteorite, we will not take it for nothing. We will definitely trade it at an equal price. And it will not have any impact on your mountain gate. Qin Hingming thought about it for a moment. Then thought about the things he had investigated. And then said, I can give you the meteorite, but you must help stabilize my Tianquan Mountain formation. They have all heard of this man's deeds on the battlefield of immortals and demons. Tianquan Mountain has been lacking in formation since the death of Guang Tianzong, the elder who was good at formations, coupled with the opening of Tine Weishan. These old guys have hope in the future. The mountain gate can no longer continue to be stagnant. The strengthening of the protective array is related to the safety of the entire mountain gate. From now on, these old guys will be the sect no matter they ascend or fall. The foundation of the door. Jiang Lian looked at it, and couldn't help but remember that Tianquan Mountain was responsible for maintaining the trapping formation on Sun Yi. The system said that the reason why Su Yeshuan had an early attack and completely fell into a coma was that Tianquan Mountain, it also has a lot to do with it. She is the most protective of shortcomings, especially when it comes to her husband-in-law. And she doesn't tolerate others plotting against her. This time, I would come over to explain to them and promise to take it away without affecting Tianquan Mountain. However, they actually thought that she was still the unknown person before, and wanted her to compensate while also strengthening the formation. Why is her face so big? She has never had a good impression of anyone else in Tianquan Mountain, except Guanhua. Jiang Lian had a straight face and a cold voice. But it was not bad. If she had been really angry in the past, she would have been more than this. You can't stand my formation. I'm just informing you about the falling meteorite. I just promised that it won't affect its original function. When everyone saw Jiang Lian angry, they were even more unhappy. Although they can't see Jiang Lian's true cultivation level clearly, they are not vegetarians, and are not afraid of her. Some even scolded directly. Are you Taoist Jiang ready to take something by force? There is no such great thing in the world. Qin Hingming did not stop the disciple's words, but he said hypocritically, Look, little friend Jiang, this formation is just a piece of cake for you, and will not have any impact on you. The meteorite can also give you your... I used to have a good impression of Qin Hingming. I felt that he was good at singing and dancing, and he would not offend anyone if he talked in a certain way. But now it seems that he is completely out of touch and very hypocritical. Jiang Lian didn't talk nonsense to them. He directly raised his hand to control the top of Tianquan Mountain through the air. A black and shiny stone floated down from it. The formation on the tower was also damaged, as the stone floated down. The other hand formed a seal, and a stream of spiritual power with Tianyan aura was suspended on the fingertips. And then it was directed towards the defective formation. Jiang Lian was a queen in her previous life, and it is normal for her aura to have the aura of heaven. Although the succession ceremony has not yet been held, she and Yi Sun are Taoist couples. He has been inherited by the Emperor of Heaven and recognized by heaven. The aura of heaven in her body has changed. It is normal for it to become thicker. The people in Tianquan Mountain had never thought that this would be the case. Such a strong Tianyan aura made them confused. However, they did not know Jiang Lian's true identity. They only thought that she had obtained some kind of genius treasure. This is the boundary of their Tianquan Mountain. They were able to seal the demon lord for tens of thousands of years. How can they not deal with such an ordinary girl? Several of them revealed their weapons and pointed at Jiang Lian's position. Put down the meteorite and hand over your spiritual treasures. Otherwise you won't be able to leave Tianquan Mountain. Jiang Lian smiled. Looking at these people was like looking at a group of funny ants. Guanhua never thought that this would be the case. He looked at Qin Hengming and reminded, Mountain Master, is there something wrong with doing this? Now he doesn't have much hope for Shaman. But he is used to Tianquan Mountain, and they treat him as a Jojia alchemist with complete respect, and even respond to his requests. Never thought of leaving. But now? How come even the usually good mountain master has become like this? Qin Hengming didn't care. I'm doing this all for the sake of the mountain gate. The original lost treasure had a great impact on our mountain gate. Now that we have the opportunity to strengthen this protective array, why not do it to improve the overall strength of the mountain gate? All the changes and ideas were entirely due to the opening of the heaven and earth. The people who had been tempered to become docile were completely inspired by bloodthirsty struggle at this moment. What could be more delicious than rising in cultivation, breaking through the avenue, and entering the outer world to see a different world, facing the attacking elders of Tianquan Mountain? Jiang Lian sneered. You really overestimate your capabilities. There was no need for Jiang Lian to do anything. Jiang Lian just stamped his foot, and the elders of Tianquan Mountain, who had already approached, fell to the ground one by one like dumplings. It was so exciting. Yao Hui, who was standing far away, originally thought of secretly going to Jiang Lian to find out. But looking at him like this, she was completely confused. It feels like the junior brother in front of him is completely different from before, as if he has completely changed his mind. She once doubted whether her junior brother had been snatched away. But if so, their Tianquan Mountain formation would definitely show it. It was impossible for him to stand here completely motionless for so long. She stood there infatuatedly and looked at him from a distance, a thought growing crazily in her heart. Chapter 437. Open the entrance. She wants him. Yao Hui completely forgot that Jiang Yan ignored her when they were in the imperial capital, and even made it clear. But this person is easy to selectively forget. The eyes looking at Jiang Yan were burning. Jiang Yan noticed Yao Hui's gaze and frowned displeased. The senior sister did help protect him before, but after he woke up, she secretly made up for it by chance. Why is she still so ignorant? Meeting Jiang Yan's eyes, Yao Hui was filled with joy and completely ignored his cold treatment. Walking towards their position, Yao Hui shouted, Junior brother! Yao Hui's expression and the love in her voice were completely unconcealed. Jiang Lian, who had already obtained the meteorite and set up a similar formation, looked at his brother with some schadenfreude. This mundane matter was the most embarrassing. Speaking of which, she felt a little guilty. She took advantage of Yao Hui's concern for her brother and asked her to help take care of his unconscious brother. After all, she was the most suitable person in that situation. Jiang Yan's brows were filled with frost, and his aura of keeping strangers away was at full strength. Jiang Lian estimated that Yao Hui would be splashed with blood if he took another step forward. Qin Hengming over there was shocked by Jiang Lian's methods and had some vague suspicions about her. But he never thought that these two were visitors from outside the world. Little friend Jiang, you don't take our Tianquan Mountain seriously in such an obvious robbery? Qin Hengming questioned, and even issued an order to the powerful people who gathered in Tianquan Mountain to be on standby at any time. Jiang Yan was even more cold-tempered. He was the most protective person, not to mention the sister he finally got. The moment those people pointed their weapons at her, everyone in Tianquan Mountain was destined to be in trouble. So what if I don't take it lightly? As soon as the words came out, everyone in Tianquan Mountain was furious. An elder was very angry and cursed. Jiang Yan, you white-eyed wolf. If the mountain gate hadn't taken you in, you would still be a dog in the Luojing Jiang family. This sentence completely angered Jiang Lian. He snorted softly. His sleeves moved slightly in the wind, and the elder flew out directly, vomiting blood and unable to say anything. If you can't speak, what's the use of this mouth? Yao Hui stood there during the whole process. She wanted to step forward, but was frightened by the Jiang brother and sister today. She looked at it absent-mindedly, and even wanted to step forward. She thought that her junior brother was special to her, and even said to the elder who fell to the ground after uttering evil words, Master saw that this junior brother is very talented and qualified. Accept him as a disciple. The meaning is very obvious. It is not taken in by Tianquan Mountain. Yao Hui's cheating made all the senior officials of Tianquan Mountain angry to death. This person was clearly doing well in the past. She was so arrogant that she didn't like to talk to others. But now she turned a blind eye to Jiang Yan's attitude of rejecting others from thousands of miles away. Jiang Lian actually thinks Yao Hui is a bit annoying, but she does have some kindness towards her brother. Threatening to repay a favor is the most annoying thing. When Yao Hui moved forward again, Jiao said sadly, Junior brother, don't worry. The junior uncles have no ill intentions. Jiang Yan felt that this person was probably mentally ill. What I said before was not clear enough. Today's Yao Hui is even more blatant than before. It doesn't take a discerning person to see that love. Anyone with eyes can see it. Yao Hui asked confusedly. What are you talking about? Junior brother? The clenched fist tried hard to suppress, but completely betrayed her. I said, use those things in exchange for the previous kindness. And treat him like a stranger when you see him in the future. Otherwise, he will be killed without mercy. You have violated the rules. Jiang Yan's face became even colder. On the contrary, Yao Hui seemed to have received the news for the first time. She was in disbelief, shaking her head and crying so hard that the other disciples of the opposite sex in Tianquan Mountain, who came to watch the show, felt pity. It's not like this. It must not be like this. Right. Jiang Lian was a little disgusted by Yao Hui's current behavior. She used to look very arrogant and cool, even rejecting people thousands of miles away. Now it looks like a white lotus. The way it is done is really shocking. Seeing that Yao Hui still wanted to step forward, Jiang Yan's sleeves moved slightly, and she flew away all the way. The moment she was thrown to the ground, Yao Hui was completely confused and kept mumbling. You also like me. Right. You must be. Otherwise, why would you bother to help me find a secret realm to help me improve my cultivation? Because you are just shy and don't want to admit it. It must be. It must be. Yao Hui was completely stunned at this time, and started laughing as she watched Jiang Yan. Guanhua couldn't stand it anymore, so he knocked her unconscious with a palm, and sighed. I am also at fault for why she became like this. It was my incompetence in teaching that made you suffer. Jiang Yan just nodded to his apology, and then said to Jiang Lian, who was watching the excitement, let's go! Finish as soon as possible and go back early. Jiang Lian nodded and threw the meteorite directly into the sky. The invisible formation hit the sky, and the secret realm of Tianquan Mountain was instantly opened. Everyone in Tianquan Mountain was even more surprised. They must know that there are time limits and rules for opening the secret realm of their mountain gate. They have also studied and tried to crack this rule before, but to no avail. Unexpectedly, this person actually turned it on right now. Qin Hingming's first thought was that there was no possibility that the meteorite had played a role. After all, no one of them had ever known that such a thing existed in this sect before. Thinking of this, he immediately shouted, leave the meteorite and peek at my mountain gate. Stealing without asking is a thief. Jiang Lian was speechless about Qin Hingming's sudden accusation against the villain, and was completely unprepared to pay attention to him. Although she took the meteorite, she also replaced it with the same formation. Even Tianquan Mountain made money this time. You must know that although the meteorite has a maintenance function, it will slowly dissipate over time, just like when the folding method is turned on this time. The meteorite only serves the purpose of traveling to the world that was previously located, and will disappear automatically after use. Tianquan Mountain has made money this time. Looking at the behavior of Qin Hingming and the elders of Tianquan Mountain, this is completely jealous. When he didn't notice, he abandoned it like worn-out shoes. When he saw that others could fully use it, he wanted to kill people and steal goods. This is really a den of robbers. With the opening of the secret realm, the people from Tian Weishan who followed them had already taken the lead in flying towards the entrance of the secret realm. Jiang Lian and Jiang Yan followed closely behind. All the great masters in Tianquan Mountain looked at the entrance with gleaming eyes, leaped up one by one, and followed closely behind, preparing to go in and find out what was going on. You must know that this secret realm used to have cultivation limits. Once you reach a certain cultivation level, you can't enter at all. They could tell at a glance that the strength Jiang Lian showed this time was absolutely extraordinary, and they might even be able to compete with him. So could they follow in? Thinking of this, they acted without thinking. Unexpectedly, when they got closer, they found that they encountered a barrier and were directly blocked. No matter what they tried, it was useless. Chapter 438, The Insect Killer King. Why can't they get in? But Jiang Yan and Jiang Lian can? It is completely impossible to enter with low cultivation level. You must know that the two people just raised their hands, and they were unable to get close and flew out. With that kind of skill and speed, everyone couldn't help but wonder to what extent their cultivation level had reached. But Guanhua did not participate in them. The mountain master and others were fascinated by the opening of Tian Weishan. He was even fascinated by his little apprentice's childhood experiences, and never thought about the gap in their strength. They couldn't see clearly, but he was not stupid. The young apprentice was completely different from before. He might not even be the same person. He had made some guesses but was not sure. But he was certain in his heart. It seems that this mountain gate needs to be carefully considered. After Jiang Lian and others entered the secret realm, the surroundings were very quiet. It was the same as when she came last time. The desolate cemetery, the red sky, and the eerie red sky. She didn't feel anything wrong with the black land before. But now she knew that only a land full of evil would be like this. Let's go! Jiang Lian took the lead and flew towards the location where he met the bloodthirsty insect king. The system said that although its original strength was limited, there was no problem in sealing it in the cave. It hasn't been long since he entered this secret realm. It is inevitable that the bloodthirsty insect emperor doesn't know how to use space formations, and is still in the cave. When they arrived at the cave, Jiang Lian and others investigated and sensed that the bloodthirsty insect king was indeed inside. Everyone, be careful. The system once said that the bloodthirsty insect king is the most likely to cause hallucinations, and one must have enough willpower. Jiang Lian specially set up another formation outside. When he was about to go in, Jiang Lian said, "You stay outside to guard, while my little sister and I go in first to explore." Others were a little confused. And even though Jiang Lian's status in Taiwan Wei was not low, they only listened to Jiang Lian. "The Queen of Heaven," Emperor Zun said. "Only the orders of the Queen of Heaven will be obeyed." Everyone looked at Jiang Lian. After thinking about it, Jiang Lian understood the key. Is it because of the resistance of the gods and demons to illusions? The resistance of the gods and demons to illusions can be said to be the strongest in the world. And the effect of illusions on them is almost zero. Yes. Jiang Lian smiled and nodded. He was completely different from his previous state at Tianquan Mountain. He looked much gentler now. Okay, General Shang. You will help maintain the formation outside first. My brother and I will go in. If there is any situation, it will not be too late for you to take action in time. Shang Hanlai can only accept the order. Although this has certain risks, it is the best way now. The greatest ability of the bloodthirsty insect king, in addition to creating illusions and escaping with top-notch speed, is to create powerful Zerd generals. The actual bloodthirsty insect king does not have much offensive ability, and it mainly relies on the insect generals that are born. When Jiang Lian and Jiang Yan entered, Shang Hanlai and others activated the formation. As expected, Jiang Lian fell into an illusion after entering, and she and her brother Jiang Yan were transported to two different places. Jiang Lian stood quietly like that, and the surrounding environment turned into the scene when she met Sun Yi again. Stay! I'll give you everything you want! Sun Yi, who was wearing a black robe with red dark patterns, looked at her affectionately. Jiang Lian was smiling and didn't say anything. She was completely awake at this time, and there was absolutely no problem in breaking through the formation. Let go of your spiritual consciousness to search for traces of the bloodthirsty insect king. The bloodthirsty insect king is really cunning. The place he hides is constantly changing, and the illusion in front of him is also constantly changing. Seeing that Jiang Lian was not affected by the illusion, the insect king in the dark was a little confused. This person shouldn't be like this. This aura was very familiar to him, no matter how much his strength increased. It was completely impossible for him to attack like this with his spiritual consciousness. The scene changed instantly to how she looked in modern times. There was a lot of traffic around her. She saw her mother, who had abandoned her, and was idle every day because her father, who was a wealthy ancestor, had watched them until her biological daughter died. They had no idea or even cared about it at all. In the past, she might have been sad about this. But now she is Jiang Lian after her memory has awakened, with a family affection that cannot be experienced in modern times. And even Yi Sun's company. Watching the flow of the scene coldly, Jiang Lian suddenly grabbed it from the air and grabbed it somewhere. Under the control of spiritual power, the thing was pulled out by her. Looking at the figure falling to the ground, Jiang Lian was still a little surprised when he saw her appearance. That face was clearly that of Fairy Luoxi, and her face and body shape were also so similar. If she hadn't seen Fairy Luoxi burn out by Yi Sun's karma fire with her own eyes, she would have mistakenly thought that this was Luoxi who escaped. Luoxi looked at Jiang Lian and hurriedly fled to the side. It's a pity that Jiang Lian had already arranged formations around him. After several attacks, he couldn't get out. Turning around, Luoxi was already fierce and attacking Jiang Lian. When Jiang Lian was about to fight back, a person appeared behind her and directly knocked Luoxi away far away. Seeing the person coming, Jiang Lian smiled happily and said, "Brother, be careful. Don't get caught." Although the red blood insect king's skin is fragile, the bloodthirsty air on his body is likely to become its parasitic target as long as it is contaminated. Jiang Yan looked at the bloodthirsty insect king with seriousness. He was fatter and more powerful now than when he was in Tine Weishan. Looking at the real body through the illusion, it is easy to see that this is not the beautiful image of fairy Luoxi at all. It is just a big snow-white insect. Jiang Lian launched a large formation directly under the hood, and the bloodthirsty insect king, who was famous for his speed, dodged aside. She never thought that she could deal with it in one go. After all, this big bug was able to escape under the siege of everyone back then. And this ability is even better now. The corner of Jiang Lian's lips curled up slightly, looking at the big insect as if it were an animal waiting to be slaughtered. The Tianyan aura was flowing, and formation patterns were constantly floating out of the Luofu pen in his hand. The ethereal Tianyan aura made it impossible for the bloodthirsty insect emperor to catch it at all. Mind, the formation was ever-changing, and the bloodthirsty insect king was able to dodge it at first. But as Jiang Lian's speed increased later on, the entire formation was so changeable that it made him increasingly anxious. It's also Jiang Lian's own spiritual energy that is constantly flowing, so he doesn't have to worry about the exhaustion of spiritual energy like others. Otherwise, he would probably be consumed to death before the bloodthirsty insect emperor is exterminated. An angry sound of roar resounded throughout the world, and the bloodthirsty insect king was directly trapped by the formation. At this moment, the 5 elements divine beast appeared instantly, and with Jiang Lian's strange fire, the bloodthirsty insect king howled and made a very loud noise. The powerful strength of the Jiangyan gods and demons on the side also appeared at this moment, striking directly at the soul and solving the problem from the root. Chapter 439 Buddhist Holy Light. The sky above the Xianming world was bright red, as if flames dyed red by blood were constantly jumping. Everyone looked at such a sky with fear. Such a situation would only be possible through the battle of the powerful men who surpassed this world. It's been a long time since such a situation has happened. It seems that it hasn't happened since the closure of Tine Weishan hundreds of thousands of years ago. Everyone in Tianquan Mountain saw that the center of the flame was facing their location, and they were shocked and had some vague guesses. Could it be that Jiang Lian and others came down from the sky? Then they denied this speculation. No. For them, they would rather believe that Jiang Yan and the two were just lucky enough to meet the powerful beings from heaven and earth. They happened to encounter them in the lower realm, and they were just called by the powerful beings from heaven and earth to lead the way. Yes, that must be the case. The idea that everyone in Tianquan Mountain was deceiving themselves completely relieved the burden on their hearts. And this idea became even stronger after they relaxed. Here, the bloodthirsty insect king was attacked by the 5 elements divine beasts, plus Jiang Yan's influence on its soul. Jiang Lian, who was controlling the formation, was a little surprised that the bloodthirsty insect emperor still looked like Luoxi. If it were an illusion, it would be impossible for such a situation to appear again. Only its true form would appear. Jiang Lian subconsciously looked at his brother's position. Jiang Yan knew what she wanted to say and nodded. Yes, Luoxi's remnant soul is in it. Unexpectedly, Luoxi actually divided part of his soul into the bloodthirsty insect emperor, and even fused with it. No wonder she thought that fairy Luoxi was one of the most powerful gods in heaven. Yet she could be killed so easily. At first, it was thought that because she was nourished with her own blood, her energy was sucked by the Zerg, and her strength was also affected. But now it seems that this is not the case. I originally thought that it would be easier to solve the problem with only the bloodthirsty insect king, but I didn't expect this to be the case. Jiang Lian was full of seriousness. Fortunately, Luoxi's soul had not awakened in the insect emperor, and was completely controlled by the insect emperor. She opened the seal in her hand again, and the formation became more fierce with her movements. The strange fire burned in the formation, and under the action of the killing formation, streaks of blood appeared on the body of the bloodthirsty insect emperor. The bloodthirsty insect king was desperate and struggled angrily. The flame of his life emerged at this moment and rushed towards the surroundings. Yan Yang and Netherworld Ihua were weak at this moment. The power of the insect king's final struggle was even felt by Shang Honglai and others, who were on the outside responsible for protection. The sudden burst of strength is indeed powerful, but Jiang Lian and his 5 elements beast formation cannot be ignored at all. Plus Jiang Yan's comprehensive strength is comparable to Emperor Zun. It's just that the bloodthirsty insect king was able to throw the entire Tine Weishan into chaos and hide it coolly. So his cunning was not low. A shadow passed by, and Jiang Lian noticed a fluctuation in the formation, while the bloodthirsty insect king was still standing in the center of the formation. My heart skipped a beat, and I looked intently at the bloodthirsty insect king in the center of the formation. The bloodthirsty insect king, who had been howling under the influence of the alien fire before, now stood there motionless. Ran! Jiang Lian hurriedly chased him out, but the formation here was still maintained. Don't worry, little sister. I've been controlling its spirit, and it can't escape. Jiang Yin comforted him. Shang Honglai and others, who were maintaining the formation outside, did not slack off. When they discovered that the formation had changed, they stared at the formation attentively. The blood-red color in the sky is becoming more and more black-red. Through the formation, it can be clearly seen that the black energy on the bloodthirsty insect emperor is rising into the sky. Jiang Lian had already appeared at this time, and the bloodthirsty insect king was furious when he noticed her arrival. He even said angrily, I have given up fighting with you. Why do you keep chasing me? The face full of gloom is Luoshi's face. Fortunately, she is from a clan of gods and demons, and is naturally resistant to illusions. She could even treat Luoshi calmly. She trusted Yi Sun, and Yi Sun gave her enough sense of security. She sneered at Luoshi's suggestion of giving up. How could that be possible given that person's character? Jiang Lian did not reply to her, but directly fired out the strange fire, and attacked the bloodthirsty insect king with his sword skills. The bloodthirsty insect king was really angry and frightened. It was really fragile, and was the best at escaping. But now that it was trapped, it couldn't use its strengths at all, and its weaknesses were even more exposed. Gang Jianglian has observed it. This is the unique skill of the bloodthirsty insect king. Although the clone has escaped here, the main body is still in Gangna's formation. Only if it completely escapes from the formation here can its body be completely transferred. The bloodthirsty insect king originally wanted to use this to make Jiang Lian and others relax their vigilance, thinking that it had escaped, so that it could escape if the formation over there was removed. Dong hiding XZ. Jiang Lian frowned and looked at the bloodthirsty insect king in front of him, and found that he also had the immortality of the insect general, and was even more powerful. The original bug generals were only able to be completely eliminated with Sui Yin's help. But now the situation is not simple. Just when everything was maintaining a stalemate, the Buddhist beads presented by Master Yuzheng in Jiang Lian's space actually flew out with light. When he encountered that light, the bloodthirsty insect king screamed again, this time full of fear, as if he had encountered a natural enemy. Jiang Lian's eyes brightened. An idea flashed in his mind, and an idea emerged from his heart, and it became more and more intense. The Buddhist scripture she had learned at the beginning slowly came out of her mouth. Yin Yang and the netherworld divine fire were enveloped in a Buddhist golden light, and smoke came out of the bloodthirsty insect king. Such an effect was completely unexpected, but it also gave them hope after being in a stalemate for countless days and nights. At this moment, a figure surrounded by golden holy light appeared in the formation, and loud Buddhist sounds appeared at this moment. Master Yufa. His appearance surprised Jiang Lian, but it seemed reasonable. At this time, they clearly felt that the bloodthirsty insect king was being defeated at a speed visible to the naked eye. The huge pain put an end to the idea of using Luoshi's mouth to curse. He even lost the ability to control Luoshi's soul. That's why Luoshi's soul seemed to have suddenly become conscious when he disappeared from the world, cursing angrily, as if he wanted to kill Jiang Lian. It's a pity that they all died out with the bloodthirsty insect emperor in the end. The fire of karma can destroy all filth. The fire of Yin Yang and the netherworld can destroy everything in the world. But the holy light of Buddhism can save everything. Jiang Lian released the strange fire, and at this moment, the resentment coming from the fire could still be faintly heard. Master Yufa's Buddhist scriptures have not stopped, and the black energy has dissipated from the world. The flames in the sky of the Xianming world turned red and were wrapped in blue, and the roar resounded throughout the entire world. Some people had nightmares for days because of the sound. Everyone in Tianquan Mountain's suspicions were completely shattered when they later saw Jiang Lian flying out of the flames with a red bird sitting on it. The complete death of the bloodthirsty insect king heralds the complete end of the hundreds of thousands of years of catastrophe in Tianwei. Chapter 440 Return to Kunlun. Everyone was waiting for the bloodthirsty insect king to completely dissipate. After repeatedly confirming that there was no trace left, everyone gathered together. Master UFA! Jiang Lian saluted UFA, and UFA's figure became more and more transparent at this time. Jiang Lian understands UFA's current situation. Donor Jiang, you are fine. Master Ufa had the same kind eyes and kind voice as always. Thank you, Master, for your help this time. Without the help of Master Ufa, it would be very difficult to completely eliminate the bloodthirsty insect king this time. No, this is a mistake made by the Buddhist holy world back then. This evil obstacle was trapped in the void world. I didn't expect that it would enter the outer world and cause such a catastrophe. Master UFO was very ashamed, and then laughed. Now I can retire with success. When it was discovered that the insect king had escaped, a long time had passed, and it was too late to cause a catastrophe in Tianwei. He went down to the lower world hoping to find the insect king, but he was so good at hiding it that he couldn't find it until now. Fortunately, he was able to find it. Now that the matter is over, it's time for him to return to the Holy Realm. Shang Honglai and others went back to resume their lives. There was still something going on with the gods and demons. His brother Jiang Yin went back first, while Jiang Lian returned to Xianling continent. Things in this world haven't been completely settled yet, so I went back this time to take a look. Everyone parted, and Jiang Lian flew toward Kunlun on a phoenix. Previously, the seals of the demon world were set up there due to Tianwei reasons. This time, they were to be completely eliminated. It's time for the sword tomb, which has been closed for many years, to be opened. The phoenix was extremely fast and left a red flaming cloud in the sky, which looked particularly beautiful. Jiang Lian came to Kunlun quietly. The entire Kunlun was no different from usual. He was still working very hard. The elders, and even the ancestors, who originally needed to suppress their cultivation were all full of energy and began to work hard to improve. No matter how dangerous the advanced thunder tribulation is, it can't stop them from yearning for the heaven beyond the sky and their pursuit of unlimited lifespan. Jiang Lian fell in love with Wan Yanfeng, and the first person to discover her existence was the guardian beast Black Dragon Baichi. Little Black Dragon, thank you for your protection over the years. Jiang Lian looked at Black Dragon with a smile. It was really dramatic that the former Black Dragon, who protected the sect, was suddenly called the Little Black Dragon. Heilung looked at Jiang Lian expressionlessly, with probing eyes, knowing that she had changed, and even sensing that possibility. This aura was the most sensitive to their divine beasts. Where's Mr. Su? In fact, I almost knew the situation without asking. That guy has always been very different. Although he stayed in Kunlun for so many years to fulfill the agreement he made back then, he followed him willingly. He went back to where he should be. Jiang Lian smiled again. You might be able to see him again in the future. Heilung looked at Jiang Lian and asked, do you remember what happened before? He is clear about what happened to the Yuyin Dragon clan back then, and they have also perished in their own guilt over the years. Jiang Lian now doesn't care about the second life at all. When she mentions her again at this time, she even seems to be listening to someone else's story. Seeing no answer, she also understood that she had recovered all her memories. If possible, I hope you can go to the Sea of Clouds and Mist to see them. No one from the Yuyin Dragon clan has an afterlife. After death, they will turn into clouds and fall into the Sea of Clouds and Mists. Over time, even their souls will turn into bubbles. Although the patriarch and his wife of the Yuyin Dragon clan have passed away many years ago, they still care about them and cannot let go, even if they turn into clouds. The patriarch and his wife of the dragon which are still waiting for their resentment to come. Let's see again. She didn't care that much about the second life. In the second life, except for Sun Yi and the National Master, there was nothing worth remembering about anyone else. The National Master exhausted his soul in order to help her detect reincarnation. And when he finally died, he didn't even have a chance to stay in the world and enter reincarnation. Thinking of this, Jiang Lian's eyebrows showed a trace of sadness. This was her biggest regret in this world. Although Sun Ye's demonic nature due to his second life was dissipated with the help of heaven, Jiang Lian knew that he still cared about it. And fortunately, there was still time to slowly help him dissipate his care. Hearing Jiang Lian say to look again, the big black dragon became a little anxious. They were also deceived about what happened back then. And it was the patriarch's wife who asked me to stay here to protect her. She can't let go in the Sea of Clouds. If her worries are not dissipated, it may have serious consequences. Most of the Yuyin Dragon clan will directly turn into unconscious clouds and mist when they die, and eventually dissipate. But the patriarch and his wife are different. The worries afterward have been torturing their minds. Even the Yuyin Dragon clan, which is least likely to produce inner demons, has also developed inner demons. If they continue to lose their consciousness, there will be more monsters in the world that are difficult to eradicate. Let's talk. Jiang Lian did not agree, but went directly to the sword tomb. The seal of the demon world was still there. But the demon world did not only have such an entrance, and there was no problem in sealing it. A Luofu pen appeared in his hand, and he first set up a concealment formation around it. After isolating all movement around him, Jiang Lian began to seal the entrance formation. Sealing the entrance and exit formation of a demon world is a huge project. The original entrance and exit of the demon realm was originally connected to Tianyi. Later, something happened in Tianyi, and all the entrances were closed for fear of being affected. This place was kept for her convenience to enter the demon realm and release the sleeping demon masters. Now that the matter in Tianyi is over and other entrances are reopened, the role of this place is gone. Closure has absolutely no effect. Even though it has the function of a protective formation, the spiritual energy on the entire Kunlun is still somewhat affected, and the fluctuations are abnormal. The powerful people who sensed this change came towards one Yifeng one after another. Yun Chengzi happened to be in Kunlun at this time, and noticed a strange movement. After a casual test, he found that this was the first time such a situation had occurred for him in so many years, and he could not detect it at all. Confused and curious, Yun Chengzi followed everyone up to Wanyan Peak. The big black dragon looked at him coldly, his voice full of majesty. "Don't make any noise. Just wait quietly." "Don't make any noise? Who are you disturbing?" The first thing that the leader Guohuai thought of was his nominal disciple Su Yeshuan. So he asked the big black dragon. "He is back?" This sect-protecting beast probably has the best relationship with Su Yeshuan in the entire Kunlun. Obviously Bai Qi didn't know who the leader was talking about, so he nodded directly. "It's back." Based on its apparent strength, it would be very difficult to seal the demon world transformation formation. But it is not impossible. The big black dragon Bai Qi has no idea about Jiang Lian's current strength and identity. So while guarding her, he is worried that others will disturb her spell casting. And at the same time, he is worried about what might happen. This is the person Jiang Shizi cares about the most. Subconsciously, he must protect her. Otherwise Jiang Shizi will definitely go crazy. Chapter 441 Unlocking the Restriction. Although the sealing teleportation array is simpler than setting up the array, it is also quite time-consuming. When Jiang Lian put away the talisman pin, the entire demon world's teleportation entrance was completely sealed. The fierce wind in the entire sword tomb seemed to have become much lighter in an instant, and it was no longer so unbearable. Jiang Lian stood in the sword tomb. The purpose of setting up this sword tomb was to protect the entrance to the demon world. Ordinary people could not enter it at all. The reason why she was able to enter before was because of her special physique. After looking at the entire formation, he made his hand seals, and the swords in the entire sword tomb flew up one after another. The crashing sound formed an invisible sword pressure in the sky above Kunlun. Even though Kunlun has had many accidents in the past few years, and they were all big scenes, the sight of countless swords flying over Kunlun today still shocked everyone. No one in Kunlun dared to fly into the sky for fear of being accidentally injured. Even Bai Qi, the big black dragon, was floating on the ground and had no intention of flying into the sky. So many swords. Kunlun is a big sect, and most of them focus on sword cultivation. This is the first time I have seen so many swords. Looking at the appearance of those whose levels are not low, you can vaguely see a lot of top quality ones. After all the swords in the sword tomb flew out, the sword formation in the sword tomb changed. With a smile on his lips and constant fingerprints on his hands, the formation in the sword tomb changed from the protective formation. The entire formation turned into a training and guarding formation, and all the seals on the swords were opened, eliminating the hostility and demonic energy, and finally returned to the new formation. Kunlun disciples, listen. From now on, anyone who meets the requirements can enter the sword tomb to practice. Those who are destined can enter and choose their natal sword. Jiang Lian's voice echoed throughout Kunlun, causing everyone to tremble. Those who are familiar with this voice will be even more surprised. Did you hear wrongly? But for those in power, it is a good thing that luck comes from the sky. They are fully aware of the power of the sword tomb. Even if they entered before, they may not be able to come out completely. This person can make the entire sword tomb change and inform such a situation. Then it proves that it is absolutely feasible. Only then did the leader Guohuai realize that he had misunderstood. He had previously thought it was his eldest disciple, but it turned out to be this unfated little disciple. However, it would be an honor for him to make the sword tomb become like this. Yun Chengzi was originally wondering who the unaccounted person was, but now after hearing his young apprentice's voice, He seemed not to be surprised anymore. As if it made sense. The sword tomb has been greatly changed. In addition to choosing the natal sword, there is also a sword chi bridge for experience. On that bridge, not only can you temper it, but you can even have an epiphany by chance. Jiang Lian put away his gestures, and was even satisfied when looking at the brand new Jianzhong. Now all that's left is Wang Yanfeng's formation. Wang Yanfeng and Jiang Lian were actually hesitant about whether to open it or not. This place was full of memories of her and Yi Sun. Let's open up some of the training venues. At least seal them up in the palace first. Although it is sealed, the formation is also set up, and the space occupied is completely vacated by the formation. Unless someone is allowed to enter the formation, they will not be able to enter at all. As soon as Jiang Lian came out of the sword tomb, he stood in the square and started to perform formations. When he first saw the leader Ge Huahai and his master Yin Chengzi, he only said H, lo first, and did not stop to reminisce. When everyone saw that she was busy, they didn't dare to disturb her at all and stood aside. To say that the sky full of flying swords just now is shocking. Now only one person can hide the entire palace, and even break Wang Yanfeng's original formation that was indestructible for 10,000 years. The places for each experience appeared in front of everyone. After thinking about it, Jiang Lian built an inheritance tower in the palace. In front of the tower is a ranking display monument, and the square is set up as a sentiment square. All these settings have a significant impact on Kunlun, and may even become the first sect. You must know that the Enlightenment Plaza set up by Tian Empress must be different, and it will have the aura of Tianyin to some extent. In the days that followed, many Kunlun people relied on this to understand the key points of touching the upper world, and finally successfully ascended. Of course, it was also possible for these extremely talented people. Time passed by, and Jiang Lian was arranging everything on Wang Yanfeng day and night. As long as she was busy, Kunlun's powerful people stood there waiting. After Jiang Lian finished his work, he turned to look at them. At this time, those who had looked up to Jiang Lian before or looked down upon her were all respectful when they saw her. Master, all these disciples can enter the training. I have to ask you to set the rules. These can be regarded as rewards for Kunlun's willingness to cooperate over the years. No trouble. No trouble. Ge Huahai's face was full of smiles. He didn't think much about it at first. After all, the women of the Su family's Jiang clan have always been tough, and their strength over the years has been obvious to all. They originally thought that this time would be no exception. The moment they saw Jiang Lian again, they all knew that was not the case. The aura revealed all over the body is so different. Even the Tianyin aura occasionally revealed when setting up the formation. It is estimated that no one in the Xianming world can achieve this by oneself. Thinking of the opening of Time Weishan some time ago, everyone couldn't help but have some speculations. But they still respected it, and did not speak directly. Here Jiang Lian looked at the black dragon beside him, which was lying on the ground. Still worried about Jiang Lian's unwillingness to see the leader and his wife of the Yuyin dragon clan. Perhaps because it is also a member of the Yuyin dragon clan. It will be more concerned about this time. You have kept your promise and stayed in Kunlun to guard it for so many years. Now that your mission has been completed, I will help you lift the restrictions on you. Just when Jiang Lian raised her hand to help remove the restriction, the big black dragon looked at her and said, Will you go to the Sea of Clouds and Mists? The big black dragon is really persistent about this matter. Jiang Lian sighed. Does it matter whether I go or not? To say that she felt most aggrieved about the second life, she subconsciously refused. In fact, if she really transforms into a demon, then she really needs to go to the Sea of Clouds and Mists. The big black dragon looked at Jiang Lian for a while, feeling somewhat guilty for not being able to persuade her. Jiang Lian didn't waste any more nonsense and directly started to help it remove the ban. The great gods of Kunlun were shocked after learning about this situation. Is this good mountain protecting beast about to disappear like this? But no one dared to say anything. With the strength Jiang Lian just showed, who dares to refute? This opinion was turned into ashes even before it was estimated. When the big black dragon reacted, Jiang Lian was already halfway through. It doesn't actually matter whether the ban is lifted or not. What's more, under the strong pressure, it has no way to escape. Chapter 442 Destiny. Okay, you are free. I have worked hard for you all these years. After Jiang Lian formed the seal, a ray of light appeared on the big black dragon. After the light dissipated, the originally dark scales of the big black dragon became very shiny. The big black dragon felt relaxed, as if all the worries he had felt for so many years were suddenly let go. Jiang Lian ignored the big black dragon. In fact, there was an opportunity in it. And there would definitely be a big opportunity in the future. After looking at Kunlun's mountain protecting formation, now that the guardian beast has been released, and without consulting Kunlun, Jiang Lian used the formation again. Kunlun's mountain protecting formation emerged as a whole, and the disciples in the sect felt firsthand that the entire formation was unusual. This is the first time they have experienced the power of the entire formation since they have been in Kunlun for so long. Jiang Lian released his spiritual consciousness and enveloped the entire Kunlun. After careful observation, Jiang Lian took out some materials from the space. The leader, Ge Huahai, and others were shocked when they saw those materials. These are all top quality. Some are even rarer. Everyone had vague guesses, but some couldn't believe it. Would anyone use this to set up formations? Obviously Jiang Lian was what they thought. The Luofu pen floated in front, with seals in his hands, and formation patterns, with a golden aura headed towards the formation fusion. After Jiang Lian processed the materials, they were directly distributed throughout the formation and finally hidden. Fortunately, her current cultivation level is that of a heavenly being, and as a queen, her strength is even more powerful. Even though the lower realm is restricted due to the suppression strength of the realm, the Dantian remains unchanged. So there is no sign of spiritual energy exhaustion after so many formations were deployed at once. It even feels like nothing is wrong. Kunlun's mountain protecting formation is constantly changing, and the flickering light carries endless holy light. Dark clouds suddenly pressed down on the sky, and the level of terror was much stronger than before on the battlefield of immortals and demons. Jiang Lian looked up at the sky, with a faint expression on his face. Everyone in Kunlun was scared to death. This kind of thunder disaster is much more terrifying than the inexplicable giant thunder disaster on Wuxi some time ago. If it really comes down, it is possible that Kunlun Mountain will be flattened directly. The leader Ge Huahai looked at Yin Chengzi worriedly, and saw that the other party was very calm, and didn't care at all about the thunder disaster in the sky. No. Maybe he felt that the thunder disaster was not a problem at all. Helpless, Ge Huahai subconsciously looked at the big black dragon Bai Qi. Although the opponent is no longer Kunlun's mountain guardian beast, after so many years of acquaintance, Bai Qi's huge dragon head turned to him. His eyes meant don't worry. No matter what. Hinder. At this time, it is definitely impossible for Kunlun to resist the thunder tribulation by themselves with their own strength. So it is completely meaningless to think about it. They can only wait. Under the changes in the wind and clouds, the entire Kunlun Mountains actually formed different seasonal changes on their own. The aura turned into entities, and the sea of clouds, spiritual rain, and snow turned into such wonderful sights that outsiders would definitely be envious if they saw them. Self-contained 4 seasons. What kind of defiance must this have to have for such a situation to occur? Seeing that everything was almost ready, Jiang Lian began to withdraw his momentum and rotate the formation. The towns around Kunlun sensed this unusual situation. In their view, Kunlun Fairy Mountain, which originally exposed the entire mountain and had immortals leaping from time to time, has completely changed. The towering Kunlun Mountains are shrouded in clouds and mist, making them even more mysterious. The thunder calamity in the sky would never stop. And in the end it seemed that there was no target to attack, and it disappeared again. Ge Huahai and others breathed a sigh of relief after the thunder calamity disappeared. At this time, he truly believed in Jiang Lian's strength. This man was simply their lucky star in Kunlun Mountain. They agreed to help protect the Su family and the Jiang family and set such rules. But they took advantage from the beginning to the end. Now it is even more beneficial. Jiang Lian put away her spiritual power, but she was still satisfied with Kunlun's great changes. Except for the reasons in the original plot. Everyone else in Kunlun treated her well, especially the senior brothers and sisters at Chongyan Peak. Today's Kunlun Mountains probably have the best environment at Chongyan Peak and Wanyan Feng. The richness of the aura is completely unmatched by other peaks. Not even Lingyan Peak. However, the main peak is the main peak after all. And the environment will be better compared to other peaks. And there will be no difference in the other peaks. Wan Yanfeng's situation will probably be the place where his disciples practice in the future. It is absolutely impossible to live there. Because of this, people from other peaks are envious of Chongyan Peak. I just regret that I wasn't better with junior sister Jiang back then. Even though she has become a queen, she would have died in the forest if her master Yin Chengzi hadn't picked her up and brought her back to Kunlun. Even with Zhou Tianchu's original hatred towards her, it would be strange if she could survive well, even if Xia Miao appeared later. It was true that Kunlun gave her shelter, still bowing respectfully towards Yun Chongzi, Lord of heaven and earth. At that time, the apprenticeship was formal, and I prayed for the way of heaven. Therefore, if Jiang Lian saluted others, they might be struck by lightning, but Yun Chongzi would not. Master, you are fine. Today, Yun Chongzi has returned to his youthful appearance, but his innate mysterious temperament makes him look unfathomable. But even though his appearance had changed, he was still amiable and approachable when facing Jiang Lian, his young apprentice. But he didn't feel any disobedience at all. It's okay. It's okay. It was a joy to see my young apprentice Yun Chongzi again, as the master returned to Chongyun Peak. Although the formation changed everything, the original appearance remained unchanged. Gu Huahai and others followed with smiles, and they had no objection at all to the fact that Chongyun Peak had more spiritual energy than other peaks. Nowadays, the spiritual energy of Kunlun has been improved by several degrees. Being in it, their bodies are smooth, which is of great benefit to their cultivation. They are already very satisfied with this situation. What Jiang Lian didn't expect was that her master, Yun Chongzi, would actually take her to the Guardian Hall of Chongyun Peak, where the life charts of each disciple's blood contract were stored as soon as they started. They all knew which disciple here was in trouble. Now looking at Yan Yan's horoscope, Jiang Lian knew that the master already knew. Master, I'm sorry. The situation was special, and I couldn't save senior sister in time. She felt very guilty about this. Yun Chongzi said solemnly. My disciple is confused. Those of us who are studying Tianyan magic know the destiny best. After speaking, he comforted. Although I don't know what your senior sister has gone through, this is her fate. Maybe she will be better in the next life. The eldest disciple in this life has also experienced countless hardships. He was abandoned by his parents since he was a child. Although he is here, his life is still regretful. Look, there is a golden light in your senior sister's birth chart. She will definitely be good in the next life. Jiang Lian looked in the direction pointed by Yun Chongzi, and then smiled. She was indeed impressed. She accidentally saw the birth charts of herself and her senior brother Situluyun, and was instantly surprised by the sudden change. Chapter 443 Worry. Looking carefully, she and her senior brother's birth charts became completely transparent with a golden light on them, while the senior sister's charts were gray with a golden light on them. This situation is completely different. With Master's cultivation in Tianyan magic, he might already know this situation. Subconsciously he looked at Yun Chongzi. Does Master know? Yun Chongzi looked at the direction she was looking, and then smiled and said, It's a good thing to know that you have gone to the outer world and even have great fortune. As a person of Tianyan, he often peeks into the secrets of heaven, and he usually sees things very clearly. Everyone has his own destiny. This is true for the eldest apprentice, and so is the second and younger apprentices. Jiang Lian didn't say much. The master has not yet reached the realm of ascending to the outer world. There are some things that are useless to talk about. It will not be too late to talk about it when he knows it later. Don't worry about your senior sister. She has her destiny. After saying that, Yun Chongzi looked at his young apprentice. Don't worry about it. You have always been smart. I know you understand everything. Jiang Lian nodded. She understood what her master said. Senior sister Yan Yin was originally another soul that was condensed back then in order to fulfill Suyun's promise. Even if she found a small loophole, she should have something after the matter was over. A life of your own. It's just that she was not far away at the time. But she couldn't be saved. It was a lie in her heart that she didn't feel uncomfortable. Thank you, Master. I understand. Kunlun's matter came to an end, and Chong Yunfeng's sister, who was gloating about her misfortune, gathered in front of her to gossip when she came back, because their cultivation levels were not high in comparison, and they specifically suppressed Jiang Lian. Their perception of the breath could be completely ignored. Xia Miao was sent back to Kunlun from the battlefield of immortals and demons and was imprisoned directly in Sigua Cliff. Some time ago, for some unknown reason, her horoscope showed that she was dead. Her Taoist companion Su Heng knows bones and tastes. Not to mention that the reason why Xia Miao became like that back then was entirely caused by Su Heng's methods. And even the skills were based on Su Heng. Even if he becomes a furnace, Su Heng will benefit the most. If Xia Miao is usually there, the dual cultivation will greatly benefit the growth of his cultivation. Just like this, Su Heng went to Kunlun many times to take Xia Miao back. No one dares to disobey what Su Yeshuan personally told him. No one dares to disobey. Su Heng's plan is completely in vain. until Xia Miao's death. Su Heng still did not give up and wanted to go to Kunlun to seek an explanation. For some reason, after Xia Miao's death, Su Heng found that his luck had suddenly deteriorated. Sometimes he was so unlucky that he couldn't even drink water, and his cultivation was not as rapid as before. It was as if he had used up all his luck in the past few years, and now he had no luck at all. This situation made Su Heng even more dissatisfied with Kunlun. Jiang Lian was a little surprised by this result. After doing some calculations with his fingers, he instantly understood the reason. The story of Su Heng and Xia Miao was written by the system through a certain person. It was like fabricating an extraordinary life in order to let Jiang Lian understand everything about the world. Who would have thought that the author would arrange those plots? And finally, the mission given to them would end after the system returns to the world tree. If a person relies on his previous luck to cherish his blessings, he will definitely have a good life in the future even if there is no luck. What a pity. Jiang Lian smiled and listened to the gossips of the sisters and didn't say much. After she left, the disciples of Chongyan Peak all knew that the changes in Kunlun during this period were caused by Jiang Lian. Several people were surprised and excited at the same time. They didn't expect that the junior sister, who had become a boss, would actually be willing to listen to their gossip. The junior sister was really good. The big black dragon still stayed in Kunlun. It said that it was used to Kunlun. Moreover, Kunlun today was different, and it was very happy to stay. Jiang Lian did not force it to stay, and even helped it set up a formation at the bottom of the abyss. The gathering of spiritual energy made the big black dragon feel more comfortable. However, it said that it was really worried about something and needed to deal with it before coming back. Overtly and secretly, he wanted to try again to get Jiang Lian to go to the Sea of Clouds. It's a pity that Jiang Lian didn't follow his advice and didn't respond in any way. Watching the little girl leave, the big black dragon felt very uncomfortable. It knew that those facts were due to the fact that the Yuyan Dragon clan was blind and made such a mistake, which even directly led to the death of Gu Lian in that life. The only thing I'm most worried about is the side of the Sea of Clouds. If it really turns into a demon, things will be very serious. After Jiang Lian left here, he originally planned to visit the Xuchang Jiang family and then go to Danzong. There is the inheritance of Master Hong Yan. Kunlun has changed, and Danzong has also gone there. As for the Sea of Clouds and Mists, Jiang Lianyan calculated that it was possible to transform into a demon, but it would still take some time before he actually went to the Sea of Clouds and Mists. Rushing past it will not solve the problem, and may even cause other problems. At this moment, Jiang Lian felt a breath coming towards her position. With a knowing smile, she looked in the direction of the visitor. The moment she saw Yi Sun, Jiang Lian's face was full of smiles. If she hadn't had a Taoist couple contract with Yi Sun, she probably wouldn't have been able to sense his presence at all. Are you exhausted during this period? Yi Sun's face was full of tenderness, and his eyes were full of tenderness when he looked at his wife, who had been separated for some time. No. Jiang Lian shook his head. Has the matter with Mr. Tien Weishan been settled? When she first came to deal with the bloodthirsty insect king, Yi Sun stayed in Tien Weishan to deal with related matters. When Tien Weishan was first decided, there were still many internal problems that needed to be dealt with. Even because the world had been closed for so long, there were many uncertain factors. Those big troubles are very time-consuming to deal with. As for the bloodthirsty insect king, he is completely a squishy master. He looks useless, but his offspring are enough to destroy the world. Okay. After saying that, Yi Sun grabbed Jiang Lian and asked, Where do you want to go? I'll go with you. After receiving this news, Jiang Lian was happy. It's rare for Emperor Zun to have time to accompany you, so you must think carefully about where to go. In the past, as an emperor, Yi Sun didn't have much time to go out with her. Now it's the beginning of the world. Everything is in the stage of recovery, and he will probably be very busy again in a while. Where was the lady planning to go? Yi Sun thought about the direction she had just seen and asked, Are you going to Xucheng? Jiang Lian nodded. She left in a hurry after resurrecting them. Even though her memory and Tien Weishan had been restored, she still cared about them after experiencing a lifetime and being tied together. Then let's go to Xucheng. After saying that, Yi Sun said somewhat mysteriously, I just happened to have something to give to them. What? Feeling that Yi Sun's mystery this time was a little different from the past, Jiang Lian became even more curious. Yi Sun looked at her seriously. I want to give them the magical looking glass. God's looking glass. My husband? Do you want Grandpa and the others to see our daily life in Tien Weishan? It feels impossible. The operation of the divine looking glass requires a huge amount of energy, which seems impossible in the Xianing world. Unless, thinking of this, Jiang Lian looked up at Yi Sun in surprise. A little unsure but feeling that it was very likely. Chapter 444 Let's hold a wedding. There is only one situation in which the divine looking glass can be viewed without consuming spiritual energy. And that is the succession ceremony of the Queen of Heaven, and the marriage ceremony of the Emperor of Heaven, and the Queen of Heaven. It's just as you think. This divine looking mirror is not the real divine looking mirror. It's just something I made based on the function of the divine looking mirror. It's considered a one-time use. Yi Sun smoked Jiang Lian into Ning's hair. Her hair was tucked behind her ears, and her expression was full of doting. Jiang Lian was a little touched. It was not unusual for Yi Sun to be able to create this thing. Even her reincarnated family members were considered for the wedding ceremony. Then let's go to Xuchang. She smiled sweetly. She had never gotten along with her relatives in this life because of the accident, but she couldn't let go of the family ties. Good. When I arrived in Xuchang, I found that the whole appearance of Xuchang was completely different. The previous Xuchang seemed to have a dead air and a dull feeling. Now it has a completely new look. It has become prosperous. More prosperous than before. And the streets are also very lively. Walking towards the Jiang family, Yi Sun walked beside her. The two of them looked like a wealthy couple, standing in front of the familiar gate. It was no longer the desolate scene before. Several guards stood at the neat gate, and they saluted quickly when they saw Jiang Lian. Miss! At this time, a guard had already rushed in to notify. Jiang Lian asked curiously, Do you know me? These people didn't look like the members of the Jiang family who were trapped under the ancient tree that protected the clan at that time, and they looked a little embarrassed. But they didn't expect that they actually recognized her. A guard seemed to be the leader of them, and replied with a smile. Young lady may not know, but the old man sent us the young lady's portrait and read them one by one. He told me to wait. If we see the young lady coming back, we must not stop her. We must please come in promptly. Jiang Lian's heart warmed and she smiled. What if someone pretends to be me? This situation is not impossible. If the other party has bad intentions, it may cause a lot of trouble. Don't worry, miss. The young master set up a protective formation when he left. The strength of the formation is definitely sufficient. Jiang Lian didn't respond to what they called young master. And then she remembered that her brother Jiang Yan was the young master they called him. As the guards entered and checked the protective formation, they found that the current protective formation was estimated to be unable to be attacked by most people in the world. It was completely impossible for things like what happened back then to happen again. Although it is not as neat as Kunlun's design this time, it is enough to add a few formations. It just so happens that her space may not have anything else, and formations are the most abundant. Soon they arrived at the hall. At this time, her grandfather Jiang Tingyi and her mother and father were walking towards her, anxious and happy, their hearts and eyes full of eagerness. The moment he saw Jiang Lian, Jiang Tingyi stood there smiling and nodding. There has been no news for so long, but the worry is gone. Now the girl is standing there safely, and her worried heart instantly relaxes. Her mother, Murong Xuan, hugged her and started crying. Girl, where have you been? I can't contact you at all during this period, and there is no news from you. But we are very anxious. Jiang Lian was a little at a loss at this time, as if she had never experienced maternal love. She also lost her mother early when she was in the outer world. In modern times, her mother ignored her for her own sake. She had never experienced this at all when she was Gu Lian. Although we parted ways early in this life, the true love in our relationship cannot be ignored. She patted her mother's back subconsciously, her voice gentle, and even she herself was unconsciously coquettish. Don't worry, mother. My brother and I just have some things to deal with. The situation is special, so we can't contact you. My brother has something to do, and he won't be able to come back this time. I will tell him that he will definitely come back when he is free. Good boy. As long as you are safe. You must pay attention to safety when you go out. Murong Xuan is a gentle and beautiful woman, and she speaks gently and gently. The care for the children is heartwarming. Even though the children are older, the care will never be less. Jiang Lian nodded solemnly again. At this time, she suddenly didn't want to tell her parents about her true life experience. She could see that even if everyone in the Jiang family recovered and their souls entered the body again, their vitality was still damaged and their lifespan had been extended. But it was completely impossible to survive the catastrophe and ascend to the outer world. Thinking of this, his mood suddenly became a little low. Yi Sun sensed it, and sent a message into the secret channel. If you don't want to tell us, then let's hold a wedding in the Xianming world. Jiang Lian was a little surprised. Is it really okay? She knew that Yi Sun was very concerned about the wedding ceremony, but she didn't expect that he would compromise. I feel a little sorry, but this is the best solution to this matter. Okay, but I'm always afraid that you will have regrets. It's rare for relatives to attend the wedding ceremony, but in the end, they were unable to attend, for fear that she would feel regretful. Jiang Lian's voice was brisk. I won't regret it. Didn't my husband agree to hold a wedding in the Xianming world? I'm already very satisfied. The marriage ceremony must be held in Taiwan Weishan, together with the queen's succession ceremony. The wedding in the Xianming world must be held here later. Otherwise, if the wedding ceremony is held in the Xianming world at the beginning, the world will not be able to bear it. The auspicious atmosphere of the marriage ceremony between the emperor and the queen. It would be totally fine if the wedding was held directly. Okay, then we will hold a wedding in the Xianming world. In this case, the original plan was cancelled. It would be good to hold a wedding in the Xianming world. He would definitely let her have an unforgettable wedding. At this time, Murong Xuan looked at Yi Sun, and everyone else also looked at him. And then, they remembered that they had never really seen Yi Sun, although Sun Yi followed him invisibly when he was a soul. Jiang Lian did not introduce him because of his special nature. Grandpa! Father! Mother! This is my Taoist companion Su Yeshuan. She had said before that she was practicing in Kunlun. So she told her relatives. Yeshuan is also practicing in Kunlun. They decided to hide it. Only by telling the true identity of this realm can they feel more at ease. Jiang Yanhe nodded happily and kept saying, good. Father Jiang and Mother Jiang were also very happy, looking at Yi Sun. Even though he sensed that his cultivation was not simple, he still asked about his specific situation, hoping to understand clearly. And his daughter must not suffer at disadvantage. Yi Sun answered each one very patiently. Several people entered the hall, and Jiang Lian and the two stayed at Zhang's house. Yi Sun was happy to see her, and stayed at Zhang's house for a while. After agreeing on the time and details of the wedding, the Jiang family was enjoying themselves, and it was very lively. Chapter 445 The Black Mist Changes. When leaving the Jiang family, Jiang Lian helped the Jiang family improve it again, and then went to the Dan Zone to help improve the formation, and even improve the Danta. Originally, he planned to return directly to Taiwan Weishan, but after calculation, he found that there was a situation on the side of the Sea of Clouds and Mists. He sighed, and finally Jiang Lian decided to go to the Sea of Clouds and Mists first. I'll go with you. Jiang Lian looked at Yi Sun. Is it okay to be away from Taiwan Weishan for so long? Don't worry. The arrangements have been made over there. We can return to Taiwan Weishan to hold the marriage ceremony in a while. Yi Sun ruffled her hair. Jiang Lian looked at him, and was mesmerized again, shaking her mind. Although she was a little curious as to why Yi Sun was more leisurely than before this time. You must know that he was very busy before, and she often ran out to play by herself. Regarding his wife, who was looking at him in a daze, Yi Sun couldn't help but curl the corners of his lips slightly. Feeling very good, the Qian Yuan sword flew out with restrained energy, just like an ordinary sword. Come up. I'll take you there. Jiang Lian looked at the Qian Yuan sword, smiled evilly, stepped on it, and hugged Yi Sun from behind. The Qian Yuan sword is so arrogant. What it usually doesn't want is for someone to step on its back. It's very stinky. Of course. Except Yi Sun is the master. Seeing his wife's expression, Yi Sun knew what she was thinking, and pulled her to the front in a funny way. I can only see you if I stand in front. Jiang Lian was obviously disgusted. Stand in front and enjoy the wind. Helpless. She was obviously a little guilty when Yi Sun stared at her. It seemed that every time she stood in front, Yi Sun never let her suffer. He stood in front obediently, and nestled in Yi Sun's arms. The Qian Yuan sword seemed to be seeking revenge on Jiang Lian. It flew quickly towards the Sea of Clouds and Mist without Yi Sun accelerating it. The Qian Yuan sword itself has a sword spirit, and this guy is the most stingy. Jiang Lian smiled helplessly. Yi Sun had a straight face, and stepped on the Qian Yuan sword with his left foot. In the end, the Qian Yuan sword obediently did not do anything. Demon. The Sea of Clouds and Mists is at the junction of the Xianling continent and the Tongtian Sea. There are clouds and mists there, and there are faint dragons flying in the clouds. It's just that it's very rare to see such a scene, and the Yuyan dragon clan was hiding among the clouds and mist. The speed of the Qian Yuan sword is very fast. It usually takes more than half a month to reach the Sea of Clouds from Danzong at the fastest speed. This time it only takes 2 or 3 days. Standing on the cliff shrouded in clouds and mist, Jiang Lian explored his consciousness. There is a faint black mist floating deep in the clouds. Looking at it carefully, the resentment in the black air is very strong. This situation is very obvious that there is a demon in the heart. And after death, it returns to the clouds and finally becomes like this. Jiang Lian was very sure that it was the patriarch and his wife of the Yuyan Dragon clan. Obviously, the demonic aura of the patriarch's wife would be even stronger. Logically speaking, they were unable to sense her presence due to their strength. But when she explored her consciousness, the black mist fluctuated and even moved towards this location. I found it! My husband? I'll go there first. To untie the bell. You still have to tie it. All of this happened because of her. And she was the most suitable person to go to. I'll go with you. Yi Sun's attitude was completely unacceptable. He couldn't let the little girl go by herself. Normally, this situation would not be a big problem. But this time, the black mist made him feel that it was not simple. Even if the Yuyan Dragon clan is only a race in the Xianming world, transforming into a demon would not be as troublesome as the bloodthirsty demonic insects. But it would still be enough to make him become a demon. It gives people a headache. The two looked at each other for a while. And finally Jiang Lian was defeated. Just when Jiang Lian was about to say yes, the big black dragon turned pale. He was so happy when he saw Jiang Lian. Thank you for coming. Originally, it had been prepared that Jiang Lian would not come. If the black mist rioted, it would sacrifice itself. It could not solve the root cause, but it could resist for a while. Jiang Lian nodded. His attitude was quite good, and the big black dragon was not wrong. If Mr. Jiang goes there, he needs to stay far away, for fear of causing fluctuations. The big black dragon still habitually calls Yi Sun Jiang Shuzi. Even though it knows that this person's identity may not be simple, it is already used to it. Yi Sun didn't care. After getting along with each other for so many years, and he himself was relatively easygoing to his own people, the big black dragon helped him a lot when he was in Kunlun. It can be said that in Kunlun, apart from the ancestors, he and the relationship with the black dragon is the best. Okay. Therefore, Yi Sun had no doubts about the big black dragon's suggestion and agreed directly. In fact, even if he has passed, it will absolutely not matter. The black mist has not yet reached the final step. If he had passed, he would have been able to solve it. I'll take you there. Jiang Lian had no objection to the big black dragon's suggestion. The big black dragon was the wife of the patriarch of the Yuyan clan who stayed to protect her. It would be better if the big black dragon also came with her. Just like that, the big black dragon Bai Qi carried Jiang Lian on his back, and Yi Sun put away the Qianyuan sword and followed behind. When approaching the black mist, the slowly moving moment began to fluctuate, moving quickly towards Jiang Lian's position. There was a constant whistling of wind in the black mist, as if someone was crying loudly. Hearing the tears, the sound made people feel very uncomfortable. Jiang Lian's tears fell unconsciously for some reason. When Jiang Lian was stunned, black mist instantly surrounded her. Yi Sun hurriedly tried to catch her, but was also sucked into the black mist. The big black dragon was excluded and looked at the black mist anxiously. Don't you always want to wait for her to be reborn? Why do you still treat her like this after she is reborn? The voice was extremely angry, and the black mist rolled in. But he had no intention of releasing the two of them. The big black dragon actually has some doubts in his heart. Even if the patriarch and his wife have turned into black mist, their strength should not be able to completely trap these two people. Not to mention Su Yeshuan's strength. It had seen Jiang Lian's strength before in Kunlun. Otherwise, it would have been completely trapped. Just when the big black dragon didn't know what to do, the black mist slowly condensed a figure. After the figure became clear, it was the appearance of the patriarch's wife. The big black dragon's eyes widened, completely in disbelief. Unexpectedly, it had reached the stage where it could condense into an entity. At this time, it suddenly thought of a possibility, and only that possibility could trap the two people inside. No one expected such a situation. This matter would become the inner demon of the Yuyan clan leader and his wife to such a deep degree. Bai Qi, I advise you to just be obedient. You don't need to take care of things that shouldn't be taken care of. The patriarch's wife in the black mist spoke directly, her voice unquestionable. The Yuyan Dragon clan in the distance noticed the movement here and rushed towards it in a hurry. The big black dragon gritted his teeth and finally got into the black mist resolutely, trying to find traces of Jiang Lian and Yi Sun. Chapter 446 Yuyan's Regret 1. Daughter, Please be careful when entering the secret realm of inheritance this time. We don't seek the best. Just be safe. If you can't find a suitable companion dragon, ask your father to let you go in again next time. With a gentle voice and endless worry, Jiang Lian followed his gaze and looked at the speaker. He felt that the person in front of him was very familiar. He seemed to have forgotten something important in his mind. But he couldn't remember anything. She subconsciously replied, "Don't worry, Mother. I won't force you," he said with a smile on his face, and said coquettishly, "The elders of other families wish that their children would get the most powerful dragon in the secret realm of inheritance. But father and mother are on the contrary. Don't they want their daughter to become the strongest?" I saw the woman's eyes full of love. Looking at her, her voice was warm, making people feel like spring breeze. "My parents only hope that our precious daughter will be well and happy and smooth. The rest depends on your own preferences." Jiang Lian was instantly addicted to seeing her with eyes full of true motherly love. And the things she tried to recall in her mind were completely fruitless. Just take a look at the situation first. At this time, a man full of masculinity walked towards them. Jiang Lian subconsciously shouted happily, "Daddy?" Yuyan Hongji was full of love, and looked at his only daughter like a slave girl. "Ale, are you ready?" "Ale?" Jiang Lian suddenly remembered. What was her name? Ale? Ale? I kept thinking in my mind, what is fun? Yuyan Longle. The tribesman in front of him, who was responsible for the roll call, began to read his name, and the voice of the patriarch's wife sounded again. Ale, it's your turn. Remember what I just told you. Safety first. Yuyan Longle? Is her name Yuyan Longle? It seems so, but it seems not. During this period of time, for some reason, she had been doubting everything around her, and questions kept popping up. What is the reason for this situation? Jiang Lian stood up, said goodbye to the patriarch's wife, mother and father, and walked towards the gathering place ahead. Due to the special protection of the patriarch and the patriarch's wife, even though the young lady's cultivation qualifications were not very good, no one dared to bully her, and everyone respected her. Standing in the crowd, Jiang Lian subconsciously turned her head in the direction of her parents, and saw both of them looking at her with worry in their eyes. Smiled at them. The elder over there has informed everyone that they can enter. This time, the young people of the Yuyan Dragon clan, who are of the right age to enter the fantasy world and choose a companion dragon, lined up in an orderly manner to enter the fantasy world. In the mist, Jiang Lian faintly heard the roar of dragons. One after another, the entire illusion could be said to be the entrance to the land of dragons. After entering the land of dragons, it depends on personal luck. Each Yuyan dragon has a special aura that can attract dragons. When they are born, there will be a corresponding dragon, but whether they can find it depends on personal luck. There are many Yuyan dragons who are unable to find companion dragons due to special circumstances, and their status will eventually decline. Every young person from the Yuyan Dragon clan will be randomly teleported after entering, and most of them will be assigned to the corresponding dragon clan based on the Yuyan aura on their bodies. There was nothing all around, and Jiang Lian tried to walk inside. When she turned on her consciousness, she found that she seemed to have encountered something blocking her. She couldn't see too far, but the distance she could see now was not short. By feeling, it was better than she shows even greater strength within the family. The fog gradually dissipated, and an altar was seen ahead, with a silver-white stone sculpture on it. In Jiang Lian's perception, the stone-carved dragon seemed to be alive, looking at her with majesty, and he was hesitant to speak, looking at it in confusion. His whole mind seemed to be drawn in. Shaking his head, Jiang Lian quickly gathered his thoughts and continued walking forward. I originally thought I could leave the altar safely, but I didn't expect to walk a long way. When I looked back, I found that I had been circling around the statue in the altar. He frowned and concentrated, but he couldn't figure out the mystery. Looking at the statue, the more he looked at it, the more familiar it seemed. You don't want me to leave? A dragon's roar was felt in his mind, and the voice seemed to be answering Jiang Lian's question. This time Jiang Lian was really surprised. He looked at the stone dragon in front of him, and looked at its appearance seriously. According to the records within the Yuyan Dragon clan, companion dragons are never made of stone. If this was a real dragon, would it have been sealed? I have never heard of the dragon being sealed in the illusion before. Are you my companion dragon? Jiang Lian tried to see something from the stone dragon, but unfortunately it didn't seem to have any effect. All juniors of the Yuyan Dragon clan will be taught how to form a contract when they meet their companion dragons when they are young. How about giving it a try? This idea became more and more intense after Jiang Lian looked at the stone dragon. But if something goes wrong, she may never be able to contract with other dragons in her life. Gritting her teeth, and urged again by the dragon's roar, she finally decided to give it a try. Things like chance are very mysterious, and if you don't follow your own ideas, you will feel heart-wrenching and uncomfortable. No matter. Now that she had decided, she stood up and opened the contract in front of the stone statue. The pattern of the formation lit up. But when the formation pattern submerged into the forehead of the stone statue dragon, a small pattern with the same pattern also appeared on Jiang Lian's forehead. After all the patterns turned into silence, Jiang Lian found that the stone dragon made no movement at all. It even roared at her before. But now it made no movement at all. He stood there dejectedly and waited for a long time again. But unfortunately, the silver-white stone dragon made no movement at all. It seems that she misunderstood. How could the stone dragon become a companion dragon? She is the most happy-go-lucky person. Before entering the fantasy world, she had already thought about the possibility of not being able to contract a companion dragon, and even considered it. If she couldn't contract a companion dragon, she would learn alchemy. She was quite interested in this. Originally, she preferred to learn formations, so that she would have the ability to protect herself. She would definitely not be at ease if she left her safety to others. Unfortunately, both my father and mother disagreed, saying that there are specializations in the art industry, and you can only choose one. The alchemist has the highest status. Once she has learned the alchemy skills, they will find some more powerful spells for her to learn someday, which will make her safer than the formation mage. Jiang Lian actually felt that something was wrong. In her understanding, formations can be very powerful, even to the point of being scary. In the end, she compromised, because if she didn't agree, her mother would be so sad that she would cry. I vaguely felt that everything was wrong, but I didn't know what was wrong. Chapter 447 Yi Yan's Regret 2. After waiting for a few days, Jiang Lian could only get up and walk towards the outside of the altar again after confirming that the stone statue had not moved at all. According to the situation just now, the contract formation was successful, but the contract was on the stone statue. This time, I went out in a completely different situation than before. I walked through the fog without any obstruction. After she left, the stone dragon seemed to move, but then didn't seem to move, as if it was bound by something and sealed forever. The land of fantasy is indeed the place where dragons live. It has a vast territory, and the mountains and rivers look very huge. From time to time, there are dragons flying through the clouds and mist in the sky. They look so handsome. At this time, Jiang Lian saw a man flying towards her on a green dragon, his face full of arrogance. Hey! Our little Princess Yan. It's because she hasn't been able to contract a companion dragon yet. Could it be that she can't contract it? She was obviously gloating about her misfortune. They usually have a lot of opinions about this person, and they even pray that this person will not be able to contract a companion dragon this time, which will be great fun. If she fails to contract a companion dragon, the clan leader and his wife probably won't give up on her. As long as the clan leader and the others protect her, they can only hold it in and not dare to make any big move even if they have any objections to her. I won't bother you. Jiang Lian didn't want to talk to this person. He was the grandson of an elder in the clan. He usually liked to follow her cousin, who looked down on her a lot. However, she found that her father and mother seemed to have strong opinions on her cousin's family, and were suppressing them overtly and covertly. Yu Yanjua looked at Jiang Lian walking away, his teeth itching with hatred. But for this person, even in the illusion, he did not dare to do anything to her at all. It is true that the patriarch and his wife's level of protection has reached an outrageous level. Jiang Lian left for a while. Unless you find your half-life dragon in this illusion, the dragon will take you away. If not, they will be automatically sent back when the illusion is about to close. She has now wasted her only opportunity to make a companion dragon contract. In this situation, she can only wait until the time comes to teleport her out directly. I originally wanted to wait at the sacrificial altar, but I guess I can go inside for once in my life and have a good stroll. Anyway, as long as you don't take the initiative to attack the dragons, they with the aura of Yu Yan will be in this illusion. There is no danger at all. You're here! A giant black dragon leaned over and looked at Jiang Lian, and couldn't help but froze slightly after sensing that she had contracted with the dragon clan. He took his last breath and said, That's all. That's not the purpose of coming in. Since your main contract is no longer here, let's make a secondary contract. The big black dragon's inexplicable muttering to itself made Jiang Lian a little confused. But he could also get some information from its words. Is there a possibility that this big black dragon is her companion dragon? If that were the case, she would really be at a big loss. If the contract fails, you can make it until it succeeds. There is no limit to the number of times. If it succeeds, it will only be once. When she made the contract with the stone statue, it succeeded. Anyone else would definitely regret it. After all, this big black dragon looks very powerful. Jiang Lian didn't feel anything at all at this time. He felt very calm. But he still asked, "What is an auxiliary contract?" I learned in the previous studies arranged by the clan that you can only contract one dragon. Does it say that you can contract one more auxiliary contract? You can make another contract. I'm just an assistant. I can't appear unless necessary. Also, the main control lies with the contract owner. Only the Dragon Clan knows this. Because this kind of thing can only be done if the Dragon Clan is willing to do so. Most Dragon Clan would not be willing to be bound in this way. And they would have less freedom. Is this possible? Although it was their first meeting, Jiang Lian was somehow willing to believe in the big black dragon. Why hasn't anyone in the clan mentioned it? The big black dragon clearly looked young. But his eyes were full of vicissitudes of life. He nodded. Yes. This kind of contract must be made willingly by the Dragon Clan itself. And your clan will not talk about it. It's useless to talk about it. It's useless even if the Dragon Clan doesn't want to know the solution. Then you are willing? Regarding the big black dragon, she did not feel as strongly as the stone statue just now. Regarding the stone statue, she clearly felt that it was her companion dragon. This big black dragon just felt familiar to her. Yes. Only by following her can it be possible to awaken her hidden memories. I would say that it is more familiar with Su Shuzi. But the entire illusion is completely set up around Jiang Lian. Only when she wakes up her memory can she break through this illusion. It could have said it directly. But as soon as it wanted to say something out, it would be controlled and unable to say anything at all. It was only this time that it entered the fantasy world of the Dragon Clan that it could really appear in front of Jiang Lian. It is not entirely true to say that this illusion was created by the patriarch and his wife. It is both true and false. And it is completely a small world of its own. You won't die at all if you stay inside. Some of the people of the Yuyin Dragon Clan inside are the phantoms of real dead people. Inside, they are all alive without the memory of the outside world. But what is fake is also fake. If this illusion continues to expand, it may cause turmoil in the outside world. It must shatter the world's dreams. Jiang Lian was really surprised by the big black dragon's answer. Why? Deep down she felt that it wouldn't hurt her. But she also couldn't believe the pie that suddenly fell from the sky. Being in the Yuyin Dragon Clan, there are many dragons to see. Look at the strength of this big black dragon. As powerful as it is really incredible that it is willing to serve as a support. The big black dragon definitely outperforms most dragons in the family. The big black dragon looked into the distance. Not sure if it was an illusion. But Jiang Lian thought that was where the stone statue was. Because it is stronger than me. Compared with him, the divine beast Qinglong is completely inferior. Only the creator is the most powerful in this world. Even if someone as powerful as Jiang Lian came in, everything would still be sealed and turned into the character set inside. The statue of Qinglong exists in the dragon realm itself. The reason why Jiang Lian was able to successfully master the contract was because Qinglong had a trace of aura left in it. In the past, Qinglong must have been able to wake up after the master Jiang Lian woke up. But this time it probably won't take long to pass through that breath. Jiang Lian quickly realized that the big black dragon was talking about the stone statue. And he became even more curious about the origin of the stone statue. Okay, how about a contract? Recalling what her father and mother meant before she came in. If she couldn't get a suitable contract, her father and the others would definitely open a small stove for her separately. She didn't want to do that. Chapter 448 Yu Yan's Regret 3. When the contract is made, all you need to do is drop a drop of blood. The big black dragon looks very calm. But only the dragons themselves know that by doing this, they are betting their lives. Fortunately, Jiang Lian has a special status. So there is no problem in unlocking the contract at any time after he wakes up. Jiang Lian nodded. And it was because of the source's inexplicable trust in the big black dragon that she agreed. Starting from the contract formation. It is different from the contract formation that was originally learned in the clan. The entire formation has an ancient atmosphere and is more complicated. I make a contract with you with my soul. I will be loyal to you forever and never give up. The voice of the big black dragon seemed particularly majestic in the empty wasteland. The formation shrouded her, and the big black dragon inside. And when Jiang Lian dripped blood into the formation, the entire formation lit up. Then the formation slowly converged, and finally turned into nothingness, disappearing between her and the big black dragon. A tiny pattern appeared between her and the big black dragon's forehead. Jiang Lian's look is more complicated, and there is something faintly underneath the totem. After the contract ended, Jiang Lian discovered that she had an extra connection in her perception, and could control the big black dragon at any time. The situation of this contract seemed different from what was said in the clan. It feels more solid. Even the situation of the previous contract with the stone statue is different. When he had questions, he asked. The big black dragon's answer made Jiang Lian couldn't help but sigh. Strength really determines everything. Because what your clan teaches is a low-level contract with the dragon clan. After that kind of contract, they can be free even if the owner dies. Of course, it also has certain binding force on the dragon clan. Dragons cannot take the initiative to harm their masters. Otherwise they will inevitably suffer backlash. If it had just made a contract, the binding would be very strong and sticky. Otherwise it would worry about being forcibly released by the patriarch and his wife after being discovered in this illusion. As for the mythical beast Qinglong, that is even different. Qinglong's contract is bound to the soul. As long as Jiang Lian still has a trace of his soul, he will definitely follow him no matter what the reincarnation situation is. This is quite unique, but it also determines that their relationship with their owners is unusual. In fact, this is true for all 5 elements of mythical beasts. Jiang Lian knew his own qualifications very well, and he did not expect such a situation at all. Somewhat incredible. He smiled and said to the big black dragon, "My name is Yuyan Longle. What about you? How should I call you in the future?" Right. Her name is Yuyan Longle. Her name had been Yuyan Longle from the beginning, but a voice in her heart told her that no. This was not her real name. You call me and it's free. Having been accustomed to freedom for so many years, it was really hard to adapt to the sudden addition of another master. Okay, then you can call me Le. The word Le seemed to give her a stronger sense of security. The big black dragon shook his head and smiled. It would be better for me to call you master. As for why it would be better, it didn't say at all. Should I send you back, or do you want to hang out in Dragon Realm again? After all, it originally belonged to her companion dragon when she was Gu Lian. Later, after her accident, the patriarch's wife went to the Dragon Realm to find it, and made a deal with the Dragon Realm, so that Bai Qi was able to go to Kunlun. It is precisely because of this that the patriarch's wife, who was originally able to live for a long time, died prematurely. They don't know exactly what transactions were made. Going back, I just walked for a while by myself. Although the scenery was beautiful, I was not very interested. It's better to go back. Otherwise parents should worry. Okay. He picked up Jiang Lian and flew towards the sky. The exit of the Dragon Realm is in the sky, and you can only go out as a Dragon Clan later. And because of the extraordinary strength of the Dragon Clan, you can only leave the Dragon Realm and go to the Xianming world under certain circumstances. Their strength is even less powerful among the Dulong clan, and those who are stronger are restrained, unless they make a contract like Bai Qi, or go to the upper world. They are absolutely not allowed. The rapid movement of the flying dragon gave Jiang Lian a feeling that she had not seen for a long time. But this was the first time for her to ride a dragon soaring into the clouds. It's a magical thing to often feel familiar inexplicably. Appearing again in Yuyan Dragon Clan Square, the big black dragon put Jiang Lian down and then disappeared. After the companion dragon formed a contract. There will be a space for existence. One for the main contract, and one for the auxiliary contract. Yuyan Jiwu also just landed at this time. But his dragon did not return directly to the accompanying dragon space, like the big black dragon, flying in midair. Every clan member who got a new companion dragon drove their own dragon to fly in the sky. Only Jiang Lian disappeared back into space as soon as the companion dragon came back. Anyone else would definitely be ridiculed. But this one is different. Didn't you see the patriarch and the patriarch's wife? The two protectors standing there? It is estimated that as soon as you show contempt or complacency, the next second the patriarch's wife will ask someone to chat with you privately, making you doubt your life. Dad? Mother? Jiang Lian was actually happy when she saw the patriarch's father and his wife's mother waiting for her outside. But she could be said to have grown up in a honeypot since she was a child. So why does she feel resentful for no reason? What is she complaining about? Ale, you're back. The patriarch's wife hugged her happily and looked at her from head to toe, fearing that she would get hurt. Mom, I'm fine. Jiang Lian returned with a smile. The clan leader and his wife breathed a sigh of relief after confirming that their daughter was safe and sound. But they didn't ask what kind of companion dragon they had found. The dragon in the sky flew for a while, and then landed on the square with the owner of the new contract. The dragons returned to their own space one after another. Those who failed to find their accompanying dragons were also teleported out at this time. There were 2 people who failed to find their companion dragons this time. One of them was Yu Yanheng, who was favored by the elders. The younger generation who were most likely to be candidates for the clan leader failed to find their own companion dragon. All the tribesmen were very shocked. You must know that in daily studies, and even in improving his cultivation, Yu Yanheng is the best in the clan. In the past, only those with mediocre qualifications could not find companion dragons. This was the first time I encountered one like Yu Yanheng. At this time, Yu Yanheng was a little decadent. Yu Yanheng's father didn't want to believe that his son failed to contract a companion dragon. He looked at his brother Yu Yanhongqi, the patriarch of the entire Yu Yan dragon clan. Please find out the reason. Chief, if there is no companion dragon, one possibility is that there is no corresponding companion dragon from birth. And another possibility is that the companion dragon was killed before that. The cause of this situation can indeed be detected through some special methods. But Yu Yanhongyang's attitude towards the clan leader is very bad. After so many years of peeking at the patriarch's position, and being suppressed overtly and covertly by the patriarch, he was completely desperate at this time. Chapter 449. Something is wrong. Yu Yanhongqi looked slightly cold and said nothing. The elder over there looked at him, and wanted to ask whether he should find the reason first, or continue with the next thing. Nowadays, Yu Yanhongyang is forced to reveal his ambitions, without any forbearance or pretense. Even if he realizes that the patriarch's younger brother will be unhappy, he has no intention of restraining himself. This is related to his son's future. You must know that if he does not contract with the companion dragon, his life and their family will be completely ruined. It is completely impossible to join the Yu Yan army, and it is said that it is completely impossible to compete for the position of future clan leader. Yu Yanhongqi nodded towards the elder responsible for this time. His voice was slightly cold, with a majesty that could not be refused. Continue. Find out the cause later. It's just saying stay back. It doesn't directly say no. But if it is really delayed, it depends on how far back it is. The elders continued their orders, and all the new generations who received the companion dragons were, okay, registered, and related items were distributed. Next, they will enter a higher level of learning, and their control and cooperation with the dragon clan will be improved. Corresponding teaching exercises. Yu Yanhongyang was very unhappy with such a result. He looked at the clan leader's brother angrily and asked in a questioning voice, "Why don't you find out the reason first?" Finding out the cause requires the joint efforts of the clan elders, and even the clan leader has the highest authority. Yu Yanhongyang hated himself for not working hard to compete for the position of clan leader. If he were the clan leader now, he wouldn't need to ask anyone else. Feeling a vague hatred, Jiang Lian looked keenly towards the perceived location, and instantly discovered that Yu Yanhengji had hatred towards her. When Jiang Lian looked over, he even smiled evilly. The meeting contained a lot, and Jiang Lian couldn't help but stand on end. Goosebumps arose, but I was not afraid, and even a little excited. If Yu Yanhengji really takes action, then she doesn't mind fighting. Before entering the realm of dragons, her cousin considered himself to be a leader among the younger generation. Without contracting a companion dragon, his strength would slowly be stretched in the future. Feeling the pressure from the patriarch above, Yu Yanhengji didn't dare to say anything anymore, and was as obedient as a quail. If in the past he still had the capital to be proud, he would regard others as ants and not take them seriously at all. Now I lower my head, feeling extremely embarrassed. He even hoped that there would still be a chance for this. But this time he just failed to meet it. He has not yet reached the age to be rejected by the dragon realm. In a few years, if he goes in again, he will definitely be able to find his own companion dragon. It will definitely be possible. Yu Yanhengji can be regarded as a person who can bend and stretch. After thinking about it, he bowed and saluted the patriarch and said, "Thank you, patriarch. There is no need to find out the reason now. I am not old enough yet." The meaning is very clear. He has not yet reached his age, and will still have the opportunity to enter the dragon realm in the future. I just didn't encounter it this time. The reason why he didn't want to believe it was because he didn't have a companion dragon that belonged to him at all. And his companion dragon was the most powerful. and it was absolutely impossible for him to be heard by others. Yes. Yu Yanhongqi's expression did not change at all. He looked very serious, and he just nodded slightly to express his understanding. Yu Yanhongqi left, and his father was angry, but had no choice but to follow him. The following ceremony was very simple and ended quickly. Jiang Lian followed her parents back to their residence, and felt an unreal feeling facing the yard where she had lived for so many years. Her parents were really good to her. She had tried it before, and they were completely doting on her unconditionally. To say that she is the only child of her parents, and that she is qualified to compete for the position of patriarch. Shouldn't such a situation have completely strict requirements? But her parents were just the opposite. It didn't matter if she was lazy and didn't want to study. Whatever she wanted, no matter how unreasonable it was, she would be satisfied without any conditions. The only condition is that you must never leave the Yuyan Dragon clan. Jiang Lian asked her father and mother before. Why don't you be as strict with me as my uncle is with my brother? This contrast made her an outlier, but she felt much more relaxed in such a free-range state. Don't you like it, my daughter? Mrs. Yuyan clan chief smiled, looking at her lovingly, and gently stroking her hair with her hand. If you don't like it, then we can do whatever the girl wants. The doting intention almost drowned Jiang Lian in it. This was completely shooting himself in the foot. Jiang Lian shook his head with a smile and said, No need. That's good. That's good. Although she feels that such pampering is simply inhumane and enviable in comparison with others. But if she is really like her cousin, I'd better spare her. She would rather indulge in the gentle land and move forward slowly than seek abuse on her own. Looking at her daughter's expression, the patriarch's wife already understood what she meant. With a smile on his face, he said, Actually, if Allah wants to be the leader of the clan, there is no need to work so hard and tire himself out. The position of leader will only be yours. If Allah doesn't want it, then what kind of life will he want to live in the future? Your father and I will help you prepare for the day. Ale, there is no need to worry. Just do whatever you want and live a happy life. Suddenly Jiang Lian remembered the meaning of his name, which was very familiar, and subconsciously said, Live happily every day, and worry like a passing cloud? When she said this, the patriarch's wife's face changed slightly, but she quickly covered it up. Even Jiang Lian, who had always observed carefully, thought she was dazzled. Yes, as long as you are happy. Everything is with your father and me. No one can bully you, and no one can restrain you. Jiang Lian believed that if he was disrespectful to her at this time, he would be turned into powder and disappear from the world in the next second. Those who were unfriendly to her in the past all ended badly. Does my mother know what's going on with my cousin? Jiang Lian was very curious about Yu Yanhongqi's situation, and even subconsciously felt that it shouldn't be like this. It seems that Yu Yanhongqi should not be like this. He will have a very powerful dragon of his own, and will even still be a very powerful leader in their clan. His father even has the intention to directly pass on the position of clan leader to him. Elder they had no objection at all. But the situation today is far different. Jiang Lian looked at her mother expectantly, hoping to get the answer. You must know that as time goes by, there will be more and more things that feel wrong in your heart. She really hoped to get the answer, but subconsciously felt that she couldn't let her parents know about this matter. Otherwise things would be very scary. The patriarch's wife stared at her for a while, although her eyes were full of warmth. Jiang Lian sensed Lutan. She didn't feel these things before, and even if she did, she would just think that she was wrong. She didn't feel it as strongly as she does now. Why does Ale want to know? Chapter 450 Not Allowed. I'm a little worried about my cousin. He said this, but in his heart, he wasn't worried at all. As for her previous arrogance, which seemed to raise her tail to the sky, she expressed that she was very indifferent and had no brother-sister relationship at all. Alemo is worried. Your cousin is fine. Didn't he say it himself? He's not old enough yet, so we can wait until then to start searching. The eyes of the patriarch's wife looking at Jiang Lian were full of gentleness, but secretly they were very vicious. It is completely unforgivable that that boy could do such a thing for the sake of being the leader of the clan. It is simply a dream to think that it will be the same as in previous years. My mother's answer was not surprising. Similar things had happened before, and she was always put off. Jiang Lian looked at the patriarch's wife, trying to see something from it, but unfortunately she couldn't. What's wrong? Her mother's gentle voice instantly brought her back from her thoughts. She smiled and shook her head. It's okay. After he finished speaking, he said in a more serious tone, Mother, Haven't you had a good rest recently? You feel a lot haggard. You should pay attention to your health. The patriarch's wife was overjoyed to be cared about by her daughter. Looking at the graceful little girl standing in front of her, tears fell unconsciously. He hugged the little girl into his arms and said with a choked voice, "It's my mother who is sorry for you. My mother didn't take good care of you before." Jiang Lian, who had everything sealed, had no idea what the patriarch's wife was talking about. Although it was a bit inexplicable, her mother looked very sad at this time, as if she would disappear in the next second. He patted his mother's back with his hand and said comfortingly, "Mother, don't be afraid. I am here. I will always be here." Under her comfort, the patriarch's wife finally came back to her senses. She wiped her tears and adjusted herself. Her eyes were filled with tears and smiles. She stroked her daughter's cheek with her hand. She smiled a little crazy, but she tried her best to suppress it and let herself calm down. "Yes, our ale is always here and will always be here." The madness in his eyes slowly disappeared, and finally turned into gentleness and love. Jiang Lian, who was lying on the shoulder of the patriarch's wife, did not see this scene at all. When she regained her mood, Jiang Lian breathed a sigh of relief. He smiled and said to the patriarch's wife, "Mom, it's okay. It's okay." This happened to the patriarch's wife before, so Jiang Lian didn't find it strange. She just thought that her mother had some illness that she didn't know about, so she didn't think much about it at all. After adjusting her mood, the patriarch's wife looked at Jiang Lian, still as gentle as before. "Ale must be scared. Mother just thought of some bad things." Even though he was confused, Jiang Lian had actually asked questions before, but he was always vague and skipped the questions. From then on, Jiang Lian knew that asking about this matter would be fruitless. He shook his head and didn't ask any more questions. He smiled and said, "No. Mom, are you okay?" After the mother and daughter got tired of each other for a while, Jiang Lian returned to her room. When she closed her eyes to rest, the voice of the big black dragon Baichi sounded in her mind. This is the special ability between the contracted beast and its master. Even if the big black dragon signed an auxiliary contract, it could still chat without any hindrance. "Master, listen to me now. You must learn the magic of the Yin Dragon clan and open your master contract. Only in this way can the secrets of this world be unlocked." Baichi's complete refusal is too obvious, let alone direct. Tell the truth. Although the entire illusion is a world of its own, it is completely controlled by the patriarch and his wife. If it tells something important about this world, then what awaits it may be death. Even the contractual connection between the spirit beast and its master cannot be made too obvious. You must know how controlling the patriarch and his wife are over Jiang Lian. They are afraid that she will remember everything, and it will be time for her to leave. Although Jiang Lian was a little surprised as to why Baichi said this, the fact that the main contract was a stone statue was completely beyond her knowledge. And she also wanted to know what the reason was. Besides, she just worked hard to learn various things, which was completely harmless. So she happily agreed. What secrets are there in this world? Jiang Lian vaguely felt that this had a lot to do with her long-standing doubts. "I can't say this. I can only wait for you to discover it yourself." After saying this, the big black dragon noticed the appearance of a prying power, and it instantly shut up. The real purpose of going inside has not yet been achieved. It must not be compromised here because of this kind of thing. So it hurriedly hid. Jiang Lian was silent, suddenly feeling a little unfamiliar with the world. Baichi stopped talking, and Jiang Lian sat there alone in a daze. When the new school started, she was more serious than other times. Seeing her working so hard, the patriarch's wife felt very distressed. "Ale, you don't have to be so tired. Your parents can completely protect you." Seeing her mother's distressed look, Jiang Lian felt guilty for some reason. But when she really answered, she didn't say it directly. Instead, she said, "I also imagine other children to be the pride of their parents." After speaking, Jiang Lian said energetically, "So I have to work hard, and I will definitely be able to do it." The patriarch's wife was very happy. Her daughter was good at everything, and now she and her father were working so hard for her, and she felt very good when she was happy. "My ale is so good. My parents are already very happy just looking at it. So don't tire yourself out. We will feel sorry for you." Jiang Lian nodded happily. "Yes, Mother. I want to eat your delicious food." Even though everything was sealed, his foodie traits couldn't be sealed at all, and his mouth watered just thinking about the food cooked by his mother. She remembers that the food cooked by someone was so delicious that she couldn't even walk. The daughter's greediness made the patriarch's wife laugh even more happily. Okay, little greedy cat. Whatever you want to eat. My mother will cook it for you. Jian Lian thought for a moment. Stew in a big pot. Add all kinds of spiritual vegetables and spiritual meat to seasonings. And stew them in one pot. The taste is really unique. She has also tasted the stew cooked in a big pot by others. But it is not as delicious as the one cooked by her mother. The patriarch's wife gently scraped her daughter's nose and said with a smile, This is not easy. The big black dragon hiding in the space vaguely felt that the black energy of the person in front of him had dissipated a little. And it was not so serious at all when he was in a good mood. This is a good sign. And I have a guess in my mind that maybe the black mist issue can also be solved. Jian Lian looked at her happy mother and suddenly became interested. Mother, how about I come and help too? She had never been in the kitchen since she was a child, let alone cooking. My mother thought that fire would hurt her, and it didn't matter if she knew how to cook. Even refining weapons and alchemy is not allowed. Even if she likes to refine elixirs and weapons, it is impossible for her to touch these. Because in the hearts of her parents, these are existences that may hurt her. But she knew in her heart that it wasn't because of this. But she didn't know the specific reason. Chapter 451 She Won't Leave You. The patriarch's wife was in a very good mood today, and actually agreed. Okay, but I can only help arrange the dishes. The fire must not be touched. The seriousness in her mother's words made Jian Lian solemnly agree. But the doubts in her heart became more obvious. In fact, she had tried to use flames before. And her parents seemed to know her every move. And they found out in time every time. Under the intense protection of her parents, she completely believed that fire was something she could not touch at all. This time her mother actually agreed, which made her a little happy. Yes! Jian Lian, who was as happy as a fool, pulled the patriarch's wife towards the kitchen. Mom, hurry up. Okay, little greedy cat. The eyes of the patriarch's wife were full of doting. But there was a faint hint of something strange. Ale, I really hope you never find out. That's all. Mother wants to pamper you like this all the time. So you can be carefree. Jian Lian was completely unaware of these thoughts in her mind. But she looked towards the position of the patriarch's wife, as if she was feeling something. What's wrong with Ale? The patriarch's wife looked at Jian Lian and saw her dumbfounded. So she said, Ale drives away. Aren't you greedy? She couldn't figure it out. But one thing she was sure of was that her parents seemed to be hiding something from her. And they didn't even want her to know. At this time, she was in a dilemma. She wanted to solve the puzzle. But she knew in her heart that if she solved the puzzle, she would have to go against her parents' wishes. Human hearts are made of flesh. Let alone your own parents. She actually didn't want to embarrass her parents. It's not like her to be so hesitant. She smiled. Because she was entangled. So she decided to work hard to grow up first. As the big black dragon said, until she has learned all the secrets in the clan and awakened the main contract. Then everything should be done, he who knows knows also. She doesn't want her parents to be in trouble. As my mother came to the kitchen, she took out various ingredients from the space. Looking at the ingredients, Jian Lian found that they were all what she liked to eat. The flame started, and a large pot was placed on the prepared table, containing a hodgepodge of spiritual springs, spiritual vegetables, and spiritual animal meat. She agreed to help. But it turned out to be hot pot. Watching her mother add each ingredient to the pot, Jian Lian understood that she was here to take charge of eating again today. He was already used to it. So Jian Lian smiled and let it pass without paying much attention. Okay, you can eat. Seeing the little girl's greedy appearance, the patriarch's wife felt satisfied. Mom, eat it too. I put my mother's favorite food in her bowl, and then started eating. However, things must turn against each other. The more the patriarch and his wife try to hide everything, the closer the truth gets. Even though the patriarch's wife asked Jian Lian not to work so hard, and even found time to play with her in various ways, she seemed to be a born genius. Born for the Yuyan Dragon clan. You can't control the progress of your learning even if you want to. Even the elders, who were very optimistic about Yuyan Henji in the past, have completely shifted their focus and started to think about cultivating this little princess. I originally thought that the patriarch and his wife would be very happy. But I didn't expect that they would encounter strong opposition. We're not dead yet. As long as my daughter is happy, she doesn't have to bear these troubles. The patriarch's disgusting tone made Yuyan Hongyang secretly hate him. Yuyan Hongji disliked the thing they tried so hard to get. Why is the world so unfair? He wanted to rush over and say that if he didn't need it, he could give it to them, and they wouldn't mind it. But he didn't dare. He was afraid of being suppressed by his younger brother, who was the clan leader for so many years. And he didn't dare to say anything at all. The elders of the clan were so angry that they fell down and dared not speak out in anger. Small stoves are not allowed to be turned on. The elders are extremely serious when teaching on weekdays, and when the little princess comes to ask questions. The tribesmen who studied together gradually discovered this, took advantage of this convenience, and learned more. Yu Yanhenji was easily tripped up, and the patriarch's wife had discovered it a long time ago. She originally wanted to take this opportunity to stop her daughter from working hard. There is no way, compared to affecting her daughter's progress. Bullying her daughter is the most intolerable. The patriarch and his wife looked at the little girl, who was making continuous progress, with mixed feelings in their hearts. On the one hand, they were protecting their daughter, but on the other hand, the mist was broken, and their daughter completely left them. Ingyang, that's enough. This is enough. Yu Yanhenji sighed faintly. You can also feel her strength. She is willing to be sealed by us without any resistance. We have been getting along with her for so many years. It's enough. Looking into the distance, there was a faint golden light staying there somewhere without any movement. They knew that if there was anything detrimental to her, then he would definitely appear. Although they have complete control over this world, he is completely insignificant compared to the Lord of Heaven and Earth. Xiaoying was a little crazy. Her eyes were full of stubbornness. She is my child. She could have grown up like this, being pampered by us. But your good clan members are all them. If it weren't for them, how could I have done it? I'm going to lose my baby. Ale was so young back then. How could he bear it? How could he bear it? Xiaoying's tears fell silently as she spoke. Is it wrong that I just want her to stay by my side? Is it wrong? Xiaoying is a little crazy. If Jianglian were here, he would definitely find that the black energy on the head of the Yin clan, Yu Yanhenji, was not as strong as that on his wife. Xiaoying, although the entire fantasy world is controlled by Yu Yanhenji, it is Xiaoying who really controls it all. Seeing that his wife was about to enter a dead end again, Yu Yanhenji quickly comforted him. El will not leave you. No. Don't worry. Xiaoying raised her head. She did not hide anything in front of her husband, and black mist floated in her eyes. Really? Looking at his wife, who had fallen into the inner demons again, Yu Yanhenji felt full of guilt. All of this was caused by his negligence. After returning to the clan, he spent his spiritual energy and used the clan's artifact to explore the truth. Finally, I discovered that it was made by my younger brother's family. Even if my brother's family died completely, they deserved it. The damage had already been done. His daughter died, and his wife's inner demons became more and more serious over time, until death. It is completely like this. Calculated. After the daughter and the others arrived and entered here, the demons in my wife's body seemed to be reduced a lot, but it was only reduced a little, and it did not completely disappear. Yes, you see, Il has always had you in her heart. She liked you as her mother the most. With Yu Yanhenji's comfort, Xiaoying's mood gradually stabilized. But then the life of Yu Yanhong's family became even more difficult. The whole process seemed to be slowly destroying their hope, until they became desperate and miserable. Chapter 452, I don't know why I'm so stupid. On the day when he enters the dragon realm again, Yu Yanhong is bound to find his own dragon this time. Originally, entering the dragon realm this time had nothing to do with Jianglian, but she subconsciously wanted to know if this cousin had gotten his own dragon, even a powerful one. Like in the previous dream, in the past few years, she and the big black dragon have cooperated tacitly. But for some reason Bai Qi is reluctant to appear in front of others, especially when her parents are around. Although Jianglian was very confused about this, the big black dragon also said that she would know the answer in the future. Since she didn't know the answer, she looked for the answer herself. Now that her strength is improving, she has a hunch that she is getting closer to the truth of the matter. Although the people who followed Yu Yanhenji did not dare to bully her in the past, they gave her a lot of contemptuous looks. When I see her now, she is like a cat meeting a tiger. She is so well behaved that she doesn't even dare to make a small look. She is respectful. Ayla actually doesn't need to come over to see these new things from Chao. In the past 2 years, Xiaoying's temper has not been as gentle as before, and most of her tribe members have treated her with cold eyes. Jianglian once asked her biological father Yu Yanhenji. Seeing the embarrassment in his eyes and hesitation, he finally said, My mother is suffering from a heart problem. Please spend more time with her when you have time. Although he was puzzled, Jiang Lian seemed to have a lot to do with his previous illusion. He asked tentatively, "Is there a solution?" Yu Yanhanqi patted her shoulder and sighed. "You are your mother's medicine. As long as you are good, she will be happy." After hearing this, Jiang Lian always felt that there was something in the words, but he didn't understand it. No matter how many questions he asked, he couldn't seem to find out the reason. Over the years, she would observe carefully and found that her father was right. She seemed to be her mother's medicine. Anyone who showed the slightest bit of hostility to her would be dealt with by her mother in the end. Without exception. Afraid? It doesn't seem to be the case. I just have an inexplicable feeling of why bother. Ale, you are distracted again, Xiaoying asked softly. Jiang Lian retracted his thoughts and looked at her. His face was very peaceful. No different from the past. Mother, I just want to see if my cousin can find his dragon. Just verify it. Xiaoying didn't think much about it. She just thought her daughter was kind-hearted and cared about her cousin. Her daughter is kind-hearted. And she is one of those people. If it weren't for them, how could her daughter have suffered so much? And there would even be no hope of living in the end. Now she has become someone else's daughter. Thinking of this, the hatred in Xiaoying's heart grew stronger. And there was a faint tendency that she could not control it. Yu Yanhanqi, who was standing next to her, was shocked. He put his hand on her back and patted her gently. In fact, he was secretly sending spiritual power to calm his wife down as soon as possible. Yingyang, my daughter is here. Xiaoying also immediately realized that she was on the verge of losing control, and instantly lay in her husband's arms to calm down. This situation has happened over the years, so Jiang Lian did not ask like the first time, but considerately took out a cloak from the space to cover her mother. Mother, have a good rest. I'm curious, so take a look. If you feel uncomfortable, we can go back. The more things happened, Jiang Lian also noticed a pattern. She clearly realized that this time, she came to see the tribe members enter the secret realm, which reminded her mother of something bad. In the past, she had accidentally seen the dark energy in her mother's eyes, which was the existence of inner demons. You must know that their clan is most unlikely to have inner demons. Once inner demons arise, it must be a very serious matter. She was very confused. What could happen to her that could become her mother's inner demon? Her mother had been following her nervously since she was a child, and she had previously wondered if it might have happened before she could remember. But after asking the old servants, nothing happened at all, which is puzzling. After a while, Xiaoying finally calmed down. When he turned to face her again, he was still gentle and loving. If Elle likes to see me, I will accompany you. Do you want some snacks? Okay. Thank you, Mother. After a lot of time passed, Jiang Lian quickly reacted. Smiling, he took out 3 chairs and put them away. He smiled and said to Xiaoying, Mother, sit down. It's fun here, but it's not so relaxing in the dragon realm. Yu Yanhanqi was feeling bad all over, looking at the dragon clan that surrounded him. He was full of embarrassment. The dragon clan and their Yuyan dragon clan had regulations at the beginning. Their people entered the dragon realm and chose the dragon clan that suited them. They were not allowed to harm the dragon clan. And the same was true for the dragon clan. They were absolutely not allowed to hurt innocent people. It had been many days since he entered the dragon realm. During this time, not only had he failed to find a suitable companion dragon, but he had even provoked dragons that he shouldn't have messed with. I didn't mean to do it on purpose. I just wanted to find the companion dragon. Over the past few years, most of his arrogance has been worn away. He only had this one chance left in this life, and he absolutely couldn't fail. In his anxiety, Yu Yanhanqi issued a forced contract whenever he met the dragon clan, trying to get a direct contract. Such behavior completely violated the regulations and violated the bottom line of the dragon clan. At this time, it was already very good to just surround Yu Yanhanqi and not directly slap him to death. Boy, you did it on purpose. One of the silver dragons narrowed his eyes slightly and looked at Yu Yanhanqi with contempt. You came in last time. Who are you trying to fool? Even if you are not good at learning your clan, you shouldn't be ignorant of the agreement between you and our clan. The other dragons who were with him glared angrily, looking at Yu Yanhanqi and wanting to kill him to relieve their resentment. You can't kill me. I didn't hurt you in the slightest. If I die here, it will be a violation of the rules of your dragon clan. Although these words are arrogant, they are also true. The gloomy faces of several dragons can make water drip from their faces. The leader of the Silver Dragon smiled. I can't kill you, but I can completely cripple you. What you did is enough. The other dragons laughed incessantly. Some humans are naive enough. Fortunately, their contract owner is not this one. Otherwise, they would probably be killed by stupid people. Yu Yanheng knew very well that what Yinlong said was completely true. Before, he secretly resented why Yu Yanlongdal could get such a powerful dragon. Seeing that these few were not bad, he got his thoughts on it. Having developed a barrier to the contracted companion dragon, he completely forgot that such a dragon was not something he could provoke. He even forgot about the original training before coming here. How to find his own companion dragon. He looked at them in a panic, with a look of horror on his face. No! You can't hurt me! I also contract with the companion dragon to be the successor of the clan leader. So you can't hurt me! As the silver dragon approached, Yu Yanheng began to speak incoherently, retreating continuously, but could not escape the attack range of several giant dragons. Chapter 453, Impair Yourself. Don't even think about contracting a companion dragon. The silver dragon pressed forward step by step, as if it was dealing with a lamb waiting to be slaughtered. You have no chance of getting a companion dragon. After saying that, the Yinlongs had no intention of following him anymore. The dragon's tail flicked, and the aura moved. Yu Yanheng's bones shattered, and cracks appeared in his dantian. There was no resistance at all. When Yu Yanheng spat out a mouthful of blood, the protective formation was activated, and he was directly teleported out of the dragon realm. At this time, Yu Yanheng was completely confused. His mentality completely collapsed, and his eyes were full of hatred when he fell on the square. Why don't you have a chance? Tell me clearly! Tell me clearly! Yu Yanheng, who was covered in blood, and the roar in his mouth instantly attracted the attention of the tribesmen. Yu Yanheng, who was waiting anxiously, hurried over the moment his son appeared. Ear! Supporting Yu Yanheng, looking at the injuries on his body. The elixir appeared anxiously on his hand, and when he stuffed it into his mouth, he almost couldn't hold it steady because of worry. The spiritual energy poured out, trying to repair his son's wounds, but it was of no use at all. Since Silver Dragon would be chosen, his strength must be quite high, and he is definitely a ruthless character in the dragon realm. This time Yu Yanheng tried to force the contract, which completely angered it. Injury is definitely not simple, and even Yu Yanheng was panicked to find that his son's injury was very serious. Even the top-quality repair elixir didn't heal at all. At this time, the alchemist from the clan also came over. After looking at Yu Yanheng, he sighed and shook his head to express his helplessness. Broken bones cannot be recovered at all. In this case, only high-level dragons may have this ability. Yu Yanheng stood up angrily. Clan leader, please ask the dragon clan for an explanation for hurting my clan members at will. What is your intention? Although the injury was still serious, he could still speak. Yu Yanheng pulled his father's sleeve, his voice a little weak. Please ask the clan leader to find out why I can't find the companion dragon. Silver Dragon's last words kept echoing in his mind. This was his biggest concern. But the injuries on his body did not become his concern. Xiao Yingyang's eyes were full of joy when she saw the person who was responsible for her daughter's death ending up like this. She even wanted to kill this person directly. But this illusion was not entirely created by her. Although the people of the Yin Dragon clan have no afterlife, their souls can enter this secret realm of the Sea of Clouds and Mist. Here, some of the Yin Dragon clan members will lose their memories and repeat their previous lives, and some of the more powerful ones will remain. Memories of life. Xiao Yingyang and Yu Yanheng retained memories of their lives, and it was also because of the demonic barriers during their lives that they were able to leave the illusion and suck Jiang Lian and others into it. It even erased all the memories of the tribesmen and controlled one of the small worlds. In this illusion, not only these, but also some other small worlds are connected. She can completely control this place. But if it is too serious, this small world will collapse. And her daughter is still inside. Although she wanted her daughter to stay inside and live with her and give her the maternal love she had missed back then. She didn't want her to die here. Therefore, she will restrain herself. Even if she wants to kill her enemies right now, causing them to die with their very souls. She must not go too far. Please ask the clan leader to hold the dragon clan accountable and find out the reason. An elder who was close to Yu Yanheng and saw that the clan leader remained silent followed suit. Yu Yanheng didn't make a sound, but a ball of light appeared on the horizon and then exploded. Everything that just happened was clearly displayed in the sky like a recording and replay. The tribesmen who were angry just now and wanted to ask the Dragon Clan for an explanation instantly became silent. The previous agreement with the Dragon Clan was very clear, and they had followed it for so many years. They never expected that Yu Yanhengji, who was a top student back then, would make such a low-level mistake. The Dragon Clan doesn't want us to give an explanation. Yu Yanhengji and the others have also punished them. After a pause, Yu Yanhengji looked at Yu Yanhe with pity. The Dragon Clan said that you don't have a companion dragon, so you are not allowed to step into the half-step dragon realm again in the future. Such a result was unacceptable to Yu Yanhongyang and Yu Yanhe. Over the years, what they have persisted in is thinking that one day they can control the entire Yu Yan Dragon Clan and become the powerful people in the clan. I didn't expect such a result, which was even more uncomfortable than killing them. Impossible. Someone must be up to something. It must be. I don't believe it. Yu Yanhengji could no longer care about the image he had tried so hard to maintain before. He lay on the ground and raised his head, looking at the clan leader, trying to want to get some other information from him. Xiaoyingyang was already very impatient with their entanglement. The Dragon Clan has stopped letting you set foot. What can you do if I find out? Then he waved to the guard on the side and said, Send it back. Before she could take action, her nephew actually maimed himself. God was really going to kill him, and there was no point in struggling. When Jiang Lian was injured, a prescription appeared in his mind, and he felt that it could cure him. The idea came out of nowhere, but she had no intention of saying it. She had an idea in her mind that if she came up with that method, she would definitely be able to save her cousin, but her mother's condition would probably be even more serious. This idea kept spreading in my heart, and finally it was inexplicably confirmed. In the end, Jiang Lian sat there obediently with her head lowered, unable to see any of her emotions at all. The time limit for the illusion has not yet come, and some tribesmen are still waiting anxiously. Jiang Lian is no longer interested in going first. The guesses in her heart are becoming more and more certain, and there are still doubts. But she is very tired at this time, and she has a feeling that if she uncovers all this, it will definitely ruin it all. Mom, I want to go back and rest. Jiang Lian looked at Xiaoyingyang pretending to be nonchalant, as if she didn't mind what just happened. Xiaoyingyang could see the tiredness between her brows, and touched her hair distressfully. Mom, please go back with you. I decided in my heart that I would make some soup to replenish my daughter's health later. No, Mother, I'm just a little tired recently. I'll be fine if I go back and take a nap. Jiang Lian shook his head, looking very well behaved. Seeing her daughter's insistence, Xiaoyingyang did not continue. But after her daughter returned, she left the square and went to the kitchen to make soup. It didn't matter whether she stayed at the venue or not. Yu Yanhengji's incident was a big deal, and all the clansmen knew that he had offended the Dragon Clan. In the end, he didn't even have a chance to get a companion dragon. Now he is lying in bed unable to get up or get out. Not a single wave. After a period of peaceful days, Jiang Lian practiced in an orderly manner. But on a sunny day, the arrival of a person completely broke the peace that the entire Yu Yan Dragon Clan had worked hard to maintain. Chapter 454. Can I meet him? Miss, there are guests over there. Please wait. Originally, she and her mother had agreed to go out together to catch spiritual beasts and make delicious food today. But she came over at the agreed time. It seems that he is a temporary guest. Okay, then I'll go to the pavilion and wait. Call me when you're ready. There was no rush anyway, so Jiang Lian nodded and walked towards the only pavilion in the yard. Logically speaking, the guests on the other side of the pavilion would not be able to see here even if they came out. But the courtyard could still be clearly seen from this side of the pavilion. This design is very clever. Jiang Lian sometimes likes to nest in the pavilion here. Just as she was relaxing and making tea, a look came over her. So intense. Jiang Lian felt as if his whole body was electrocuted. As if he was frozen there. Such a familiar person. Such familiar eyes. Obviously she couldn't see the other side of the pavilion. But why did she feel that the person could see her? There seemed to be something surging in my mind and about to burst out. Subconsciously he murmured softly, Miss Sir. Tears fell unconsciously, until that person left. The smiling and handsome face that looked specifically at her still lingered in her mind. Why are you crying? Xiaoyingyang's worried voice pulled her out of her thoughts. He looked at her blankly. Mother. His voice sounded like he had cried. Only then did Jiang Lian touch his cheek and found that it was full of tears. Cried? Why is she crying? Why was she inexplicably happy when she looked at that person, but also seemed to be filled with endless grievances? She wanted to tell him what she had been holding back in her heart recently, trusting him wholeheartedly. This was the first time they met, and she didn't even know his name. What's wrong with Alu? Xiaoying raised her hand to help her wipe away the tears on her face. Her voice was soft, but she was observing the changes in her daughter with inexplicable fear and panic. Jiang Lian's mood was affected just now, but her mother's expression was so obvious this time. This made her even more curious about the identity of the man just now. Mom, who was that just now? Jiang Lian's question made Xiaoying's breath slightly confused, but she quickly regained her composure. I originally thought that my mother would not answer, but unexpectedly she said it anyway. She even said with a smile, as if she was relieved. The man's name is Yi Sun, and he is the divine king of heaven. The name Yi Sun suddenly exploded in her mind, and the feeling of familiarity became stronger and stronger. But she didn't cry anymore at this time. Heaven outside the sky. They have a small world of their own here, and Tianweishan is a completely legendary place. I didn't expect him to come from here. Oh my god! Xiaoying touched her daughter's hair and tucked the loose strands behind her ears. Are you curious about what he is doing here? This surprised her, as she originally thought her mother wouldn't say anything. The look on her face just now made her worry that she was going to get sick again. Can I know? After all, some of them are clan affairs, and generally there are some important things that they cannot know. This is about you, so it's okay. If possible, she actually doesn't want this person to arrive, because once this person arrives, the time for Alu to leave will be getting closer and closer. She really hoped that Ale could stay with them all the time, but this was completely impossible. Ali's seal won't last long, and there's even that guy watching him. About me? Jiang Lian was obviously a little surprised, recalling that what was in his mind was strange. He couldn't help but become serious. Xiaoying nodded, her eyes full of love. Yes. Alu, do you still remember the engagement my mother made to you before? I don't remember. She really didn't remember this, but she couldn't believe it when it came to the engagement. The lifespan of their Yuyin dragon clan is very different from that of humans. In the ancient years, they were very casual about marriage. She is still young now, and others her age are not yet married. Looking at my mother's appearance, the engagement must be true. I didn't expect her to be engaged so early. Before she could get over the matter, her mother's next words made her stunned for a moment. When Alu was still young, he figured out that you and he were destined Taoist companions, so he made an engagement. My parents wanted to hold the wedding recently. What do you think of Alu? Even though they were very unhappy, they all understood that enough was enough. Under that man's pressure, they all became sober after being seriously possessed. What he said was right. There were dead people here. Allah had stayed here for a long enough time. If he stayed here any longer, it might have an impact on Ali's body. Why? She was not opposed to the engagement, but she couldn't accept the wedding directly. After all, she had only met the person today, and they still hadn't met formally. This is the world of cultivating immortals, which is completely different from the secular world. In the secular world, parents order matchmakers to get married as soon as they have hair. If they are too old and not married, they will be left behind and will be disliked. But there are no such worries here. Why do they want her to get married now? Xiaoying looked at Jiang Lian lovingly and extremely seriously, as if she was about to part with her. Mom wants to see our Aula get married. This is my second greatest wish. It is the greatest wish of my mother and your father that Aula will be with us in the future. The tears that had already subsided fell again, and I couldn't help it. Mom, you said you would always stay with Alu. People's hearts are fleshy, and she consciously began to feel somewhat conflicted about her feelings for her parents. Different thoughts kept going over and over in my mind. Later, as we got along, my feelings for my parents became deeper and deeper. People's hearts are made of flesh, and she is not a cold-blooded person. Hearing what her daughter said, Xiaoying couldn't help but shed tears. Mom also wants to stay with our Alu. Alu will understand in the future. Just wait until you wake up and don't blame your mother. Under that person's special control, she could still maintain her rationality. She could also watch her daughter get married and make up for her regrets. This was already the greatest favor to her. Does it have to be a wedding? Yes. We will hold a wedding within our clan, and we will hold a separate wedding ceremony after we go to Tianweishan. After saying this, Xiaoying reluctantly hugged her in her arms. How come we, Alu, have grown up so quickly? After a long time, Jiang Lian finally compromised. Mother, can I see him first? submerged in the sadness that her daughter might have to leave again. Xiao Yang didn't react for a moment. Who? Yi-sun. Can I meet him first? After countless verifications, the counterthought in his mind was wrong every time. But for some reason, there was a stronger feeling in his heart. Everything in her heart was right. This world was false. Yi-sun gave her a very different feeling. Something she had never experienced before. Will the verification result be different this time? Xiao Yang looked at Jiang Lian for a long time. When Jiang Lian thought that her mother would not agree at all, she agreed. Okay. I will make arrangements. Chapter 455 Shy Escape. Have you thought about it? Yuan Hanqi looked at his wife. How long had it been since she had been so calm? It seems that after learning Ali's true identity, his wife began to have inner demons. Later, she found the national master, made corresponding preparations, and then returned to the clan and started killing. Since then, the inner demon has become stronger and stronger. Until now. I've thought about it. Allah can't stay here forever. I'm very satisfied until now. Now I can even see Ali's wedding. I feel happy. Ali is a living person. If he stays here all the time, it is easy to be assimilated slowly. When the children grow up, they have their own lives. And she hopes that Ale will really live a happy life. Okay. Then I'll reply to him. Yuan Hanqi had no idea that his wife would change like this. They already knew the identity of that person. And the aura on his body made them even more afraid. In fact, if you don't agree, the other person won't allow it. In the end, it will only be a dead end. Later, they and Ale will become enemies. His wife has been hurt by him in this life. If possible, he hopes that the knot in his wife's heart can be untied. Jiang Lian just asked to see his son. And the next day, she saw him in his original position again. But this time, it was different from before. Yi-sun stood directly in front of her, with formations arranged around her. Others could not see or hear what they were saying, completely cutting off their spiritual consciousness. Looking at the handsome man in front of him, Jiang Lian was a little dazed. It is said that there are no ugly people in the world of immortality. But this person's appearance is definitely top-notch in the entire world of immortality. If she ignored the familiar feeling in her heart, she might have rashly agreed to this marriage because of her appearance. Have we known each other before? Jiang Lian went straight to the topic. After all, she was sure that she had no interaction with this person in her memory before. Looking at the Taoist monk whose memory had been sealed, Yi-sun felt helpless, but his eyes were filled with longing. We know him. The result is different from before, but the answer is exactly the same as the answer in my heart. This situation was what she expected, but she was a little overwhelmed. When? Did I forget something? Thinking of the situation of the big black dragon, Jiang Lian couldn't help but ask again. Do you know something? Can you tell me? Facing the person in front of him, who could be called his fiancé, Jiang Lian suddenly hoped to know something from him. It's absolutely false to say that I don't want to know the answer to my suspicions over the years. Answer me a question first. Do you want to leave here? Yi-sun's gentle and doting tone made Jiang Lian even more confused. He already had the answer to the question just now. After thinking about it carefully, are you leaving your parents? Leave? In fact, if you think about it carefully, she is reluctant to let go, and her mother's illness often recurs. Her father also said that she is the medicine. If she leaves, what will her mother do? Do I have to leave here to get married to you? A voice in her heart told her that she was getting closer to Yi-sun. But in reality, she was very worried about her mother. These two thoughts made it difficult for her to choose. Yi-sun smiled. It's just that you don't have to leave for the wedding. We'll leave when you want to leave. Facing his smile, Jiang Lian was in a daze again. As for the things you want to know, don't worry. You will definitely remember them someday. After a pause, Yi-sun said again, if you are ready to leave one day, just tell me and I will help you then. Restore memory. The seal was actually not difficult for him. But he knew in his heart that the second life was the inner demon of the Yin clan leader and his wife. And it was also the regret of his little girl. The little girl in that life had a very hard life. And she didn't even experience the love of her parents at all. Counting it all, she has only truly experienced it in this illusion after several reincarnations since she was in the outer world. The time in the illusion is very different from the time outside. So it doesn't matter if it is delayed for a while. Can you help me remember those things? The things that the big black dragon was very afraid of could only be discovered by herself. Unexpectedly, it seemed very simple when she arrived at Yi-sun. Yes, But only if you want to leave here. He was most familiar with the little girl's glance and smile. Every time she raised her eyebrows, and every look in her eyes. He knew what she was thinking. Looking at Jiang Lian solemnly, his eyes were serious. Remember? I will never hurt you. Jiang Lian couldn't help but smile at Yi Sun's solemnity. I know. From the first sight, she inexplicably trusted him wholeheartedly. A voice told her that he was the person she could trust most in the world. Jiang Lian's words instantly pleased Yi Sun. The corners of his lips were slightly raised, and his handsome face looked even more attractive. This man looks like he could easily attract romantic partners. If he really becomes a Taoist couple, will she be in constant trouble in the future? Because their Yin Dragon clan has a long lifespan. There are many men who flirt with women, but compared to those playboys, there are also many who are loyal to their Taoist companions throughout their lives. And her father and mother are examples of them. Ever since I was a child, I have never seen them blush with each other. Even when my mother was sick, my father was very patient with her. If Yi Sun knew that the little girl's memory had been sealed once, and had the idea of easily provoking rotten peach blossoms for fear of not being able to seduce him, he would definitely vomit blood, and would rather break the little girl's seal immediately. Okay. My parents have agreed. As long as you agree to let me stay here temporarily after we get married, I have no objection. The little girl said these words seriously, but looked a little shy, which made Yi Sun feel happy again. Looking at Yi Sun's smile, Jiang Lian knew that this person agreed. So he pretended to be very nonchalant and said, You can discuss the wedding with my parents. I'll go back first. Jiang Lian, whose memory had been sealed, had no idea at this time that in the outside world, she had a pair of parents and relatives happily preparing for their wedding. Almost the entire Xianming continent was rejoicing because of their wedding. In Xianling continent, because their god of war was getting married. The scene had to be grand. And the Su family used all the strength they could. Because Kunlun received a lot of benefits from Jiang Lian and Su Yeshuan. He did his best on this matter. Not to mention the Jiang family, Jiang Lian's own family, in Netherland continent. Due to the fusion of the Demon Lord and Yi Sun's heavenly way, the demonic energy in the entire demon world is no longer so ferocious that it is easy to lose one's mind. This time, the wedding of the Demon Lord and Demon Queen was even more joyfully prepared. Yes, that's right. The entire Xianming world seems to have become much softer due to the unraveling of Time Weishan. And the relationship between demons and monks is no longer so tense. Seeing the little girl leaving in a panic, Yi Sun couldn't help laughing anymore. His wife is shy. Originally, he wanted to ask her what kind of wedding she wanted, and he would help her do it no matter what. But in the end, seeing her run away shyly, he decided to wait until he saw her another day before asking another question. Chapter 456. Something happened. Ale, Mother has heard about it. Have you made your decision? Although she knows that they are Taoist couples. As a mother, when the time comes when her child decides to get married, she will still worry about gains and losses. Well, it's decided. Her mother made it clear to her some time ago. And she didn't reject it in her heart. Sometimes it's really amazing. And I agree directly after the second meeting. This is really a magical thing in the world of cultivation. Xiao Yang's expression was a little complicated. This was what she was most looking forward to. But now she was a little reluctant to give up. What kind of wedding does Ale want? No matter what kind of wedding her daughter wants, she will definitely help prepare it and leave the most beautiful memory for Alu. Jiang Lian thought about it carefully, and then said, I want a wedding prepared by my parents. The most traditional wedding of our Yin Dragon clan. My mother has always cared about her the most. She hopes to have a wedding that is the daughter of her mother's heart. In this case, her mother will feel more comfortable. Jiang Lian was looking forward to a wedding full of blessings from her parents. And since she was a child, she has watched the traditional weddings of her tribe, and she has always liked them. Xiao Yingyang smiled. Okay. My parents will definitely help our Alu prepare the most grand wedding. Yi Sun never appeared again in the following time. But from time to time, some strange and familiar pictures would appear in Jiang Lian's mind. She was very sure that she had never experienced those things. But they were very familiar to her, as if they were yesterday. During this period of time, her cultivation level also increased inexplicably rapidly. And she vaguely felt that she was about to reach the state mentioned by the big black dragon. The entire Yin Dragon clan was busy preparing for the little princess's wedding. And everyone was immersed in joy. In a large house somewhere in the clan, an angry roar came from a courtyard. Why should I become a useless person? But she is free and easy. And if she wants glory, don't even think about it. The servants on the side were secretly shocked. Is the young master crazy? It was his cousin's wedding. And even the bustling wedding had offended him. Ever since he came out of the dragon realm, and was injured and unable to move on the bed. Yu Yanhenji's temperament had become extremely irritable. I didn't expect that I would be so crazy now, that I would be angry about the excitement of my cousin's wedding. You must know that the patriarch protects his shortcomings. And the patriarch's wife is even more crazy about protecting his shortcomings. If the madam and the others find out, they will definitely deal with him. The old housekeeper looked around nervously and hurriedly advised. Master, let's drink the medicine. Are you also protecting her? Yu Yanhenji looked at the housekeeper angrily. Without even looking at the medicine he was holding, he simply threw the medicine away without losing his mind. These were made from precious medicinal materials. If he threw them away, it would be very difficult to find them again. The housekeeper didn't say anything, and Yu Yanhenji became even more angry. What's so good about her? What's so good about her? Why are you protecting her? It must be because of her position as the leader of the clan that I didn't have a companion dragon and was beaten into a waste. It must be them. It must be them. Yu Yanhenji muttered, his face full of ferocity and gloom. The servants were completely helpless. And finally everyone left. Unbeknownst to them, a hint of black mist gradually appeared on Yu Yanhenji's face. This black mist was different from Xiaoyang's black mist. It looked more evil, and even had a faint tendency to become more and more intense. When Jiang Lian saw Yi Sun again, it was when he was preparing things for the wedding. Normal wedding clothes were made by someone else. But when her mother told her that Yi Sun made those styles herself, she was shocked. After all, it was a wedding dress that could only be worn for one day. Under normal circumstances, no matter how gorgeous and high-end it was not refined into a cassock. When the sparkling wedding dress was taken out, even Xiaoyang and others present were surprised. The whole set of wedding clothes is the most classic style of their Yulong clan. It is very exquisite and beautiful, like the unique clothing of their clan. But it seems to be different in some way. Jiang Lian fell in love at first sight. Even the phoenix crown jewelry was specially made. It would be false to say that I was not surprised. And I was even a little excited in my heart. Ale is very happy to have met the right person. He will treat you well. Jiang Lian felt that there was something in her mother's words. But she didn't know why. Could it be that she has been more sensitive recently and thinks too much? Mom, don't worry. Ale will be fine wherever he is. So don't worry. During this time, my mother's condition seemed to have improved, and she seemed much more awake than before. Well, you don't have to worry if you have him by your side. What I want to see most now is our Ale's wedding. Xiaoyang looked at her daughter lovingly. The person who was able to kill all the people in order to resurrect Alu. Now that he knows his identity, he is sure that he can't do anything wrong with Alu. She still remembered Li's appearance and grace when he first came to the sea of clouds and mist. Alu would definitely be fine without them. So she was not worried at all now. When I thought of this, I suddenly felt relaxed, as if the knot that had been weighing on my heart for so many years was suddenly untied. Jiang Lian, who was sitting opposite her, was surprised to find that the black energy on her mother's body was slowly fading away. Faced with her daughter's surprise, Xiaoyang understood that she must have noticed. Elle must have been frightened in the past few years. Seeing her mention it so calmly, Jiang Lian was quite surprised. Has her inner demon been solved? Mother is fine. Let's think about it. It's my greatest blessing that our Ale can live well. He touched his daughter's cheek. His face was full of love and affection, as if he wanted to try his best to remember her appearance in his mind. Average. Don't worry. Mother, Ale will always be with you. When she said this, Jiang Lian suddenly felt a little uncertain, as if she had an inexplicable feeling that it was not far away from leaving here. She didn't know why she left. Was it because of Yi Sun? I don't know why I feel worried. Xiaoyang's smile was full of gentleness, but she didn't smile like before and said, Mother, I believe in you. After the black energy dissipated, I suddenly felt a lot more relaxed, and my thoughts became clearer. Yi Sun is not here at this time. He is making tea at his father Yu Yanhengqi's place. After all, the two of them didn't spend much time together. But Jiang Lian didn't feel strange for some reason. The next time passed quickly, and the wedding preparations were proceeding in an orderly manner. But for some reason, there was a faint breath flowing in the air, which was more depressing than before. Jiang Lian frowned and looked at the sky, calculating subconsciously with his hands, and a breath of Tianyan flowed through his fingertips. Her heart skipped a beat when she noticed her hands moving like this. She had no idea what was going on. But she seemed to understand everything, and knew that such a result would be very bad. Is something going to happen? Chapter 457 Yi Yan's Wedding. The wedding day came soon, and Jiang Lian was pulled up by Xiao Yang to dress up early on this day. Although monks don't need to sleep, Jiang Lian has completely developed the habit of sleeping every day. Seeing the smile on her mother's face, Jiang Lian also smiled. Our ale is getting married today. Xiao Yang felt as she combed her daughter's hair that all her previous regrets disappeared instantly. She was very satisfied with such a result, and it was time to be content. Through the mirror, Jiang Lian looked at her mother with a happy smile. Another gentlewoman suddenly appeared in her mind, and she had an inexplicable thought in her mind. Would she be equally happy if it were her? Our ale is so beautiful. Facing her mother's smiling face, Jiang Lian smiled back, with a happy smile on her face. Mom is also pretty. People are in high spirits when happy events happen, and my mother looks very different today than in the past. It seems to be in better condition than usual. The wedding began, and she followed her mother into the venue, where there were their clan members, her father, and her fiancé Yi Sun. Dragons are flying in the sky. The glow of cheers is enviable, and the flowers are gorgeous. Such a large scene is really a grand event. The Yuyan Dragon clan is considered a large clan in the world and has a rich heritage. But this is the first time Jiang Lian has seen such a scene in the clan since he became conscious. These are not something you can do only with extraordinary financial resources. Many of them require a lot of effort. Under the leadership of his father and mother, Jiang Lian walked slowly towards Yi Sun. Because of Yi Sun's special status, he only worshipped heaven and earth during the entire ceremony, and did not worship his parents. Anyone familiar with the matter knew that if he continued to worship, Yu Yan Hanqi and Xiao Yang would probably be wiped out. What's more, although they are parents in the second life, Gu Lian is dead, and all the cause and effect have disappeared. Fortunately, Xiao Yang has thought about it now, and the black energy has disappeared. Otherwise the black energy would have increased again. Seeing Li Cheng, Xiao Yang burst into tears instantly and broke down in tears. She finally had the opportunity to watch her family, Le, finally find her own Taoist companion. In the following days, she could no longer stay with Le. But because of Yi Sun's company, she didn't feel so uncomfortable. At this time, the sky that was originally full of glow was suddenly shrouded in black air, and everyone present was shocked and became alert. Looking at the black energy, Jiang Lian felt as if something was about to burst out of his body. The black energy was completely different from what his mother had before, and it made people angry just to look at it. Yi Sun, who was on the side, sensed his wife's emotions, pulled her sleeves, and transmitted the voice into the secret passage. I'm afraid my wife won't be able to stay any longer this time. He had originally promised the little girl that he would stay in the Yuyan Dragon clan for a while after getting married. But now a new dark energy suddenly appeared. If the evil-filled black energy is not solved early, it will be more troublesome later. If it is solved in time, they will have to leave here. With the level between him and Li Yan after breaking the seal, staying in it may eventually lead to the collapse of the entire illusion. This is not a simple illusion, but the place where all the souls of the Yuyan Dragon clan return after death. Here they will slowly disappear from the world. If the illusion disappears, it will be equivalent to destroying the clan and the land, and there will be some trouble in the future. Originally, the wife of the patriarch of the Yuyan Dragon clan was worried that it was completely impossible for Li Yan to be assimilated. But there was no need to talk about it, and it would be completely meaningless to talk about it now. Jiang Lian felt that what wanted to break out of his mind became more and more obvious, as if he was just one step away. Looking at Yi Sun, he asked with some confusion, Why? Because of the black mist. Only your 5 elements divine beasts can help maintain this world. He is indeed the Emperor of Heaven, and he can eliminate the black mist with his own strength. But it is still necessary to maintain and stabilize this world. Her 5 elements divine beast is more suitable. His aura is too overbearing. The combination of the 5 elements of mythical beasts represents supreme vitality, which is also a good thing for the world. Sustain this world? Although she didn't know what her newlywed husband was talking about, Jiang Lian still nodded. I don't know what you mean, but I know in my heart that what you said is right. Yes, I promise you. After saying this, Jiang Lian subconsciously looked at the position of her mother, Xiao Yang, and her father, who had always cared for her with gentleness and love. Looking at the two of them, I knew very well that this time it was time to say goodbye. Have a wedding. It's a great time. Isn't it? My good uncle and aunt, don't you feel guilty? An evil voice came from the black mist. Everyone was shocked, and they instantly knew who the black mist was. And rise. Honey, don't go astray. The elder who used to be optimistic about Yu Yanheng persuaded him earnestly. But a black mist from the sky directly attacked the elder. The elder who was still trying to persuade him died instantly on the spot. The clansmen who originally knew it was Yu Yanheng who had relaxed immediately became panicked after the elder's death. Xiao Yang and Yu Yanheng came towards Jiang Lian and blocked her front, for fear of being hurt. Old man, you are always gibbering. Why did you start avoiding me when I couldn't get the companion dragon? You still lamented the pity every day and turned around to cultivate that little girl. Why? Do you think I have no use value? Yu Yanheng's voice was full of dissatisfaction. With the elder's warning, no one dared to act rashly. Just because they didn't move doesn't mean that Yu Yanheng didn't move. The black energy attacked Jiang Lian with great force. It's all you. It's all you. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't be an outcast. You will not be attacked by dragons. Everything is yours. You deserve to die. Jiang Lian hurriedly turned on the protection, feeling speechless in her heart. How could this person not consider his own problems at all, but blame others for his mistakes? Xiao Yang and Yu Yanheng also hurriedly tried to stop him, but someone was obviously faster than them. Yi Sun waved his hand lightly, and the supreme Taoism filled the entire space. The black energy that attacked Jiang Lian retreated with a scream, because in this space, Yi Sun was worried that the entire space would collapse. So he suppressed his spiritual power and did not act harshly. The black mist did not disappear directly after being dispersed, but quickly gathered again. Yu Yanheng's angry curses could even be heard in the mist. Yu Yanheng and Xiao Yang were slightly relieved that their daughter was fine, but the demonic energy on Xiao Yang's body, which had already dissipated from the black mist, began to soar, and her eyes were very cold when looking at Yu Yanheng's position in the sky. Yi Sun turned to look at Jiang Lian. This time, he did not transmit the sound into the secret, but asked directly, "Are you ready?" Chapter 458 Evenly Matched. Jiang Lian looked at Yi Sun and nodded solemnly. She understood what Yi Sun meant when he asked her. She said that she didn't want to leave her parents yet. Yi Sun also made it clear before that he would help her restore her memory if she had considered leaving here. Originally, I didn't want to leave so early, but now the situation forced me to make a decision. It was clear that the black energy on my mother's body had dissipated before, but now that Yu Yanheng attacked her, the black energy reappeared, even worse than before. Between leaving her mother and preventing her from ever ending her life, she chose the latter. Yi Sun didn't make much movement. He just tapped Jiang Lian's forehead. An endless Tianyan aura rushed from all directions in an instant. The fiery red wedding gown was flying in the air, and was blown away by the rapid Tianyan breath. Jiang Lian frowned and looked ahead. She was not too uncomfortable, but the memories that flooded her mind made her unable to adapt and closed her eyes for a moment. Xiao Yang's black energy over there was already very strong, even attacking towards the location of Yu Yanheng in the sky. My good aunt, how does it feel to lose your daughter? This is like taking someone else's to replace your daughter. TSK. 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 It's a pity that my good cousin didn't even have any soul left in the end. And she doesn't even have the qualifications to be jealous. Yu Yanheng's voice had a cold aura and was full of hostility. It was very different from the decadent tone just now, and everyone present groaned. No wonder his appearance has completely changed. It turns out that he remembered what happened during his lifetime. Xiao Yang, who was enveloped in black energy, was so stimulated by him that she felt bad all over. Her eyes, that had calmed down once again, became troubled because of Yu Yanheng's words. Originally, I wanted you to wait for death slowly, but it seems I was wrong. I should not have kept you until now. Facing Xiao Yang's hatred, Yu Yanheng's momentum remained unabated, and the black energy on both sides was vaguely evenly matched. In the dragon realm, the sealed stone statue seemed to have suddenly broken its seal, glowing brightly, and even the entire dragon realm was aware of the situation here. All the dragons were prostrate on the ground, waiting for the awakening of their divine green dragon, and all the seals in Jiang Lian's body were unlocked one after another. The phoenix roared in the sky, and the Suzaku, covered in bright red flames, rushed towards the sky. Yu Yanheng, who had completely taken the form of black mist in the sky, shrank slightly when Suzaku ascended to the sky, but was not afraid at all. Looking at the situation in front of him, he knew very well that he was no match for them. But he was not their opponent. But he was able to kill Xiao Yang in front of him. Looking at Xiaoyang who was fighting with him, she became even more ruthless. Trying to summon your own companion dragon. They are all soul bodies. The original companion dragon has already signed a contract. And there is a certain connection between the souls. As long as you try to summon it, you may find it. As time went by, Yu Yanhenji's face became even more ugly. He vaguely heard the voice of his silver dragon, but he couldn't summon it. He even sensed that the silver dragon might be in danger. Yu Yanhenji, who understood all this, was extremely angry. How dare you! How dare you! He was absolutely sure that all this had something to do with his good cousin and his good uncle's family. Thinking of this, Yu Yanhenji's hatred for Jiang Xiaoyang and others became even more intense. He struck again at Xiaoyang who was blocking his way. And the moves were fatal. You must know that after being possessed by a demon, hatred is their nourishment. The deeper the hatred, the stronger the strength. Nowadays, Yu Yanhenji is obviously stronger than Xiaoyang. It seems that Yu Yanhenji is not possessed by the devil. He has been protecting his wife at his own expense, for fear that his wife will simply lose her mind. And then she will really be doomed. Now it is even more impossible for him to completely turn a blind eye to this situation. It's a pity that no matter how powerful Yu Yanhenji is, he can't be inferior to Yu Yanhenji, who is completely demonized and uses black demonic energy as nourishment. At this time, the Qinglong had broken through the boundary, and the Suzaku appeared in the sky. Just hovering there made Yu Yanhenji very afraid. When Yu Yanhenji was thrown down, the white tiger came out of the air and caught him directly. The spiritual storm became more powerful, and had a faint tendency to spread towards the sky. Yu Yanhenji looked at the storm with some fear, but thinking about his possible end made him feel sad. He is now stronger than Xiaoyang, able to integrate into the illusion to gain a certain degree of control. And he also knows the situation of his cousin. He didn't dare to delay any longer. If her seal was completely released, his revenge would never be avenged. Blood-red eyes looked at Jiang Lian's position. All the black energy condensed into a sharp sword and attacked Jiang Lian's place. The speed was so fast that he even used his control over the world to try to avoid all protection, penetrate the boundary layer and kill Jiang Lian. There was a boom sound that broke through the air, and with a pop, the black air was directly slapped to the ground by Yi Sun. A huge pit appeared on the ground, and the black mist seemed to be frightened and began to shrink. Someone who was not afraid of death looked towards the deep pit, and found that Yu Yanhenji was lying in the deep pit like a dead dog, unable to move. Those blood-red eyes were full of dissatisfaction. You all deserve to die! Ha ha! You all deserve to die! Black energy emerged again, and this time people in the entire realm sensed the supreme crisis. Someone shouted in panic. He is going to destroy this realm! With Yu Yanhenji's current demonic state, it is not impossible for him to fuse the entire realm and become his nourishment. This is what the big black dragon is most worried about. Those from the Yu Yan Dragon clan who produce black demonic energy are very likely to fuse the entire illusion and turn it into their own nourishment. And it is not impossible to end up causing harm to the world. The big black dragon seemed to sense this situation, and broke through the beast pet space in an attempt to stop it. But because it was not as strong as the 5 sacred beasts, it stayed in the space obediently. How could Xiaoyang, who was on the verge of complete demonization, let Yu Yanhenji catch up from behind? Looking at Yu Yanhenji, whose breath was brewing on the ground, Xiaoyang's face was gloomy and cold. Boy, you are a little too young to cross my path and merge with this world. Sensing his wife's plan, Yu Yanhenji hurriedly tried to stop him. Yingyang, no! It's a pity that Xiaoyang's aura is rising steadily at this time, and she has the potential to suppress Yu Yanhenji. Yu Yanhenji, who was seriously injured, saw that he could no longer recover, so he sat on the ground dejectedly. He looked at Yu Yanhenji's position and tried to distract him. Since you can't stop your wife, then help her. Huggy, don't you care about your father and the others? If you merge with this realm, none of your father's clan will survive. Everyone will become his nourishment. Yu Yanhenji obviously didn't care, and sneered. Wouldn't it be better to be fused? It just so happens that they don't shout to help me every day, so this opportunity will come. The two black energies continued to compete, and the entire space became distorted. At this moment, Jiang Lian, who had his eyes closed, opened them. Chapter 459, Powerless. Looking at the position of Yu Yanhenji in the sky, Jiang Lian was full of contempt. In the second life, she had no memory and was stupid, which allowed them to take advantage of it. Now that she has the memory and he succeeded, it really makes her more and more alive. Yi Sun on the side put away his protection and looked at Jian Lian. Remember? Jian Lian looked at Yi Sun and smiled. I remembered. Nodding. Yi Sun asked, Are you going to solve it yourself or should I take action? Although this realm will have a certain impact after its fall, it does not pose any threat to their current strength. However, it is also relatively fragile and cannot withstand the two of them casting spells together. If it weren't for the fact that the little girl was somewhat concerned about the second life, they wanted to completely solve this hidden danger, so they didn't directly take action until today, for fear of the long-term accumulation and long-term impact. The power of the seal is just a step away from being completely lifted, and the realm that has been distorted by the influence of demonic energy has a faint possibility of collapsing due to the presence of Jian Lian and the five elements divine beast. Not caring about anything else, Jian Lian formed a seal on his hand and headed towards the realm, so that the entire realm was maintained. Yu Yanhengji saw that something was wrong and wanted to escape. Even after absorbing half of the clansman's energy, he hurriedly stopped and did not dare to delay any longer. It's a pity that in the face of the existence of the powerful people from the outer world, Yu Yanhengji's demonic nature is completely unable to resist it, no matter how powerful it is. The moment he approached the boundary layer, he was bounced back again, and fell into the original huge pit with a pop sound. Yu Yanhongyan arrived with difficulty at this time. He looked very weak after being absorbed by Yu Yanhengji for most of his vitality. Here. Stop now! There is still a way to go back. Yu Yanhongyan obviously has no memory of his life. In this world, although they are suppressed by the clan leader, they are not at the point of no return. Yu Yanhengji, who was lying there trying to absorb the energy of his tribe again to regain his strength, laughed, his voice full of contempt. A way back? Naive! We have no way back. How ignorant. They don't even know how they died. These people want to have their souls scattered and disappear forever. There is no way back. Thinking of this, Yu Yanhengji felt even more hateful. Why didn't they die? Why was it so difficult for him to become a clan leader? Moreover, it was not him who caused his cousin's disappearance from the beginning. He just fueled the incident later. The hatred was overwhelming again, to the point where there was even a faint tendency to break through Jian Lian's protection and suck the people in the entire world into nourishment. Jian Lian snorted coldly, and Yu Yanhengji instantly vomited a large mouthful of blood. Since he couldn't escape, he ruined it all. Yu Yanhengji's eyes were slightly dazzled, and he glanced at Xiaoyingyang, who was standing there slightly awake because of the appearance of Jian Lian's breath. If you don't let me live, I can't kill you, but I can completely destroy the people you care about. The power was gathering momentum, and everyone even seemed to want to give it a go and attack Jian Lian. Xiaoyingyang also stared at Jian Lian's position nervously, worried that her daughter would be hurt. But her own protection was quite weak. A mother's heart will never think that her child is so strong that she no longer needs her protection. And her whole heart, eyes, and heart are all about her. This time, Yu Yanhengji did not attack Xiaoyingyang directly, but injected all his demonic energy into her body, instantly increasing Xiaoyingyang's demonic energy. Under the cover of weak defense and boundary control, he actually succeeded in sneak attack. No one expected this result. Even Jian Lian's hasty interception still allowed part of the demonic energy to enter Xiaoyingyang's body. Yu Yanhengji can now control this realm, but it was controlled by Xiaoyingyang before. Yu Yanhengji used the method of denial and Jian Lian's barrier. No matter how powerful or boundless the magic power was, it could not stop things from happening. At this time, Jian Lian finally released the seal completely, and all the memories returned completely. Raising his hand slightly, Yu Yanhengji was trapped in a small world by Jian Lian. The shrinking space compressed him so much that he began to twist. But even so, Yu Yanhengji still laughed. You can't save her. If you want this world, you have to kill her. Ha ha! None of you can save her, Jian Lian said irritably. There's so much nonsense. The movements on his hands condensed, and the space became smaller and smaller. Finally, Yu Yanhengji turned into flying smoke and dissipated into the world. Yin Yang and the netherworld divine fire emerged at this moment, constantly burning in the air, as if they were about to burn out everything. The people of the Yuyan Dragon clan couldn't help but shrink back when they saw this scene. The divine fire alone could make all of them disappear into ashes. Finally, Jian Lian put away the strange fire and looked complicatedly at Xiaoyingyang, who was trying hard to keep herself from being completely demonized in midair. At this time, Xiaoyingyang was on the verge of losing her mind, but she tried hard to wake herself up. When Jian Lian looked at her, She tried hard to maintain a smile. But the demonic energy was so strong that her face became completely distorted and terrifying. Tears instantly flowed from his blood-red eyes. Jiang Lian stood there with a complicated expression. For so many lives, it seems that only in this illusion have I really experienced the love of my parents from childhood to adulthood. It was a different experience than before. He couldn't help but have a worried look on his face. What happened to her in her previous life had nothing to do with Xiao Yingyang. Her mother, Xiao Yingyang, was actually one of the victims. She didn't blame her at all. And no matter how great the resentment against the Yin Dragon clan, it seems that it has completely dissipated under the protection of the father and mother in the illusion. Alemo is worried. Mother is fine. No matter how uncomfortable she was, and almost out of control, Xiao Yingyang still tried to comfort her. Yu Yanhonqi flew forward at this time, wanting to help Xiao Yingyang, but was ejected by Xiao Yingyang's now powerful demonic energy. Ale, can you call me mother again? It was so unbearable that even the tears turned into tears of blood. Xiao Yingyang was so helpless like this, and the erosion of the demonic energy made her mind more and more chaotic. Even with the help of Jiang Lian's magical power, it seemed to be of no avail. Jiang Lian didn't care about that at all at this time. The purification stone appeared in her hand. The spell was flowing. The marks in her hand continued to condense, and the purifying breath continued to flow toward Xiao Yingyang. Ale, it's useless. Mother knows her situation. Xiao Yingyang's eyes were full of sadness. It was at this moment that Jiang Lian was shocked to discover that Xiao Yingyang relied on the power of burning her soul to control the entire illusion, making most of the illusion under her control. The previous demonization was not complete. At this time, Jiang Lian discovered that light appeared on Yu Yanhongqi's body at the same time, which was the light emitted by the price paid by the burning soul. Xiao Yingyang burned her soul power, and Yu Yanhongqi used his soul power to make up for her shortcomings. Now the situation between the two of them has reached the critical edge. Jiang Lian looked at Yi Sun helplessly, but she knew in her heart that due to the special nature of the Yin Dragon clan, there was no way back for them. The 5 elements of beasts in the sky worked hard to maintain the entire world, and the bodies of Yu Yanhongqi and Xiao Yingyang gradually became somewhat transparent. Jiang Lian couldn't help but shout out, "Dad! Mother!" Chapter 460 Disaster. Even though they were about to disappear, their daughter's shouts made them look happy. Brother Qi, she still recognizes us. And my daughter still recognizes us. Xiao Yingyang, whose demonic aura slowly dissipated from her body, was crying in Yu Yanhongqi's arms. Yes, she still admits it. This has always been the knot in their hearts as a couple. They hope that their daughter will live a good life after her rebirth. But without these things, their daughter should have been the daughter of Cheng Huan in front of them. But now she has become someone else's daughter. Although they knew that their daughter had a chance to be reborn, they never thought that she would have her original memories. She is willing to live with them in the fantasy world, remember everything, and is even willing to call them. This is enough. At this time, Jiang Lian's tears kept falling. The tears of the goddess Tianwei contain some magical power. Not to mention that Jiang Lian possesses the power of the 5 elements, which represents vitality. As her tears fell, the contaminated evil energy in the entire illusion was slowly dissipating. Xiao Yingyang looked at Jiang Lian, who was so sad that she was crying, and her heart ached. Even though her body felt uncomfortable at this time, she still comforted her and said, Ale, you have to be well. Don't be sad. It's great that my mother and your father can have this memory. I am very satisfied, and meeting you is the greatest blessing in my life. It's a pity that other people's wish to be a mother and daughter in the next life cannot be realized. The Yin Dragon clan has no afterlife, not to mention their daughter's current status. They are destined to have no future. It's very satisfying to have this. No matter how strong Jiang Lian is, he is still very powerless in the face of the current situation. The characteristics of the Yin Dragon clan are like this. If they were dissipating bodies now, she would have some way to do it. But now, they are souls. Even the soul is filled with black evil energy. Because of Yu Yanhongqi's relationship, the demonic energy in Xiao Yingyang's body has been integrated into the depths. If you want to eliminate the evil spirit, Xiao Yingyang's soul will disappear. If you want to save Xiao Yingyang, then the evil spirit may remain, and it will contain the breath of Yu Yanhongqi. If Xiao Yingyang is resurrected, he may also be resurrected. Xiao Yingyang understood the current situation very well. She didn't want to embarrass her daughter. She wanted to get rid of it once and for all. So she directly burned her soul to destroy the demonic energy in her body. Looking at their husbands, they both saw the other's determination in their eyes and expressed their agreement. At this moment, Yuan Hongqi used his soul power to assist his wife, and also took this opportunity to cover for her. This matter must not be discovered by my daughter. Although they have regrets in this life, they are very satisfied to be able to fulfill their wishes at the end of their lives. Jiang Lian looked at Yi Sun, as if she had made some determination. Mister, I want to save them. If they work hard to separate, it is still possible to keep part of their souls. And after years of warmth, it is possible to recover some of them. It's just that she will pay a certain price, and her strength will be greatly reduced in the near future. The result of doing so will even affect the sealing ceremony in the future. Looking at the Taoist companion seriously, Yi Sun finally nodded in agreement. If the marriage ceremony is postponed, the marriage ceremony will also be postponed. This is what they have been looking forward to for a long time. And as long as the position of Queen of Heaven in the entire Tainwation is settled as soon as possible, the breath of life in the world will be stronger. The worldwide damage caused by the bloodthirsty demonic insects will be repaired accordingly. Jiang Lian felt very selfish for making such a decision. Between the world and him, Jiang Lian suddenly wanted to be selfish for a moment. Looking at Yi Sun, she knew that no matter what decision she made, she would eventually bear it for her. In the end, Jiang Lian closed her eyes and refused to accept Yi Sun's answer. The spiritual energy in her hands became more intense, and the entire formation suddenly became stronger. Obviously, Xiao Yingyang and Yuan Hongqi gave Jiang Lian no chance to make a decision. Before the formation was fully formed, the demonic energy dissipated very quickly, and the soul became more transparent. When the ray of soul fire appeared on the soul, everyone instantly understood what was going on. Dad! Mother! Jiang Lian was shocked, although she knew there would be such a result. When everything was really before her eyes, she felt more uncomfortable than she imagined. Ale! Let's go! Thousands of words, no matter how much you say, seemed to be in vain. Jiang Lian's throat seemed to be blocked by something, and he couldn't say a word. This was the most powerless time she had ever felt. Even when she sacrificed herself during the crisis in Tainwation, she never felt this way. Xiao Yingyang and Yuan Hongqi disappeared, and the entire illusion became peaceful. All the people whose memories were controlled have recovered. You look at me, I look at you, and they look at each other. Jiang Lian put away the formation, and the five-element beast flew back, turned around and stepped through the void and disappeared. Yi Sun sighed and disappeared in the same place. The original purpose was to untie the knot in her heart, but she never thought that the final outcome would be like this. Seeing her feel uncomfortable made him feel bad too. After leaving the illusion, standing on the sea of clouds and mist, Jiang Lian stood there in a daze. The black mist in the entire sea of clouds and mist has now completely disappeared. The time in the illusion is very different from the outside world. Decades have passed inside, but only a few days have passed outside, let alone the sky outside. The original purpose of coming here was to eliminate the black mist. Now that the evil spirit has dissipated, I feel empty in my heart. Sensing the familiar breath next to him, Jiang Lian adjusted his thoughts, and Jiang Lian's voice became a little hoarse due to sadness. Miss Sir, I'm fine. I'll be fine after a while. Some things and injuries can indeed be adjusted quickly on the surface, but the traces in the heart will not fade that quickly, and may even leave long-term marks. Yi Sun held her in his arms distressfully. Cry if you want. I'm here. The words, I, made Jiang Lian collapse in an instant, and she cried loudly in Yi Sun's arms. Although you may encounter that touch of warmth again in the future, people are different. In fact, they were also victims of the whole thing. Their only mistake was that they didn't know people well. In the end, Gu Lian had to pay for all the consequences. It is completely impossible to say that there is no hatred at all. But she was soothed by their love in the illusion and understood them. She fully accepted in her heart that even after reincarnation, they were no longer her biological parents in this life. Even after returning to Tainwation and accepting the inheritance of the gods and demons, everything in the previous life was completely cut off. I'm not sad. Not sad. These are disasters. No one can escape. And I can't escape. Listening to the incoherent words of the little girl in his arms, Yi Sun was not only distressed, but also distressed. Looking at the faint light in the sky, and then looking at his wife in his arms, he understood everything in an instant. This catastrophe is the catastrophe before the Queen's succession ceremony. But the result is so sad that it cannot be let go. Chapter 461, Making a Choice. After a long time, Jiang Lian finally adjusted himself. He withdrew from Yi Sun's arms and tried to smile. but found that it was a bit futile. Mister, I'm fine. Yi Sun touched her hair distressfully. Knowing what he wanted to say, Jiang Lian said it didn't matter. It's really okay. I will adjust it. He didn't say much on this topic. Let's go back to Time Wei. It's been a while since we left. Yi Sun knew that this incident still had an impact on her, so he could only try to make her happy. Not think about it, and let time slowly heal it. Okay, let's go back. The two left, and everything in the Yuyin Dragon clan from now on had nothing to do with Gu Lian and Jiang Lian. A group of people in a small world in a big world is quite small compared to the entire Time Wei. The big black dragon, who originally planned to let Jiang Lian terminate the contract after leaving the illusion, was taken to Time Wei without any chance of leaving the beast pet space. When I saw Jiang Lian again, it was already time to hold the Queen's succession ceremony and the Taoist couple's couple ceremony. Looking at the black dragon in front of him, Jiang Lian was actually a little complicated. After all, this is still the dragon that Xiao Yang paid a price to obtain from the dragon realm. The original intention was to protect her daughter, and even become her daughter's pet after she was reincarnated if there was a chance in the future. You must know that the dragons in the dragon realm only have a contractual relationship with the Yuyin Dragon clan. Such an existence outside of other ethnic groups completely violates the regulations. You can imagine how high the price must have been paid. It's a pity that Xiao Yang hid it very well. None of them knew. Not even the big black dragon himself. After all, you were left to me by my mother. I can break the seal without any side effects. So I'll give you two choices. The first is to unlock the seal and let you go freely. I will not interfere at all where you want to go. There is a token here that can be used 3 times. If you are in danger, I can use this to save you 3 times. Jiang Lian didn't say anything after 3 times. But the big black dragon was very satisfied after hearing this. Who is Jiang Lian? Not to mention having 3 chances. Even if he has 1 chance, he can be fearless in this world. The second option is, if I don't break the seal, you will stay in Time Wei. This place is a certain benefit to your dragon clan's cultivation. You can stay here for a long time. It is also very obvious from Jiang Lian's meaning that he can stay directly in Time Wei. But the danger outside is not something he can go out at his level. So he must stay here to practice first. I'll give you time to think about it. But you must make a choice before the succession ceremony begins. Once the succession ceremony begins, she cannot terminate the contract. Because under the succession ceremony, all the beast pets on her body will receive corresponding benefits, and their strength will be improved to a certain extent. There is also an additional condition under the benefit. That is, the contractual relationship can never be terminated. The contract between the 5 elements divine beasts was automatically dissipated after Jiang Lian sacrificed himself. But their level of loyalty will probably follow Jiang Lian for the rest of his life, no matter how many lives he reincarnates. The big black dragon didn't think about it for too long before making a decision. I choose to leave. In Jiang Lian's slightly surprised eyes, the big black dragon smiled and said, I want to go back to the Sea of Clouds and Mist. Although they have disappeared, I still want to guard the place where they used to be. No one knew that if Xiao Yang was willing to pay the price, the dragon clan himself would have to agree, not to mention outsiders from the contract. They must carefully examine even the younger generation of their own clan, not to mention a foreigner who doesn't know what kind of qualifications he will be reincarnated into. The patriarch and his wife were kind to it, and it was willing to risk everything to help Xiao Yang and the others fulfill their wish. Now even though they are gone, it still wants to stay closer to them. Jiang Lian figured out what the big black dragon meant and sighed. Okay, I'll take you back. Finally, Jiang Lian looked at it seriously and confirmed again. Have you decided? The big black dragon nodded without any hesitation. It had already thought about this matter a long time ago. It wants to return to the Sea of Clouds and Mist to accompany them, even if they are no longer here. There was a hint of sadness in Jiang Lian's eyes. Thinking of his missing father and mother, the wound in his heart opened again. Okay, I promise you. She quickly formed a seal on her hand, and the entire giant formation enveloped her and the big black dragon. The mark of the contract appeared again, and Jiang Lian carefully looked at the formation patterns on it, peeling them off bit by bit. Fortunately, Jiang Lian's talisman formation ability is excellent, and it is not completely impossible to unlock such a contract pattern. If it were anyone else, it would be a big price to pay to untie this contract. Beads of sweat fell from his forehead. Not long after, the contract on the big black dragon has been completely resolved. Others would definitely feel it was a pity. After all, this is the future Queen of Heaven. Another person in power in the entire Tianwei, following her. Even if it is just an insignificant contracted beast, there will be no problem walking sideways in the entire outer world or even thousands of worlds. For Bai Qi, this result now makes it completely easy. The instructions for so many years have finally been fulfilled. You can cultivate here first. No one will disturb you. After the ceremony is over, we will return to the Xianming world. I will send you back then. The big black dragon forced his way into the illusion before and suffered a lot of injuries. This place happened to have a healing effect on it. After speaking, Jian Lian gave it some elixirs. These elixirs will have a certain effect on your injuries. One person and one dragon talked about things. And until the end of the conversation, they did not mention the disappearance of Xiao Yingyang and Yu Yanhanqi. It's not that they have been forgotten, but that this is the pain in both sides' hearts. The wedding ceremony was held at the same time as the Queen's succession ceremony. This time, the wedding dress looked full of red and gold. The top level made everyone in Tianwei feel nothing at all. And it was even more impossible for them to feel that the Emperor of Heaven was so wasteful for the Queen of Heaven. Because it was a long, long time ago. So long that they have completely forgotten how long it was from now. But the wedding ceremony and the Queen's succession ceremony are still in their minds. This time it will definitely get worse. And everyone in Tianwei is mentally prepared to be even more exaggerated. The newcomers were unknowingly brainwashed by the older generation, and suddenly became very curious about what kind of ceremony that was. When the whole world was celebrating this, Yi Sun was wearing a wedding dress of the emperor's style, and slowly walked up the steps holding the man, who was also wearing a wedding dress of the queen's style. One look at these two sets of costumes, and you can tell that a lot of effort has been put into them. Chapter 462, Will Things Turn into Extremes? Heaven and earth celebrate it. Spiritual grass and flowers bloom for it. Phoenixes fly in the sky. And the sacred light envelopes the entire world. The world tree looked at Biren on the stage from a distance. Its leaves dancing happily in the wind. The outer world that was originally riddled with holes by the bloodthirsty demonic insects, as well as the damaged worlds, also quickly recovered with this holy light. On weekdays, one can only feel the majesty of the way of heaven from thunder disasters. But today, the way of heaven brings good luck to everyone in the form of rays of light all over the sky. The queen's hair crown had been prepared last time, but this time it was made of the world tree and flew directly to her head at the beginning of the ceremony. Host! Happy wedding! Hearing the unique voice of the system in his mind, Jiang Lian was stunned for a moment, and the smile on his face became wider. During this period, Jiang Lian was deeply affected by the disappearance of Xiao Yingyang and Yu Yanhanqi. It's so sad that she seems to have ignored everything. She still has a life that belongs to her. At this moment, she really felt relieved. They had been through the ages, and had a clear understanding of life and death. Even if they disappeared, they did not completely disappear in this world, turning into dust, turning into wind. It may even recondensate the soul and enter reincarnation under the changes of time. But then it will be a brand new them. The knot in my heart seemed to be suddenly untied, and I felt relaxed all over, looking at the location of the world tree with a bright smile. Thank you, system. The world tree felt what she meant, and swayed its branches and leaves happily. And the whole world seemed to suddenly become fresher and more beautiful. The ceremony was actually very simple. It was sacred and carried everyone's blessings. And the world fell into peace because of them. Jiang Lian was happy throughout the whole process. She and Yi Sun are an old couple, and the last marriage ceremony and queen succession ceremony still feel like yesterday. Daughter-in-law, welcome to be my wife again. In the wedding room, Yi Sun looked at Jiang Lian, his eyes full of joy and excitement. Jiang Lian was immediately happy. My husband's words are very strange. Little did he know that the eyes looking at Yi Sun were also full of love. We are an old married couple, and my husband is still like this. Look at that look. They look like a newly married couple. This look of confusion and joy made her heart warm. If you have a husband like this, what else can you ask for? As long as it's you, everything is new, and you will never feel bored. Yi Sun's words made Jiang Lian blush. She just followed his tricks, and was instantly fascinated. The fiery red candlelight in the room was swaying, as if celebrating this great event. The array lighting in the room became darker and darker, as the room became more beautiful. And the lights also became dim, adding a lot of color to the surroundings. Ambiguity. With the return of the Emperor and Queen of Heaven, Tian has completely entered into peace. And everything is proceeding in an orderly manner. thinking of the crown the World Tree gave her that day. Jian Lian specially found a time to come to the World Tree alone, because of what happened last time with the bloodthirsty demonic insects. This time the formation around the World Tree is tight, and now it seems there are no loopholes at all. But there are still dedicated people watching. Looking at the towering trees, Jian Lian's eyes were full of smiles. And he missed the days when the system was there.
Don't show that expression. I'm not dead. But it's just a bit boring to be stuck here.
The arrogant tone of the World Tree was far from its tall image, causing Jian Lian to burst into laughter.
I used to follow me every day, but I never saw you getting bored. Now you can see everything in the world.
Speaking of this, World Tree's voice became a little wistful.
I feel upset after watching too much. What I like most now is sleeping. I look forward to the day when the old man can wake up so that I can return to my original position. Jian Lian touched its trunk and said,
"Thank you."
In fact, they all understand that if the old World Tree really wants it to wake up, it will probably be when the World Tree needs to be born to prepare the tree spirit. The system can only be restricted here in this life and cannot leave again. Always help stabilize this thousands of worlds. Jian Lian's silence made the system that always understood her instantly understand what she was thinking.
Don't worry. I'm actually fine. There are still many interesting things in this world. For example, if you want to listen to music and opera, you have to go to the mortal world. I don't have to. I can see and listen here. Arrive. Another example is the modern world before. Although the TV dramas and novels there were a little bloody, they were very interesting.
When the system said this, Jian Lian was really speechless.
Are those fabricated things more interesting than your thousands of worlds? Interesting. I can't touch the creatures in the world, because once my relationship is involved, everything will be messed up. I am only responsible for maintaining the SHL of this world and keeping their order stable. But those TV dramas and novels are not subject to these restrictions at all. I can do whatever I want.
Jian Lian suddenly thought of something, and asked with some difficulty,
"Did you edit the original work that I thought was yours?"
That would simply put her in the position of female supporting role to death. The system shrank secretly and said awkwardly,
"I really didn't make that up. I just gave it a rough idea in my dream." At that time, the old man was resisting the bloodthirsty demonic insects, and my energy was limited, and my strength was completely restricted.
At this point, the system was obviously a little angry.
Who would have thought that the author would give me such a review? It's really a bad review. But I can't change it, so I can only leave it like that.
Afraid that Jian Lian wouldn't believe it, the system specifically explained,
"Really, I didn't lie to you at all. In order to save spiritual power, I put all my energy into the Xianming world."
Looking at the huge figure of the World Tree, Jian Lian couldn't help but chuckle.
"I know. I didn't say anything to you. I am really lucky to meet you."
Very lucky indeed. World Tree also smiled.
"I'll show you something interesting."
Jian Lian was a little confused, but she felt gloating from the system's voice. This instantly aroused her interest. I saw a green-edged package appearing in front of the World Tree, with a glowing light curtain in the middle, and a picture slowly appeared on it. Jian Lian was a little surprised by the person he saw on the screen.
That's Sui Yun.
It looked very similar, but the whole person looked very different. The young man looked high-spirited and looked like an arrogant young man.
Yes, that is Sui Yun. Or it can be said that it is his reincarnation.
At this time, Jian Lian could clearly sense the gloating in the system's words. This narrow-minded ghost must be thinking of Yi Sun. Ever since it became the World Tree, it seems to have been quarreling with Yi Sun. It will be happy when Yi Sun is not happy. But they are all innocuous things. Is this the opposite of everything? After all, when the system was still on her body, she was very afraid of Yi Sun. Chapter 463, The Fate of the Evil Star.
Yes, it's him. But to be more precise, this is Sui Yun's reincarnation.
They had agreed to Sui Yun before, but they took advantage of the loopholes in their words to violate it. Although Sui Yun died this time, with his contribution, there was no problem in condensing his soul again. In addition, Sui Yun was originally connected to the World Tree, and the Tianyan aura on his body was strong, so it didn't take much effort to condense the soul. Jian Lian only understood this after the system explained it. No wonder there was gloating in the system's voice. You know how much Yi Sun cares about this matter. But Sui Yun has indeed contributed to the world. If it weren't for his assistance in the crisis of Time Wation, the entire Time Wation would probably collapse, and they would have no extra time at all. Can solve all this.
Have you even changed his personality?
You must know that Sui Yun could not hold back a word for a long time, and usually followed her silently. It can be said to be a fairly invisible existence. That's why they didn't expect it when Sui Yun stepped forward when Tai Wei-shen fell. After experiencing countless tortures, Sui Yun knew that he was going to die, so he completely let himself go, regardless of everything. But even then, his personality was not like this. It was simply too different.
It's not that I have changed. It's actually that the environment has changed.
Knowing that the host did not understand, the system explained.
After Sui Yun was condensed into a soul again, it was actually like a piece of blank paper. All the past events, unless there are exceptions, well, it's completely unthinkable and has no connection whatsoever. Coupled with environmental factors, he has a good family in this reincarnation. And with the bonus of luck, he can go through several lives smoothly until he starts practicing again and returns to Tai Wei-shen. At that time, he will no longer be it used to be Sui Yun.
The system message contained too much information. Jiang Lian tried hard to digest it before asking again.
Can you also arrange the environment for his reincarnation? Also, will his final journey still be to return to the outer world?
This is a treatment that all cultivators do not have. Not even those who have become gods. No wonder she was surprised.
Yes, this was originally owed to him. So heaven allowed such an existence. In the future, he will grow old safely and smoothly in the mortal world, and may even have his own destiny.
The system explained everything to Jiang Lian very patiently as before.
As for returning to Tai Wei-shen, the Tianyan aura carried by Sui Yun is destined to where he goes, and he will eventually come back.
This is why it takes pleasure in misfortune. Although Sui Yun's previous memories will not be there by then, and he will even have his own Taoist companions who he likes and dislikes. But the people are there, and Guiying will not kill you. Thinking of Yi Sun's jealous face of 10,000 years iceberg, the system was very excited. That guy is extremely jealous.
That's good.
From the beginning to the end, she never gave anyone else a chance. As for Sui Yun, who later became her subordinate, and as they grew up, she always regarded him as a good friend. But it's just a friendship only. She felt that she handled the ambiguity very well, and did not give others a chance to misunderstand. In the end, she did not expect the result to be like this. It's good to be like this in the end.
Does the host want to go in and have a look?
It is completely possible for the host to enter the mortal world and play with it at any time. But it did not say anything. Want to go in and have a look? Jiang Lian thought about it carefully, and finally shook his head and rejected it.
No. It looks good just like this.
It would be bad if he went in and caused unnecessary impact. As the system that knows Jiang Lian best, it smiled cheerfully and said,
If the host enters, I can solve those concerns. So there is no need to worry at all.
This surprised Jiang Lian even more. You must know that although the world tree is powerful, if it really enters other worlds and causes an impact, it needs to bear the cause and effect.
You can think of it as a factor in our contract.
The systematic explanation is like pie in the sky. But Jiang Lian refused in the end. If she really entered, then her family member should really be jealous to death. The host rejection system is obviously a pity. After chatting with the system for a while, Jiang Lian knew that Yi Sun was coming after sensing Yi Sun's aura. She said goodbye to the system happily, saying that she would come over to see it again when she had time in the future, and then left the formation.
Miss Sir, are you ready?
During this period, Yi Sun was dealing with things and preparing to return to the Xianming world.
Well, you can go.
Jiang Lian looked at Yi Sun, who was very gentle to her, and looked at her with full of doting. He recalled the constricting look of the system in his mind, and couldn't help but laugh again.
What makes you so happy?
He looked at his wife, who was very happy that I shared her joy. Looking at Yi Sun, Jiang Lian was not prepared to hide anything from him. Sui Yun will come back sooner or later, so there is no point in hiding it. I even felt that it was a very stupid thing to hide it, because I was afraid that he would be angry. Now that we know that early death and early birth can reduce a lot of risks, Jiang Lian said,
there is something. I think you would be jealous if you knew about it.
Yi Sun was helpless, but also completely fond of him. Looking at the world tree, he could probably guess what was going on. He gently tucked his wife's wind-blown hair behind her ears, and asked in a cooperative and curious voice,
What's the matter?
Jiang Lian gave him a light hammer, knowing that he was cooperating with her, and said with a smile,
It's Sui Yun's business. Because of the previous cause and effect, the world tree condensed his soul into the mortal world. Maybe in the future he will cultivate immortality again, and then return to heaven. Of course, This time he has his own marriage line. And the world tree definitely has arrangements.
Every time he said a word, Jiang Lian subconsciously observed the changes in Yi Sun's face and expression, afraid of missing something. In the end, the desire to survive was very strong and the marriage line was added. Fortunately, Yi Sun's expression didn't change at all, and it was obvious that he knew everything. This result made Jiang Lian secretly relieved.
Don't worry. I know all this. Even if I don't know, I don't care about Sui-Yun anymore.
Yi Sun would have been angry if Jiang Lian hadn't been so familiar with him. After all, he originally thought he would be very angry, but he didn't expect him to say that he wouldn't care at all. That Yun Dan-thinking look doesn't seem to care about her anymore, and he won't be jealous about her. If other people saw it, they would really feel a little annoyed.
Is your husband hiding something that I don't know about?
Jiang Lian looked at him pretending to be angry, but finally pleased Yi Sun.
I asked him to arrange the marriage line for Sui-Yun's reincarnation.
He even arranged for him to experience several more lives in the secular world to make the marriage line stronger. Faced with his wife's expression of surprise and disbelief, Yi Sun still explained,
Don't worry. This marriage line is very reliable. I calculated it with Yu Yan Tianshu. It is definitely his original marriage.
Such a difficult love rival really caused him a lot of trouble. The fate of Sui-Yun, the evil star, has been nourished by the world tree, but it has not been completely eliminated. It will take so many lifetimes to come up with such a marriage. It's really tiring to advance that marriage line. Chapter 464, Once and for All. Yu Yan Tianshu? You must know that using Yu Yan Tianshu is very expensive. Jiang Lian never thought that Yi Sun would use Yu Yan Tianshu to find a marriage line for Sui-Yun. But just as Yi Sun understood her, and she understood Yi Sun, Jiang Lian understood what was going on after figuring out the details. After all, Sui-Yun had done something good for Tian Y Tian. If he spied on his wife and wanted to punish her, it was unlikely that heaven would turn a blind eye. Now this situation has directly pulled out his marriage line and even brought it forward. Is he preparing to settle things once and for all? Are he worried that he will still persevere when the clouds go up to the sky? Jiang Lian smiled and said,
Did your husband extend Sui-Yun's time in the mortal world?
It wouldn't be Yi Sun if we didn't stretch the timeline. After a long period of accumulation, we wouldn't be worried if we didn't turn the red rope of marriage into reinforced concrete. Yi Sun didn't feel guilty at all about being exposed. He also smiled when he saw the Taoist monk's teasing look. He shaved her pretty nose, showing some rogue behavior after being caught, and said,
Naughty. Okay. Don't you want to go back to the Xianming world?
Jiang Lian nodded and turned back to look at the location of the world tree, feeling warm in her heart. No matter how the times changed, Yi Sun, the system, and her friends were all here, which was good.
Well, go back. But my husband may have to wait for me. The big black dragon wants to go back to Yu Yan Dragon Clan.
She has not forgotten what she agreed to the big black dragon. Now that she is going back, her mood has completely changed and she has looked away. She will always remember Xiaoying Yang and Yu Yan Honki. They were like the light in her heart, warming her, looking at the sky. Maybe they will reunite again sometime in the future and then enter reincarnation. Or maybe they can meet again one day in the future. The big black dragon was very happy after learning that he could return to the Yu Yan Dragon Clan. The injuries he suffered when he broke into the illusion were also repaired during this time. The elixir given by Jiang Lian is absolutely extraordinary, and the aura of Tien Weishan is richer than that of Xianning World. And the healing spirit Mist Pool is a holy place for healing. Originally, Bai Chi's cultivation level was already close to a breakthrough. Now, as a blessing in disguise, his cultivation level has reached a higher level, and he is fully capable of entering the outer world. If Bai Chi like this returns to the Yu Yan Dragon Clan,
she won't worry about it being harmed by the enemy at all. Those who want to capture it must have the strength. As for the contract, the big black dragon must be willing to do so. Even though the Xianming world will suppress Tien Weishan's past cultivation to a certain extent, no matter how much it is suppressed, the cultivation of the big black dragon is the strongest in the Xianming world. So there is no need to worry at all. With the big black dragon here, when they return to the Xianming world this time, they no longer stepped directly into the void, but summoned a spaceship and flew towards the Xianming world. The speed of the spacecraft is slower than the two of them directly stepping through the void. But the safety is not low. Qiling kept hesitating on the way, and finally asked Jiang Lian,
Master, since God Sui-Yun can be reincarnated and resurrected, is there hope for my mother?
During the previous calamity, his mother's death had always been a knot in his heart. Sui-yun Shangshan's situation was so tragic. And he also understood that Sui-yun had a chance to start over again because of his merits. Even though he knew it in his heart, he still held great hope and hoped to see his mother one day. Jian Lian was silent for a moment. Qilin had always been the most heartless. Although this calamity passed, it left an indelible mark on his heart. He has followed her since the disaster. It can be said that Qilin grew up with her.
How about I help you figure it out?
The one who controls the rules of life and death in this world is the world tree. But even so, it cannot arbitrarily live and die according to its wishes.
Okay.
Qilin looked at Jian Lian expectantly, waiting for her to calculate the results. With the operation of Tian Yan's magic, Jian Lian saw everything. Looking at the scene in the mist, he was suddenly shocked by fate. Jian Lian's abnormal Qilin soon discovered it and asked nervously,
"What's wrong, Master?"
After a while, Jian Lian said with some difficulty,
"Your mother has now been reincarnated as a human being and has been in the mortal world for a few days."
She didn't mention taking him to see her at all. If her master had taken him there in the past, she would definitely take him to see her. But now she never mentioned it. Jian Lian complained secretly in her heart that how she went was related to Sui-yun's affairs. That was simply a time bomb. Why did she become Sui-yun's mother? If their appearance in the mortal world leads to any unnecessary cause and effect, it will really be a big trouble. Qilin wondered alone, thinking that something had happened to cause this. According to the master's previous personality, this was definitely not the case. Seeing Qilin's worried look, Jian Lian smiled and said,
"Don't worry. Your mother is fine now."
In order to be more convincing, she continued to say,
"Is it your mother's greatest wish for you to find a wife? You should wait until you meet the corresponding fate and then take your wife to see your mother. It just so happens that your mother with more experience in the mortal world. The souls that were affected before can be more condensed. Is your mother okay now?"
Qilin knew that what his master said was absolutely correct. His mother died trying to save him during the previous calamity, so her soul must have been damaged to a certain extent. Only by reincarnating in the mortal world and experiencing the world can the previous damage be repaired. He can't bother him yet. If something happens again because of his appearance, it will be unforgivable even to death.
"It's okay. Your mother is doing very well now. Her life is beautiful. She even has a son. Her life is quite comfortable."
With the aura on Sui-yun's body, as the person who gave birth to him, it would be difficult for Qilin's mother not to have good luck. In addition, Qilin's mother is originally from the Qilin clan, so even if Qilin dies, he will have more good luck than others. Qilin didn't notice anything strange. After all, his mother had more than one son when she was going through tribulations in the mortal world. Besides, he fully understood the way of reincarnation in the mortal world, so he didn't think much about it. The Xianming world arrived soon, standing in front of the sea of clouds and mist again. Even if Jian Lian's heart was calm, there would still be some disturbances.
"The previous promise is always valid. If you encounter trouble, you can call us 3 times.
Looking at the big black dragon in front of her, although she didn't know what happened to them back then, she was responsible for protecting him for so many years.
"Thank you.
In fact, I feel very lucky to have such a free time now. It doesn't expect too much. It just wants to stay here. Maybe one day, they can really come back. No matter how long the years go by, no matter how boring the days are, there is still hope in my heart."
"Originally, after everything is over, we were planning to let you go to Tian. There is a place there that is very suitable for your cultivation. Now that you have made a decision, you can stay here with peace of mind. No one can disturb you."
Yisun raised his hand slightly, and a breath of space flowed out, flowing towards the big black dragon. Jian Lian was slightly surprised. It turned out to be the power of space. Chapter 465 Return to Xianming. The energy of space entered the body of the big black dragon along with the spiritual energy, and the body of the big black dragon gradually became transparent. Even Bai Qi himself was surprised. The situation at this time was completely beyond his understanding. When the big black dragon's body completely disappeared from sight, it suddenly appeared again. Yisun put away his spiritual energy and looked at Bai Qi.
"Okay. You will always have this ability unless you do anything harmful."
It is true that the love of maintenance over the years cannot be repaid overnight. But at least this ability can protect the big black dragon and add another bargaining chip when it encounters a crisis.
"Thank you, Boy Su."
It still called him Boy Su subconsciously, and it understood Yisun's intentions in its heart.
"Don't worry. I was willing to do those things back then. So it felt that we were destined. That's all. That's all.
Yisun smiled and said,
It's just because we are destined.
the ability of space can only have a probability of success under the influence of the space stone. Of course, a world-level powerhouse like Yisun has no problem controlling a space stone. The big black dragon was helpless. But he also smiled.
Okay. Everything is fate.
Until Jianlian and Yisun disappeared in the distance. Bai Qi was still a little bit unable to recover. He knew that Su Xiaozi and Jianlian were not simple, and had never thought that they were not so simple. Then he laughed again, turned around and flew towards the sea of clouds and mist. And his body gradually became transparent as it moved, until finally it could not be seen at all. And only the fluctuations of the clouds in the sea of clouds and mist could be faintly seen. I don't know why. Everyone would think it was just the wind blowing. On the way to the Xuchang tribe, Jianlian was still a little excited. He had held so many weddings, and he could fully sum up his experience. He even occasionally entered the mortal world to hold weddings unique to the mortal world when he was in Taiwan Weishan. Is completely a bad taste.
Happy?
Yisun was a little helpless when his wife had such a bad taste. But she was definitely doting on her, and she could do whatever she wanted.
I'm so happy. Aren't you happy to get married?
Jianlian was a little narrow-minded, with a rhetorical question in his words, but a smile on his face. Yisun has become completely accustomed to Madame's bad taste.
Happy.
Looking at Xuchang City in front of him, Yisun reminded,
Madam, Xuchang City has arrived.
When he was bored, his wife would keep the conversation going endlessly. Of course, he had no problem with that at all. It's just that the Zhengcheng in front of him looks very different from before. He thinks Madame will like it. At Yisun's reminder, Jianlian looked forward. The city was full of celebrations and looked very beautiful.
Is this because of our wedding?
Actually, she didn't want to think that way, but her consciousness swept over it, and that was it. Yisun nodded. Jianlian smiled and said,
Mister, your energy in Xianming continent is so great.
No matter where he is, Yisun seems to be the focus. His strength completely crushes the existence of others, and everyone is willing to obey his orders. Although he is the darling of heaven, his abilities are absolutely outstanding. Only in front of Jianlian, Yisun smiled and said,
That's necessary.
If the force is not strong enough, how can he completely protect his wife? The two of them entered the city, and it was very pleasing to the eye to see the festivities filling the streets.
Brother, is there any big event in the city? It's so lively.
As I was walking, I heard someone asking the shopkeeper next to me. Jianlian also stood curiously, wanting to hear the store owner's answer.
Your Majesty, you don't know? This is a happy event for a wealthy family in our city.
The shopkeeper explained with a smile as he worked. The stall owners of other stalls on the side smiled and interjected.
This girl is from out of town. The marriage of a daughter of the Jiang family, a wealthy family in our city, is a rare and happy event in many years.
The woman's companions also became curious.
We have heard about the Jiang family. They are indeed ranked among the big families. But can their energy make the whole city happy with them?
Yes. It can only be regarded as being ranked high now. In the past, it was ranked among the top among many families. But since something happened to the Jiang family in Luojing for no reason, and even disappeared from the world, the Jiang family has become more popular in the entire continent. The comprehensive power on the world was damaged. Also, how much energy it would be to have the whole city celebrate it. You must know that the city and the family are completely separated. The aristocratic family has extraordinary power in the empire, and it can influence some things due to its power. But it is completely impossible to shake the entire city. The shopkeeper who just spoke smiled even more happily. His words were full of pride, and he felt like he was honored.
You don't know this guest, sir?
As he spoke, he stopped busy with what he was doing and sat down directly, intending to talk a lot about it.
Although the Jiang family could not escape from the world back then, their daughter went to Kunlun and was worshipped by Yun Chongzifeng of Kunlun.
The Lord has taken him as his personal disciple, and he has made great achievements in the battlefield of immortals and demons over the years. This son-in-law of the Jiang family is even more powerful. He is a member of the rich Su family. He is not only the master of Kunlun Wanyanfeng Peak, but also the marshal of the battlefield of immortals and demons.
When the store owner said this, the woman who had originally asked out of curiosity seemed to have thought of something and asked in surprise.
Is it the previous Marshal Su?
Thinking of this, the woman and her companions nodded. If that person had the energy, it would indeed be possible for the whole city to celebrate. Its energy is completely sufficient.
Yes, it's Marshal Su. I heard that these two are really a match made in heaven. Just like a couple of gods and gods.
As he spoke, the store owner said somewhat mysteriously,
my guest is unaware that Marshal Su is getting married this time. And even the demon clan has sent people over to celebrate.
The woman and her friends seem to have just returned from an isolated place recently, and they were completely surprised that the demons came to celebrate. You must know that the Xianling continent and the Netherworld continent have always been on the same level, and they are very difficult to deal with. When Marshal Su got married, the demon clan actually sent people over to celebrate. It was completely unbelievable.
Could it be that the demons have bad intentions?
Shopkeepers like the woman and her companions don't find it strange at all. After all, this is the world of immortality. There are many people who often find things completely different from before when they come out. It's not that busy now, and the shop owner is a gossip. So he explained very patiently.
The demonic obstacles before the demons were cleared away by the auspicious clouds that descended from the sky. Today's demons are different from before.
The woman and her friends looked at each other, thanked the store, ordered something, finished eating, and left. Jiang Lexianian was also a little surprised that the demons would come over to celebrate. Has your husband ever returned to the demons?
During this period of time, Tian Weishan has been so busy due to the initial decision of Tian Weishan, the succession to the Heavenly Emperor, the marriage ceremony and the succession ceremony, as well as a lot of things in Tian Weishan. Chapter 466 Gathering.
Not yet.
This time when I returned to the Xianming world, I originally planned to visit the Nether world. He had indeed caused indelible damage there. Even though a lot had changed under the holy light this time, it was not thorough enough. Holding his wife's hand, he looked at the location of the magic city and said with a smile,
how about we go back to the magic city and hold a wedding? Are you addicted to weddings?
Jiang Lian was a little funny. She remembered that she used to watch weddings in the secular world, and she got so playful that she dragged him to hold one in the secular world. But he ended up dragging her into all kinds of weddings. Different weddings simply made her want to play. Yi-sun also recalled what happened back then, and couldn't help laughing.
Back then, I wanted to take you back to the demon clan to hold a grand wedding. Our demon queen had to let everyone know about it, and have an unforgettable one. Memory. But it's a pity that later,
Sun Ye's life will always be a knot in his heart. Even though he was completely relieved when he went to heaven, it didn't mean that he didn't mind. Jiang Lian fully understood this. As Gu Lian, she died directly in front of him. She could completely understand the pain in her heart, but she could not empathize with it. When Tian Weishan faced a crisis, Yi-sun sacrificed himself and disappeared in front of her. But in the next moment, his soul was condensed by the world tree, and she could still see him. He even knew that he would not die completely, but would enter reincarnation and return to the outer world again. Xuanye didn't know this at the time, and was completely desperate after seeing her reveal the spirit of the Yuyin Dragon clan. Fortunately, he was teleported in front of Sun Yi before his death, so he could gather his soul in time. Otherwise, he didn't know if she still had a chance to survive, and Tian Weishan might have completely disappeared because of their accident.
Then my husband, let's prepare a show in Netherland continent, according to your original idea.
Jiang Lian agreed instantly, feeling very sorry.
How about we spend some time in the Netherworld continent? Of course, when you are free.
She felt very guilty for treating him that way before he came out of the seal. Even though his inner demons had passed when he took the path of heaven, the concerns in his heart were still there. The main thing this time is to help him completely eliminate his regrets.
Okay, you can do it anytime.
Yi-sun looked at her, his eyes full of soft colors. The two of them arrived at Zhang's house while they were talking, and the gate was even busier than on the street. The gatekeeper recognized them very quickly this time, and some people hurriedly ran towards the house, apparently to report. Several guards saluted one after another. Jiang Lian was now familiar with the road, so he didn't need anyone to guide him. He looked at each other with Yi-sun, smiled and walked inside. Grandpa and his parents walked out quickly, because I have experienced the illusion. Seeing them again is like a lifetime ago.
Mom, I haven't seen you for a while. Okay.
Hugging Murong Xuan, Jiang Lian felt the warmth of blood and family ties.
Does our Ale miss our mother?
Murong Xuan smiled slightly at her daughter's sudden dependence, but also asked with some worry.
What's wrong with Ale? Can you talk to your mother?
Jiang Lian shook her head.
No, I just miss my mother.
The whole family looked at her with concern. She could sense their true feelings.
If you miss your mother, Come back and see her more often. She will always be here.
Looking at the daughter in her arms, whether it was a son or a daughter, Murong Xuan felt that she owed a lot. If those things hadn't happened back then, both my daughter and son would have grown up carefree under their knees. Thinking of this, Murong Xuan's eyes became softer, and she wanted to give her children the best of everything. Several people entered the house, and Grandpa Jiang asked someone to prepare a dust-washing banquet. Although they, as cultivators of immortality, have already gone away from the grain, eating at the same table is the easiest time to enhance their relationship. The Jiang family didn't know the new uncle at all, and they didn't even know much about Jiang Lian. Jiang Lian had been living outside for so many years, and it was only because of her that they could see the light of day again. We spend less time together, and less time together, and spend less time together.
Ale will stay at home for a longer time this time?
Grandpa Jiang couldn't help but ask, looking at her grandfather, who had loved her very much since childhood. Jiang Lian sent a secret message to Yisun.
What do you think, sir?
She would not ask willfully to stay. After all, his status is different now, and he is busier than before.
Okay,
Yisun responded, also transmitting the secret message.
It's just that I may need to go back to Tien Weishan for a while.
There are also matters regarding the demon clan. Jiang Lian smiled and expressed receipt, then turned to his grandfather Jiang Shaoyuan and said,
Grandpa, I may only stay for a few days this time. I will definitely come back to stay for a longer time when I have time. Then I will bring my brother back.
When Jiang Yin was mentioned, the Jiang family members were a little silent. Finally, Murong Xuan asked,
Ale, how is your brother now? Is he okay?
In fact, what she was more worried about was whether he was injured or encountered any difficulties. Otherwise, why he couldn't come back for so long, or even couldn't contact him at all. After they were resurrected, Jiang Yin helped restore everything in the Jiang family, and then went out. There has been no news since then. Jiang Lian understood their mood, smiled and comforted.
Grandpa, father and mother, don't worry. My brother is really delayed by something. He will be back for my wedding in a few days.
My brother is the king of the gods and demons, and he is one of the strongest men in the world. Yisun walked around with her, but it was her brother and the others who did the hard work. In addition, the jealous king has some taste, so my brother is as busy as a spinning top. Jiang Lian felt a little guilty. A certain jealous king on the side was completely unaware and nodded.
Indeed, Brother Yen will be back in a few days.
Yisun has no intention of changing his expression when outsiders are around, and he has the potential for facial paralysis. It's just that she looks relatively gentle in front of the Jiang family and relatives recognized by his wife. But even though it is gentle, it still gives people an inexplicable sense of majesty. The Jiang family didn't care about this at all. From his interaction with Alu, it was obvious that he was sincere to Alu. His character is not bad at all, and he is very good to his family. Alu is also happy, so this is fine. The Jiang family was very happy when they got the news, and grandfather Jiang Shaoyuan was even more happy and nodded his head in agreement. The dinner party ended in a warm relationship, and Jiang Lian and Yisun settled directly at Zhang's house. Although Jiang Lian did not live in the clan area on weekdays, when he left when he was a child, it was because he was still young and did not have a separate room. When I came back this time, I had my own courtyard. One look inside, and you can tell that a lot of thought has been put into it. I originally thought that my brother Jiang Yin would not come back until the wedding was about to start, but I didn't expect that Jiang Lian would see someone the next day. Chapter 467 Brother Jiang Yin returns. Jiang Lian was beside her mother Murong Xuan when she sensed his brother Jiang Yin's breath. Looking at the dowry she was preparing to give her, things are nothing in the outer world, but they are top-notch existences in the Xianming world. Jiang Lian accepted it happily. These things must have been moved to most of the Jiang family. She happily accepted it. But she would not really let the Jiang family become empty all of a sudden. She would just give it to her grandfather, and let them put away the heritage of their clan. Countless secret techniques. Some elixirs that she claimed to have practiced too much. And she even directly moved a mountain of spiritual stones, and placed them under the ground of the clan, and set up a protective formation. Anyone with ulterior motives would definitely fail if they entered, return, or even be threatened. Grandpa Jiang didn't want to accept it at first, but he actually wanted his granddaughter to keep these good things for herself. In desperation, Jiang Lian could only pull Yisun and say that those things were gifts from him to them. Yisun nodded in agreement, without any intention of persuading, and moved out more things. Seeing more and more things, the Jiang family were shocked. Those who were in a panic even dared not accept it. In the end, in order to stop Yi Sun's crazy behavior, Grandpa Jiang could only accept the original items, because the later ones were more valuable. He felt that if he stayed in the Jiang family, it would probably bring disaster. After the Jiang family suffered a catastrophe, they knew how to cherish and avoid danger. Jiang Yan contacted Jiang Lian as soon as he arrived. Jiang Lian smiled and looked at his mother Murong Xuan beside him.
Mother, my brother is back.
This news surprised Murong Xuan, but she was also extremely happy. She pulled Jiang Lian and walked out.
Have you already arrived? Where is it?
Her current cultivation level was far different from that of her daughter, and she was not surprised at all when Alex sensed her brother's arrival. Complete and total trust, Jiang Lian took her mother Murong Xuan's hand and walked forward.
Mother, follow me.
At this time, Jiang Yan had appeared directly in the yard. Fortunately, when Jiang Lian set up the protective formation, he had allowed his tribe to enter from the sky. Otherwise, he would have been blocked out based on the restrictions of the boundary layer.
Brother!
After all, they haven't spoken since Tian Weishan settled down. Even the queen's succession ceremony was completely prepared by Yi Sun. Although his brother Jiang Yan was watching the whole ceremony, they were not have spoken.
Congratulations,
little sister. Jiang Yan was completely relieved. He completely understood that his feelings for Jiang Lian were not out of admiration, but as they are now. They are good brothers and sisters. After seeing his own thoughts clearly, he no longer felt unhappy when Yi Sun showed affection in front of him. He even saw that they were in a good relationship and felt happy for them. He took out a treasure box from the space and handed it to her.
Happy wedding!
Jiang Lian could tell at a glance that the things in the box were not ordinary things. It was probably the most extraordinary things that could be packed in such a box. He didn't answer it immediately, but asked,
Didn't my brother give me a gift before?
The meaning is very clear. I have already given it, and this cannot be accepted, Jiang Yan said with a straight face.
That was before, and this is now.
After saying that, he even asked,
Aren't you happy for me to give my sister a gift? This is a rare legitimate reason to give you a gift.
Otherwise, the big vinegar tank will probably become jealous again. Jiang Lian smiled helplessly and said,
Okay, I will accept any number of gifts you want to give me. Then don't come and cry to me about your poverty.
Seeing her accept it, Jiang Yan felt instantly better and smiled the same way.
That's right. Don't worry. I won't be deprived of this gift. If you like it, I can move the things in the library with you.
Jiang Lian is now also a member of the Gods and Demons clan. His direct sister is equivalent to the princess of the Gods and Demons clan. She has no problem accessing the clan's treasure trove at will.
Then I'll really move some other time. Don't feel bad then.
Jiang Lian was equally cheerful. Murong Xuan on the side was also happy when she saw a pair of children getting along well. After the brother and sister finished speaking, Murong Xuan finally said,
Yinner is back. Your grandparents and father have been talking about you. They will definitely be happy to see you back.
The way Murong Xue laughed to the music made Jiang Lian know that she was in a particularly good mood at this time.
Mom, the baby is back.
In fact, there are many people who go out to practice in the world of immortality for several years before returning home again. There are even many people in the secular world who leave home and go to the cultivation sect and never go back again in their lifetime. But the atmosphere in the Jiang family seems to be particularly humane. Jiang Lian didn't know that when his master was helping to calculate the location of her reincarnation, he was completely relieved after calculating such a situation. Originally, he was planning to activate the forbidden method so that Al-Luk could have a good home and a beautiful native family after his reincarnation. This situation made him completely eliminate the idea of using forbidden magic. This was Ali's creation. So that's all?
Okay.
Murong Xuan used to be gentle and didn't talk much. But this time when she saw her children, who had been separated for a long time, she started to talk more, even after recovering the memory of the king of the gods and demons. Jiang Yan, as a strong man from the outer world, did not dislike his mother, whose strength was as powerful as an ant to him. Instead, he listened carefully with a smile and spoke everything he knew. Such a son and daughter made Murong Xuan always in a good mood. The Jiang family gathered together. The people were neatly organized as never before, and the atmosphere was unprecedentedly harmonious. The guests attending the wedding came to Xuchang City one after another, although everyone had been informed from the beginning.
This was just a wedding, and the marriage ceremony had been completed. Normally not many people would attend the wedding ceremony if they couldn't benefit from it. But the Jiang family's wedding was completely different this time. The entire Xucheng city was very lively. And it was the first time for the people to see so many big shots in the world of cultivation. Where there are many people, there are also many disputes. But no one at the Jiang family's wedding was prepared to cause trouble. Even the enemies, who were at war with each other, left coldly when they met, with no intention of paying attention to each other. This is a very magical thing. At the dinner table, when Jiang Grandpa Jiang Xiaoyuan joked about this incident with Qijing, the two masters who knew the inside story all looked at the woman beside them. Jiang Lian smiled, hiding his merit and fame. After entering the city, she learned that so many people would come to participate. And even people from the demon clan would come. So she thought about it. It's not good to use a gentler formation to assist. Otherwise the anger will be so strong. You must know that the demon clan and the people on Xianling continent had a life or death relationship at the beginning. Although the netherworld continent has changed due to Time Weixin, it will probably take several generations for people's relationships to get better and return to the past. And even during this period there must be no conflicts. Is it possible? Chapter 468 Come to congratulate. That is absolutely impossible. How many people were sacrificed by Sun Yi in Xianling continent? Even if tens of thousands of years have passed, that hatred can never be eliminated. The lifespan of a cultivator is longer than that of the mortal world. So this kind of hatred will only last longer. All of this was caused by the two of them. It is probably impossible to keep them as they were before. But it is possible to try to minimize the losses of both parties. The guests arrived one after another. The Su family arrived at about the same time as Kunlun. And they were the first to arrive. When Su Ranran saw Jiang Lian again, she didn't notice any difference in her. She hugged her happily, and her happiness infected Jiang Lian. Aunt 7. Congratulations! Being able to wait for Aunt 7's wedding has always been the most anticipated thing for the entire Su family. Now that it has finally come true. Not to mention how happy it is. Thank you! Jiang Lian, who was originally very calm, was infected by Su Ranran and smiled brightly. Shang Wanjin followed Su Ranran, saluted Jiang Lian and Yi Sun, then stood aside and waited. Ever since Jiang Lian handed over Shang Wanjin to refine explosive pills, his status on the battlefield of immortals and demons has increased. Even though the entire battlefield of immortals and demons has now entered a state of truce, he can still occupy a place in the empire. For this, he was very grateful to Jiang Lian. Without her, he would never have been able to do this, and even got more training resources. Of course, he knew in his heart that all of this was inseparable from Ran Ran. Su Ranran is simply a living treasure, making all the elders of the Jiang family very happy. Almost all of the Su family was dispatched. And the leader of Kunlun Guohai, the leader of Fire Flame Peak Yin, the leader of Kunyue Peking Yu, the second elder Huang Huazhang, the third elder Zhang Buotao, Guyu and others. Of course Jiang Lian was also indispensable. Master Yun Chongzi, as well as the senior brothers and sisters of Chong and Peak. Huang Huazhang was very powerful back then, because Xia Miao was the disciple of the sect leader and the second senior sister of the sect. So he was even more biased towards her. Fortunately, Jiang Lian was protected by Su Yeshuan, Wan Yanfeng's ancestor. Otherwise, given the situation of Xia Miao and the others, Jiang Lian would have long been a thorn in their side. Jiang Lian was full of joy when she saw the arrival of several masters. The Jiang family also hurriedly met after hearing that they were coming. They were most grateful to Yun Chongzi. Without him, they didn't dare to think what would have happened to Jiang Lian in the end. Die at the mouth of a spiritual beast in the ancient forest, or be killed by those who exterminate the clan, or even be seriously injured and die on the way to escape. No matter what happens, they are not willing to see it. As for Guyu and Zhang Buotao as their mentors, the Jiang family is equally grateful. The people from Kunlun and the Su family received the highest treatment from the Jiang family. Here, Feng Haijian of Dan sect arrived in person with a group of elders and disciples. They were extremely grateful for everything Jiang Lian had done for their Dan sect. Whether it was the matter of the Dan Pagoda, or the matter on the battlefield of immortals and demons, or even the subsequent transformation of the protective formation, everything was beyond what young Master Yi could explain. The moment Jiang Lian appeared, everyone in Danzong saluted and shouted, "See you, young master!" Not many people knew that Jiang Lian was the young master of the Dan sect. The fact that so many people from the Dan sect stood in front of the public and saluted completely shocked everyone. Even the people in Kunlun had no idea that Jiang Lian had such an identity. People who had looked down upon Jiang Lian because of Xiao Miao were now even more shivering, and did not dare to look strange at all. The people from Danzong were not guests at all this time, but came to help. Although the Lord of Xucheng City sent people to help, there were so many people who came to participate that they were somewhat overwhelmed. But the arrival of Danzong was completely different. In addition, the status of people in Danzong is always relatively high on the entire continent, and others dare not offend them easily. You must know that the status of alchemists on the entire continent is very extraordinary. Originally, Jiang Lian wanted to say no, but she could actually handle these matters, and she would be a guest when she came. In the end, Shang Wanjin persuaded them. The Dan sect itself had received immense benefits because of the Dan Pagoda. While they received the benefits, they also had to fulfill corresponding obligations. What's more, they respect her from the bottom of their hearts, and they do this completely willingly. Jiang Lian was helpless, but she completely acquiesced. Suddenly I missed Master Hong Yin. Before I recovered my memory, I had only met him when I received the inheritance. But after I recovered my memory, I completely remembered everything in the past. In the past, Hong Yin and I often got into fights because of disagreements. Master Hong Yin is still in a deep sleep. Even her marriage ceremony and the Queen's succession ceremony, and the repairing holy light released by the World Tree failed to fully wake him up. This time I go back and hope that Master Hong Yin shows signs of waking up. The formation that promotes recovery needs to be strengthened again. I only hope that Master Hong Yin will wake up this time. What Jiang Lian didn't expect the most was that Guan Hua took Wei Xuanyan and left Tianquan Mountain to set up another family. As for Yao Hui, she heard that there was an elder of their clan in Tianquan Mountain, so she directly switched to join his clan. But because he was injured too much, he had inner demons in his heart. Now his cultivation progress is not as good as before, and there are signs of stagnation. Abandoning the master is the most despicable thing in this world. But Yao Hui does it with peace of mind. She even blames Guan Hua for not helping her because of her inner demons. If her master had been so beautiful back then, she and her junior brother would not have become strangers. In the end, she attributed all the faults to Guan Hua. Jiang Lian was speechless when she found out about this. But Yao Hui's lifeline was calculated to be a dying person, so she didn't want to worry about it at all. Now, no matter how disgusting a person is, it is impossible to disgust her again. As for Guan Hua and Wei Xuanyan, she still had some favorable impressions. At least they came to congratulate them, and she accepted the favor. The original cause and effect are still there. Jiang Yin did not let Guan Hua and Wei Xuanyan know his true identity. As long as he is still in the Xianming world, these two are his master and brother. After saying hello, we specially arranged a place to rest. Others don't know that there are so many twists and turns. But Guan Hua's status is very high in the entire Xianming world. A 9th level alchemist. No one wants to offend anyone, and they even want to curry favor with them. The Jiang family used to be quiet, but they never expected to be related to so many powerful people. The people who were still watching the Jiang family wanted to rush forward and hug her thighs, for fear that they would not have a chance if they were too late. I originally thought that the power of the Jiang family would definitely arouse the jealousy of the imperial court. But I didn't expect that the empire's most favored princess Ruxiang and her husband, Prince Zhang Ruili, would come to congratulate her, followed by an envoy sent by the emperor. It was a huge honor. Sending someone from the imperial court was completely beyond everyone's imagination. In the past, the emperor was more afraid of the generals, who wanted to suppress them again and again. How could they be treated like this? The whole climax is the arrival of the Netherworld continent and the people from the Demon City. Chapter 469 Jirui's Qi. Everyone has heard that the Demon City will send people to celebrate this time, but it is completely unknown whether it is true or not, and whether it is a rumor. Most people feel that this is absolutely impossible. You must know that the Demon Clan and their Xianling continent are in constant conflict. If they really dare to come directly, aren't they afraid that they will die here and not be able to return? It's a pity that the people from the Demon Clan really came to bless him seriously. Other speculation that they were coming to cause trouble was just a blind worry. Fu Chung came with Fu Li and several important figures from the Demon Clan. When he saw Yi Sun, he was extremely excited and said, "Okay, as a gift." They didn't call out, and everyone in Xianling continent was a little surprised, and even curious about why the people from the Demon Clan were so respectful to Su Yeshuan. As the co-lord of heaven and earth, Yi Sun is in charge of all living things. The people in the Demon Clan have no doubts about his situation, and do not realize that he is not exactly the demon king he was before. When Jiang Lian appeared, Fu Cheng and others also sent the ceremony, which made everyone even more confused. When did the demons become so easy to get along with? Everyone, please! Knowing that people from the demon clan would come, Jiang Lian specially prepared their place so that no one could disturb them. Fu Cheng and others were somewhat flattered by Jiang Lian's friendly attitude, and they followed Jiang Lian's arrangements respectfully, without any trace of the demon's rebellious mentality. With the arrival of everyone from the demon clan, the entire wedding became more intense than ever before. I wonder if there is anyone in the world whose marriage can make such a big splash. And it is just a wedding, not a marriage ceremony that can benefit everyone. This alone can make everyone rush to be the first. This is definitely based on strength. No one in the entire Jiang family expected that their daughter's wedding would be such a big deal, and they didn't dare to make any mistakes in every detail. It's a pity that Jiang Lian and the people under Yi Sun have already helped arrange it, so there is no need to worry about the manpower at all. Even the weather was exceptionally good on the day of the wedding. Everyone was surprised to find that there was a faint glow in the sky. The surrounding aura became more intense. The wedding car walked around the city for a long time before returning to the Jiang family's wedding venue. Jiang Lian looked at Yi Sun sitting on the tall dragon horse in front of him, wearing wedding clothes, and his heart was filled with happiness. In the world of immortality, it doesn't matter whether the bridesmaid is married or unmarried. Su Ranran is so happy to be by Jiang Lian's side as a bridesmaid. It's like watching your idol get married, feeling like the couple you've longed for is finally united. It's extremely exciting. The whole procession was so luxurious that the people watching the ceremony couldn't help but admire it. This time Jiang Lian and the others truly worshipped their parents. Murong Xuan and Zhang's father were indeed kind to Jiang Lian, and Jiang Lian had their blood in her body, coupled with the protection Yi Sun had taken before. There was no need to worry about safety. He is willing to bow his head for his wife. But it's just because of my wife. Jiang Lian fully understood this in her heart, and was deeply moved in her heart. Suddenly, countless colorful birds flew in the sky, which represented Ji Rui. They sprinkled the spirit of Ji Rui in the sky, and the entire Xuchang city fell into shock and joy. The aura of auspiciousness brought by colorful birds can easily affect a person's luck. Unlucky people always hope to have the opportunity to meet colorful birds, which can change their luck to some extent. The reason why everyone was shocked was because it was the first time they saw so many colorful birds appearing at the same time. Jiang Lian looked at the breath falling from the sky with a smile, turned around and asked Yi Sun silently, "Did you summon him?" Yi Sun also smiled back, with no trace of the consciousness of being caught on his face. "They come willingly." Such a large number of colorful birds are completely the product of geniuses from outside the world. If the colorful bird family did not have some great benefits or good things, they would not appear at all. Jiang Lian understands this very well. That ethnic group has no advantage, and cannot afford to be early. "Give me a benefit?" Yi Sun looked at the colorful birds flying happily in the sky. He would never lie to his wife. He was silent for a while, and finally confessed honestly, "Give it." Jiang Lian looked like he knew this. He looked at the luck of the people around him, and saw that their luck had improved. It was estimated that the value of this payment was not low. Seeing that his wife had no intention of continuing to ask questions, Yi Sun secretly breathed a sigh of relief. There is actually no big problem if you want to do this. The benefits provided by Cainyo are many in the Xianing world, but few in the world outside the world. That's simply phoenix feathers and water chestnuts. The impact is not big at all. Other people's marriage ceremonies bring about the growth of spiritual energy, but the Jiang family's wedding brings about the aura of auspiciousness. For those who are cultivating immortality, the chi of Ji Rui is definitely one of the essentials for cultivating immortality. Only with that kind of luck can you encounter good resources and good things. This is what everyone dreams of. Those who came to join in the fun were so happy. It was so worth it. Jiang Lian received countless blessings during the entire wedding, and the insincere ones became completely sincere under the aura of Naji Rui. This made Jiang Lian dumbfounded. He turned around and looked at the instigator. "Okay. As long as you are happy. The people around you have benefited, and this person and her family is completely happy with it. That is enough." After the wedding, everyone still stayed in Xuchang City and had no intention of leaving. Jiang Lian is very happy being cared for by her family at home. I didn't notice this at first, but when I found out later I was a little curious. Are they unwilling to leave because of the colorful birds? This should be the only thing. Otherwise there would be nothing else worth pursuing in Xuchang City. After thinking about it more carefully, I understood the reason. With so many big guys here, it was a good time to connect with each other. You must know that such a big battle has never happened before. Except under special circumstances. Su Rairan also added. And 7. You may not know that the other reason they stay here is to see what the demons want to do. Jiang Lian was a little confused by this sentence. As soon as it was over, those people from the demon clan were teleported back by Yi Sun. The demons are not afraid of trouble. But they were so excited when they learned that the demon lord was going to return to the demons to hold a wedding. And they all wanted to rush back to the demons to prepare everything. If those people are for the demons, will they be in trouble over time? Obviously Jiang Lian's worries are actually a bit unnecessary. Yi Sun has already sent someone to take care of everything. After ensuring that everyone left safely without causing trouble, the entire Xucheng city entered a quiet and peaceful state again. The city lord of Xucheng city, who had become nervous because so many people gathered and did not want to leave, finally breathed a sigh of relief after seeing everyone leave. Jiang Lian and Yi Sun stayed at Zhang's house for a while. Jiang Lian left and returned to Tan Weishan a few days after the wedding. There was no way. Since he became Jiang Lian's biological brother, the jealous king had even more reason to enslave him. Helpless, Jiang Lian is both painful and happy. After staying for a while, Jiang Lian and Yi Sun said goodbye to their parents and prepared to return to Tan Weishan. Master Hong Yan hasn't woken up yet, which makes Jiang Lian very worried. Chapter 470, Reckless. Returning to Tan Weishan. Jiang Lian felt uncomfortable when she saw the old figure still lying in the formation. The damage the old man Hong Yan suffered this time was really too great. Jiang Lian used his spiritual consciousness to explore Hong Yan's body. Frowning, she had strengthened the previous formation and used corresponding medicine. Normally, there would be great changes during this period of warming. She also came to see it. But overall, the effect was not good. Big. This situation is really a big problem. His soul is damaged. Yi Sun stood aside quietly, his voice low. Jiang Lian nodded. Well, the injuries are getting worse. And there is some excessive wear and tear. Yi Sun knew about Hong Yan. The old man probably woke up and found that the situation around him was not optimistic. So he used the Dan pagoda left behind to find the successor. You must know that the old man Hong Yan attaches great importance to inheritance and continuation. He actually has other disciples. But the sky is closed, and the other disciples are sealed in other realms, completely unable to enter. If Tan Weishan is destroyed, his sense of inheritance will be cut off, and he is afraid that other realms will suffer as well. The Xianming world is the safest place. Even if Tan Weishan collapses, the Xianming world can still survive. He knew very well that those people would never be unprepared. Otherwise, when they wake up in the end, they would not rush to the Xianming world one by one. On the one hand, it is to make corresponding preparations for Tan Weishan. And on the other hand, it is to prevent Tan Weishan from completely collapsing. The old man's most important thing in his life is inheritance. Even if he dies and coexists with Tan Weishan forever, he will not regret it. The most surprising thing was that he chose Jiang Lian. When he was in Tan Weishan, he was very fond of her and wanted to accept her as his disciple. She unexpectedly came across such a good opportunity. When Jiang Lian appeared in Tan Weishan, she decided to pass on all her lifelong learning to her. In this way, his originally injured soul was injured, causing him to be unconscious now. Although Yi Sun knew something about pharmacology, he was not the most proficient. He looked at Jiang Lian and asked, "Is there any way? Can you recruit my senior brother back?" Yi Sun didn't react to the senior brother Jiang Lian mentioned for a moment. She seemed to have only the second senior brother before. So where did she come from? Only when he looked at Hong Yan did he react. Good. Shui Yihe is the great disciple of old man Hong Yan, and the most powerful alchemist after old man Hong Yan. After all, he is indeed Madame's elder brother now. Thinking back to the time when old man Hong Yan wanted to kidnap his wife as his apprentice every day, Shui Yihe was the most proactive, and wished he had such a junior sister that day. Now that I got my wish, I don't know what will happen when I come back. Yi Sun felt unhappy when he thought of that situation. But even so, he still informed Shui Yihe and asked him to come back quickly. Jiang Lian didn't know his little thoughts. In fact, she generally had a way to save Master Hong Yan, but she was not completely sure of this technique. Tan Weishan was proceeding in an orderly manner, and Shui Yihe came back very quickly. At the beginning of Tan Weishan, the world where Shui Yihe was located had encountered a lot of influence before, so he did not come back in time when Tan Weishan was opened. I didn't expect that the master would be injured and fell into a coma. When he saw Shui Yihe, Jiang Lian showed no restraint at all.
Senior brother.
Shui Yihe was stunned by Jiang Lian's title. Although he really wanted this to be his junior sister, he never thought that one day she would take the initiative to call him senior brother. Such a situation was not simple. Knowing that the master probably didn't have time to tell Shui Yihe, Jiang Lian told what happened before, and the reason why he fell into coma. Shui Yihe was happy, and sighed a little at the same time. His master was like this, and he could totally imagine it.
It's okay. Leave it to senior brother. Don't worry.
Regarding Shui Yihe's comfort, Jiang Lian actually felt a little guilty. She originally thought that Master Hong Yin could recover with her own method, but she never expected that it would be like this. She was still delayed in the Xianming world for so long. She felt guilty. In fact, Jiang Lian was completely overthinking the previous method. If Shui Yihe came, he would do it first. And this method still takes a certain amount of time. This time also happens to be the time when Shui Yihe comes back. It will not cause any harm to the old man Hong Yin during this period, and the damage will not be aggravated in any way. In the following days, Jiang Lian was busy with Shui Yihe. Fortunately, the following method was effective, and Jiang Lian finally felt relieved.
Junior sister, I give this to you. I was busy when I came back and didn't have time to give it to you.
Seeing that Jiang Lian was about to refuse, Shui Yihe straightened his expression and said seriously,
This is a meeting gift and must be accepted.
Jiang Lian smiled and nodded. Time passed like this, and when the old man Hong Yin woke up, Yi Sun and Jiang Lian came over to check on the situation. The two stared at each other, and finally Hong Yin snorted, expressing his dissatisfaction with Yi Sun. You must know that when he wanted to kidnap Jiang Lian as his apprentice, Yi Sun was on guard every day, thinking about the schadenfreude on his face. Isn't this bastard on guard? Ha ha! The apprentice was kidnapped by him. Yi Sun had a cold face that had remained unchanged for thousands of years, and the expression on his face did not change much. But Jiang Lian saw what he meant and didn't care about the old man. Jiang Lian couldn't help laughing and shouted,
Master, do you feel uncomfortable anywhere?
Yi Sun was actually grateful to Hong Yin because the inheritance he gave her made his little girl's path to immortality smoother and smoother. He had absolutely no objection to Jiang Lian becoming his master. The main reason for his rejection was that his wife was concentrating on refining weapons and had no interest in learning alchemy. Coupled with Jiang Lian's indescribable refining talent, it is completely impossible to tell outsiders. The old man Hong Yin was completely misled by the appearance. In order to protect his wife, he tried hard to help cover it up. This later caused the misunderstanding of the old man Hong Yin, thinking that everything was because of him. After being reincarnated, his wife unexpectedly gained the talent of alchemy, and the regrets from her previous life were completely resolved. Yi Sun didn't care at all when he was misunderstood. Faced with the concern of his young apprentice, the old man Hong Yin was really happy and said cheerfully,
It's okay. It's okay. Master feels fine everywhere now.
For this optimistic and interesting old man, Jiang Lian has no regrets at all about recognizing him as his teacher when he was reincarnated. Even though she is a queen, she has no problem with such a master.
Master, you are really reckless this time.
Shui Yihe was worried about his master, so his voice was a little serious. The old man Hong Yin was very dissatisfied with this sentence, and with a stern look on his face, he said with a straight face,
You stupid boy. If I am not reckless, you can have a junior sister?
Chapter 471. Do you want to meet him? Jiang Lian stood aside and couldn't help but look coldly. He had known what the master and apprentice were like for a long time, so he was already used to it. After the master and apprentice bickered with each other for a while, they finally realized Jiang Lian's existence.
Good disciple. Don't listen to your senior brother. We are not like this usually.
Apparently the old man Hong Yin had forgotten their character and Jiang Lian had seen it a long time ago. Shui Yihe couldn't help but laugh and stood there very leisurely.
Master, what kind of junior sister we are has seen through this a long time ago.
The meaning is very clear. There is no point in pretending. The result was an angry glare from the old man Hong Yin. This made Shui Yihe laugh even more, even though he smiled at his master on the surface. Shui Yihe finally let go of his worries. It was great that master was fine. He would rather argue with master like this than see him lying there motionless. Although he is an alchemist, he has experienced hardships in the world before he went to the outer world. Not to mention that now there are tribulations that need to be experienced from time to time. But no matter what happened, there was still something in his heart that scared him. The old man Hong Yin really wanted to slap this traitor to death. Jiang Lian was a little funny.
Master,
It's okay. I'm used to it.
Jiang Lian's words made Shui Yi burst into laughter. Watching his master die was his greatest joy. But for the sake of his master's old face, Shui Yi quickly suppressed his laughter, looking into his master's eyes that were about to burst into flames. Shui Yi walked over directly and patted his master on the back.
Master, calm down. Little junior sister, look at it.
Although Jiang Lian had seen the way the master and apprentice got along before, she never expected that Shui Yi, who was usually aloof from others, could be such a funny person. The old man Hong Yan looked at his overjoyed little apprentice, and he also laughed. The previous apprenticeship ceremony was just a simple one. This time the old man Hong Yan woke up, and the world was restored to peace. So the old man Hong Yan decided to hold a grander one again. How could we not spread the word widely about the new closed disciple? This is something he has dreamed of for a long time. Jiang Lian originally wanted to keep everything simple, but even his senior brother Shui Yi was very interested in helping prepare everything, and Yi Sun had no objection at all. Although Jiang Lian, the queen, does not need the support of the forces at all. With old man Hong Yan's network, there will be fewer different voices in the entire Time Wation. The entire apprenticeship ceremony is not complicated. It is just a simple apprenticeship ceremony. But there are definitely many people watching the ceremony. Jiang Lian finally understood that she was overthinking everything. Master, he just wants everyone to know that he has a new disciple. It feels a little funny. But the old man Hong Yan is still the same childlike person as before. The days in Time Wation could be said to be relaxing. During this period, she also went to Situ Liu Yun's place to check on her senior sister Yan Yan Yan. The soul that has slowly solidified has become more or less conscious. Yan Yan Yan, who was in the soul-gathering lamp, looked at the second person she saw beside Situ Liu Yun for the first time after waking up, and looked at Jiang Lian curiously.
Who are you? Why haven't I seen you before?
Looking at the soul that has gradually recovered and is almost ready to reincarnate again, Jiang Lian smiled sweetly.
I'm Jiang Lian. You can call me Ale.
With his soul condensed again, Jiang Lian hoped that his senior sister would have a better life in the future and forget everything about the past. So she did not tell what happened back then. Yan Yan Yan's soul looked at Jiang Lian with obvious confusion.
Well, Lu, we have known each other before. Right. You and Liu Yun both make me feel very familiar.
Jiang Lian smiled and said,
Yes, we have known each other before. And we are very good. Really? Then can you tell me about our past? I have forgotten a little.
Yan Yan said angrily.
When I asked Liu Yun about his past,
he always perfunctory me. It's too much. I can't leave here yet.
The senior sister who has lost her previous memories is a little different from before, and she feels more alive. Although the former senior sister had a hot temper, she knew that the senior sister had been abandoned by her family since she was a child, and she would be somewhat disappointed in her heart. She was still somewhat sensitive to some things. She is very different now from before. Perhaps she no longer has those troubles in her heart, and her speech is obviously more carefree. Jiang Lian picked a few more interesting things to talk to her. He didn't dare to say too much.
Actually, now you know that too many things that happened during your lifetime are not good for you.
Yan Yan smiled.
I know. It's just a bit boring.
As Yan Yan looked away, Jiang Lian followed her gaze and understood what she was looking at. There stood Situ Liu Yun, his back a little lonely, his white hair looking unusually obvious. Yan Yan turned her head and found Jiang Lian looking at her, and then smiled.
I actually understand what he meant. It's for my own good that he doesn't want to say it. At least I understand that his white hair has something to do with me. Do you know when I will enter reincarnation?
Her soul has almost recovered now. The only thing missing is the lost memory. In her perception, those memories would probably never come back.
Are you in a hurry to leave?
Senior brother will be reluctant to leave. After careful inspection, the senior sister soul is now perfectly condensed, and she is expected to be able to enter reincarnation in a few days. When she enters reincarnation again, she will no longer be senior sister Yan Yan.
No. I just want to know if we will meet again in the next life. He told me that when I fully recover, he will let me enter reincarnation.
Jiang Lian didn't realize who she was talking about for a moment when her senior sister said it. But then she followed her eyes and understood that she was talking about her second senior brother Situ Liu Yun.
Then do you want to interact with him?
Jiang Lian was actually a little nervous when he asked this question. She was worried that her previous feelings for Sui Yun might still remain, or perhaps not at all. But she didn't want to have anything to do with people or things in this life. Such a situation is not impossible.
I want to.
Yin Yan's expression was very determined. Her cheeks were a little shy and blushing, but she didn't feel timid at all. That look made Jiang Lian couldn't help but smile, feeling happy for the second senior brother. At least the sacrifices he had made were not in vain. Since Tian Weishan's memory was restored, Tianyan magic has become very simple for her, and she doesn't even need to pay any price. But she never easily calculates a person's fate. This is the first time she has seriously calculated a person's fate. Also for senior sister and second senior brother. Situ Luyan sensed the fluctuation of spiritual energy inside and rushed in. He found that his junior sister was making calculations with gratitude in his eyes. Although he knows the Tianyan technique himself, as the Star God Lord, this aspect is his special skill. However, it is just that he can do it for others, but it is completely different for him. It can only measure good or bad luck. It is completely impossible to make a complete and in-depth calculation. At this time, everyone in the hall looked nervously at Jiang Lian's position, waiting for the calculation results. Chapter 472 Entering the Illusion. Jiang Lian looked at the calculated results and smiled. Don't worry. You can get what you want. What Yin Yan has always been worried about is Lu Yunai Tian Wai Tian's divine monarch. It will be impossible for her to be with him after she is reincarnated like this. Even if he thinks so, he still has expectations in his heart. Now that he knew there would be a result, Yin Yan couldn't be happier. She knew that it was absolutely impossible to get results right away. But knowing that she could get her wish, her heart instantly settled down, and the cohesion of her soul became more solid. Situ Luyan was also very happy on the side. His original appearance had changed somewhat. Thank you, junior sister. Just a casual thing. After saying that, he looked at Yin Yan's soul. She can almost enter reincarnation now. If you need help in the future, just let me know. Jiang Lian left quickly and did not stay there for long. She was also happy that her senior brother and sister could get results. She has always felt very guilty towards her senior sister Yin Yan. For her, the senior brother would not hesitate to lose his divine energy. She knew that her senior brother was good to her senior sister, and she had just seen their marriage line, which was very solid. So she was not worried at all. On the way back, she passed by the world tree, and suddenly a white space hole appeared in front of her and sucked her in. When Yi Sun sensed something was wrong and rushed over, Jiang Lian disappeared from sight again. Because it is white light, there is no danger. This kind of situation is actually very common in Tian Weishan, and some situations may occur under certain circumstances. This is also one of the calamities they have experienced since they entered the world. But this situation is completely unprepared. Yi Sun understood that Jiang Lian was not in any danger at all in this situation. But he was still a little worried and asked the world tree, which world has she entered? Thousands of worlds. Descending to earth and experiencing calamities. There are countless calamities in the world. Such as love calamity is one of them. However, Jiang Lian's Taoist companion is Yi Sun, and he is still in Tian Weishan regarding the love tribulation. So it is absolutely impossible to be a Qin tribulation. After thinking carefully about the disasters my daughter-in-law has experienced, it seems that she has already experienced most of them. This time is not her breakthrough period or disaster period. It seems a bit confusing to enter the mortal world for no reason. It's not her who's going through the tribulation. It's her contracted beast that's going through the tribulation, the world tree said calmly, without further explanation. In fact, if it explains more, this person will definitely want to follow it in a hurry. If this person went in, everything would be completely different. Yi Sun frowned when she got the answer. But she also understood that the disaster experienced by her divine beast must have something to do with her. So she didn't ask any more questions, and could only wait in the sky. There is absolutely no danger in such a disaster. And with the presence of the world tree, safety is even more guaranteed. The world tree didn't say anything, but Yi Sun soon knew everything from his memory. Annoyed, she eagerly found the world tree and questioned it. Didn't she enter the mortal world? Instead, she returned to the past? The world tree said very calmly. Yes, she did not completely pass that level and was escaping from the beginning to the end. So I gave her a chance to experience it. The meaning is very clear. It is not good to escape. This is completely a dangerous factor. And we will take advantage of this Jilin calamity to be solved together. I will solve this matter, and you let her come back. Only the world tree has such ability. Yi Sun even wanted to go there and bring Jiang Lian back in person. But he couldn't do it at all. This was her training environment. And if he entered it, it would have a certain impact. And even the world would collapse. and the little girl might not be able to come back. You can't come back. You can only go through the calamity. The World Tree explained seriously. This is indeed the place where her divine beasts have experienced calamity. She is just incidental. At this time, Yi Sun's expression was a little cold. In fact, it was okay if he entered by force. But this calamity would definitely be affected. Watch it. Even though he knew her situation in that moment of temporarily changed memory, he felt a little uneasy not knowing everything. Fortunately, there is the World Tree and him from that world. So I can feel more at ease. Of course. World Tree said very unhappily. If it hadn't been able to choose the Emperor of Heaven as its master, it would definitely have chosen Jianlian as its master. Although the previous relationship had some influence, it still preferred to follow Jianlian. Unlike Yi Sun, when you are with him, you can't help but want to quarrel with him. It's not like she entered your second life. Do you still remember that your consciousness once left your body when you were sleeping? Now its contract owner is Yi Sun, and his emotions are completely perceptible. Knowing that he was worried about Jianlian, it was easy to be soft-hearted. So it explained, that world is a bit illusory, and there will be no danger at all in it. Qilin's destiny must rely on it in that illusory world to truly awaken its destiny. Yi Sun nodded, indicating that he understood. Stand up and go deal with things. Originally, the World Tree thought that this person had gone back and was no longer worried. After all, there is really no danger inside. And with it there is no problem at all. Unexpectedly, after finishing the matter, this person went to stay under it, and even later brought all his things here to handle the matter. On Jianlian's side, after the entire white light receded, Qilin automatically appeared in front of her. Looking at Qilin's appearance, Jianlian knew that it was going through another calamity. Some are curious about what kind of disaster Qilin has experienced this time. Looking at the surrounding environment carefully, it is obvious that it is also the world of immortality. Qilin? Jianlian tried to ask. She sensed their contractual relationship, and it was still there. Master? Qilin looked at Jianlian. His mind was a little fuzzy now. He was still unclear about the situation at this time. He thought it was the master calling him out. Jianlian tried to call out Qinglong Xuanwu and several others, but found that none of them could come out. Only Qilin could come out. Now, she completely understood what was going on. The white light is something that people in Tian Weishan are accustomed to. It seems that this is Qilin's disaster. Does she also come in? Does it have anything to do with her? What relationship? While she was wondering, Jianlian noticed something flying towards her, and her subconscious protection turned into a gentle aura after sensing what the thing was. A huge spirit beast egg. Jianlian sensed that it was not simple without exploring it. At this time, noisy sounds came from the distance. We are there! Hurry! Catch up! Zuanjiaman! You shameless ones! We were the ones who discovered the mythical beast egg first. Obviously it was our misty immortal sect who encountered them first. I advise you to leave as soon as possible. Otherwise don't blame us for being rude. Those voices were getting closer and closer. It was obvious that they were not a group of people, but several forces. Looking at the mythical beast egg in his hand, Jianlian subconsciously put it away and hid with Qilin. Chapter 473, Becoming a Sick Cat. Jianlian, who was invisible, watched a group of people passing by quickly in front of her, and felt the cultivation level of these people. The highest level was only at the stage of becoming a god. Now, although her cultivation level has been suppressed due to the influence of the realm, her strength is still more or less in the period of transcending tribulation. Sitting leisurely on a tree branch, she originally thought that all those people had disappeared. But unexpectedly, she suddenly felt a breath appearing behind her. Turning around hurriedly, Jianlian was completely stunned when he faced the figure. He even forgot about the spiritual energy to maintain his figure and fell directly from the tree. Master! Qilin hurriedly wanted to pick him up, but in the end, he was one step behind. Jianlian was a little dazed the moment he was caught, and subconsciously asked, Sun Yi? The man tilted his head and looked at her, his eyes full of excitement and inquiry. Looking at the other person's expression and feeling his aura, Jianlian was very sure that the person in front of him was definitely Sun Yi. Did the husband follow her into the white illusion? It feels impossible. If her husband also needs to enter, the white illusion just now will appear again when she and her husband meet. When it first appears, only the unicorn appears next to her, and other mythical beasts cannot be summoned at all. It is very obvious that this experience is related to Qilin. So is the Sun Yi in front of me the demon lord Sun Yi of the Netherworld continent? The second reincarnation of my husband.
Thinking about things? They have already landed. Sun Yi nodded, somewhat unsure of the situation of the person in front of him.
Why are you here?
Both parties were silent, and Jiang Lian was the first to speak to break the silence. Because all her memories have been restored. Her attitude towards Sun Yi is completely different. Although the world tree told Yi Sun that Jiang Lian should face things in this life, the real meaning was to eliminate the unpleasant memories of being Sun Yi. The inner demons would not hold a wedding in the netherworld because of them. It will disappear completely. Sun Yi looked at the woman in front of him inquiringly, and it was obvious that he knew that he was her reincarnation in front of him. Although he was in an illusion, he understood the current situation very well in his heart. Lian's soul had just been transported into reincarnation by him, and he was also transported back to the demon clan and fell into a deep sleep. Now is the world he accidentally entered after falling into a deep sleep. The feeling of her before him was different from before when he was sent back to the demon clan, as if they were not from the same period. Even though he had worries in his heart, Sun Yi still replied,
I entered here after entering the seal and sleeping.
The words answered her, but they also contained temptation. Obviously Jiang Lian did not disappoint him. He nodded and suddenly realized.
That means he entered this space after falling asleep.
In this case, does it mean that not only Qilin can overcome the tribulation? Does she also need to survive the tribulation? However, she can usually sense it when she is approaching the stage of transcending the tribulation. Even when she enters the illusion of transcending the tribulation, she can only recover her memory after the tribulation is completed. Now it is obvious that she remembers all the memories. Even from the beginning, there was absolutely no sign of feeling like he was about to survive a catastrophe. Now this situation is very confusing to her, and she can't understand the situation at all.
Master, are you okay?
Qilin's voice instantly pulled Jiang Lian out of his deep thoughts. Only then did she realize that she was still nestled in Sun Yi's arms. She patted his arm very naturally, indicating to put her down, understanding that Yi Sun is like her. Even if he is reincarnated and his soul is split into two, he is still the same person. The exploration in his eyes could not be seen by others, but she could completely see it. However, Sun Yi didn't ask, and she wasn't ready to answer. She wanted to understand the situation here first.
Qilin, can you return to the pet space now?
Other divine beasts can't get out. If Qilin can get in, then she will be the main one to survive this catastrophe. If Qilin can't get in, then it will be the main one.
I'll try.
After hearing Jiang Lian's words, Qilin immediately concentrated his attention and tried to enter the pet space. After trying several times to no avail, I finally shook my head in despair, with a slightly frustrated voice.
No, but I can still sense the existence of the pet space.
Jiang Lian nodded.
That's it. I guess you passed the tribulation, and I'm here to accompany you.
Jiang Lian did not force Sun Yi when they said these words, so Sun Yi heard them all and had some guesses about Jiang Lian's situation. After hearing about the tribulation, Qilin completely relaxed. Overcoming the tribulation. It is the beast of Ji-Rui. It seems that every time it crosses a tribulation, it has the spirit of Ji-Rui in it, so it is not afraid of this thing at all. Jiang Lian was a little amused by its attitude, but it was a good thing, and being too nervous would be detrimental to it.
Let's go! Let's get out of here first.
Those people in the distance, who couldn't find the mythical beast egg, have returned again. I don't know much about this world now, so I'll leave first. He unconsciously held Sun Yi's hand and walked towards the outside of the forest, Qilin following behind quietly. This kind of scene is completely familiar to Qilin. It knows that Sun Yi is the supreme being. They used to hang out like this when they were in Taiwan Weixin. I don't know if it was due to the boundary layer, but Qilin didn't realize that Sun Yi only had half of his soul at this time. Even Ma Daha didn't notice any difference between Sun Yi and the one from Taiwan Weixin. The two of them and the beast walked towards the outside of the forest. Unexpectedly, they met the person who was looking for the egg of the mythical beast on the road. Everyone is eagerly looking for the mythical beast egg, but these three people are walking out leisurely. There must be something wrong. The tip of Zixia Taoist from Piaomu Xinzong pointed at the position of Jiang Lian and others. His eyes narrowed slightly, and he shouted sternly,
Stop! Did you take away the mythical beast egg?
This inexplicable scream made everyone around who was still searching stop and look at their position. Master Jiantan of the Xianjian sect looked at Jiang Lian and others with a straight face, his voice full of dissatisfaction.
Why did the aura of the mythical beast egg suddenly disappear? Hand it over to me.
Surrounded by such a group of stupid and unreasonable people, Jiang Lian's face turned dark for a moment. Damn it. So what if she took the mythical beast egg?
It was an ownerless thing. And everyone acted as if the mythical beast egg was their private property. Really thick-skinned. Huh. It's so majestic. You said I took it. So I took it? Which I saw it. She was so angry. In the past, she was inexplicably threatened by Xiaomiao and the others. And she was sometimes helpless. But now her cultivation level is obviously higher than those of them. She can crush these people with one hand. It is imagining that they have not noticed her at all. After kicking the iron plate, everyone still looked fierce. The tiger didn't show off his power, and thought she was a sick cat. Jiang Lian sneered at these people. Seeing the look on his master's face, Qilin instantly knew that these people were going to be in trouble. And gloated. Master, I think they are lame. And they didn't even see it. What nonsense! After saying that, he felt it was not enough and said, Oh, it's not lame. It's blind. Compared to Jiang Lian and Qilin, who were still chattering with these people, Sun Yi was more direct. When those people pointed their swords at Jiang Lian, the demonic energy in his hand was already faintly shaking. Chapter 474, Repairing the Marriage Line. Jiang Lian caught Sun Yi's movements in time. There is absolutely no need for him to take action here. And he doesn't know what his current situation is. Plus, his soul was half and half before. So there is still a difference. She and Qilin were different. They were directly sucked in for training. And there was no problem using their spiritual power inside. Not prepared to talk nonsense with these people. Jiang Lian snorted coldly. And the supreme pressure directly suppressed everyone present. At the beginning, Taoist Zixia and Master Jiantong were the most powerful people in their group. The strongest being. Unexpectedly his knees sank into the soil due to the pressure. Everyone's faces were full of horror. Jiantong and Zixia's faces were ashen. And they were secretly shocked that they had looked away and kicked the iron plate, easily relying on coercion. The spiritual energy in their bodies was stagnant and unable to function. How come they didn't notice this kind of strength at all? The regretful people who were in a hurry really wanted to shoot themselves to death. When they saw the other party's appearance, they did not think that the other party was a strong one. Jiang Lian was not prepared to kill them. She had just come to this world and had not yet figured out the specific situation. She was afraid that random killing would cause an effect on this calamity. He snorted. His voice was cold and filled with chilling aura. But he didn't say anything more to them. This aura alone made them tremble with fear. Turning to look at Sun Yi, he said in a brisk voice, Miss Sir, let's go! Jiang Lian's words stunned Sun Yi, and she directly pulled her out of the woods and towards the city. Standing under the tower, I carefully observed the protective formation. It was a very simple formation. In the past, she would definitely have found Gusun, who had few people to hide in. But since she was going to undergo a calamity, she needed to go to a crowded place to know what she was experiencing. After all, where there were many people, there were also many right and wrongs. Why did you call me husband? Sun Yi asked this question with difficulty. After asking, he felt even more uneasy, worried that the answer he knew would not be the result he wanted. Jiang Lian sensed his nervousness from his expression, and couldn't help but want to tease him. She raised her eyebrows and asked, What do you think? Sun Yi's expression didn't change at all, but he really started to think about it in his heart. Jiang Lian couldn't help but burst into laughter. Okay, I won't tease you anymore. His expression was slightly condensed, and he closed his eyes to feel. The marriage line between Gu Lian and Sun Yi back then had become very thin after Gu Lian's death, although it had not completely dissipated due to the relationship between heavenly marriage. Later, even if they were both reborn and formed a Taoist couple contract, it was only a contract formed by Yi Sun's other half. As they merged, the marriage ceremony and the queen's succession ceremony were all okay. But the other half of the soul also became half obvious and half unclear because the marriage line was merged later. Although this didn't have any impact, Jiang Lian still knew in his heart that this was what he cared about most. And even his attitude after he broke the seal made him somewhat frustrated. Sure enough, as she thought, they were connected by a very invisible marriage thread, which looked like it was almost broken. Yi Sun actually wanted to repair it, but his soul had been fused and there was no chance. This time it happened to be a good opportunity. The spiritual power floated, and using the Tian aura, the entire red line emerged. Xuanya looked at Jiang Lian in shock, and then at the almost broken red line, his eyes trembling slightly due to the fluctuation of emotions. Jiang Lian breathed a sigh of relief when he saw the red thread that hadn't really been broken yet. As long as it wasn't completely broken, there would be a chance to repair it. with a light stroke of his finger. The blood beads followed the aura and drifted towards the red line. Sun Yi was shocked and hurriedly tried to stop Jian Lian. But unfortunately, she was too fast and had no time to stop him.
You? Stop it! Do you know what you are doing?
Sun Yi was furious, looking at the red blood beads and wounds. His eyes were filled with red, and he wished he could replace them with his own body.
It's okay. You'll be fine soon.
Jian Lian smiled, looking very relaxed. But the beads of sweat falling on his forehead showed otherwise. Once such a formation is started, there is no way to end it. Otherwise the red marriage line will really break. But if you want to completely repair the marriage line, you can't just use ordinary blood. You need to consume the essence and blood of your body. The red marriage line was being repaired bit by bit. Sun Yi's heart and eyes were full of distress. But because the marriage line was being repaired, his whole body was frozen in place. When he first met her, he was very sure that the woman in front of him was her reincarnation, even though the two were completely different, and even had a very different temperament from the person who helped him seal it. With just one glance, I'm pretty sure it's her. Once the marriage line came out, there was no need for any doubt. But the current situation was not what he wanted to see.
Stop! I'll figure this out.
At this time, Xuanya had no memory of Tien Weishan, and he didn't know that the spell in front of him was only available to Tien Weishan, and it was very harmful to the body.
I can't stop.
It was true. In order not to worry him, Jian Lian smiled again.
Don't worry. I'll be fine soon.
She had set up formations around her, and people walking by the road wouldn't notice anything strange here at all. There wasn't even a hint of wind blowing through the grass. Sun Yi was so complicated that she could only watch the red line of marriage absorb Jian Lian's blood and become solidified. After the marriage line was finally repaired, Jian Lian put away the formation and breathed a sigh of relief. It was finally repaired. Although a little exhausted, it was all worth it. Sun Yi hurriedly supported her, obviously a little angry that she didn't cherish him, but also full of heartache.
Just leave these to me.
Jian Lian did not reply to his words, but looked up at Sun Yi. He looked tired, but his eyes were full of smiles. Her hand gently touched his cheek.
Mister, are you still feeling uncomfortable this time?
She actually understood that Xuanya didn't want to repair this red line. But he couldn't. Ever since he split his soul into two and Xuanya had to bear all the consequences. His body was full of demonic energy. It is completely impossible to repair it. And it is even possible for Jian Lian to be contaminated with demonic energy. Later, he had no choice but to choose to wrong himself. Because he can't help it. Now that she has this opportunity, it's up to her to complete it. All Sun Yi's words rolled around his mouth without saying a word, and finally turned into a soft and helpless word, silly. He picked up Jian Lian forcefully, and walked towards the city without any objection from her. Although Qilin is Jian Lian's pet, it does not dare to have any objections to his majesty. Of course, if your majesty wants to harm its master, it will resist until the end. But is it possible for your majesty? That is probably completely impossible. If something happens, the Lord would rather die than suffer the slightest harm to his master. Qilin, who was following them towards the city gate, looked very leisurely. Chapter 475, The Object of Tribulation. The protection of the city gate was nothing to them. Sun Yi carried Jian Lian and Qilin directly through the void and entered the city. None of the guards noticed anyone entering the city gate through the protective array. After entering the inn, Jian Lian was placed on the bed. Repairing the marriage line is indeed very energy-consuming. Jian Lian has no energy at this time. But fortunately Sun Yi is there. What was even more terrifying was that she was surprised to find that her cultivation was regressing. Sun Yi also sensed that this was unusual, so he didn't care so much anymore. He held Jian Lian's hand and examined it with his spiritual consciousness. When he discovered Jian Lian's situation, he couldn't help but frown.
Tell me about it. What's your situation?
Normally this would not be the case. There was no problem at all on the whole. But the spiritual energy was lost inexplicably. But she looked very calm. Jian Lian already understood his situation at this time. Sighed and said,
Do you believe I came here for that line?
Sun Yi shook his head and expressed disbelief. Because if such a situation occurred, he would definitely not let her come over to repair it alone. There must be other ways.
What about him?
It suddenly occurred to him that maybe his other half was accompanying her now. Maybe his mind had changed. His face couldn't help but become a little gloomy. After all, Sun Yi is actually Yi Sun's dark side. Jian Lian can completely guess what he is thinking at this time.
Not to mention that now that their marriage line is connected again, those thoughts are completely unknown. Seeing him like that, Jian Lian smiled and said,
"Oh, you didn't know it when I was sucked in to experience the disaster. But you probably know it now."
Her words made Sun Yi a little confused, but it did not affect his understanding.
"You said it was me?"
She couldn't believe it in her heart. Was he still with her later?
"Yes. Isn't it you? Is there anyone else?"
Recalling that she met the white light of the calamity under the world tree. It must have been the fault of the world tree. Sun Yi stood there without saying anything. Jian Lian originally wanted to activate the isolation formation, but Sun Yi stopped her as soon as she raised her hand.
"I'll do it."
As Sun Yi's spiritual power floated, a formation unfolded directly, covering the entire room inside, without any demonic energy leaking out at all. In this situation, Jian Lian felt at ease. Jian Lian took out the mythical beast egg from the space and handed it to Qilin.
"Can you feel what's inside?"
Fortunately, with the existence of the protective formation, the light emitted by the mythical beast egg was blocked and did not leak out. The aura of the mythical beast egg was very familiar to Qilin, but it was a bit difficult to detect it directly. There is a layer of protection on the outside of the mythical beast egg, which can still play a protective role before awakening. Of course, this layer of protection is also limited. It is the celestial beast Qilin. Normally, it can sense even the most advanced divine beast eggs, unless its own tribe requires special methods. Thinking of this, a ray of light emitted from Qilin's forehead, wrapping the divine beast egg. After sensing what was inside, he was a little confused and his body suddenly froze. This calamity is very different. Normal calamities cannot be remembered, but this time it completely remembers it and knows what it is here to do. There are many possibilities for calamity, based on the calamities that have been experienced before. The most likely one is love calamity. Looking at the little female inside, it felt that it was completely incredible. But after thinking about it, I wondered if it was overthinking. Maybe this little one was just an accident. Yes, it must be an accident. Seeing Qilin's strange expression, Jian Lian couldn't help but ask,
"Is something wrong? There is a female unicorn inside."
The unicorn had recovered its emotions at this time. Obviously, it did not take the unborn little unicorn seriously, and only thought it was an accident. After listening to Qilin's words, Jian Lian immediately thought of it. Looking at the mythical beast egg, she didn't think of anything else like Qilin, but was very sure that this was it. She didn't wake up Qilin. He had to rely on himself for everything. But why they came here with their memories? There must be some meaning in it. It has not been revealed yet. At this moment, the mythical beast egg suddenly cracked open, and the little unicorn just stared at the unicorn with big eyes. Qilin looked at Jian Lian a little unsure of what to do.
"Master!"
Little Qilin also imitated him, and looked at Jian Lian.
"Master?"
Then Xiao Qilin seemed to have unlocked the knowledge of the new world, and looked at Jian Lian.
"Are you the master?"
Jian Lian smiled. She was considering whether to contract another divine beast. He calculated slightly with his fingers, and found that this little unicorn was indeed destined to them. Jian Lian, who was almost relieved, stood up and walked toward Xiao Qilin.
"You and I are destined to have a contract. Can I be your master?"
Xiao Qilin looked at Jian Lian with wet eyes, full of ignorance, but seemed to be thinking about something. After a moment, Qilin responded with a childish voice.
"Okay."
There was no need for Jian Lian to activate the contract formation, so Xiao Qilin took the initiative to activate the contract formation. The entire contract process went very smoothly. After the light of the contract dissipated, Xiao Qilin's level suddenly increased a lot because of the contract. The speed was almost close to the strength of the world's god transformation stage, and there were faint signs of growth. Jian Lian hurriedly formed a formation to suspend Xiao Qilin's cultivation. The spiritual power that had not yet grown has become an accumulated force. Although his cultivation can grow very fast in the future, it will not become an empty SHL if the strength and accumulation do not match. I am afraid that I will become a showman in the future. As his cultivation level increased, little Qilin's intelligence suddenly seemed to become much smarter. He looked at Jian Lian and then at Qilin, and he seemed to be more dependent on Qilin, the first person he met.
"Two Kylins, little Qilin. From now on you will be called a Qilin."
The name Qilin had used for so many years was almost changed, but luckily Jian Lian changed his mind. Little Qilin looked at Qilin and then at Jian Lian.
"Thank you, master."
Jian Lian touched little Qilin's head, smiled and said to Qilin,
"Qilin, from now on I need to ask you to help carry Qilin. My recent conditions may not allow it."
I don't know what condition this declining cultivation level will fall into. Nor when will I leave this world. Qilin nodded. Because they had a contractual relationship. And it could somewhat sense the owner's current situation.
Master,
have a good rest, and leave this to me.
It was also very worried about Jiang Lian's current situation. But it also knew that this might be related to overcoming the tribulation. Because of the calculation just now, Jiang Lian was very sure that the target of Qilin's tribulation this time was Xiao Qilin. So he did not stay in the town to look for the target of the tribulation. Qilin's best experience was in the jungle. So Jiang Lian found a reason to take them back to the ancient forest. Chapter 476. Can I say this?
Qilin, my current situation does not allow it. So I will leave it to you.
Jiang Lian pretended to be weak. Sun Yi on the side would have been worried that she would go at any time if he didn't know her specific situation at the beginning. But in the end, Sun Yi couldn't help but worry. Was it really uncomfortable? Standing aside, Sun Yi's face felt a little cold. Jiang Lian knew that he was like this every time he was worried. And his aura was so special that he could repel people thousands of miles away. If he didn't know him well, he would have thought something was wrong with him. But only she would feel this way. Because only in front of Jiang Lian would he show his gentle side. And would there be a huge deviation in his expression.
Master, are you okay?
Qilin was very worried. And Jiang Lian also revealed something in particular, which made Qilin, who had always been upright, completely believe it. Of course, if Qilin finds out, he won't say anything. After all, he will get used to it after being tricked too many times. These beast pets are already used to being tricked. It was for their own good to be tricked. And I had no objection at all.
It's okay. I'll rest more and preserve my strength. I don't know when my downward trend will drop to that of an ordinary person.
What she said was absolutely correct. It felt like she might drop to the level of an ordinary person. It's not certain when she will leave this world, but she has a hunch that it might be close by the time she becomes an ordinary person. Kirin obeys his master's orders without hesitation. So from that moment on, Qilin took the little Qilin Aki to practice in the ancient forest, and Jiang Lian became a full-time shopkeeper. When Jiang Lian and Sun Yi were left alone, Sun Yi sat opposite her.
Tell me, what is all this going on?
Jiang Lian was thinking about saying something. Before, he just tried to repair the marriage line to check. But he didn't expect it to actually work. If so, Yi Sun would definitely have memories here.
Can I ask what time you came in here?
She must consider the subsequent development. If she has not yet met her who has not yet awakened, then she can make amends. Will Xuanye's inner demons disappear like this? It won't accumulate at all?
You sealed me not long ago.
Sun Yi didn't hide anything. But Jiang Lian was a little surprised.
Just finished sealing?
However, is it because the seal traveled through the space gap and reached the demon world that caused him to come here? If the calamity is normal, the things inside will exist normally. Therefore, after entering the white aperture of the calamity, you will forget everything. This is the normal operation of the calamity. As for their situation, she finally figured it out. It had something to do with Sun Ye's entry here and the deliberate manipulation of the world tree. This is why she doesn't dare to act rashly here. If she is in the illusion, she can do whatever she wants without any influence at all.
Almost.
Sun Yi answered every question from Jiang Lian seriously. The original cold breath didn't seem so cold anymore because of the recovery of the red marriage line. At least Jiang Lian thinks so. You must know that Sun Yi only has half of his soul now. And the people in front of him at this time still bear all the evil sides. It is not easy to be able to do this.
I came from the outer world to experience calamity. But it's not my calamity. It's Qilin's calamity.
Jiang Lian said simply. Facing Sun Ye's gaze, Jiang Lian was frightened for a moment, knowing exactly what he wanted to know.
I guess I'm here to repair the marriage line. I don't know the rest yet.
Sun Yi raised his eyebrows, a little surprised at how well she knew him. Do you remember?
Others would have no idea what he was talking about if he made such inexplicable words. But Jiang Lian understood clearly.
I remember, but I didn't know it at first, and I only remembered it later.
There was something in her words. Even if she was reincarnated, Sun Yi still felt it from her words.
What happened?
Jiang Lian's heart skipped a beat, and she knew that with his sensitivity, he wouldn't be able to keep it secret for long. He smiled and said,
It's just that I haven't recovered my memory at the beginning. We had a little misunderstanding.
This surprised Sun Yi.
What misunderstanding?
Jiang Lian chuckled.
You will know this by then.
In order to prevent Sun Yi from asking any more questions,
Jiang Lian put his finger on Sun Ye's lips and said with a smile, "Don't ask. You will know by then. Talking too much will reveal the secret." This sentence is correct, but it is not completely impossible to say. Then I fused? Seeing her so alive in front of him, Sun Yi was actually very happy, and even knew that he was still with her. Since it is Time Wei-shen, then I guess it has been fused. If the soul has not been successfully fused, it is estimated that it will still be difficult to open Time Wei-shen. The information he got from Gang's words was that they were still together in Time Wei-shen, and she came here for the marriage line. There is only one result of this, and that is for half of his soul to merge again. He did not object to the fact that such a result was quite good. Jiang Lian nodded, although the situation was unavoidable, and Sun Yi was the one who felt wronged. At this time, in front of him who knew nothing, he had no idea what to say. He held her finger with his hand and looked at Jiang Lian with seriousness. I can't talk about other things, but what is your name now, and how well you lived afterwards? Can you tell me these? He didn't care at all what he had gone through. The most important thing was whether she was okay. Is everything as predicted? Jiang Lian slapped her head. She had forgotten to tell him this, and then said with a smile, My later name was Jiang Lian, and I lived a good life. Your arrangements were very timely, and I avoided it. Later, I also solved successfully. If it hadn't been for the book on World Tree, she had suffered a lot in the years when she became the vicious female supporting character, and the Jiang family was exterminated at the beginning. Otherwise, with Su Yeshuan's protection later, everything would have been smooth sailing. Under Sun Ye's gaze, Jiang Lian knew that he was still not sure, and he was unsure. He had just experienced Gu Lian's death in front of his eyes before, and finally sent her into reincarnation after exhausting everything. Even though her appearance meant that his heart was not sealed after his death, he was still uneasy even though he had some hope. Do you know how to leave this world? Sun Yi also came in and left before. In this case, he should have found a way to leave this world. I know. Can you leave? Du Jie's words didn't seem to work. Jiang Lian shook his head. No. I'm worried that you won't know how to get back when we go back through the tribulation. Let's go see how Qilin and the others are doing. Take a look around by the way. Jiang Lian felt that if we continued talking about this topic, everything would be exposed. With Sun Ye's keenness, Jiang Lian knew that it wouldn't take long for him to know everything he wanted to know. Chapter 477 Ancient Formation. Qilin was really like a father and a mother when he took little Qilin with him. Fortunately, Qilin was also gentle, so little Qilin was not afraid of him and followed him happily. The cultivation of the transformed gods is not invincible in the ancient forest where they live. Little Qilin can still experience it if he wants to. Jiang Lian hid in the dark, watching Qilin leave the little Qilin carelessly, probably forgetting about the calamity. With the aura of their Qilin clan, every calamity was like a formality, and it was not worried at all. Although this time is a bit special. It has a heart as big as a unicorn and has its owner around, so it is not worried at all. Jiang Lian looked at Qilin and sighed in his heart. This is pretty good. Maybe this way the disaster can be overcome without any worries. It's a pity that Jiang Lian gave up too early. How can the love crisis be passed so easily? It is absolutely impossible without peeling off the skin. Let's go! Let's go shopping! When we got here, we went to sleep in the forest. We haven't walked in the mortal world yet. She was originally worried that something would cause a causal relationship, but now she is very sure that she is just here as a foil. So there is no need to worry at all. So I dragged Sun Yi into the mortal world to have some fun. Shopping and other things must be basic operations. Sun Yi still had a cold face at the beginning, but gradually became gentle in the following days, and even enjoyed such days. Jiang Lian has not used spiritual energy during this period of time, but only she knows the declining spiritual energy. The rate of decline cannot even be supported by her special Dantian. Jiang Lian is not worried about this at all. With Sun Yi, a powerful bodyguard, by her side, and her situation is over. Sun Yi will probably be the hero to save the beauty. But she thought about it. The purpose of the World Tree this time was very obvious. So it was estimated that a tragedy or something would be completely impossible. So she was able to play around without any worries. It wasn't until her cultivation reached the Qi training stage that a competition among various sects was held in Xuanyang City to compete for the ranking of sects within 5 years and prepare for the allocation of secret realms. Jiang Lian came to Xuanyang City unexpectedly and didn't know about it until he arrived. There were many disputes in crowded places, and Jiang Lian originally wanted to leave in time. In the following days, He just wanted to leave quietly. But the last time Gusen met Zixia Taoist from Piaomi Xinzong, he met him face to face. The last time he saw Jiang Lian, Taoist Zixia was still unable to sense her cultivation, and was even overwhelmed by her pressure. Now that he saw that she was in the Qi training period, Taoist Zixia was extremely surprised and worried that there was something fishy inside. So he just stood there without making any move. Taoist Zixia was crushed by Jiang Lian's coercion. So there was a shadow. His subordinates did not. Seeing Taoist Zixia standing there looking at them, they mistakenly thought that the two people in front of him had offended him. The loser hurriedly stepped forward and shouted,
"What are you two doing here? Get out of the way, and don't block the way."
Perhaps Sun Ye's aura was too restrained, and Jiang Lian's cultivation was obviously in the Qi training period. So the loser mistakenly thought that some good-for-nothing noble man or noble lady was out to play. In the world of cultivation, wealthy families do not directly represent the top class. Those with strength and financial resources are the real top class. Therefore, that bitch is particularly arrogant. Jiang Lian raised her eyebrows. The aura on Sun Ye's body was filled with cold air. The demonic aura easily made people feel cold. But when it was angry, it made people even more trembling.
"Why? Did I make a mistake when I spared you?"
Jiang Lian was not angry, but her words made Taoist Zixia tremble. The voice alone made him feel that this person was not simple. He said that they couldn't tell the level of cultivation. How could he suddenly become a Qi training period? There must be some fraud in this. Seeing Jiang Lian say such words, the dog-legged person was a little confused. He glanced at Taoist Zixia secretly. Seeing that his expression did not have any look, the dog-legged person took it upon himself to curse.
"You are looking for death. What kind of platform are you? Our elders?"
What kind of platform is this? It's a period of Qi training. And I'm not afraid of laughing when I say something like this.
"Oh, really?" Jiang Lian raised his eyebrows and looked at Taoist Zixia. He knew at a glance that it was authorized by Taoist Zixia. Taoist Zixia was standing there calmly. But he didn't expect his heart to tremble when he glanced at Jiang Lian. Just one look in his eyes was full of Taoism and majesty, making him froze on the spot. That bitch still wanted to scream. But Jiang Lian's cold voice sounded, making Taoist Zixia break into a cold sweat. "Do you really think so?"
Taoist Zixia couldn't hold on anymore, so she slapped the bastard in annoyance.
"Shut up! How can you be disrespectful?"
Being slapped by this, Gujizi was obviously a little confused and couldn't understand the situation at all. But one thing was that he understood that he should stay humble at this time. Otherwise, he would become the Taoist's punching bag. He apologized hurriedly.
"Taoist, spare your life. It's my fault. Everything is my fault."
He backed away as he spoke, and finally hid directly behind him. Taoist Zixia was just showing his attitude and didn't really want to punish the loser. Jiang Lian sneered, and with a flick of his finger, a very small formation flew towards Taoist Zixia at a very fast speed, and sank directly into his forehead. She is not a soft persimmon, and she teases her like this again and again. Although her cultivation has dropped to the Qi training stage, a skinny camel is bigger than a horse, and a small formation is enough for him. Taoist Zixia clearly saw the formation flying towards him and wanted to avoid it, but was shocked to find that he couldn't avoid it at all. After the formation settled in his sea of consciousness, he was so shocked that he couldn't help himself.
"What did you do to me? What did you do to me?"
He tried to unlock the formation, but unfortunately, it was not something he could undo with his strength. Jiang Lian said very calmly,
"Oh, it's nothing. It's just a small ancient formation, and its effect is simple. If you try to provoke me again, what awaits you will be your soul."
As for the other lessons, he can only wait until he realizes them later, which will definitely be unforgettable for him.
"Of course, I don't want to kill anyone today, so I will give you a chance. As long as you don't offend me, nothing will happen to you."
Needless to say, Jiang Lian said that Taoist Zixia could also sense the power inside that formation. Such a formation could not be deployed in a single period of Qi training. This was the second time he had looked at someone wrongly, and it was with the same person both times. This was the biggest shame in his life. But there was no other way. He had no guts to shout with Jiang Lian anymore, and asked hurriedly and respectfully,
"Senior, please spare my life. Please go around me. Without this formation, I will definitely be respectful when I see Senior in the future, and I will never dare to do it again."
There are a lot of people in Xuanyang City at this time, and the competition is about to start. People from all sects are coming. According to the situation,
Taoist Zixia should still maintain his always cold persona. Unfortunately, the aura of the formation in the consciousness sea was too powerful. And he was terrified, fearing that if he failed, he would be destroyed directly. Chapter 478, Quota for Entering the Illusion Realm. What a person with a good face fears most is meeting his mortal enemy when he is most embarrassed. With the character of Taoist Zixia, he definitely secretly hates Jian Lian to the core. Just when Taoist Zixia bowed to beg Jian Lian, Master Jian Tong from the Xianjian sect arrived.
Fellow Taoist, why is this happening?
Even Jian Lian could hear the gloating in his voice. The two of them were searching for mythical beast eggs in the ancient forest together. She thought they had a good relationship, but it turned out that they had a grudge. Zixia Taoist glanced at Jian Lian out of the corner of his eye. Seeing that the other party did not speak, he did not dare to act rashly. Following his gaze, Master Tong Jian discovered the existence of Jian Lian. Immortal cultivators have exceptionally good memories. Not to mention that Jian Lian's original strength was stronger than expected. Disdainful of the arrogant probing of Taoist Zixia's guide, Master Jiantong came directly to Jian Lian respectfully.
Senior is also here. What a fate! The competition is about to start. I wonder if Senior is interested in going to watch the ceremony.
I originally planned to leave directly and not stay in this crowded place. But Sun Yi sent a message into the secret and said,
Aren't you asking me if I know the intersection to go back? There is one in the secret realm that I will enter when the competition is over. The way back.
Jian Lian was surprised and asked quickly,
Didn't I hear that there are level restrictions for entering?
Some barriers limit the level of monks who can enter them. If their cultivation level is too high, not only will they not be able to benefit from entering, but the illusion may also collapse directly. Sun Yi was able to leave directly at the beginning. So is this illusion just a barrier with a cultivation level? It is also possible to enter directly, but it requires enough strength to see through everything?
The appearance of this illusion limits the cultivation level. But if I pretend to be a cultivation base, there is no problem in entering.
As for her current cultivation level, there is no problem in entering directly. Listening to Sun Yi's words, Jian Lian looked at the ring thoughtfully.
Did your husband want to follow them into the illusion?
It would be good to go back early. Judging from her current situation, she will probably leave soon.
Yes. Follow them into the secret realm. But instead of entering the illusion and leaving, there are vermilion fruits inside, which will alleviate your current situation.
Vermilion fruit? Jian Lian asked again in disbelief.
Are you sure? Is it already cooked?
Although she didn't know how Sun Yi knew it, she had no doubts at all based on her trust in him.
It's almost there. I think it's almost done by the time we get in,
Sun Yi said very calmly, with a calm demeanor, as if he wasn't talking about the number one fruit in the world. Even if a scarlet fruit is damaged, the soul of the immortal can be repaired, let alone her current situation. And this is time and space. It is estimated that there are very few people who know about the vermilion fruit. It can even be said that there are none, because the vermilion fruit is so rare. It is very rare even in the outer world. The appearance of vermilion fruits here is completely unexpected.
My husband must have a way to get in. Right.
Sun Yirua had also come in before, but he was in the Xianming world after he later unlocked the seal. Therefore, she concluded that he must have a way to enter.
Yes, I can enter. But in your current situation, I can't take you in. This is the opportunity that exists.
The effect of taking the vermilion fruit is best when it is just picked. As an alchemist, Jian Lian knows this very well. That thing was useful to her. And it was also very useful to Sun Yi. Together with other things, it was also very useful in getting rid of his inner demons. Even though the marriage line was now repaired, she was still a little uneasy and worried that it still remained. You must know that Sun Yi is the most evil side of you, Sun. Now he looks very gentle on the surface, but he is only like this in front of her. She had seen the situation after Sun Yi went crazy before. The black energy overflowed and was so strong that it could affect his mind. Jian Lian couldn't help but feel a little worried. Since there is a vermilion fruit, she must get it. Thinking of this, Jian Lian looked at Master Jiantong, nodded and said,
I just want to see this grand occasion. Sorry for bothering me.
Facing the boss's friendly attitude, Jiantong was completely flattered. Say H, low repeatedly.
Senior, please come this way.
Since he needed them to enter the illusion, Jian Lian was not going to beat around the bush, and communicated with Jiantong into the secret passage as he walked.
Master Jiantong, if I help your Xianjian sect move forward in the rankings compared to previous years, do you want to ask the master for a place to enter the secret realm?
Jiantong was still a little unresponsive after hearing Jian Lian's words.
But thinking about Jiang Lian's cultivation, he had some guesses.
Oh, I wonder if Senior has any clever tricks.
Without directly denying Jiang Lian, he was a little surprised when he sensed Jiang Lian's cultivation before. Now he had to think more. Was this person doing this on purpose? Just wanting to enter the illusion? Jiantong is a shrewd man. He knew that Taoist Zixia's appearance had offended him again. Taoist Zixia's temperament of flattering others and scorning others. Anyone who could be so groveling must have been taught a lesson. Therefore, he did not refuse, and was ready to see the situation before talking.
I will be your disciple of the Xianjin sect. Give me a place on stage. You don't have to worry about the ranking.
I had seen their Xianjin sect's moves before when I was playing. That technique was used by Wan Yanfeng back then. There are all of them in the cave. It represents the swordsmanship of the Xianjin sect. When she uses it, no one will doubt that she is not a disciple of the Xianjin sect. Of course, except for the people from the Piaomu Immortal sect. But what does it matter? As long as the goal is achieved. As long as Taoist Zixia is controlled. There will be no problem for others. Jiang Lian's method was completely unexpected by Jiantong. The cultivation level of the person in front of him was the great perfection of the Qi training stage, which fully met the cultivation requirements of the disciples in this competition. His cultivation is not like today's Qi training period. There must be something fishy here. Jiantong asked hesitantly.
Is it okay for the senior's cultivation to enter the illusion?
There is absolutely no problem with the identity arrangement of the disciples of Xianjin sect. Xianjin sect is the third disciple every year. If they can surpass the two in front, the temptation will be great. They are people of integrity. Once determined, they must give the senior a place to enter the illusion.
There's no problem with that.
Her cultivation level has not declined much during this period. So she just went on stage to compete in the past 2 days. Even if her cultivation level has declined, her true strength is still there. She can use a little spiritual energy to the extreme. And there is no problem with anything beyond the level. Jiantong thought for a moment. This was very tempting. They were not afraid of the people of the Piaomu Immortal sect. After all, their cultivation level was there.
Can the spirit testing stone be used to detect it?
Chapter 479, Taking Risks. Although the senior said there was no problem, Jiantong felt that they still had to ask clearly. Otherwise they would agree rashly, which would be very detrimental to them when the situation was tight.
That's no problem.
She was also curious about the decline in her cultivation before. She had used various testing methods, but she didn't find anything at all. It was completely reflected in her cultivation. You must know that Tian Weishan has more methods than those in this small world. And those methods have not detected any abnormalities. Jiang Lian is not afraid at all. After Jiang Lian's confirmation, Jiantong relaxed. At this time, they also arrived at the gathering place of Zuanjiamen. The leader of the team this time is not Jiantong, but King Chenzi, the peak master of Xianjin sect, who has a very friendly relationship with the elder Jiantong. Xu Wenye sat aside with Jiang Lian, not anxious. Judging from Jiantong's appearance, he must be talking to King Chenzi about this matter. She is too lazy to disguise her face. Otherwise, with her Yu Qiongyan's hidden function, there is absolutely no problem. Even if she takes Yu Qiongyan through the illusion barrier, it will not be exposed at all. King Chenzi here was still a little hesitant after hearing what Jiantong said. This was exactly the same as their manipulation in the game. If it is discovered, all the years of hard work will be in vain, and it may even be reduced to the bottom. Cultivation resources are very important in their cultivation process. If their decisions lead to the loss of sect resources, then they are sinners. King Chenzi has a more sincere character, but for the sake of the sect, he also hesitated under such conditions.
Are you sure there's no problem?
Jiantong nodded.
Yes. If necessary, we can test it in private. Did many people see her cultivation?
This is still the most worrying point. If everyone sees her true strength, then everyone will think that there is something fishy inside. Jiantong was struggling with this before, but then he thought about it. Golden needles are not afraid of fire. If it is really recognized, the facts will prove it, and the test results will show the fact. Who can confirm it? Thinking of this, Jiantong couldn't help but ask Jiang Lian again.
Senior, if you saw everything in the ancient forest under the spying mirror.
Under the spying mirror, there is really no hiding. His misty immortal sect has a spying mirror. If it is really discovered by then, and the evidence is conclusive, then he is looking for a way out for Xianjin sect.
Don't worry about this. The spy mirror is not a problem at all.
Jiang Lian is full of confidence. This is because Sun Yi, a super boss, is here. With his strength, it is absolutely possible to shut up the spy mirror and not show it. Arrived. Even though he still had doubts in his heart, Jiantong still looked at King Chenzi. This was their chance. And the victory is higher than the risk. If he is really discovered by then he will bear everything. He has had enough of suffering from the mischievous behavior from Piaomyu Shinzong for many years. So he gritted his teeth and said, "Senior brother, I have decided to make this deal. If something happens, I will bear it. If it happens, then we will only lose one spot." After all, the higher the overall ranking, the greater the sect share, and the number of places to enter the secret realm will be divided by level. So there is no difference at all for them. King Chenzi saw that he had made up his mind, looked into the distance, pondered for a while, and finally nodded in agreement. "Okay. Promise her. It's just what I promised." King Chenzi's words made Jiantong a little stunned. His eyes trembled slightly, and he was moved beyond words. "Thank you, senior brother. I will definitely not bring trouble to senior brother this time." Smiling and waving his hand, King Chenzi didn't care at all. After so many years of friendship, there was no need to care about this matter at all. After Jiantong arranged the disciples, he took Jiang Lian to an uninhabited place and activated the protective formation. "We can promise you, but then you have to humiliate your senior and pretend to be my apprentice to play in the game." If other people asked when he accepted a new disciple, there would be no problem at all. The competition does not stipulate whether the disciple sent by your sect must be a new disciple or an old disciple. In the world of immortality, strength always comes first. If you are strong enough, who cares when you got in? It was completely unexpected for Jiantong to directly arrange her under his name. This was tantamount to stopping all dangers alone. Zhuan Jianmin agreed so quickly, which made Jiang Lian very satisfied. "Don't worry. The result will definitely not let you down. Then we will wait for the good news from senior." Jiantong's attitude was very friendly. Although he was a master and apprentice in disguise, no master would call his apprentice senior. So Jiang Lian said directly, "You don't need to call me senior. Call me Ale. My name is Jiang Lian." This is very common sense. Jiantong did not refuse. "That would offend senior," one of them shouted. And so did the two. So Jiang Lian pointed at Sun Yi and introduced him to Jiantong. "He is my Taoist companion, and his name is Sun Yi." Sun Yi was still a little happy about Jiang Lian's introduction. The eyes he looked at her were full of tenderness. And even the straight man Jiantong could see the tenderness that was about to overflow. "Yes, but I wonder what I need to prepare." This sentence was just what Jiantong asked to ease his embarrassment at this time. But it turned out to be true. Jiang Lian thought for a moment and said, "You prepare a sword for me that matches my current cultivation level, and a talisman pen." What a misstep. The weapons she had from the beginning were all evolved as her cultivation level improved. There are other weapons in the space now, but there are really none that are low enough to meet her current cultivation level. As for those levels, if they are taken out, it will cause turmoil. Thinking of this, Jiang Lian looked at Jiantong. Zhuan Jianmin mainly focuses on swords, and Jiantong is one of the masters of swords. When she was in Gusen, she remembered that his weapons didn't seem to be of a very high level. So she took out a sword from the space. The sword was exuding a silver-white cold light, and one could tell at a glance that it was a peerless sword, and its grade was not low. When Jiang Lian took out the sword, Jiantongbian's eyes lit up, and he looked at the sword with some obsession. It is not an exaggeration to call Jiantong a swordsman. When he saw this peerless sword in front of him, which was comparable to the top 10 swords in the world, his eyes were instantly attracted to it. Jiang Lian couldn't help but smile. "This is a disciple's way of honoring his master. Please accept it." These words made Jiantong startled, and he waved his hands repeatedly and said, "I can't do it. I can't do it. I deserve it." They are not real masters and apprentices. Not to mention that even real masters and apprentices do not use weapons as good as their own apprentices. This is completely inconsistent with his usual code of conduct. "Take it. This can be regarded as the reward for agreeing to my request. Your senior brother also has it." As he spoke, Jiang Lian took out another sword box from the space. The material of the sword box showed that the sword inside was definitely not simple. You must know that the level of the sword must also be packed in a corresponding sword box. If it is too low, the box will not hold up as soon as the sword is put in. Chapter 480. What conditions? Jiantong wanted to refuse, but the temptation of the sword was so great that he hesitated for a moment and did not answer in time. For a sword fanatic, a peerless sword was placed in front of him, and as long as he nodded, He could easily get it at no cost. But he hesitated. It's a good thing for people to have desires. And that's why she doesn't worry about cause and effect.
Just keep it. These are of no use to me. So you deserve it.
Jiantong was still a little hesitant. And finally Jianglian said,
If you feel it is inappropriate to hold it, then I will exchange these 2 swords with you. Change!
Jiantong still didn't understand what Jianglian meant. But this suggestion made him even more excited. Jianglian nodded.
Yes, I can exchange it with you for the one you used in Gusen.
The sword looked like a normal sword. But it was not a natal sword. Jianglian doesn't want the natal sword. Otherwise, he would have to bear a lot of it. She was a fake apprentice. It would be different if she really wanted the natal sword. But the sword Gusen used was enough. It is normal for the sword used by the master to be passed down to his disciples. Then the game will be more convincing. Jiantong was a little surprised that it was so simple. And asked,
Do you need anything else?
After all, they are 2 swords. I don't know what's in the box. But they are definitely not ordinary. The one in front of him alone could not match the dozens of spare swords he had. Originally, he planned to give the spare sword to his future apprentice. Although the apprentice in front of him was only a temporary measure for this competition, it seemed that he was still at the disadvantage. This person is really stubborn. If it had been someone else, he would have been replaced by someone else. I originally thought that this person was the same kind of person as the Zixia Taoist from the Piamu immortal sect. Now she is looking left. Jianglian didn't want to continue arguing here. So he put the sword in his hand into the sword box and gave it to Jiantong forcefully.
Take it. You can give that sword to me later.
With that said, Jianglian pulled Sun Yi towards the stands. Since he was going to participate in the competition, he had to understand the entire competition process clearly and know what the other sex players were doing this year. Jianglian was not in a hurry to inquire on his own, and did not enter quickly. Instead, he stood at the entrance of the competition venue and waited. Soon Jiantong really came over, holding another sword box in his hand, which looked completely different from the 2 sword boxes he gave to him. Apparently he had already put away the 2 swords.
I'm really sorry to take those 2 swords of yours. This is the sword you need.
As he said this, Jiantong took out some protective magic weapons from the space, as well as the temporary talisman pins he had found, and handed them all over together. Gave it to Jianglian.
That's it. If you have any other needs, I will do my best to meet them. If there is any use for you in the future, as long as it does not violate morality, do not endanger the sect, and does not harm the natural order,
then I will definitely do it without hesitation.
Jianglian took those things and checked them. Although they were somewhat different from what Su Yeshuan had prepared for him back then, they were indeed good. Not to mention, it was prepared on the spur of the moment.
Easy to say. Easy to say.
There's no telling whether we will meet him again in the future.
I need information about the disciples of other sects competing this time, as well as explanations of the rules and methods of the competition. This shouldn't be difficult, right?
I remember that during previous competitions, every sect would prepare in advance. And if you want all this information, you can get it very quickly.
It's not difficult. It's not difficult. Ah Lu. Wait a moment, and I'll get it for you later.
Jiantong's attitude seems to be that of a master who loves his disciples to excess. Of course, if they are true masters and disciples. The competition hasn't started yet, and it's only the preliminary round at the beginning. So Qing Qinzi is not there, and will wait until the finals before coming out to see what's going on. At this time, the 2 swords given by Jianglian were placed in front of them in the room, and King Qinzi remained silent. Jiantong has completely recovered from the shock. He did not expect that the 2 swords were of the same level. Now he is a little surprised where Jianglian got 2 such top-quality weapons. Thinking back to the power she showed when she was in Gusen, it was true that she was not fake at all at that time. And these 2 top-quality weapons were given to her as soon as she asked. Her decline in cultivation this time could not even be detected by a snooping glass. And he didn't know why. But he chose to shut up at this time. Now that we have decided to cooperate, there is no chance of going back.
Just change those?
King Qinzi finally asked. This is completely a fool's behavior.
Doesn't she have any other requirements?
Jiantong shook his head. He was actually wondering in his heart.
I just asked that she be given a place to enter the secret realm.
The sword was indeed quite tempting. King Qinzi was obviously not ready to withdraw the sword like Jiantong. But he also said to Jiantong,
if you don't get the quota, I will give you one.
He has always been realistic. But he doesn't just take advantage.
Whatever arrangement she has next,
Just follow what she says.
Since he wants to get a quota to enter the secret realm, he will definitely not joke about this competition. King Chenzi was very relieved about this, and was not afraid at all. Jiantong suddenly remembered his arrangement, and said to King Chenzi,
I will let her participate in the competition as my apprentice.
Okay. If the people from the Piaomu Immortal sect say anything, then this is not a problem at all. After his senior brother's consent, Jiantong felt more confident. After leaving the door, the disciples below had prepared the information he needed. With those information, Jiantong was full of information this time. When he met Jiang Lian, Jiantong's attitude was obviously better. He was respectful but not very like him, and he was undoubtedly doting on his disciple. The surrounding disciples were full of horror. What great deeds did this selfless elder Jiantong have to do to make him laugh like this? It was really different from the past. Of course, Jiang Lian didn't know this. So he took the information and started reading it. In summary, the Piaomu Immortal sect's chances of winning this year are greater than the Wuiyue sect, which ranked first last year. Calculating, the Xianjin sect should be ranked third again this year. But with her here this time, there is no problem in moving forward. It is not impossible to squeeze out the Piaomu Immortal sect. Thinking of the arrogance of those in the Piaomu Immortal sect, Jiang Lian could completely predict how the Xianjin sect would go berserk after she helped them rise to first place. That was quite interesting. The format of the competition is not much different from the previous Xianning World Xianling continent. In the first round, there will be rounds to see who can get the most points and rise in the rankings. Then they will compete for the prescribed quota, and then enter the fantasy trial competition. The final result will be based on the overall points to rank the sects.
Therefore, the overall cohesion of each sect is completely acceptable. Jiang Lian studied it and felt that there was no problem at all. So he asked Jiantong to arrange to meet with the disciples of their sect in 2 days before entering the second round. After all, comprehensive cooperation would be more likely to win.